Long ago, a mysterious wormhole suddenly tore open in the sky, unleashing monsters from who knows where to invade Earth through it. Earth plunged into chaos. Millions perished. Countless wounded, and survivors either lost their families or became refugees. But 3 years after that cataclysm, superpowered fighters began to emerge. These warriors possessed unique skills capable of killing monsters, something even the most advanced national defense systems could not manage. As their numbers swelled, humanity's era of counterattack dawned. The superpowered united, forming an elite fighting force. They battled the monsters, slowly reclaiming territories now called safe zones. Within these safe zones, people no longer had to hide from monsters. They began rebuilding their cities. But outside, vast lands remained perilous, dubbed the Wild Zones. Those trapped in the Wild Zones suffered brutal anarchy and lived in constant terror of the monsters. Every day, they wondered if they would even survive till nightfall. And so the world split: safe zones versus wild zones, and life trudged on. A wild zone shrouded in choking dust and toxic decay. A group of travelers suddenly appeared. No one knew their destination, but after a while, the man leading the group turned back to ask the young man with the downcast face trailing behind, "Hey, we have not been to that place before, right?" Leading the way, "You said you are not a superpowered fighter, just a regular guy, right? What is your name?" The young man pulled his hood down, revealing a handsome but strangely melancholic face. My name's Kim, Back then, Sang Yu was still young. Long before he unlocked his one-of-a-kind power, the men in the group grew restless, stopping every few steps to ask him if they would arrived yet. Turns out, they were heading toward the territory of the Copper Spider. And now, they were stepping right into its lair. The Copper Spider is a level 19 monster, relatively easy to kill. First, chop off all 8 legs, then snip off the head, leaving only the body. Sang Yu kept stressing they should start by cutting the 2 front legs first, since the monster attacks with them. Plus, they had to watch out for the pure white spider silk shooting from its mouth. Getting hit or tangled in that was a death sentence. Got it already? Damn it! One guy snapped. Why do you have to talk so much? Acting tough like that in front of an iron-powered super fighter won't get you anywhere. Useless punk. Sang Yu did not get mad at all. Alright. You said you beat a level 18k Nen before. Sorry if I offended you. But just then, Sang Yu heard a noise behind him. His sharp instincts immediately sensed an attack. He lunged forward, dodging the blow while pulling the man behind him to safety. They both hit the ground hard, but Sang Yu's quick reflexes saved them from getting caught in the spider's silk trap. Above them, a furious copper spider appeared. The superpowered team snapped into battle formation, but this monster looked way more terrifying than they expected, making them doubt if it was really just a level 19. What are you guys doing? Why are you just standing there? Move out of the way. Sang Yu shouted as he saw the copper spider preparing to shoot silk again. Its silk-spitting speed was insane. Meanwhile, the group was still frozen in shock. That is when one guy got hit by the silk. His head was instantly sliced off, sending his teammates into horror. Damn it! Are you all just gonna stand there and watch? Sang Yu lost his patience and yelled again. That is when he realized something was seriously off. The team's level was way too low, and their combat skills were embarrassingly weak. Earlier, the broker said they were a well-trained attack team, recently even taking down a level 18 salamander beast, whose job was just to lead them to the Copper Spider's territory and cash in big. But judging by the current mess, that was nothing but a bold-faced lie. Right now, the Copper Spider launched a fresh attack, and Yu's teeth clenched tight. Even that iron guy from before, who was cussing him out, snapped back to focus this time around. He stepped forward, sword blocking the spider's 2 front legs, but the beast's raw power was so intense it made his arms tremble and his grip sloppy. Then, the man landed a solid punch on the creature. The punch barely phased it. But next, he channeled electricity from his body straight into the monster, who watched in disbelief as the enemy harnessed electric energy, muttering under his breath, "Well, at least the Iron Man title is not just for show." The Copper Spider was temporarily paralyzed. The guy immediately signaled his teammates to double down on the attack, with someone leading the charge. Their spirits lifted noticeably. Nearly 10 of them surrounded the spider from all sides, but they forgot Yu's orders and stabbed right into the beast's body. Cut off the front legs. Do not touch the body. You idiots. You are hopeless. But it is too late now. The Copper Spider was now thoroughly enraged. Its eyes flared blood red, burning with fury. Then it lunged forward, knocking almost all those low-level superpowered rookies flying. The iron guy swore under his breath. Damn it, things looked better. Just moments ago now, they were stuck in a dead end. So he risked it all, charging solo at the Copper Spider, but taking it down alone. Not gonna be easy. The beast's front leg impaled him backwards, pain flaring hot and sharp. Just as it was about to devour him, he fought back, gripping the leg, piercing him with both hands and zapping it with electricity. The monster writhed in agony from the electric shock and finally flung the man away. He crashed beside U.S. car. But despite the struggle, things were grim. Now look at this. The whole rookie attack team wiped out by the copper spider, only you are left standing. You never imagined it would get this ugly. You were just supposed to be a guide. After all, at Wild Rain District 17, branch manager Kim Pusick just got a call. Bitches is already on another job. Fine. I will send someone else over. Pusick hung up, looking worried. His boss' condition did not sound good. Outside, a female employee named Jamie was busy checking her nails in the mirror. When manager Pusick stepped out, she jumped. Startled, tell Chansu's team to head to the exchange center immediately. Pusick ordered. Jamie nodded, then asked if they were about to fix the barrier again, because honestly, that has been happening nonstop lately. Then Pusick asked where you was. Jamie said he was guiding the copper spider attack team, but something felt off to him. A level 19 copper spider should have been dealt with long ago. That kid's definitely not normal. I just hope he is okay. Once more, Who returns? Tell him to get ready. And stop staring at yourself in the mirror. Pusick sighed, but realistically, you is in deep trouble right now. The attack team he was guiding were all rookies, and they have been wiped out. Now it is just you facing that savage spider alone. Clueless about what to do next, he pulled a gun from inside his jacket, while the wild spider started spinning its web again. Used to dangerous work, you move with lightning-fast reflexes. Waiting for the perfect moment, he fired his shot. The iron guy, barely clinging to life on the ground, even had the nerve to mock him. Those bullets won't do jack. Keep your eyes sharp and watch closely. Ooh warned. The bullets you just fired have dug deep into the bronze spider's flesh. But here's the kicker, those things suddenly exploded from behind, and the wind clearly went to Mew. You sride. The iron guy watching this scene had pure shock plastered all over his face. Premium ammo cores, if you had those from the start, why wait until we were all dead to use them? This guy really has a talent for pissing off Mir. Hey, you still with us? If guys like you had the skills you bragged about to the center, none of this would be happened. Now you are trying to pin the blame on me. He was fuming, forced to waste precious ammo cores on trash like you. If you have got the skill, step up. If not, do not stir up trouble for everyone else. Watch closely. You dumb fake superhuman. Even a non-powered guy with good gear and experience can take down a level 19 monster. You know, you holstered his gun as he spoke and pulled out a massive knife. You have been the solo guide for hundreds of hunts, but these clowns look down on you just because you are powerless. So what? You still has to clean up their mess in the end. The knife in your hand moved with deadly precision, slicing off one of the monster's legs in a blink. Who did not even pause, he swiftly chopped off the rest of its legs. After that, the monster's fighting strength was basically zero, and following the exact plan you laid out before, which nobody listened to, now all that is left is to hit the head and end this. Watching Mir, you strike with such ruthless efficiency gave the iron guy goosebumps. You said anyone who is scared of these big monsters is doomed to stay a newbie forever. The stats you submitted to the center were fake, right? The level 18 long-tailed salamander monster only sheds once a year. You probably faked catching it, but all you got was its shed fur, right? Called out by Mir. The other guy fell silent, but I gotta admit, scammers like them have some nerve. Impressive confidence. Really? Even though the first teammate died, not a single one ran away. Even when the iron guy's belly got ripped open, he gritted his teeth, holding the monster's leg and fighting back with everything he had. Honestly, you was impressed, but that does not excuse forging your level reports. If you had that much downtime, you should be spent it leveling up your skills instead. You must have your reasons for hunting like this, but it is not my problem. Do you realize the price you will pay for lying? You stomped on the iron guy and pointed your knife right at him. I get that is a serious crime. The iron guy snapped back fiercely. You felt regret he did not have the power to kill this guy, even though you desperately wanted to slit that idiot's throat for what he put you through. Just then, who heard a voice in his head urging him to finish the job. I am already this messed up. It is not like I will survive to face the consequences anyway. With those final words, the guy gave up the ghost. You did not dwell on it much. You just felt uneasy because you did not recognize the voice you heard. But since it did not come back, who figured he must be imagined it. Now it is time to head back to the center and settle things with the snitch. Jamie kicked the door open, storming in like a volcano about to erupt. How dare you betray me and pull this trash stunt? Jamie, caught off guard while checking her reflection, nearly jumped out of her skin. Calm down. Looks like you are not overreacting this time. You do not even know how serious this is. You gritted his teeth. Seeing Mir, you look like he wanted to eat her alive. Jamie quickly made an excuse she was just as fooled as anyone else, but Seong-yu did not buy it. This time, he decided not to share the commission with her anymore. On top of that, if Jamie does not spill all the customer info from now on, he is ready to take her down for good. But how the hell can we break the guild's rules like that? According to guild policy, Jamie barely got a word out before Seong-yu grabbed her hard and gave her a serious warning. He told her to start playing straight from now on. He basically roasted her so bad she could not see straight. Seong-yu was not exactly losing money here. But damn, he was seriously pissed off. If it were not for managing Branch 17 in Hongvu, he would have cut ties with this place ages ago. Hey, even if you do not want to, superpowered folks get twitchy with guides lurking around this area. Jamie shot back. That little jab pushed Seong-yu's simmering anger straight to erupting point. Damn it! Superpowered this. Superpowered that it is all the same endless noise. If I am gonna die anyway, what is the difference between dying by some freak or a hunter? He yelled at the top of his lungs. Seong-yu flashed back to the chaos earlier in Spider Copper S-Turf. He silently wished he had the power of that fake hunter, then he could be put it to way better use. But no sooner did that thought cross his mind than he got sucker punched out of nowhere. Before he could even see who it was, his neck got squeezed tight and his whole body burned with pain. Right before his eyes appeared a face full of smug arrogance. Seong-yu, this superpowered punk you just mentioned wanna see me send you off to sell salt. The guy's strength and physique totally outmatched Seong-yu's. That choking grip around his neck was anything but comfortable. Seeing the fire in Seong-yu's eyes, the superpowered guy only tightened his hold further. Just as he thought he was about to get wiped out, a girl behind him spoke up. Anyone linked to the guild can represent it and use the guild's name whenever needed. Any intentional harm against guild members is treated as a direct attack on the guild itself. Didn't you know these guild rules? This girl was a hunter from Hongvu Branch 17, a superpowered scout named Pakwonder Trong, and the guild they mentioned was no joke because during the genocide caused by the spatial rift, that guild was the only force still fighting to keep peace in Hongvu. They built safe zones where humans could survive and take on missions like hunting monsters. And Seong-yu was serving that very guild. So a superpowered guild member attacking a non-powered guild member. Are you sure you are ready to face the consequences of that? When Trong pressed on, the guy choking Seong-yu was also a hunter from Branch 17, a physical superpowered named Kim Seong-yu. When Trong's words hit the mark reluctantly, the guy had no choice but to release his grip. Seong-yu literally got thrown to the ground. 5 red finger marks were imprinted on his neck. Seong-yu struggled to catch his breath and calm down. When Trong sat down in front of him, worry lining her face. You okay? She asked. I am Hunter Yin Trong. He snapped back. Seong-yu's reply was curt when Trong threw him a look that said, please, do not act like you are so noble, as if you are doing all this for some grand purpose. If another hunter had not shown up right then, Seong-yu probably would be charged straight at her. That person was Mark Lin, captain of Branch 17's hunter team. John Chansu was the one Bisk told Jamie to call earlier to discuss something important at headquarters. Bisk was waiting for them in a private room, and Chansu told Seong-yu to come along too. Seeing all Mark Lin's hunters gathered here made him a bit nervous, wondering what the hell was going on. Once inside, Bizik announced they would just received a mission to guard the barricades from Wong Mai City. Looks like she passed out again. Huh. You said. You are right. From now until she recovers, our job is to act as bait. Chansu replied, another ice mission? I have never done one before, but it seems like these kinds of tasks have been popping up more lately. Seong-yu does not seem too thrilled about this. Looks like she is holding herself back. Rumor has it she has not been sleeping well lately. Tell them to protect their own turf. Who do they think we are? They're slaves. Seong-yu still is not convinced, but manager Busik said the other side must be seriously desperate to come to us this time. Just hearing the terms they offered says it all. The reward for this mission: citizenship rights for wanderers like us in the wasteland. Seong-yu was stunned hearing this, while Chansu stayed a bit calmer, so they must be backed into a corner. Who'd ever think they would offer their notoriously strict citizenship as a reward? After hearing that, Seong-yu jumped at the chance to take the mission on and also wanted to go, eager to see the legendary city from the rumors. For some, of course, the chance at citizenship was too good to pass up. So he accepted the mission. The Marklin squad was complete, and Chansu told them to meet at the southwest gate at 6 am tomorrow to set off. That night, Seong-yu did not rush to bed. He started researching some things. The safe zone of Home Mai Waiwang is actually one of the largest cities in the world after the genocide. The city is shielded by an energy core field that keeps magical beasts out. That so-called shield is exactly this energy core field. It has been maintained and protected for decades by a high-level super-powered individual named Beaches. But since she has been having problems lately, the shield started to show signs of failure. Their mission is to hold the line until she recovers and returns, because if a Grade's magical beast attacks while Beaches is resting, Even the superpowered residents of Hong Mai Waiwang would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. After facing such devastation, the city decided to change tactics. Without shame, they turned to the people from the wasteland they always looked down on, asking for help to save their own. That is why, in the earlier conversation, Chan-su mentioned acting as bait and that citizenship was the mission reward. Alongside the three in the Mag-Lin Hunter team, Seong-yu took on the role of guide for the mission. At first, Chan-su planned to follow the old route they were familiar with, but Seong-yu said the environment has changed a lot recently. He heard a level 5 magical beast named Gagoi appeared in the area, so the old path is pretty dangerous now. That is why Seong-yu planned a new route to avoid all magical beasts level 11 and above. Then Ben pulled out a map and pointed the way for them. The four started moving along the new path Seong-yu laid out, but not long after, Seong-yu suddenly signaled the group to stop. "Kid, what is up?" Seong-yu impatiently asked. Seong-yu motioned for everyone to stay silent. Then he sat down, carefully examining a strange footprint on the ground. Seong-yu was not sure if it was from a magical beast or not, so he asked the hunter on in to use her enhanced vision to check the area, especially the dense dust clouds in the distance. On-in immediately activated her superpower and looked through the dust clouds, but saw nothing alarming. "So what is the deal? Stop freaking everyone out already," Seong-yu urged again. Seong-yu explained that if he is not mistaken, a group of small demons passed through this area about 15 minutes before them. They have incredibly sharp hearing, and even though they were heading in a different direction from them, I am sure they caught their scent and turned back. The moment Seong-yu said that, and Trong suddenly panicked, because inside that thick sand cloud, she spotted something off. "He is not lying, they really are turning back toward us." Chonix-yu clicked his tongue, knowing he could trust Seong-yu to lead the way. And what Seong-yu wants to do now is cut off the path of that little monster squad, because out of those four, two of them can stand fighting each other, namely Yu and the hunter In Trong. "There is a bridge to the north we can use." Seong-yu ordered the big guy to carry In Trong on his shoulders. They have to get to that bridge as fast as possible. Since when did this kid learn to boss people around like that? Seong-yu gritted his teeth in frustration, but still had to run carrying In Trong. Hey, he is a superpowered physical freak. Remember, that kid's pretty cool, but I would advise you to pick up the pace. And Trong giggled on his back. Looks like those little monsters chasing the roaring wind behind them, so they have to run flat out. Seong-yu's the only one without powers, but he is still running fast. Still, those little monsters are just as fast as them. Before long, the four saw the level 18 monster horde closing in right behind them. These kinds of monsters, one alone is weaker than a level 19 spider, but when they team up, they are deadly. So facing a whole squad of monsters is seriously dangerous. On wide open flat ground, even superpowered fighters struggle against them. Looking at their lineup now, only two are level 17 superpowered, Seong-yu and Trong, but only one of them is actually skilled in combat. Chun is also superpowered with combat skills, but he is only level 10, so a head-on fight would be reckless. That is why Seong-yu led them to the bridge. The bridge is about 4 meters wide and 6 to 7 meters long. It is a perfect spot to defend if the captain and hunter Seong-yu hold the middle of the bridge well. Theoretically, they can win easily, but there are two wildcards in the mix, so Seong-yu is not taking anything for granted. Once they reached the bridge, he quickly assigned roles. As planned, the two skilled fighters will face the monsters in the middle of the bridge. The first wildcard is the only girl in the group. Whenever a fight breaks out, she is the one who needs protection, because she can fight. Protecting Trong will distract Seong-yu and Chan-su somewhat, so it is best to keep her far from the monster brawl to avoid complications. Seong-yu shielded her with his body and drew his leather spear. Like I said, even though he is not superpowered, he has been in hundreds of battles, so he has got at least some self-defense skills. The second wildcard is that skill level is just a number, it does not show a person's full strength. Captain Chin-su is famous all over Area 17, but in practice, Seong-yu has never seen him fight for real or verified his skills firsthand. Conversely, both Seong-yu and En Trong are level 17, but just recently joined the Mark Line Hunter team, so how well they will fight is still a mystery. Until these unknowns are settled, Seong-yu can afford to relax. Just as they finished forming their formation, the little monster horde caught up. As captain, Chan-su naturally had to strike first. His weapon is a double-edged axe. With one strong swing, Chan-su sent a dozen little monsters flying. Taking advantage of that, he charged forward to take down a few more. Seong-yu was just as fierce. He is young and full of energy, so when he faced that horde of little demons, Seong-yu unleashed every ounce of his power. Watching how they fought, Seong-yu started thinking maybe those two worries were just him overthinking. Even though the demon squad was pretty large, their fierce counterattacks were seriously impressive. Their strength was downright terrifying. But still, one of the two things he feared actually happened. While Seong-yu was focused on watching the two ahead, a monster sneaked up behind and targeted Eun Jong. It slammed her to the ground, Letting out a sharp scream, Sivong Yu was instantly distracted and whipped his head around. Look ahead. Dude, don't he turn around. Someone yelled urgently, making Song Yu even more annoyed. Damn it. This guy just orders everyone around all day. He was cursing and pissed off at the little demons at the same time. Meanwhile, the little demon raised its axe, aiming to chop off Zhong's neck. Luckily, Sivong Yu pulled her back just in time, so the axe only snipped a few strands of her hair. They tumbled across the ground, Sivong Yu backing up close to the bridge edge, shielding Zhong behind him. He did not have superpowers to fight, so he had to handle this mess himself to avoid slowing the others down. But since Sivong Yu lacked powers, this was seriously tough. No matter how quick he was, his knife and basic physical attacks just were not enough to take down a little demon in one hit. It only made the creature mad as hell. Sivong Yu fought while retreating, rolling on the ground nonstop, clearly struggling to keep up. Just when the demon nearly slashed the dagger from his hand, Chansu suddenly charged in, stabbing the monster's shoulder with his small knife. The enemy yelped in pain and dropped its axe. At that moment, Sivong Yu sprang up and swung his big knife, cleanly chopping off the monster's head. Sivong Yu and Chansu had now finished their defensive mission. After wiping out the demons, they turned back, and Song Yu started blaming the guide. Hey, you are supposed to protect her carefully. You know, Sivong Yu's hands were still covered in monster blood, shaken from the recent fight. When Zhong snapped back at him, "It is because you could not finish them off that they attacked me. How was I supposed to know they would sneak up like that? Besides, I was trying to help. But this kid just..." Sivong Yu was right to tell you to focus on fighting. Chansu cut him off. If you would run away, defending the rear would be been way harder, and everything would be gone to Chiao's. Then the guide turned to Sivong Yu, asking, "You are okay, right?" Sivong Yu said he was fine, but inside he was still feeling the sting from the fight. He felt like he would failed not only to protect Zhong, but also had to rely on her healing him. No matter how hard he tried, not having superpowers was a brutal disadvantage. Hey Sivong, maybe we should get out of here quickly. There might be other monsters lurking, Chansu added. This time, Sivong Yu shook his head, since there were so many low-level monsters around. It meant no stronger ones were nearby, so everyone could finally relax. The four of them slowly moved forward again after entering a ruined, abandoned city. Sivong Yu asked, "Hey guide, are we there yet?" The guide did not answer and suddenly darted ahead, driving Sivong Yu nuts. "Seriously? No answer again. I am talking to you. You know." Sivong Yu swiftly climbed onto the roof of an abandoned house, then shouted for the others to join him. From here, they could finally see Wang Mingyi's archway, the place where their mission awaited. From a distance, the barrier looked impressively massive. As they got closer, Zhong could not resist reaching out to touch the archway. But just as she hesitated, Sivong Yu grabbed her arm and pushed her firmly inside. Zhong let out a piercing scream, while Sivong Yu flashed a triumphant grin. "Haha! Did you just get shocked? Seriously? What am I supposed to do if I have a heart attack?" Zhong quickly pulled her hand back, but in reality, she felt absolutely nothing. Seeing that, Sivong Yu relaxed and reached out to touch the halo, only to find he felt nothing either. Thought something crazy would happen, like a shock or a hit, or maybe Wang would show up, but nothing happened. This made Sivong Yu start doubting whether this thing could really stop monsters. Chansu Lian said this halo has been around for over 10 years, so he fully trusted it. And so, the four of them stepped inside. Just as they passed through the halo, they were quickly stopped by a stern-faced officer. He demanded their papers, and Chansu Lian presented his documents. After scanning and verifying successfully, the officer handed them 4 wristbands. These looked like polished crystal bracelets, really sleek. The officer also warned that the frontline defense would activate at 7 am sharp tomorrow, so they should rest tonight and be on time in the morning. Their lodging would be assigned in the public training area, and once the sun sets, they are not allowed to leave their spots, because the residents of Wangmai City get seriously paranoid about strangers wandering around at night. "So what if we try sneaking around anyway?" Sivong Yu asked, clearly annoyed by the officer's arrogant tone. "Then you will lose an arm. And if you try to forcibly remove that bracelet, it will explode, so watch yourself." By now, all 4 of them had strapped the bands onto their wrists. Sivong Yu and Trong could not hide their panic, realizing they were basically wearing ticking time bombs. Sivong Yu sometimes wondered if they were hunters or toddlers running a daycare. Next, the officer led them deeper inside. Honestly, Sivong Yu knew that if the bands were really meant to block monsters, a thin energy barrier would be been enough, but this elaborate shield was more of a symbolic, no trespassing sign for outsiders. Just shows how much the people of Wangmai City look down on outsiders from the Huangwu region. Once inside the city, both Trong and Sivong Yu showed expressions of quiet awe. No surprise they were stepping into a city for the first time. This place was a world apart from Huangwu, Everything was calm and peaceful, people leisurely sipping coffee or reading newspapers in the park. What they were experiencing could not have been more different from their daily struggles back home. "Hu, are you heading to the public training area?" Chanshu asked. But Song-Hu wanted to explore and see if there was anything useful around the city. So they split up for now and agreed to meet later at their lodging. Song-Hu strolled through downtown. Wangmai City was so peaceful it felt unreal. He walked into an antique shop, and just as the door opened, he bumped into a girl carrying 3 big boxes out of the house. With her vision blocked, she dropped a card. But by the time Song-Hu picked it up, she was already gone. He slipped the card into his pocket, then bought a few seemingly useless items. The shop owner could not even explain why he was buying them. "I need these for some personal stuff." "How much?" Song-Hu explained briefly. "You will pay in crystals." "Right? I do not take iron coins." The owner replied. "Of course." Just as Song-Hu was about to pull out his wallet, something eye-catching caught his gaze inside a glass case. According to the owner, it was a magic bomb like a stun grenade. Pull the pin, and explodes on impact. You are allowed to sell weapons to civilians. Song-Hu was surprised. The owner explained that this was not really considered a weapon, since it was not deadly, but if it exploded right in front of you, you would not see a thing, and these were made because people actually wanted to buy them. As they were talking, the girl from before rushed back into the shop. Panicked. "Sir, have you seen my entrance card anywhere?" Song-Hu pulled the card from his pocket and handed it back to her. The girl looked overjoyed, then pulled out her business card and gave it to him. "You dress like you are from the Huangwu region. If you are a superpowered user, I can hook you up with some designs." "I am not a superpowered user," Song-Hu replied. Hearing that, the girl looked genuinely surprised. Then she started reaching out to touch his hand. Her touch was so natural it made Song-Hu pull back in awkward confusion. "Hey, I told you I am not superpowered. What are you doing?" Song-Hu said with irritation. At that moment, the girl flustered and quickly apologized for overstepping, but she also explained she just felt something was off and wanted to check because she clearly sensed signs that Song-Hu was superpowered. But when she tested, she could not detect any powers at all. "This is seriously weird." Her words left Song-Hu shaken and confused. After that awkward moment, the girl got a call and hurriedly said goodbye before leaving. That night, Song-Hu returned to rest. In the end, he still bought that magic bomb for protection, but all he could think about were the strange words she said. Honestly, the one thing Song-Hu wanted more than anyone else was to become a superpowered user. He would studied all the signs and methods to awaken powers, but in the end, he would never been able to become what he would dreamed of. Time passed, and Song-Hu accepted the truth, stepping back to focus on his role as a guide. He thought he would given up long ago, but hearing someone call him superpowered today stirred his heart again. He could not sleep. The feeling was maddening. He did not understand how that girl could say such nonsense. Song-Hu tried to shake off these wild thoughts, knowing he would be in trouble if they distracted him at work tomorrow. The next morning, Song-Hu and his teammates stood before the city's protective barrier. Besides them, many hunters from the wildlands had gathered, tensely counting down 10 seconds before the shield went down. When the timer hit 0, they all charged out together. As the guide, Song-Hu also took on the role of the team as strategist. Like before, survival was the ultimate goal he set. Chansu did not argue. She trusted him and followed his lead. The other two did not object either. The defensive perimeter plan was officially activated. Soon, some hunters fell to monsters outside the barrier. Screams and the stench of blood filled the air. Chansu shouted for her team to run fast and never look back. Song-Hu led the 4 of them to the left, temporarily dodging the deadly sweep of the relentless harvesters. One hunter could not take it anymore. He ran crying toward the gate. "President or whoever, I quit. Let me go back now." But 2 guards at the gate stopped him. When he tried to break through, those same 2 finished him off. Antrong could not help but turn back to look. The scene shook her up even more than hunters falling to monsters. "Captain, did you see that?" she screamed. But Chansu kept running and told her not to look back. It was Antrong and Song-Hu's first time on this kind of mission, so they did not know much. But Song-Hu understood clearly. The reason the Golden City called them here was not because their hunters were weak, but to use the Golden King's hunters as bait. The city only needed a few bait to draw the monsters' attention. While the barrier came down, the 4 kept running, aiming to avoid contact as much as possible. Suddenly, Antrong spotted a pack of monsters rushing in from the northwest. As soon as Song-Hu heard that, he immediately stopped. "Hold on. Based on my guess, that swarm has to be a pack of level 9 predatory birds. So how the heck are we supposed to fight them?" Huskar asked. Huskar shook his head. Even a pack of level 18 weak monsters already had their group on the ropes, and level 9 predators are way tougher. Each level 9 predatory bird is basically as strong as a whole pack of weak monsters. They are totally outmatched. Soma? Huskar pulled out 4 swimming goggles and diving gear he snagged from the thrift shop yesterday and handed each person a set. Then he showed them how to hide their bodies in the swamp. It sounds gross, but this is the best way to stay hidden from those predators. Huskar knows the city's super-powered agents can handle those birds. But mercenaries like them can teed, they just need to survive. So the four of them lay still in the swamp, the sounds of slaughter and screams outside feeling like they belonged to another world. Time passed, and Huskar cautiously moved forward first. The scene on the shore had turned into a massacre. Superpowered agents were dropping left and right, most torn apart, their bodies barely intact. All right, everyone, we can move up now, Huskar said. And the other three followed him out of the swamp, even though Huskar is a tough guy. Seeing the carnage onshore shook him to his core, just as he predicted. Every hunter who ran into that pack of predatory birds had died. Then he pulled out a map, saying they had to track the birds' footprints. Since they are territorial, no other monsters would be found where they passed. After all, their main goal was to find a safe place and survive. A full day went by, and the four-man team managed to stay alive. They turned on the lights inside an abandoned house and waited. According to Chansu, the last operation took a few hours, so this one would probably be the same. They had no choice but to sit tight and wait for the signal. Suddenly, Huskar jumped up, tense as hell, sensing the tension. Immediately cut the lights. While Huskar and Chansu pulled out their weapons, though Huskar did not see anything yet. He had a gut feeling something was off. The four all stared toward the door. It was unnervingly silent, and that silence only made them more uneasy. Then, out of the darkness, a pair of glowing eyes suddenly appeared. The four of them froze in terror, and Chansu ordered Huskar and on to fall back. The massive creature with those piercing eyes was a black praying mantis. Huskar panicked, because he knew almost nothing about this monster. All he knew was it was a flying demon resembling a praying mantis, about 6 feet tall and 13 feet long. Beyond that, there was no info on its weaknesses or how to kill it, no records whatsoever. With zero intel on this enemy, Huskar suggested the team retreat, but this time, Chansu wanted to fight. Huskar thought that was reckless. Just because you do not know its level does not mean it is weak, especially since it came from the predator's territory, meaning it is even stronger than that whole pack. As he finished speaking, the black praying mantis suddenly charged and leapt into the air. On screamed out in panic. No wonder. She had zero combat skills. In the dark, with limited vision, the four turned their backs to each other, trying to defend themselves, but it was so dark. Huskar was starting to get disoriented. Huskar shouted at On to use her night vision. She tried scanning the darkness, but could not spot the monster anywhere. The tension was suffocating. The other three stayed silent, barely daring to breathe, so On could focus. Then suddenly, they heard something approaching. Huskar guessed the monster was about to ambush them, and if they followed the sound, they might find it. But what he did not expect was that the attack came from right behind him. Huskar immediately drew his dagger, swinging upwards to block the strike, but the mantis attack was so powerful, it knocked his dagger away and slammed him into the wall. On in Lo's anxious turn, she spotted the black mantis perched right atop Yu's head. Looks like it is planning to take him out first before moving on to the others. He saw the captain, Axe, standing firm in front of him. It is on. Get out of here, Chansu shouted. A new staying put would only slow everyone down, so he quickly got up and fled. He turned back toward the two younger hunters. Clearly, the darkness had put them at a serious disadvantage. Damn it! Got a little light now. Huh? U grumbled under his breath. Hearing that, U suddenly had an idea. He pulled a glowing orb from his pocket and tossed it toward Chansu. Thanks to the light, Chansu could finally see the black mantis staring down at him with pure arrogance. A hurry to wipe the orb clean, but Chansu yelled sharply, "Stop! You can move recklessly like that." U's steps froze immediately. He knew the captain was right. They were struggling to fight in such a cramped, poorly lit space. One wrong move, and they would end up hurting each other. Given the situation, the best choice was for U to stay put, but Chansu was already having a tough time battling the predator bird, and this black mantis was even stronger. He was trapped in a life or death struggle. To make matters worse, the monster was not just powerful, it was smart enough to set traps by mimicking sounds from other directions to mask its real location. U could not even imagine how Chansu planned to outwit and outfight it. Then Chansu readied himself for battle. A radiant aura shimmered around him, glowing like silver moonlight in the darkness. The three others instantly realized Chansu was pushing his limits, maxing out his stats. And on the other side, the black mantis launched its attack. After its legs struck Chansu's axe blade, it was temporarily knocked back. Seizing the moment, Chansu lunged forward, pouring almost all his strength into a deadly strike. But sadly, the black mantis blocked his attack this time. Not only that, it retaliated fiercely. The monster's speed was lightning fast. As it struck Chansu, the three young hunters screamed in terror. "Captain, Luckily, Chan Su's battle experience is not lacking. He quickly twisted his axe blade sideways, blocking the mantis blow otherwise. They would all be finished, but the monster's strength was brutal. Chan Su staggered back several steps, and if pushed any further, he would lose. Not stopping there, the creature jabbed one of its razor-sharp front legs into Chan Su's leg, sending waves of agony through him. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, making Chan Su look even weaker. Watching their captain strain with all his might yet still be forced back step by step, Hugh could not hold back any longer. Ignoring the limited visibility, he charged forward, swinging his sword at the monster, but the black mantis was way stronger than they would imagined. While still pinning Chan Su down, it casually kicked Hugh flying right into the wall. The impact cracked the wall, leaving a huge hole where his body hit. That alone showed just how much pain Who must be in. The whole sequence happened so fast, leaving Cho and on and frozen in shock. Then, the black mantis pulled its front leg off Chan Su's leg, switching targets, this time aiming straight for his shoulder. The monster's leg was sharper than any sword. Chan Su let out a scream of pure agony. His shoulder felt like it was being ripped apart. He struggled to breathe, feeling his strength drain away. When he finally collapsed, the black mantis, satisfied, shoved him aside, stabbed hard, then thrown harshly against the wall. Chan Su was completely exhausted. His entire body slammed hard onto the ground, whether he was alive or dead. No one knew. Then, the black mantis turned its head, glaring straight at Huskart and Untrong. It seemed their strength had finally run out. Untrong was so terrified she started shaking, slowly sliding down. Meanwhile, Hu pulled out his familiar long dagger. Even though he knew Chan Su had failed, he figured his own outcome would not be much better. The black mantis' main weapons were its front legs, far deadlier than any ordinary knife or sword. If they faced off head-on, Hu's dagger would be shredded before he even had a chance to strike. To win, Hugh had no choice but to find the enemy's weak spot. But did this chopping machine actually have a weak point? Was it its neck, or somewhere else? The black mantis steadily advanced as it closed in on Hugh's cart. He felt smaller and more helpless than ever. Yet, right then, something clicked in his mind. Standing right in front of the mantis, he noticed the joints connecting its legs to its body looked surprisingly fragile. With his battle-hardened instincts, Hu was almost certain this was the weak spot. Throwing caution to the wind, he charged forward. His dagger stabbed the joint, but nothing happened, no damage at all. Despair hit him instantly. The mantis snapped its front leg and sent him flying. Hu lay crumpled on the ground, gasping just to breathe, let alone get up. And yet, that mantis was lunging at him again. It slammed its razor-sharp front legs into the ground, trapping Hugh's hands just half a glove's width apart. He was completely pinned. This feeling was terrifying, but the black mantis was not killing him as fast as he would feared. Instead, its body began to hum softly, making eerie, unsettling noises. Who could not tell if it was crying or mocking him? Could this monster really be that smart? But honestly, that did not even matter anymore. At that moment, all who felt was despair. Taking down the black mantis was something even Captain Chan Su could not manage. How could he possibly pull off a miracle? Who had already accepted he was about to say goodbye to this world. But then, some noises echoed from outside. Who could not make out what it was, but whatever it was, it distracted the black mantis. The mantis even pulled its front legs out from the ground and darted away through the window. At first, Hu was stunned. Then he gasped for air with all his might. He was still alive. He did not understand why the mantis left. He even wondered if it spared him, because he was too weak to bother with. And what was that strange sound he heard? Who had never heard anything like it before? Was it some kind of unique cry from magical beasts? Hey, are you okay? Seeing Hugh dazed, and Trong reached out and grabbed his hand. Suddenly, Who noticed the glowing bracelet on her wrist. Right? He almost forgot something crucial, the defensive barrier plan. Who rubbed his hand. Sure enough, his bracelet was glowing too. He asked Untrong how long the bracelet had been shining, but she was too tense to notice earlier. This glow was the signal that the barrier was activated. That meant they had to head back immediately. He said, but what about the captain and the other guy? They looked badly injured. Who rushed to check. Luckily, Chan Su was not hit in any vital spot. Pain and blood loss had just knocked him out temporarily. He had been slammed against a wall and was still dizzy, not fully conscious yet. He hoisted Chan Su on his shoulder. They needed to get these two wounded men treated ASAP. Untrong was in charge of carrying Hugh's cart. The journey was long and brutal, but somehow all four of them survived. Now, it was just a race against time. Hugh's crew genuinely hoped they would make it to the safe barricade setup. Meanwhile, the officers from Kwangmai City started tallying the casualties among those involved in the barricade defense operation. This time, a total of 86 hunters from the Hongvu region joined in. So far, 58 confirmed dead, 17 wounded, and 11 missing. But what shocked everyone was when Hugh's four-man team returned completely unharmed shortly after. The four were immediately rushed to the hospital. Luckily, team leader Chansu, though seriously injured, was still alive. Nurse Ontrong took care of him. But apparently, the food here was so bland that Chansu kept complaining nonstop. You are really gonna keep whining about the food like this forever. You gotta eat all this if you want to get better fast. If you do not want to eat this stuff, how about tasting my fist instead, even if you are the team leader? I want to go easy on you. Ontrong's sharp words echoed all the way down the hallway. Yusam, Hua's teams just lay silently on the beds across from them. Silently grateful they were not the team leader. Ontrong usually seemed weak in battle, but when she got mad, man, she was terrifying. Chansu was only saved when someone knocked on the door, cutting off Ontrong's fairy disrap. Only then did she stop yelling at him. A dignified man in a suit entered, introducing himself as Jin Sewong, the city's deputy director of administration. Chansu looked a bit annoyed meeting this guy, but out of basic courtesy, he still extended his hand for a handshake. Looks like you are recovering pretty well. Huh, the power of our team as spiritualist is not too shabby. Right? Jin Sewong flashed a fake smile dripping with hypocrisy. Yeah? But what is the city administration crew doing here anyway? Chansu asked back. I can answer that here, Jin Sewong replied awkwardly. Chansu got the hint and quickly told the other three to step outside so he could speak privately with Jin Sewong, who guessed they were in there hashing out some kind of reward, like a certificate to officially live in this city. But you suspected it was not that simple. The deputy director personally visiting someone from Hongvu. Something smelled fishy. Inside the hospital room, Jin Sewong started throwing out polite small talk, like how everyone surviving was a miracle. Chansu did not buy the word miracle for a second. He firmly believed their survival owed more to the fact that their leader was insanely tough. You mean the guy who is not even a superpowered? Jin Sewong asked again. Yep. I still can't believe he pulled off something that huge. Chansu answered. Sure, it is great everyone made it back alive. But we are all pretty shaken up, did not expect this at all. Finally, Jin Sewong got to the point, judging by his tone. Chansu instantly knew the next news was not good. When their talk ended, Chansu called on Trong and who back inside, though still injured, who was so furious he snapped a wooden chair in the room. Yu and Ontrong stayed silent, their faces a tangled mess of emotions. Calm down. Chansu tried to soothe him, but how could who stay calm now? Because the deputy director had just said they would only be allowed 2 citizen certificates as rewards, and worse, the Hong Mai City administration had already assigned those 2 certificates to Yu and Ontrong. This infuriated Hugh since he nearly died on that journey too. That is the administration's call. We do not get a say. Chansu said again. Lies? Hugh yelled in his face. How the hell would those bastards know what really went down? If you want to give up your certificate, you can because that person volunteered for it. But who is the second strongest? Isn't it painfully obvious that it is me? Then why the hell did that unlicensed guy get the certification instead of me? By now, Chansu could not hold back his frustration anymore. He barked out loud. Who? Watch your language, do not be so rude in front of them. Just saying his full formal name was enough to show how furious Chansu really was. Meanwhile, the one who'd been getting yelled at by Xavong Hu nonstop showed no obvious reaction. I think it is fine, he said calmly, which only made the grumpy guy yell even louder. Of course you think it is fine, since you are already some kind of city citizen or whatever. Although Chansu kept telling him to calm down, there was no way Xavong Hu could swallow this without a fight. His hands clenched into fists, shaking uncontrollably. Suang Hu had already figured out that it was not the admin team, but Chansu himself who assigned those 2 citizen certificates to Suang Yu and another guy, thinking they were too weak to survive in Wild Wolf Zone 17. Chansu reassured that even though those 2 did not get citizen certificates, they would still receive other deserving rewards, and another chance to become city citizens would come. Are you kidding me? I do not give a damn about other rewards, none of that compares to my life. After saying that, Suang Hu spun around and stormed off. Honestly, who could blame him? In Wild Wolf Zone, no one knows when they will bite the dust. Who is to say there'll even be a next chance? Once the hospital room door slammed shut, Chansu turned back to Suang Hu and said, You saved us, that is beyond doubt. Don't beat yourself up over the citizen certificate. Suang Hu did not intend to feel guilty. Instead, he accepted it with deep gratitude, because joining this mission was his ticket to stay in this city. This was something Suang Hu had fought tooth and nail, for he had no intention of giving it up. The only question now was whether the hunter Suang Hu could accept that reality. He is just a bit hot-headed, but he will cool down soon, Chen said. Suang Hu truly hoped so, But that very night, he suddenly woke up to noises coming from the bed beside him, thanks to moonlight sneaking past the window. Seong-hyu saw Seong-hyu quietly sit up, then, barefoot, he walked out into the forest and crept toward Chan-su's hospital bed, where the captain was sleeping soundly. Moonlight had officially lost it when he pulled out a gleaming knife. It seemed Seong-hyu was completely blinded by rage. By the time Chan-su calmly opened his eyes, the knife was already plunged deep into him. Chan-su desperately grabbed the attacker's hand to stop the blade from going deeper. "This is all your fault," Seong-hyu screamed, driving the knife down harder, adding a second stab for good measure. Chan-su immediately lost the strength to fight back. The hospital room fell deathly silent. Seong-hyu lay frozen on the hospital bed, as if still half asleep, but a cold sweat drenched his head from the tension. "I am never going back to Wild Wolf Zone again," Seong-hyu muttered, then glanced at Seong-hyu's bed. "You heard that, right?" Suddenly, he lunged toward Seong-hyu's bed, clearly aiming to end him for good. As he pulled aside the curtain, the knife in Seong-hyu's hand stabbed down, but Seong-hyu had already dodged, and Seong-hyu only managed to slice his leg. Then, the smoke bomb he would bought yesterday was tossed down, and before Seong-hyu could even figure out what it was, it exploded. A blinding flash instantly stole his vision. Taking advantage of the moment, Seong-hyu struck back from behind, trapping Seong-hyo's neck with his leg. He still had a dagger in his hand. Without hesitation, he plunged it into his opponent's neck. In Seong-hyu's mind echoed a low voice. "Kill him." The voice made his hand tremble uncontrollably. His eyes filled with doubt. Where was that voice coming from? Despite his uncertainty, the voice kept repeating, "Kill him. Do it." Huskar could not help but raise an eyebrow, so the voice you heard earlier was not just a trick of the mind. Wilmer, Huskar was still frozen in place. Suddenly, Huskar launched a counterattack, slamming you hard against the wall behind. You had no time to react. Your back crashed painfully against the surface. Huskar sneered coldly, cursing, "You damn bastard." Without hesitation, he twisted Ju's wrist cruelly backward, then aggressively pinned him down. You slammed down hard again, unable to hold your breath, coughing up fresh blood. From above, Huskar sneered with disdain. "Just a worthless candy dropped from above." As he spoke, he pulled a knife stuck in his own neck out. Immediately, blood gushed out like a storm, splattering all over the wall behind. Huskar quickly pressed his hand tight against the neck wound. Gritting his teeth, he spat, "A superpowered guy and a loser like you without any skills." Huskar lifted his head, eyes filled with a flicker of fear. But just then, Huskar's arm suddenly twitched violently. He collapsed face first onto the ground, dead on the spot. Huskar stared in shock at his bloodied hand. But what happened next caught you even more off guard. Suddenly, Ji's whole body was enveloped in a surge of energy. You could not help but wonder, was this an awakening? The pain kept intensifying, and you bit your lip, gritting your teeth to endure it. You could not afford to pass out here. Evidence had to be destroyed first. With that thought, you picked up the bloody knife that had fallen to the ground. Slowly, you stood up and walked toward the open window. Without a second thought, you tossed the bloodied knife out. Just then, a sudden thudding sound came from behind Mir. Startled, you turned and saw Chansu, who had somehow woken up, staring at you with sharp eyes. You hesitated. Did he see you kill someone? The next day, in a dark room in the city, sat on a chair, facing a man and several others with masked faces. Your facial wounds had been treated. The man in front spoke first. "We will begin the interrogation." Yesterday morning, after hearing someone scream in the cell, the guards were dispatched. They found a massacre scene. Only one witness and 3 injured people remained. The incident happened hours before it was discovered in the middle of the night. The hunter, who died on the spot from a severed aorta, and Chansu was seriously injured, later dying from blood loss. The only witness, Hunter and Trong, was cleared of suspicion after verification and alibi evidence. Ju was found unconscious with blunt force injuries. All involved were members of the Hunter team from District 17. Maglin, and now, you are the only one who can tell this group exactly what happened. Jinmer, Ju squinted at you, then after a moment said, "You have been a guide for Team Maglin for 3 years and volunteered twice for city maintenance as an unskilled worker." Pausing on each word, he asked, "May I confirm you are a regular citizen? Is that right?" Without hesitation, you nodded. "That is right, Jinmer." Ju locked eyes with you and continued, "I will get straight to the point. What happened last night?" As if prepared, you calmly replied, "An attacker broken." Hearing this, a masked figure asked skeptically, "An attacker?" Confirmed. You recounted steadily. "Yes. Someone suddenly entered the cell last night and attacked us." The man pressed further. "Do you remember what the attacker looked like, or what they wore?" You bit your lip. It was too dark. Before you could finish, Jinmer, He pushed up his glasses and said, "Is that so?" But before he could continue, someone else interrupted, calling out, "Deputy Director B. Jinmer." Ju immediately looked up and answered, "Yes, Senator." The other man spoke slowly. "This is an internal matter among the immigrants. No need to blow it out of proportion. Just accept there was an attacker like he said, and maybe increase the patrols. Okay?" Sinix was not convinced. He hesitated before speaking. But something about this case just felt off. The senator perked up, asking, "Off? How so?" Sinix gave a slight nod. Then flicked on the screen with his remote. He spoke slowly. "In the photos, there is blood everywhere at the scene. But outside, no bloodstains, no bloody footprints." This contradicted what Mir Sekangze said about an intruder. Hearing this, Sifang fell silent. Sinks looked at him and pressed on, "That is why I believe Kim Seju fabricated his testimony to cover up his own crimes." Sekwangde looked up, facing him calmly. "Since I am a witness now, can I say something?" Like he said, "You are just an ordinary citizen with no powers. For a regular guy like Xgun-ju to take down two superpowered individuals, especially one with superhuman strength, do you really think he could kill them?" Sinix furrowed his brow, then slowly replied, "Logically, he could not." Sikang responded coldly. "When the mission ended, I was still treated like a regular person. Why would I risk my life trying to kill two superpowered beings when I did not even have the ability?" Sinix frowned and thought for a moment before speaking. The suspect's denial makes sense. The Maglin team is an elite strike force. It is rare to see just a regular person among them. There is a strong chance this was the work of another superpowered individual trying to pose as a civilian. Plus, the crime scene shows signs of a fight. That is why he argued. If Xkongju was powerless, he should have more severe injuries than those scratches. This made Ziyu flinch. "That day, you were beaten badly. But your body held up because you awakened right after Xenis analysis." A mysterious voice spoke up. "We have our answer. Why do not you make a conclusion?" Sink shook his head hesitantly. "Wait. What I said is based on Kim Soo-jun not being a superpowered." The other person doubted. "Right? But so what?" Singsa shouted toward the door. "Please come in." Witness? Sinixi was stunned. Only members of the Mark Line team knew about this witness. Just then, the door swung open slowly, and someone stepped inside. Seeing her, Si Kwang froze. He recognized the newcomer immediately. Noticing his reaction, Sins addressed her. "Please introduce yourself." The woman, wearing glasses, was the same girl who Ji had met before. She spoke calmly. "I, a researcher with the city's development and research team." Si Kwangji's expression darkened instantly. Sinks then asked Mary, "What is your role here?" Marie answered honestly, "I identify the abilities of fake superpowered individuals and assign tasks accordingly." Sinks pressed further. "How do you determine their abilities?" Mary responded slowly. "I have a superpower that lets me identify what fake superpowers people possess." Nodding, Xing said coldly, "Kim, you claim you are not a fake superpowered, and that might hold true. For now." Sang remained silent, worried about Maria's sudden appearance. Xing then suggested, "Marie, please stand in front of Kim Skun-ju." She nodded softly. "All right." Since continued icily, "Some people awaken as fake superpowered later in life. And even if Kim Xing-jia is not one now, if he gains any abilities during this mission, he will become a suspect." This was Sinx's theory. While he spoke, Murray stepped in front of Xing-ju. She gazed at him for a long moment. The atmosphere thick with awkward tension. No one spoke. Memories of their last meeting flashed back. Murray had accidentally touched Sifkwang-ju's hand. At that moment, she said she sensed fake superpowers inside him. Now, he was scared, terrified she might realize it again this time. Seeing their silence, Sinx spoke again. "If that is the case, please confirm whether Kim So-ju is a fake superpowered or not." Murray finally snapped awake, then looked toward Hunchback's car and said, "Please, give me your hand." Hunchback's car did not resist. He slowly reached out and took her hand. Murray closed her eyes gently, taking in the moment slowly. Every second that passed, Hunchback's car could hear the fragile pounding of his own heart. He took a deep breath, then closed his eyes as well. Hunchback's car recalled the scene from that day when Chan Su was on his deathbed. Even then, he worried about him, using his last breath to give one final warning. "Run before Hoskar kills you." Hearing that, Hunchback's car felt like breaking down in tears. He was so out of it that he did not even realize Hoskar had already died, and despite all that, he still cared about him first. Before passing away, he left behind only those words. Hunchback's car was heartbroken, standing by the hospital bed, crying his heart out. But at that moment, an energy suddenly surged from inside Chansu's body, making Hunchback's car panic and mutter, "What the hell is going on?" Before he could even make sense of it, the energy shot straight into him. Pain crashed over him again. A knocking mirror. Hunchback's car down to the ground. He clenched his jaw fiercely. This feeling was exactly like the time he first awakened. Wait, was this a second awakening? But very quickly, Hunchback's car realized this was something far more powerful. The energy forcefully invaded his body, the pain climbing higher until he threw his head back and screamed. After a while, the energy faded, but it left Hunchback's car unconscious on the ground, slipping into a coma. Back in reality, after a moment, Hunchback's car felt no different and slowly opened his eyes. Once again, he saw Mary staring at him, wide-eyed. After a long pause, she turned to Jin's car and said, Jin's car nodded slowly and said, "Please, tell us the results." Marie hesitated for a moment before confidently declaring, "Hunchback's car is not a super-powered." Jin's car could not believe it and shouted anxiously, "Are you serious? Are you sure?" Mary calmly replied, "Yes, he is definitely just a normal person." Even Hunchback's car was shocked if she saw he had awakened. Then what the hell was she trying to pull? With Mary's confirmation, Jin's car fell silent. Then someone behind cleared their throat and said, "I think the results are clear. Let Mary go." Hearing this, the mysterious figure behind nodded and added, "Then let us assume this murder was committed by someone without citizenship trying to kill someone who has it." Then he ordered, "Consider all superpowered individuals without citizenship in this strike team as suspects. Check their alibis thoroughly." Jin's car asked suspiciously, "So what do we do about Hunchback's car?" Before the person behind could answer, Hunchback's car spoke up, "I will give up my citizenship and return to the wild wasteland." Jin's car's eyes nearly popped out in shock. The city council did not oppose it. "Why are you making this decision?" Hunchback's car explained slowly. "From the start, I thought Captain Chan-Su and the hunters deserved citizenship." Jin's car felt this did not add up and immediately argued, "You fought so hard to get this. If you refuse it now, you will have to start all over if you want it again." Jin asked what really made Hunchback's car give up his citizenship and return to the wild wasteland. Without hesitation, he answered, "Like you said, it is all because of citizenship. I do not want to survive only to be suspected of killing the teammates I have spent 3 years struggling alongside. Nor do I want citizenship if it means living under attack while the real culprit still roams free." Hearing this, the mysterious figure nodded in agreement. "Sounds reasonable. Nothing suspicious." But Jin's car still felt something was off. In the end, Hunchback's car was freed as he wished and prepared to return to the wild wasteland. Antrong came over to say goodbye. The two exchanged a few words, and then she headed back to the city. Si Kwangju watched Antrong's retreating figure, lost in thought for a long moment. Then, he turned and started walking out of the city, but barely 2 steps in, a voice rang out from behind, making him freeze in place. It was Mary. She looked frantic, like if she did not catch up soon, Sequang would be gone for good. Marie was panting hard before catching her breath and saying, "You are really moving fast." Sequang raised an eyebrow, eyeing her warily. What was her real motive here? Mary smiled slightly. "Honestly, I am just hoping they do not realize you are a superpowered and let you leave the city." Si Kwangju was not surprised. He could tell she already knew everything, but if she meant to do anything serious, she would have done it at the trial. Thinking it over, he finally spoke slowly. "I think I awakened because of that guy." Mary nodded firmly. "I do not think you intended to kill your teammates. You must have been in some kind of impossible situation." Si Kwangju looked at her in shock and asked suspiciously, "If you know everything, then why did not you say anything?" Mary grinned. "Because I am genuinely fascinated by your powers." Then she took a step closer, lowering her voice. Mary said, "From what I can tell, your ability is pretty unique. It has got me hooked." She sensed something completely different from the usual superpowered people she would met before. Song-ju was startled by that comment. What did she mean? Seeing his silence, Mary continued, "You know there are 6 types of superpowers, right?" Song hesitated, then nodded. "Of course I know." Smiling softly, Marie explained, "Most superpowered folks fall into these 6 categories. There is physical, strength, supernatural, techno-magic, mythical beasts, and psychic magical links. But just like Wang Mian's Beatrice, some do not fit into any of those boxes. They have a vibe that is totally different." Skong asked skeptically, "So what kind of superpower does she have?" Marie answered slowly, "I think you could say her power is creating a shield to protect Wang Mian. In fact, Beatrice is the only one strong enough to create a shield spanning several square kilometers and keep it up all year round. Then Mary asked, "Did anything weird happen when you awakened?" Skongja furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment. Weird? The strangest thing was a voice echoing inside my head, urging me to kill superpowered people. Surprised, Skongji did not hide it, admitting, "I think I heard a voice." Hearing this, Marie perked up excitedly. Exactly. Those with psychic links often hear a voice giving orders. What did it say? Skongjev looked at her, then after a long pause replied, "I do not really remember. Even if Mary means well, there is no reason to spill everything." Mary did not doubt his honesty and murmured, "Really? Strange. That can be." Soon after, she suddenly exclaimed, "Right? The feeling I get from you is so different, just like Senior Beatrice." That sentence sent a chill down Skongji's spine. After hesitating briefly, he whispered, "That is not too bad. But honestly, I do not get it." To be honest, he felt his power was probably just a normal physical ability, but how could it feel like some amazing force capable of protecting an entire city? Mary shook her head gently. "Of course not, it is nowhere near that level. You are a rookie who just awakened." Hearing this, Sifang nodded his head in agreement. Seeing he still did not quite get it, Mary explained slowly. During the Great Flood and when the demonic beasts first appeared, humanity was on the brink of extinction. But the survivors owed their lives to superpowered individuals. Places like Gang Maiwang were ultimately built thanks to those superpowered heroes. So what if superpowered folks like Beatrice and Sun Ju, who do not fit the usual categories, joined forces? What kind of miracle could happen? The only thing Mary worries about right now is how much longer Beatrice can hold on. For decades, she has not cared about her own health, single-handedly keeping that barrier standing. Even Old Man Ju heard from Chansu that people say Beatrice barely ever sleeps. You can totally believe it because similar rumors float around in the wild zone too. While Old Man Ju was lost in thought, suddenly something caught his eye. His vision went completely sharp. Far off, a girl was staring intently at him, but just as quickly, she turned and walked away. Old Man Ju was stunned. No mistake. They definitely locked eyes. She was watching him closely. Mary also spoke up, confused. Senior Beatrice is giving everything she has got, using every last ounce of strength to protect this city's people. Believe it or not, that is up to you. Saying this, she grabbed Old Man Ju's hand firmly and said, "But I can sense your potential as a superpowered being. I have confirmed this feeling. You are not a typical superpowered person. You have huge potential just like Senior Beatrice." She told Old Man Ji that he could end this battle against the monsters and maybe even save humanity. Hearing that, Old Man was stunned. Save humanity? Isn't he that a bit over the top? After the talk with Mary, Old Man quickly left the city. 2 deaths, a judgment blockade, a twice-awakened power unlike any other, and a chilling message about killing superpowered beings echoed in his mind. Old Man Ju was already overwhelmed by everything that happened during his awakening. But saving humanity? Can he really do it? From the gates opening and monsters pouring in, to nearly wiping out mankind just decades ago, those left in the wild zone have only one wish. One goal in life: survival. And Old Man Ju is no different. What matters most to him is not some grand idea of saving humanity, it is figuring out how to survive when he returns to the wild zone. In a place like the wild zone, only the fittest survive. You can get killed if you do not know your own power inside and out. That goes for monsters and humans alike. As a brand new superpowered being, Old Man Ju's top priority is discovering what his power really is. That is why he has not rushed back to the wild zone, but headed toward another city instead. He wants to test his power in this bustling place, the perfect spot to experiment with a newly awakened ability. And at that moment, Old Man Ju sensed something. From a dark corner far off, a sound emerged, paired with a pair of terrifying, blood-red eyes. Looking closer, Old Man realized it was a monster. Panic hit him. Immediately he would encountered a monster way earlier than expected. Slowly, Old Man Dahu backed away as the monster with razor-sharp teeth advanced step by step. Gross green saliva dripped from its mouth. Squinting, Old Man recognized it as a grade 18 monster, a deadly poison cat. Suddenly, it lunged fiercely at him, its sharp claws swiped forward, and Old Man dodged just in time. At that moment, several glowing cores dropped from the poison cat's mouth. Old Man Ju caught sight of them and quickly glanced over. The poison cat closed in step by step, forcing Old Man Ju to retreat. In the blink of an eye, he bumped into a car. No more room to back up. Immediately, the poison cat opened its massive jaws toward Old Man Ju. He dodged just in time, and the cat's teeth clamped hard onto the car behind him. After dodging the attack, Old Man Ju knew he had to deal with those venomous fangs first. Right then, he spotted a manhole cover not far away. Old Man Ju sprinted toward it and started to pry it off. In seconds, Veins bulged on his arm. Gritting his teeth, he poured all his energy into his arm. Before long, the manhole cover came loose, using it as a shield. Old Man glared coldly at the poison cat and said, "Come on, bring it on." Seeming to understand, the poison cat attacked again. This time, Old Man dodged and raised the manhole cover to block. "Your energy keeps radiating, making it impossible for that poison cat to touch your body." Right then, Hunchback Grandpa swung his hand up and cracked the poison cat's chin. That hit forced it to stagger backward. Not giving it a moment to recover, Grandpa Hunchback attacked again. The manhole cover instantly flew toward the poison cat. Its claws were knocked aside, and the cover dropped straight down. Seeing this, Grandpa Hunchback sensed his golden opportunity. He quickly grabbed the manhole cover and, without hesitation, leapt onto the giant insect. The manhole cover in his hand smashed straight into the poison cat's jaw. Its razor-sharp teeth shattered under the blow. The beast's body crumpled, rolling over on the ground, but Grandpa Hunchback did not pause. For a second he kept hammering it with the manhole cover. Slime oozed from the poison cat's body like a relentless rain. Grandpa Hunchback just kept pounding it nonstop. After a while, he finally dropped the manhole cover, and the poison cat was dead from the beating. Only then did Grandpa Hunchback dare to stop and remove the hat from his head. He let out a relieved breath and said, "It is dead." Immediately after, he reached down and pulled the knife from his thigh. Grandpa Hunchback slashed across the poison cat's body. In the blink of an eye, he peeled off its outer layer, revealing a top-tier grade 16 material inside. He scooped it up, then he pulled out the poison cat's organs. He quickly cut a piece and tied it up into a makeshift pouch. Grandpa Hunchback gathered the energy cores the poison cat dropped on the ground and stuffed them into the pouch made from its organs. In no time, he finished, holding a pouch full of energy cores. Grandpa Hunchback smiled triumphantly, saying, "I have killed the poison cat. So does that mean I am at least a grade 16 superpower user? If this was the first test, then I nailed it." With that, he turned and walked away. But the deeper he went into the city, the eerier the silence became. Soon, Grandpa Hunchback spotted a welcome banner hanging in the city, but the message was totally out of place in this creepy atmosphere. He furrowed his brow, muttering, "Way too quiet here." Still, he pressed on, passing a dark alley. He noticed a bloodstain. Grandpa Hunchback cautiously approached and frowned, muttering, "The blood's still fresh." But strangely, there were no bodies or signs of a fight, only blood, which puzzled him deeply. He muttered suspiciously as he walked. Did some killers get them? Just then, Grandpa Hunchback sensed something behind him. He glanced back. Noise was coming from ruins just behind. On high alert, Grandpa Hunchback drew his throwing dagger. Then he sprinted forward, stopping only when he reached a door. But what he saw were 3 kids, which startled him a bit. Raising an eyebrow, he asked skeptically, "Are you survivors living here?" Before they could answer, someone appeared behind Grandpa Hunchback's back. Feeling this, he instantly spun around. The newcomer charged straight at him. Grandpa Hunchback quickly blocked with his dagger, forcing the attacker to retreat. But instead of stopping, the attacker gained momentum and leapt onto a nearby wall. Seeing this, Grandpa Hunchback was stunned. Was this guy trying to take him down? While he was still thinking, the attacker swung his dagger toward him. Grandpa Hunchback did not dare slack off. He raised his hands to block and slammed an elbow into the attacker's body. The attacker flew backward, skidding across the ground. He quickly scrambled to his feet. Suddenly, the attacker reached behind his back, seemingly grabbing something. This move shocked Grandpa Hunchback. His eyes wide in alarm, the attacker swiftly pulled out a gun, pointed it at Grandpa Hunchback, and barked a warning. "Drop your weapon. Hands on your head." Slowly turned to face the wall. The 3 kids from before ran over to the attacker. The Hunchback side-locked eyes with the cold barrel aimed right at him, and quickly followed the other's command. Turning to face the wall, hands raised slowly, he spoke up, "Put the gun down, and we can talk. I am..." The Hunchback saw from net. That caught the other off guard for a moment. Seeing this, she spoke again, "I do not want to hurt anyone. I am just passing through." But at that moment, the other shouted fiercely, "I do not care if you are from Nut or not. Drop everything and get lost." Se furrowed his brow slightly and asked calmly, "Are you trying to steal a superpower user from Nut?" The other did not answer but asked suspiciously, "Are you a superpower user?" Damak nodded and said bluntly, "If you do not believe me, want to check?" As soon as he finished, a surge of energy appeared in Seth's hands. Then, he punched hard into the wall in front of him. Se then spoke slowly, "If you are from Sasoi, you should know what net is." That made the other flinch, muttering under his breath, "The last force of Hongvu region." So was stunned, asking in surprise, "You know, net does not pillage. They only take requests at a fair price." But before he could finish, the other coldly warned, "I said face the wall." Se squinted at him coolly and said, "If someone gets hurt because of net, Net will definitely take revenge, and you won't get to shoot either. The moment those words left his mouth, the other froze in place. Not just stunned, he could not believe it. Shouting, "No way!" Sai glanced at the gun in the other's hand and said slowly, "That thing does not seem to use gunpowder. It is powered by energy cores. Right? Considering each shot drains a core worth several days' food, there is no way he would fire so recklessly." Seth's tone grew serious. "I just want you to stay safe for a few days. I will be quiet and gone right after." After hearing this, the other hesitated but finally said, "All right, I trust you. As a thank you, you will pay me back with the cores you have. I will hold them as collateral until you leave." Siv raised an eyebrow silently. Moments later, he handed over a pouch slowly. "I could easily take these back, but I will give them to you to ease your mind." But just then, the other suddenly spoke up. "You have got one thing wrong," Starling said as he adjusted the gun's core. Without hesitation, he fired. The energy blast tore through Sai's body, crashing into the wall behind him. The other spoke calmly. "I can shoot as freely as I want, or I would waste precious cores. But with just one core, I can do this much." As expected, fully charged makes all the difference. Sejai's eyes widened in surprise. This was a technique to boost the core's efficiency, allowing multiple uses. That is magic technology. While Sai was processing this, the other took off his helmet, revealing a young man's face. He spoke slowly. "Aya. Follow me." A short while later, inside a high-rise deep in Mokdong, Arang's team led Sup up to the 40th floor. Walking up, Sa asked curiously, "Why so high up?" Arang explained slowly, "Not just because of magic beasts. Being high up also helps when dealing with humans." Sa nodded knowingly. "Just like I thought. It is because of those killers." Lost in thought, Suj kept walking inside, but froze in shock at the scene before him because inside, there were many people, mostly women. Those adults could still handle weapons. In this era, having no power is a huge disadvantage. As soon as Arang entered, he went over to a woman and spoke quietly. This woman was the captain of the Mokdong base. Rina glanced at Sa coldly and said, "A superpower user from Net? If it were before, I would treat a visitor much better." Sa said nothing, quietly observing the place. A military-style base had already been established here. Was it all thanks to this captain's power? While he was thinking, Rina spoke through a translator on her neck. "We are fighting against those damn killers. We are running dangerously low on supplies. In the Hongvu region, magic beasts are not the only enemies. There are also murderous bandits. People who've abandoned their humanity and hunt others like prey." Old man pondered for a moment before speaking up. "Those assassins wreaking havoc in the Hongvu region. That is a big problem for Net too. What if we lay out a mission?" Rina let out a soft chuckle, biting her lip as she asked, "I am already desperate here. You do not expect Net to just give something for free, do you?" Old man raised an eyebrow at her. After a pause, he hesitated. "You are right, but I am offering you a chance. At least hear me out." His words made Reyna stifle a quiet laugh. After a moment, she finally said, "You are quite the interesting one." Old man cut straight to the chase. "I want to understand the situation fully before we talk mission details. How many of them are there?" Rena's face turned serious. "They are holed up in a driving test center to the east. About 10 of them." Hearing that, Old man was visibly surprised. "Only 10? That is strange. They are not many. And yet you guys have already formed a whole gang here." Rena replied dryly. "We have killed a lot, but lost plenty too. We used to have over 100. This stunned Old man even more. He lowered his voice. 100? Huh, with that many, those bastard can just be snatching supplies easily. Right? Old man pressed. Rena shot back instantly. Yeah. But here's the catch, they are cannibals. Old man G's eyes went wide with horror. Cannibals. While he was still reeling, Rena continued. Besides eating people, there is an even bigger problem, they are superpowered. You mean they have superpowered attackers too? Old man finally got it and asked casually. Are they strong? Rena fixed him with a sharp look but answered plainly. No matter how bad, they are still superpowered. Honestly, Rena thought their underlings were weak, but having him around made her people seem tougher. Neither Rena nor the folks at Mephiferring asked for much. They just wanted to wipe out those bastards for daring to treat them like chickens ready for slaughter. Old man Ju fell silent after hearing that demand. After a moment, he slowly said, Kill all those assassins. I will consider that the mission and take it on myself. Rena smiled at him but hesitated. I really appreciate it, but we do not have anything to offer you. Old man grinned. Don't be silly. Let me meet the magic engineers here. Orang was caught off guard. What exactly are you planning? Even Rena could not guess his angle. No matter what, she still led Old Man Juke to another floor. with Arang trailing behind, still clutching her gun, always aiming at Old Man Ji's people, never letting her guard down. Before long, they reached a storage room. Arang peeked inside and called out loudly, "Minnie!" Immediately, a young girl poked her head out from the pile of stuff. This was Minnie, the magic engineer of the Mephibrud base. Rina glanced at her, asking with concern, "How's your work going?" Hearing that, Minnie sighed deeply and answered sadly, "Not good. Even if I want to test these artifacts, I do not have any spirit cores." Old Man watched Minnie quietly, surprised she was so young. Finally, Minnie noticed him. She asked suspiciously, "Who is this?" Arang slowly explained, "A superpowered guy from Net. He is here to help us." Rina chimed in for Minnie. "Looks like he has some questions for you." At that moment, Old Man Ji's eyes landed on the items on Minnie's table. After hesitation, he asked, "Did you make all these yourself?" Minnie nodded shyly, smiling. "Yeah, but they are not that great," she said. Old Man Ji was impressed by her modesty. Making artifacts like these under such poor conditions was no small feat. After thinking it over, he asked, "Mind if I touch them?" Minnie scratched her head, embarrassed. "They are really not worth studying." Old Man paid close attention, picked up a gun to examine it, then sighed. "So light," Minnie quickly explained. "That one's broken. The gun body can't handle the recoil." Arang seemed to remember something and groaned. "Every time I use that, I swear I think I am about to die." Old Man Zed just listened as they talked, still scanning the items on the table. Soon, his eyes locked onto something. A coreless sword lay in the corner. Old Man muttered suspiciously, "What is this?" Minnie followed your gaze, then spoke up, saying it is for pain adjustment. Pain adjustment? Sahang muttered suspiciously, picking up the painful blade to take a closer look. Minnie spoke again. "That is another failed creation." Song Juv glanced at her, skeptical. "What is wrong with it?" Minnie nodded slightly. "I wanted to create something that could boost a person's strength and passion, so I embedded a core nodule into the blade for protection. But to generate the power the girl wanted, I needed more nodules than planned. Adding too many threw off the blade's balance, making its cutting force really weak if used as is." Safang frowned thoughtfully, then said, "I really like it. Sell it to me." Minnie jumped back, startled, waving him off. "I am not selling a broken thing. If you want to use it, just take it." But Sangda dumped a pile of his own nodules on the table and said flatly, "I want to use a creation as a mission reward. But seeing something this good, I would feel guilty just taking it." Minnie's eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the nodules, and Orang beside her was no different. Safangju then spoke slowly, "I am impressed with your talent. Please use this for further research in the future." Minnie snapped back to reality, shaking her head quickly. "I can accept that many." Saying this, she reached out to push the nodules back towards Sungju. But Songju's hand was faster, gently stopping hers, and their hands brushed lightly. The moment their hands touched, something flashed through Sobunji's mind. Even Arang felt it, though it was faint and unclear. Skong ground, confused. "What is this? Feels like something's rushing through my head." Magic technique. They stood there awkwardly, causing Arang to break the silence. "What are you two doing?" Even Sina could not hold back, teasing, "Hey, you there? You have been holding that girl's hand way too long. She is just a kid, and you are still young, but the age gap between you two is huge." Hearing this, Safang quickly pulled his hand back. Flustered, "Don't say such crazy stuff. It is not like that." But at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, "Kill and steal that power." Pain slammed into him instantly, forcing Si to clutch his head. The sword in his hand cracked and fell. Seeing this, Minnie could not help but panic. Rina assumed he was overexerted and advised gently, "Looks like you are exhausted. You should rest a bit," not wanting to show weakness. Song nodded softly. "Yeah, I guess I should get some rest." Rina looked at him kindly. "If you have trouble sleeping, do you want me to sing you a lullaby?" Skong shook his head immediately. "Thanks." Hearing that, Rina sighed dramatically. "No need to act so serious. It kills the mood." "Arang, want me to sing you to sleep instead?" Feeling put on the spot, Arang quickly refused. "That is not necessary." After the morning's chaos, night fell. Sahang lay in an empty room arranged by Rihanna, thinking back on the morning's events, muttering angrily, "Damn it, that voice told me to kill again." He would heard that after a while. The awakening voice should be vanished, but instead, it seemed to be growing stronger. What the hell is going on? That day was rough for Suk and Yu. Same for Chen. Though Skongdev did not kill him, His ability still belongs to him now. This time, the voice targeted a young magical engineer like Minnie. What kind of power is this anyway? The next morning, Skong Jae finally woke up, drenched in sweat. He seemed to have just had a nightmare. Sitting up, he rubbed his pounding head and sighed deeply. A few days later, not far from the center of Mferdzunu, the assassins who terrified the Mevafika base gathered at a parking lot. Song Ja and Orang hid in a nearby building, watching silently. Orang whispered, "That is the assassin's base? It is pretty close. Do you think we are safe here?" The hunchback rider did not answer, just wiped his eyes and asked him, "You said there is another super-powered person nearby, right?" Orang nodded quietly. "Yeah, that is the leader." The hunchback rider pressed on. "Do you know what kind of powers he has?" Orang thought for a moment before replying. "It was tough, but I managed to escape their grip, so I am not entirely sure." But he did remember the guy was insanely fast. Hearing this, the hunchback rider furrowed his brow deeply. He thought to himself, if it were not for his strong will, he would not have taken this mission. Facing a super-powered enemy means he needs to be way more careful. While he was lost in thought, Orang walked over and opened a suitcase. The hunchback rider raised an eyebrow. "What is that?" Orang calmly explained. "It is a new sniper rifle Minnie just finished today." As he spoke, Orang aimed the gun. The scope was integrated into the barrel, boosting the bullet's speed. The gunshot sound was almost silent, but the firepower was fierce. Orang admitted he did not have the energy core to use it in combat. Minnie had said that without the core the hunchback rider provided, this gun would not have been built. Nodding grimly, the hunchback rider said bluntly, "Let us hope this thing actually works." Orang did not pay much attention and quietly adjusted the gun, finishing up quickly. Then he slowly said, "I trust." The hunchback rider gave a small nod, pulled out his pain regulator, examined it, and said, "Hopefully it lives up to the hype." Seeing the pain regulator in his hand, Orang hesitated. "Are you really going to use that?" Minnie is still worried about it. The hunchback rider calmly pulled out a core and said, "Using the core. With this, I do not have to sweat it." The glowing core in his hand made Orang exclaim in surprise. "I have never seen a core so tiny and clear," the hunchback rider slowly explained. "Among the things made in Gangmi City, there is one that can compress the core's energy." Then he slipped the core into the pain regulator. After finishing, the hunchback rider smiled with satisfaction. If one core can be compressed, then 10 cores could be squeezed down to 1 or 2. Hearing this, Orang could not help but blurt out, "This city really has everything?" Huh? The hunchback rider looked surprised. "You have never been to any city before?" Orang shook his head softly. "Never. I was born and raised in Mokdong. I heard it used to be a city, right?" The hunchback rider asked again. "You do not remember anything from your past?" Orang scratched his head shyly. "Honestly, I do not remember anything from when I was a kid," the hunchback rider explained. "To precise, Mokdong used to be part of a city called Xun. Though there are not many monsters there now, it was once a huge city with over 10 million people." Orang gasped, "That is insane. If it had over 10 million, would not that place be way bigger than Gangmi Wang?" "No way you can compare." The hunchback rider shook his head. Orang pondered for a bit, then confidently said, "One day, I will live in a city like that." His words reminded the hunchback rider of something old Rider Ho once said, but because of that, he schemed against Chansu and ended up dead. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated the hunchback rider felt. He gripped his pain regulator tightly. Energy suddenly surged from the blade. He spoke slowly. "Let us test this baby out," making Orang jump in alarm. Without a word, the hunchback rider grabbed a brick and hurled it at a mutant bug. Then with the pain regulator, he swung down, splitting the brick clean in half. Watching this, Orang could not help but feel thrilled. The hunchback rider grinned. "Ready to roll? Now we wait till nightfall to make our move." Time passed, and night finally fell. Orang and the hunchback rider were still inside the building. Orang went over and shook the man sleeping on the floor, whispering, "Wake up, it is." The hunchback rider quickly sat up and moved to the window. "Grateful," he said. "Thanks for watching my back. What is our next move?" Orang calmly suggested. "They are all asleep, let us keep it quiet." Old hunchback's driver nodded slightly, then used a small tube to scout the assassins across from him. After a moment, he glanced at Orang and asked, "Hey, I am heading to the entrance. Can you take care of the guard over there for me?" Without hesitation, Orang agreed. "No problem." Near the parking lot, the assassins guarding the gate were patrolling. The guard kept shining his flashlight around, gotta admit. They were pretty thorough, but in the shadows, someone slipped in unnoticed. Not a single assassin caught it. By the time they realized, it was too late. A cold blade was pressed against the throat of the assassin. Old hunchback's driver warned in a cold tone, "Don't move." But the guy was not scared of dying. He reached for his weapon. Too bad for him. Old Hunchback's driver saw everything with a swift slice. The assassin's neck was cut clean, blood poured like a storm, and a small scream escaped, though faint. The scream caught the guard's attention. He shone his light over here. But luckily, Old Hunchback's driver dodged just in time. However, the dead body was exposed, shocking the guard. He wanted to scream, but before he could open his mouth, a psychic energy pierced his head. He dropped dead on the spot. The light from his flashlight shifted direction with the smallest movement. Old Hunchback's driver was safe, sneaking inside without being detected. Suddenly, a flashlight beam, bright as 1,000 Buddhas, flooded the nearby house. A guy sleeping had the light shining right in his face. He immediately pulled himself up from bed, looking toward the light source. He muttered, "What the hell's going on?" Meanwhile, outside, a guard still clueless about the chaos across the way calmly stood his ground, but just a second later, his throat was slit, blood splattering the wall bright red. Old Hunchback's driver just took down another one. This guy did not even know what hit him before meeting the Grim Reaper. Watching from above, Old Hunchback's driver felt a surge of pride. Being a psychic makes killing look ridiculously easy, but this was not his first kill. So why did it still feel so damn unsettling? Just then, a noise behind him startled Old Hunchback's driver. He quickly turned to see a figure slowly approaching. The man had a long scar over his right eye and a tattoo beneath his left. Even in the dark, Old Hunchback's driver could make out the muscular calves of the newcomer. He had not sensed this guy before. Instinctively, a warning bell rang, and his hand went to the sword at his back. At that moment, the man lunged forward. Old Hunchback's driver stayed sharp, eyes locked on every move, but the attacker was lightning fast, making cold sweat drip down his back. He swung a fierce slash, but the man dodged it. The man's leg swept low, catching Old Hunchback's driver off guard and sending him crashing down hard. Instantly, the attacker pinned him to the ground. Old Hunchback's driver was trapped beneath him, unable to move. The man glared coldly. "Who the hell are you? Where did you come from?" Old Hunchback's driver stayed silent, quietly retracting his sword. Seeing this, the attacker panicked. He quickly backed away a few steps. The man sneered suspiciously. "You are a psychic, are not you?" Still silent, Old Hunchback's driver rose from the ground, gripping his sword tightly. The attacker chuckled coldly. "Interesting. This place is tiny. We can fight here. How about somewhere more spacious?" Old Hunchback's driver was caught off guard. What was he up to? They were on the 4th floor, with only broken glass windows around. Then suddenly, Old Hunchback's driver was kicked out the window. The remaining glass shattered to pieces. He landed hard on a car below. From afar, Orang watched through binoculars and could not help but worry. Old Hunchback's driver was bleeding badly, fresh blood streaming down from his head. Before he could catch his breath, the attacker jumped down from the 4th floor. Suang-gu quickly rolled aside to dodge as that guy smashed the ground to pieces. At the same time, the others heard the noise and rushed out shouting, "Boss!" Turns out this guy was the super-powered leader of the murder squad. He sneered. "Remember me? Don't he come near. He is my—" Suang-gu stood opposite, gripping the peachwood sword tightly as energy radiated around him. But before he could strike, a sharp flash of energy zipped past from afar. The leader had dodged. Orang saw this and frowned, itching to take him down, but he did not notice the leader had glanced his way. And in that moment, Orang's position was revealed. Without hesitation, he fired repeatedly at the leader. But the guy's speed was ridiculous, dodging every shot. The leader shouted orders. "It is that building to the west. Take out the sniper." His men immediately charged toward the building where Orang was hiding. Orang watched this through his sniper scope. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "I have got this." Then, he fired again, taking down another enemy. Seeing their comrade fall, the enemies roared in fury. "Kill him." Meanwhile, the leader was charging toward Suang-gu. Suang-gu did not dare slack off, focusing hard to keep pace. Too bad. The leader was just too fast. Every strike Suang-gu threw was dodged effortlessly. The leader laughed arrogantly. "You are way too slow, rookie." He finished speaking. He landed on the ground with a wheel under his feet. Without hesitation, he kicked the wheel forward. Suang-gu swung his sword, slicing the wheel clean in two. But shockingly, the leader was right behind the wheel. Seeing this, Suang-gu panicked immediately. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The leader lunged at him. The leader shifted his weight to one leg, then kicked the sword out of Suang-gu's hand. The sword clattered to the ground, landing a good distance away. The leader laughed even louder. "Looks like you do not know how to use your power properly." Without his sword, Suang-gu's expression darkened. He quickly pulled a dagger from his side. The leader smirked. "Just waking up? Huh." Suang-gu said nothing, eyes locked on the leader. The leader suddenly proposed. "Why not join me? I will teach you how to fight, Suangu scoffed. You want me to help you wipe out the Hongvu territory with your crew? His tone turned cold. Sorry, but the voice in my head is screaming at me to kill you. The leader's grin twisted. Is that so? Too bad you are going to be the main course tonight. Without another word, he dashed forward. This time, Suangu did not hold back and met him head-on in a flash. Their powers collided with a thunderous clash. Meanwhile, the leader's men reached the building where Orang was hiding. They rushed up the stairs with weapons drawn, but as soon as they stepped onto the floor, thin wires suddenly wrapped around their legs. Then darkness fell before their eyes as Orang, perched on the top floor, silently listened to their terrified screams. Slowly, he retracted the wires. Orang smirked. I put a lot of work into those traps, remember to trigger all of them. Down below, the brutal fight between the leader and Suangu raged on, the leader growing more excited with every strike. Meanwhile, Suangu was starting to tire, armed with only a dagger. Right now, the leader was launching a relentless barrage of kicks at Suangu. Even though he tried dodging, he still got hit, and the distance between them closed once again. Suangu furrowed his brow, telling himself to stay calm. This guy had way more battle experience than him. Suangu was especially inexperienced fighting super-powered enemies, but he would taken down quite a few beasts before. Locking eyes with the leader, Suangu wondered what if he treated this guy not as a human, but as a monstrous beast in human form. He would analyze the leader's attack patterns calmly, like studying a wild beast's moves. Suangu decided to ditch his bias about what humans could do and how they would attack. Meanwhile, Orang was perched on the rooftop, watching the fight below. The moment he saw an opening, he would blow the leader's head off without mercy. But at this moment, the wooden door barricade suddenly shook. Clearly someone was trying to get in from outside. Still, Orang barely paid it any mind. His eyes fixed on the scene below. Through his binoculars, all he could see was Suangu fighting alone. Orang muttered under his breath, You have taken out everyone else. Huh? No way anyone's getting out now. More importantly, I do not see the leader's crew anywhere. Do not just stand there. Drag him out now. At the same time, the leader swung his leg again toward Suangu. His arrogant smirk said it all. He was sure he had this fight in the bag. Suangu quickly dodged sideways, but the leader's kick tore a hole in the tire behind him. But the leader was not done. He kept kicking relentlessly. Luckily, Suangu dodged again, though he realized something. The leader's strength was all in his speed and powerful kicks, so his legs were basically his weapons. Just as Suangu was processing this, the leader's kick came flying again, and he barely avoided it. When he figured that out, even he was surprised he actually dodged it. But before he could catch his breath, the leader's knee came crashing down. Suangu raised his arms to block, but the force was overwhelming. He was thrown back, blood spurting from his mouth. The leader was not about to let up. He charged forward, shouting, I am finishing you off with this combo kick. But before he could land the blow, a flash of energy sliced through him, making him grit his teeth in anger. Another blast came hurtling from afar. The leader had no time to attack Suangu anymore and hurriedly dodged away. Orang kept firing, sneering, Stop hiding like a scared little rat. Under his pressure, the leader was injured, his shirt stained bright red with fresh blood. He ducked behind a car, muttering, Damn kid, you caught me off guard. Kinda cute, actually. Then, the leader sprinted off again. Orang kept shooting, but the leader was too quick to hit. The leader's direction was straight toward the building where Orang was hiding. He muttered as he ran, Alright, a bit late for the main course, but I will make you taste it right now. Seeing this, Orang panicked, shouting, Don't he come any closer. That monster's insane. He fired madly, but not a single shot hit the leader. His speed was unreal. After a short burst, Orang's gun energy started to drain. Realizing this, he yelled, Damn it, my energy core's almost dead. Without Orang's gun to hold him back, the leader quickly reached the foot of the building. Then, with a quick breath, the leader wiped his mouth. The speed he had was just unbelievable. Before long, he had jumped right in front of Orang. Orang's face froze in shock as he gasped. He actually jumped up here. The leader landed and launched a kick. Orang hurriedly used his gun to block it, but his strength was not enough, and he was pushed back. Not daring to slack off, Orang quickly grabbed a crossbow from his back. He loaded an arrow fast, aiming straight at the leader. The leader, calm and fearless, walked forward. Orang's expression turned serious and tense. The leader sneered, Hey, look at this kid, are you from the East Point? As he moved, the wound on his side tore open, blood dripping onto the ground. At that moment, Orang fired an arrow, but the leader casually dodged it. Frustrated, Orang cursed, Damn it, and quickly knocked another arrow. But the leader steadily closed the distance. Orang hurriedly raised his crossbow, warning fiercely. Don't he come any closer. Yet this arrow was dodged again. The leader smirked. Missed me again. Huh. Orang grew more frantic, hurriedly loading another arrow, but before he could finish, the leader was already right on top of him, flashing a cruel grin. Hello there. My appetizer. Orang's hand holding the crossbow started to tremble. The leader's terrifying face loomed closer, grinning wide. What is the matter? Go ahead. Shoot me. Orang's expression hardened, but he still pulled the crossbow string tight. If you want it, you got it. But just like that, the leader grabbed him. Orang panicked, shouting, No way. The leader chuckled, sneering. Toys like you can touch me. Gritting his teeth, Orang scowled in frustration. He swung at the leader, but the man dodged effortlessly. When the leader reappeared, he was right behind Orang, making the kid jump in shock. Orang was caught off guard and pinned down. The leader grinned. Don't move. You are my appetizer. Orang struggled hard, screaming, Let me go, you crazy bastard. The leader ignored his yelling, picking up an arrow from the ground. Without hesitation, he slashed a long cut across Orang's body. Pain crashed over Orang, making him cry out. What the hell are you doing? The leader smirked. I like it when you scream. A good meal needs a soundtrack. Biting his lip fiercely, Orang spat back. You psycho. Just kill me already. The leader clicked his tongue. I never said I would let you live. Keep yelling, and maybe you will choke on your own tongue. Then he made a twisted face, licking his lips. I bet the taste of your meat has not changed one bit. If only you would lose your tongue. The leader's words sent a chill down Orang's spine. He kept taunting him with sick remarks. But I guess a tasty meal needs a tongue. That way, I get to hear you scream all night. Wonder how many pieces of you will fall off. Orang struggled, screaming nonstop. Let me go. You bastard. I will kill you. But the leader only got more hyped by the noise. Good. Scream louder. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the back door. Catching the leader's attention, he glanced over, muttering suspiciously, What the hell? Before he could make sense of it, a blast of energy sliced through the door. Moments later, the door was shattered, and Goose Crew burst inside. Orang saw them and called out happily. Brother. Goose Crew eyed the kid sharply. Been waiting long. Are your hands and feet still intact? The leader stood up from Orang, clicking his tongue. Funny how someone shows up just as I am about to have some fun. Freed? Orang nodded gratefully. Thanks to you, I am still in one piece. Goose Crew smiled satisfied. Yeah? Getting here was not easy. The bridge was swarming with enemies. Had to clear them out before I could get in. Then he locked eyes with the leader. You are the last one. What now? The leader perked up. I do not care how much those losers paid. Tonight, I am going to enjoy a feast. But as he finished speaking, his eyes went wide with terror. Orang leapt up, locking his legs around the leader's waist, and shouted fiercely. Forget the feast, how about you become the meal? Then he plunged a sharp blade into the leader's neck. Blood poured out fast. The leader clenched his teeth. Furious? How dare you? Orang did not answer, shouting urgently, Do now. Brother. After hearing that, Suangu immediately lunged forward. Without a second thought, he slashed hard at the leader's leg. The guy was caught completely off guard. By the time he realized Suangu's intent, it was already too late. One of the leader's legs was sliced clean through. Fresh blood spilled out, and the pain sent him crashing to the ground. The leader gritted his teeth in fury, cursing. Damn it! You brats actually dared to chop off my leg. Suangu let out a cold snort and said dryly, The legs you once boasted about, half of that pride is gone now. What a shame. The leader glared at him, visibly annoyed. Then barked, You little bastard. Little bastard? That is my line? Suangu shot back with icy disdain. Then, raising his sword, he brought it down hard, ending the leader's life with a single strike. Right then, that voice echoed inside Suangu's head. Kill the superpowered and seize their strength. While he was still confused, a surge of powerful energy enveloped his body. Moments later, Suangu jolted awake, blinking around with suspicion. Where am I? What happened? Just then, Orang appeared from outside, saying, You are awake. You just zonked out on me, had me scared stiff. Suangu eyed him suspiciously. You brought me here yourself? Orang raised an eyebrow. Who else would? Suangu could not help but admire him. Though he looked weak, he was surprisingly tough. Then he asked, What do you plan to do with this car? Orang stuffed his gear into the trunk as he explained. That jerk stole this from the Mofido base. I found a few liters of decent gas here. I will take it all. And let those losers starve. After finishing up, Arang headed back toward the car. The kid slid into the driver's seat, and Savongu hesitated. You know how to drive. Arang replied coolly. I have driven a few abandoned cars before. Hopefully, this one starts. He fiddled with the ignition luckily. It roared to life. Arang cheered. Yes, we are good to go. Then he flicked on the stereo. Awesome, let us see what kind of music those jerks listen to. Instantly, a screechy, off-key voice blasted out, making both Savongu and Arang cringe hard. Arang muttered under his breath, what the heck is this? Savongu sighed in defeat. That is a song from some idol group that was all the rage before the catastrophe. Those losers do not match their looks at all. Arang quickly turned it off, saying flatly, kinda surprised me, but the song is decent. Let us roll. The car sped off, the upbeat music fading behind them, but they had not gone far when Arang spotted something, a red flare flickering in the distance. Savongu, a distress signal. From your Hidia, Arang's expression tightened. Lips sealed. Yeah, that is a danger signal from our base. Without wasting a second, the kid dashed toward the Mekfurug base. Meanwhile, at the Mekfurug base, someone burst in, panting and alarmed. The girl ran straight to Zina. Rina urgently asked, any news from Arang? The messenger shook her head frantically. The monsters suddenly swarmed like there was an earthquake. Those words made Zina leap from her seat, rushing out after her. Minnie was already waiting, turning sharply as Zina approached. With a serious look, Minnie pointed ahead. Rina hurriedly grabbed binoculars to check. Sure enough, a horde of monsters was charging their way. Zina's face twisted into disgust. It looked like the creatures were fleeing something even scarier. But Minnie quickly corrected. Not underground. Above us. Rina adjusted her binoculars. Instantly, she spotted a monster with two huge wings soaring overhead. She seemed to recognize it, her expression darkening further. That creature was clearly something terrifying. Rina's body tensed as she stammered in terror. Why is that cursed thing, gone for years, showing up again, looking like a demon straight out of a nightmare? This creature could wipe out an entire army with just a single wing swipe. And SSS-Rank monster that veterans like Zina could never forget. That monster's name? Belkist. Right now, Belkist is swinging its blade this way. Seeing this, Rina immediately shouted a warning, but it was too late. Belkist's strike had already landed. The building took a massive hit and began to crumble on the spot. Elsewhere, on the way back to East Hook, Arang's car was speeding like crazy, when suddenly Gu's voice cut through. Arang, hold up for a sec. What is with that danger signal color? If it is just a regular monster, maybe you could handle it with your newly awakened powers, he said. But this red alert, does that mean it isn't a SSS-Rank monster? Arang bit his lip and replied, that signal means a disaster-level monster has appeared. You should just run, and do not even look back. Gu's car fell silent for a moment, then finally said, stop the car. But Arang refused, mumbling through clenched teeth, I am not stopping. I want to go back. Gu's car warned in horror. Disaster-level monsters are not something humans can fight. Don't you get why the flare was shot up? Even if you get there, nothing will change. We have to get out of here. But stubborn Arang shook his head. I have to get there, even if I save just one person. Just then, a horde of monsters rushed toward them from afar, twisting the expressions on their faces. Were those monsters fleeing because they saw the disaster-level beast? While they were still frozen in confusion, the monsters hurled Gu and Arang's car aside. Gu and Arang were spun around in the car like rag dolls. They were caught completely off guard, helplessly spinning with the car. When the car finally came to a stop and sat still for a long moment, Gu opened his eyes. He let out a sharp breath and scanned the surroundings. Gu struggled to get out of the car, but did not see Arang anywhere. He frowned and muttered, how long have I been out? Arang? Don't he tell me he walked home? Then he pushed the car with all his strength, channeling energy into his hands. Through his effort, the car slowly started to move. Quickly, Gu managed to push the car back to its normal position. Then he sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, and prepared to leave. Gu just hoped Arang would not blame him. In the Huangwu area, survival was his #1 priority. If he did not survive, it would all be over when the disaster-level monster wiped out the rest of the world. Gu had to report this to Sector 17 first. Plus, that little girl Minnie had helped him get a weapon. Gu sat silently, brooding. He furrowed his brow and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Meanwhile, Arang raced all the way back to the Mokdong base. But as soon as he arrived, his face twisted in horror. Dead bodies were scattered everywhere. Almost everyone was wiped out. The whole place was reduced to a pile of rubble. Just then, there was a sudden rustling behind Arang. He spun around in panic and saw Xena, covered in blood, lying there. Arang rushed to her side. Xena tried to lift her hand weakly with her last breath, but before she could touch him, Arang's body went limp and collapsed. Instantly, Orang broke down in tears. He clutched Sinae's lifeless body, sobbing. He whispered, "Wake up, please, sis." But while Orang was distracted, something silently crept up from behind, sensing the movement. He glanced back sharply. Right there, a colossal monster stood before him. It was Belkis. Its emerald eyes locked onto him with deadly focus. Orang's face drained of color instantly. Belkis lunged at him. Its head spun wildly, eyes terrifyingly fierce. Orang was frozen, barely whispering, "Help!" But at this point, who could possibly save him? Then, suddenly, Belkis stopped in its tracks. It was now dangerously close to Orang. One swipe and Orang would be history. Yet it just stood there, staring blankly at him. Moments later, a huge hole ripped open in the sky above. Belkis looked up at the gaping hole, then flapped its wings and soared toward it in the blink of an eye. It was near the sky tier. Orang stared after it in stunned silence, unable to fully process what just happened. But then he let out a sigh of relief, no clue what had happened. But hey, he was alive. With that thought, he glanced over at Jaina. She was gone, no breath, no sign of life. Orang sighed reluctantly, stepping forward to gently close her eyes so she could finally rest. Whispering through his pain, he muttered, "Sis, I am sorry I could not avenge you." And just like that, he held Jaina's lifeless body, crying silently for what felt like forever. Soon after, Orang headed down into the basement of the East Hook base. It seemed like he was searching for any survivors, but after searching for what felt like ages, all he found was a pile of wreckage and dead bodies. Everyone in the base was already dead. What about Minnie? Orang could not find the little girl's body anywhere. Just then, he spotted a refrigerator nearby. The weirdest part, all the food was outside the fridge. Orang's mind raced with a wild possibility, and he dashed over. He gripped the fridge handle tightly. Sure enough, there was Minnie sitting inside. Orang shouted joyfully, "Minnie, it is you." The little girl's eyes welled with tears of happiness when she saw him. Minnie dove into Orang's arms, and he gently rubbed her head, whispering, "Thank God you are alive." Right after, Orang hoisted Minnie onto his back and began stepping out of the dark basement. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight hit Orang's eyes. He glanced over and saw Seong-gu leaning against a nearby vehicle, not too far away. A flicker of surprise crossed Orang's face. Seong-gu exhaled in relief seeing the two kids alive. Luck was still on their side. Orang walked up to Seong-gu, still carrying Minnie, with a big grin. He said, "You are here. I thought you were gone." Seong-gu spoke slowly. "I saw the gate move from afar. Anyone else alive?" Orang sighed warily. "Just me and Minnie." Seong-gu was stunned, his voice filled with doubt. "What happened? You guys escaped that guy?" Hearing that, Orang's face drained of color, trembling as he muttered, "I ran into him." But he added that the guy just looked at him, and then walked away. Seong-gu's expression darkened immediately. It was like that gut-wrenching moment when he had to abandon his horse. Was it really just a random coincidence? Suspicious, Seong-gu asked, "Orang, what is your plan now? Got anywhere to go?" Orang's face fell silent again. Seeing his silence, Seong-gu offered, "If you want, how about trying out as a guide?" Orang's eyes lit up, but he held back his answer. Seong-gu continued calmly, "Before we head back to the node, I am putting together my own hunting team. I am looking for members who can craft magic scrolls. You would be the guide. What do you say? Want to come with me to the node?" Orang hesitated after a moment, then said, "I am not sure I can do it well, but if you lead me anywhere, even the node." As he spoke, his face suddenly flushed bright red. Seong-gu snapped, "Cut the mushy crap already. I can stand all that gooey nonsense." Then the three of them climbed into the car heading back to Area 17. Seong-gu explained as they drove, "Lots of districts fall under the node. I am from Area 17. The branch chief is Kim Bu-sik, looks old but is still young." Donna sweated. Suddenly, Minnie shouted, "Woo, what is that?" Seong-gu looked over. Minnie was pointing at a tall pole. He calmly explained it was an energy conversion device. "We collect methane gas from buried trash that is decomposing and turn it into energy." Hearing Seong-gu's tone, Minnie looked a little uneasy and said, "Hold on. Can you explain that in a way I can understand? I am even younger than Ering." Seong-gu politely replied, "I will." Curiosity quickly pushed Minnie to set that aside, her eyes sparkling as she smiled. "Honestly, I am way more surprised that you turn trash into energy. Can I check it out?" Seong-gu did not hesitate, nodding coolly, "Sure. Area 17 is nearby." Orang, sitting next to him, just listened quietly. After a while, Seong-gu led the two kids toward a small stone pillar by the roadside. The moment she saw it, Minnie lit up with excitement. Then she gently closed her eyes, focusing her mind. In the blink of an eye, her body radiated a surge of energy as Minnie placed both hands on the stone pillar. Seong-gu watched this and immediately understood. She was instantly grasping the machine's operating principles. This was the power of a star mage engineer. After a while, Songyu and Minnie kept chatting, their conversation circling around the grassy field ahead, one asking, the other answering, perfectly in sync. But just then, Orang suddenly cut in, apologizing for interrupting their fun, but asked them to be quiet, making the two of them glare at him. Squinting, Orang glanced over and spotted a deer hiding in the bushes. Without hesitation, Orang pulled back the string on his crossbow. It was dinner time. No sooner had he spoken than he fired the shot. The arrow sliced through the air, but missed the deer's leg, embedding itself in the ground. The deer bolted away in a flash. Orang let out a frustrated groan. Damn, wind messed up my aim. Just as he spoke, a figure zipped past him. It was Kanga, who used his super speed ability to dash forward, eyes locked on the fleeing deer. At the same time, Si Kwanggu drew his dagger. His speed was blinding, too fast for the naked eye to follow. In an instant, he caught up to the deer. Without missing a beat, Sango plunged the dagger into its body. One swift cut to the throat, and the deer dropped dead on the spot. After finishing, Si Kwanggu calmly headed back, carrying the large deer on his back. Seeing this, Orang gasped in amazement. That was insanely fast. How did you pull that off? Seriously impressive, but Orang felt the way he ran was oddly familiar, seeming to sense the boy's thoughts. Sangu reached out and ruffled his hair. I know what you are thinking. Don't worry. When the time is right, I will fill you in. But for now, this stays just between us. Orang hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. Yes. Understood. Sangu glanced at him, instantly knowing the boy was thinking about boosting physical strength. Like the leader's ability, he also had some awareness of using his powers. But only now was Gogu reviewing his own skill blueprint, absorbing others' powers and making them his own. Truly, he held an absurdly powerful ability. As he pondered, Minnie's voice suddenly rang out. A windmill. This is the first time I have seen one. Sangyu and Orang looked over at her, their faces showing mild helplessness. Minnie did not overthink it. She began focusing again, absorbing the windmill's energy. Sangyu watched, impressed. He would just discovered a prodigy. Minnie surviving was a huge win. Now that Minnie seemed done, she turned to Xingyu and Orang with a bright smile. Can I meet the person in charge of managing the windmill? Sangyu looked at Orang beside him, who sighed in response like it was nothing new. Then the three of them got back in the car and headed to Zone 17. After a few hours, the vehicle finally stopped. Sangyu looked outside and said, This is Zone 17. Orang took in the massive building ahead and could not help but be awestruck. That building is huge. Stepping out, Sangyu explained. Before the catastrophe, this was a sports stadium. Let us stop by the note trading post first. Saying that, he led the two kids into a room. Jamie spotted him and immediately called out, Guh, what is going on? What happened? Who are these kids? Sangyu waved to them. Who are those kids? Sangyu put his hand on his hip. Who are those kids? Si Kwanggu kept his hand on his hip. Who are those kids? Jamie saw him and shouted again. Guh, what is this about? What has happened? Who are those kids? Sangyu waved in greeting. Long time no see. Jamie quickly called Puzik to report. Zone Chief. Sangyu has arrived with two kids. Hurry over. Sangyu led the way to the seats and sat down, the two kids following suit. After reporting, Jamie served them, and then let out a relieved sigh. Glad you are back safe. I was really surprised to get word from the inner hunter. Squangu muttered hesitantly. Contacted the gang chief. Have you heard what happened yet? Hearing that, Jamie immediately snapped. Cut it out. Upon hearing the news of the captain's death, do you have any idea how shaken the regional school is? Even Hoskar ended up like that, and they found the murder weapon 2 kilometers from the scene. Yuskar froze when he heard this. Jamie did not notice and kept talking. They say they could not find any fingerprints, so the killer's still out there. Only then did you exhale in relief. We sped about 2 kilometers. Their ability to perceive things is incredible, but no fingerprints. That is just weird. So you think Mary is putting way too much pressure on herself? While Gu was lost in thought, Jamie kept chatting. If you leave the gang, you better come back early. We thought you were dead since you never showed up. Gu glanced at the two kids, Orang and the other, and explained slowly. Something came up halfway, and is connected to those kids. Then he suddenly stood, his voice serious. By the way, I have got info to sell. Come to my office for a bit. Hearing that, Jamie snapped. Damn it. This kid's really got the nerve to bring this up now. Gu ignored it and headed straight for the door, speaking as he walked. What can you do when someone's dead? I am heading back to Peace Town. Also, it is part of why I am late. Jamie frowned and drawled. Oh yeah. If you say so, then this info must be legit. Soon, they reached Jamie's room. She eyed him suspiciously and asked, "All right. Spill it. What has got you so worked up?" Gu looked around cautiously, then quietly asked, "Do you know about the hideout in East Hook? That place collapsed, and everyone there was wiped out." Jamie replied bluntly, "A hideout disappearing in the wild zone is not exactly breaking news. What is so special about that?" Before she could finish, Gu cut in coldly. Belkis showed up. That dropped Jamie to the floor, stunned stiff. After a moment, she recovered and asked cautiously, "Belkis? Huh, are you sure? Except for the Great Flood, Belkis has never showed up on the Korean peninsula." Gu nodded firmly. "I am certain. Besides the two kids and me, everyone at East Hook's center and the assassin group were wiped out by Belkis." Jamie's panic deepened. She waved her hand frantically. "Wait. Slow down. Hold on a sec." She typed as she spoke. "I have always hated those damn assassins. But to end up as Belkis' snack, that is brutal." Gu did not answer. "It is a bit different in reality, but let us not dwell. You have got bigger things to worry about." Jamie frowned. "So what happened to Belkis afterward?" Gu answered plainly. "After destroying the center, it vanished through a space gate." Jamie raised her eyebrows, then said thoughtfully, "The people in East Hook got lucky. But from another angle, at least not too many were killed." Gu spoke slowly. "I also have info on Belkis Road. Though it is just a theory." Jamie frowned, muttering, "But a survivor's theory after facing that ghost beast. That is pretty valuable." Gu thought for a long moment before saying, "Looks like Belkis tracks humans by their body heat." Jamie's eyes went wide in horror. "Do you have proof for that theory?" Gu explained plainly. "That is why the kids survived. They hid inside an abandoned refrigerator." Jamie typed rapidly. "This info will be a game changer when fighting Belkis in the future." Damak nodded. "And Mir?" Gu smirked. "It would be awesome if you could pay a fair price for this info." Jamie thought for a long moment before saying, "If this info is this good, the minimum price has to be 40 energy units." Gu grinned. "Class pays well. Instead of energy units, I want to buy info equal to that amount." Jamie asked suspiciously. "I've got no reason to refuse." "What do you want to know?" Gu said flatly. "I want to find a solo super-powered player who can lead a killing squad." Jamie could not help but smirk, asking, "Why not just find a super-powered team looking for a leader?" Gu's car replied coolly, "If I wanted to do that, I would just ask for a whole squad. Why waste 40 energy types?" Jamie, getting more confused, asked, "Then why?" After a long pause, Gu finally said, "I have already awakened." Jamie froze. Gu continued, "Only the branch manager and you know about this?" Jamie stared at him, then stammered, "I get. Congrats. So what is your skill and rank?" Gu replied bluntly, "It is body enhancement. Around level 15. Jamie's jaw dropped, eyes wide. "Level 15? That is mid-level superhuman status." Gu shook his head slightly. "I am not sure yet. I have not tested it fully." Jamie sank into her chair, stunned, shouting, "Omut, the best guide in District 17, just became a mid-level superhuman." Then suddenly, she brightened up, realizing something. "So that is why you wanted to build your own team at East Hook Center?" Damak nodded. Gu said straight, "Exactly. I am planning to boost those kids too." Jamie looked at him intently, hesitating. Mark Linus' team was the core, and they got wiped out. Now Guide Kim, Gu awakens as well. And on top of that, he wants to lead a new team. Jamie thought the branch manager might finally be easing up on the pressure. Meanwhile, in Busik's office, seeing Mir, Busik smiled behind his glasses and said happily, "It has been a while. The world's changing so fast. Even the friends I thought would be with me forever have moved on." Jamie sighed reluctantly after hearing that, but Busik quickly changed tone and laughed. "And that stubborn kid? He is finally growing up." Gu could not help but feel touched. This energetic guy was starting to mellow out. "Huh." Busik laughed heartily, as if saying, "That is why I told you. Do not fool me anymore." "But honestly, am I aging prematurely?" The moment he said it, silence fell. Busik grumbled, "You brat. Not answering is even scarier." Gu stayed silent. Busik sighed reluctantly. "I am glad you are back safe. But the big deal is you awakened." Saying that, Gu sharply. Gu hesitated a moment, then nodded. "Yeah." Busik frowned and said slowly, "I see. So in the end, you..." He trailed off, making Mir, "You suspicious?" After a pause, Busik asked suspiciously, "By the way, are you planning to keep this a secret?" Gu nodded quietly. "Yes. I only want Guide Samai and the branch manager to know about my awakening." Busik thought for a moment before saying, The headquarters manages superhumans very carefully. I really do not get why you want to keep this from the branch, he asked. So you do not trust the branch? Gu clicked his tongue. Smirking. The hero who recruited me was the branch manager, not the branch itself. Basik smiled awkwardly. Kid, you sure know how to talk your way out of things. Alright then. What about those 2 kids you want to bring along? Gu said bluntly. Yeah. I am planning to recruit them for my team. I will train them to be guides and fighters. Then he pointed at Orang proudly. That kid's got serious talent. Basik glanced over at Minnie and asked, introducing the other little girl slowly as a magic engineer. That statement made Jamie jump in shock. Magic engineer. Even Busik was not immune to the surprise. He chuckled deeply. Amazed? Can't he believe you actually brought back a magic engineer? Then he looked at Gu's cart and asked, you are planning to hide that girl in your team to keep her from being dragged off to make artifacts for attack? Huh? Gu raised an eyebrow. Smiling. Classic manager move. Just as he finished, Gu suddenly paused, then firmly added, and if our team can take on the mission, I want to accept the zombie extermination task too. Basik's face shifted. Then he laughed it off. Unbelievable, you actually want to get your hands dirty. Guess I have been around too long. Gu did not say much more. He slowly stood up. He spoke calmly again. Like I said, this world's changing way too fast. As he finished, Gu glanced at Jamie and said, also, Jamie, can you gather everyone in Area 17? Jamie looked at him skeptically. You mean everyone in the entire area? He nodded softly. Yeah. Soon after, almost everyone in Area 17 had gathered in the courtyard. Gu's cart went around, taking people's hands in his own. Despite their confusion, he kept doing his thing, holding their hands with eyes closed. He seemed to be sensing something. The people watching had no idea what he was doing, just staring in bewilderment. Gu quietly said, thanks. You can go now. Then he called the next person, same as before. He took the next person's hand. Suddenly, a frustrated woman snapped. Seriously? What are you guys doing? Why drag busy people over here for no reason? Jamie saw her anger and quickly waved his hands. Sorry. I know it is annoying, but please bear with us for a moment. Gu did not pay her any mind and called the next person. The woman shoved the person in front of her aside coldly. Move, standing before, she said coolly. Hurry up. What do you want now? Seeing a woman in front of him, said politely, sorry for my rudeness. Then he reached out and took her hand, but in that instant, both of them froze. After a moment, she yanked her hand back. Annoyed, she asked, what the heck are you doing? Gu did not answer, stunned into silence. This girl must be superpowered. After recovering, Gu spoke, sorry, but can I borrow your hand again? The girl paled slightly, but after a pause extended her hand. What now? You want me to give you my hand again, even if it feels weird or something? Gu stayed silent, still holding her hand. He closed his eyes and focused, when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Kill her. Kill her and take that source of power. Gu instantly froze, eyes wide with terror. A sharp headache shook him, making the girl uneasy. The woman's face quickly turned pale. After hesitating, she shyly said, wait, do you like me now? You are even out of breath? Jamie behind her looked confused. What the heck are you guys doing? Gu stared at her. Suspicious. Do you have a scent of magic beasts? Or have you ever tried it? The woman smirked. Oh please. I do not know what you are talking about. Looks tempting, but that kind of flirting is way too much. Gu furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He definitely heard that voice. She is superpowered, but her attitude's pretty rough. He thought this was the perfect chance to find a candidate for the team. But sadly, he might have to give up searching in Area 17. With that, Gu loudly declared, sorry. Everyone can head home now. That is all for today. Thanks for your cooperation. The crowd looked baffled. Just then, a soft voice called out, stopping Gu dead in his tracks. The girl stepped forward and gently lifted his chin with her finger. She flashed a seductive smile and said, you called all these busy people here and wasted their precious time. So should not you be explaining yourself now? Gu narrowed his eyes at her. This girl looks way too inexperienced, totally clueless about her own standing and seriously overstepping her bounds. Thinking that, he sneered. Aren't you acting this way because you know I am part of the net? Didn't they teach you that if you want to survive out here in the sticks, you better know your place? Hearing this, the woman could not help but smile. So you are a member of the net. Just then, a group of aggressive people stormed in, anxiously asking, sister-in-law, are you okay? Gu glanced at Jamie and asked, who are those useless guys? Jamie replied in a low voice, you know the Hunter Kang Hun Su, right? They are his subordinates. The woman raised her eyebrows and said, "Oh man, I wanted to spend a little more time with you, but my man's way too loyal." The other two ignored her and kept talking. Jamie said this woman is Kang Hun-soo's wife. Hearing this, furrowed his brows and asked, "Isn't he kicked out of the nun already?" Jamie calmly said, "That is right, but he is managing a branch." Before Jamie could finish, Gu already guessed and gave the woman a sharp look. He sighed reluctantly. "That guy's way too soft for his own good." Then Gu spoke, "Like I said before, what kind of backing do you have to act like this? How long do you think Kang Hun-soo's loyalty to you will last?" His words made Hun-soo's men furious. One grabbed Gu by the collar, snarling, "You jerk. You have really crossed the line. Take back what you just said to my sister-in-law." Gu coldly stared at him, mentally cursing, "What the hell? Why do these guys here break all boundaries so easily?" At that moment, an arrow pierced the man's arm. He howled in pain. Hun-soo's woman was pissed too. "What the hell? Who fired that?" Nearby, from atop a building, a pair of legs appeared. It was Arang, holding a bow, smirking as he looked down, boldly warning, "Step back if you do not want to die. Touch my brother, and I will shoot without hesitation." Jamie saw Arang and Minnie and shouted, "Wait, why are those kids here?" Gu was just as shocked. The woman seethed with anger and ordered, "They are just kids. Drag them down here." Her men lunged forward, but could only take 2 steps before an arrow flew from afar, pinning one of them to the ground. The arrow glowed with a sinister red light. Seeing this, the group screamed in terror. "That is a core nodule bullet." Hit the deck. Suddenly, the red glow flared intensely, but after a long wait, nothing happened. The woman angrily cursed, "That fake piece of crap." From above, Arang grinned wider. "That is the fake one. Check this out." Still skeptical, the woman barked orders. "Even if they have real core nodules, they can explode in the exchange center. Get your head right." Arang snorted. "Look, it is not that one." Minnie immediately responded, and then pulled something out. The woman's men panicked seeing her move, shouting, "What is that?" Even Jamie was stunned, eyes wide. "Where did she get that?" Minnie pulled out a cannon gun, aiming straight at the group. Arang stood beside her, proudly grinning. "Let us test this out." The woman's men immediately backed off in fear. Seeing them retreat, the woman pointed angrily, "You two punks, I will be coming for you later." Arang smirked defiantly. "Bring it on. I am all fired up." The woman stormed off, grumbling, "Dumb bosses. Fighting rude kids in the middle of nowhere gets you nothing." Jamie heard this and muttered icily, "Like you are so well-mannered." Sungu stayed silent but worriedly asked the 2 kids, "You guys okay?" Arang and Minnie blinked, signaling they were fine. Sungu rubbed his head helplessly, thinking, "I did not expect these 2 to cause so much trouble. Looks like the road ahead just got a lot tougher." Moments later, in Busik's room, Jamie approached to report. After listening, Busik nodded in response. "Got it. So that is how things stand." Jamie looked puzzled and asked, "What do you think Seong-gyu is actually searching for?" Busik replied bluntly, "Chances are he is hunting for some super-powered folks who can be useful to his team." Jamie raised an eyebrow, still skeptical. "Super-powered people. He told me to search for them too." "But why?" Busik shrugged it off casually. "Seems like what he has is not enough yet. And apparently some super-powered people have not even awakened." Jamie pressed further. "But how can he even tell who is super-powered and who is just regular?" Busik paused to think, then said, "I heard that super-powered folks can sense a strange vibe from others like them." Jamie raised her brow dubiously. "Really?" Busik shrugged indifferently. Either way, Sungu came up with a pretty clever idea. Didn't expect him to use that ability as a tool to sort people out. Jamie hesitated but spoke up. "Still, no need to send invites to all the newbies. Right?" Busik raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "Because of their bad attitude or how they act." Jamie thought for a moment before replying. "That is one big reason. But mainly it is because she is living a life without fighting." Busik furrowed his brow at her, sighed, and said, "How can we ever know what someone's been through? Take Seong-gu for example, did not he become super-powered himself?" Jamie was stunned. That made a lot of sense. Busik ignored her reaction and chuckled. "Speaking of Seong, I think it is about time I give him a little boost so he can level up faster. Let us gear up for the next phase." The next day, in the Hongvu region, Sung-gyu and the 2 kids, Arang, were there. Sung-gu glanced at Minnie and asked, "You got the flags ready?" The little girl nodded softly. "Yeah. All set," Sung-gu warned seriously. "Hopefully, we 1T need to use them. But if we do, No hesitation, use them immediately. Minnie's eyes welled up right away. Then he added one more reminder. You calculated the exact radius. Right? Don't go shooting wild like last time. Or you might accidentally blow me up too. While he was talking, Orang suddenly shouted out. He spotted someone stepping out from the smoke and quickly said, "Hey, over there." Song-gu looked over and truly saw 3 figures approaching from the other side. He frowned deeply. Are they hunters? Please do not tell me they are here with bad intentions. Thinking it over, Song-gu asked suspiciously, "Besides our group, does anyone else know we are training here?" Minnie shook her head. "I have not told a soul." The 3 of them waited tensely as the strangers came closer. The closer they got, the darker Seong-gu's expression became. Rang glanced at him and asked, "Could it be that guy? The bodyguard of that woman from before?" Song-gu thought for a moment, then shook his head. "It is not him." Minnie asked suspiciously. "Then who?" "You know every hunter around here." Song-gu nodded. "True. But these guys are new to me." Right then, the 3 strangers reached them. One furrowed his brow and grinned. "The vibe here is kinda strange." Huh? Song-gu stepped in front of the kids, eyes sharp, and asked seriously, "Hold on. Who are you? State your business clearly." One of them scratched his head awkwardly at the question. After hesitating a bit, he said, "Well, this is tricky. We are on a covert mission. You guys are the new hunter squad formed in Sector 17. Right? Song-fro, who are you? How do you even know about that?" The man chuckled at Seong-gu's reaction. "Love how you are also on edge. Like a bunch of cute little kittens fluffing up." At that, Arang stepped forward a few paces. Blocking Seong, the kid warned fiercely, "Hey, watch your mouth before I rip it apart." The man sneered at the threat, then suddenly took off running. Arang was shocked and took a step back. In the blink of an eye, the man appeared right in front of Arang, grinning. "Never seen this kind before. What kind of arrows are those?" Then he glanced at the arrows on Arang's back. The other guy could not help but sigh. That was some next-level skill right there. But then, out of nowhere, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Arang, without him noticing, had already pulled out a blade and pressed it against the guy's throat. The kid coolly warned, "Hey, mister, touching someone else's weapon. Not the smartest move." The other guy froze for a second, but quickly raised his hands in surrender, laughing. "Haha, I was about to back off too. Looks like fate's got us tied, let us call it peace." The girl behind scoffed coldly. "If that is the case, why act all dangerous?" Goose Crew in the back frowned. They were joking around, but Arang was clearly in danger. You totally missed the subtle movement of the guy behind, quietly drawing his mirror. Plus, that ponytail dude. Probably the leader looked bigger and tougher. Goose Crew knew these were not ordinary guys. So why the heck were they stepping up to him? Then the leader spoke up. "Judging by your reaction, Old Man Kim Buk-sich has not said a word yet." Huh? Goose Crew blinked. Puzzled. "Who is the branch manager?" The other guy jumped. "First time hearing that. Anyway, I have got a thing for grumpy old folks, so I figured I would make a calm intro." He introduced them as the Secret Society of District 17. Goose Crew was stunned. "Wait, there is a secret society besides you." No wonder they were shocked. The branch manager had hidden this secret tight. If everyone knew, it would be chaos. The only woman among the 3 stepped forward. "I am Kun." Then she pointed to the silent young man behind her. "This is Kim Hun. He only speaks on orders, so try commanding him." The other guy chuckled. "And I am Lee Ji-sung, the leader. We are called Code Du. Let us look out for each other." Gu was even more confused by the name. That is a weird one. Isn't that some medical term for cardiac arrest? But he quickly shoved that thought aside and extended his hand. "I am Kit. We call ourselves Team Kaknip." Lee Ji-sung raised an eyebrow. "Where did that name come from?" "Kaknavana," Gu explained slowly. "It is from carnivorous." Lee Ji-sung's eyes widened. "Eating meat. Huh. Sounds savage." "Cool." Gu kept quiet. The team name was also his power's name, devouring the strength of others. Senna laughed. "That name's solid. At least better than Code Du." Gu asked, "Why Code?" Before Senna could answer, Kim Un spoke slowly. "It was originally just Boo," Lee Ji-sung added awkwardly. The leader added some random word later. "But it turns out it is just a medical term." Lee Ji-sung grumbled, annoyed. "Hey, only at times like this do you mess up without orders." But Senna showed no shame, laughing at their pain. "Code Du. Cardiac arrest. Emergency. Emergency." Lee Ji-sung was furious. "You guys better stop joking around or no more good food for you when we get back to the city." Gu watched their noisy banter, speechless, his mind drifting back to his own story. Before training started, Gu found Busik to talk. They stood outside on the balcony. He whispered, "Don't you think the reward's too much?" Basik shook his head softly. "No matter what, it sounds better than the name Swordfish. Didn't expect that to be chosen this time." Gu was a bit stunned. Basik gazed into the distance. Then said, "For a regular guy to tech guy, the team's balance would be off. You need someone for close combat." You absorbed this analysis without comment. No wonder he is district manager. Basik ignored the compliment and said bluntly, "Looks like you asked Jamie to find members already. But finding awakened folks without a team, that is tough." Gu replied calmly, "I can wait. As long as I get trustworthy members backing me up." Basik hesitated for a moment. Then said, "In a month, a base in Bucheon will fall." Gu gasped. "What?" Basik explained slowly. "There is an awakened person with powers there. Try to recruit them." Hearing this, Gu asked suspiciously, "How? Do you have future-seeing powers?" Basik smirked and joked, "Haha, I have never had that power. If I..." Chansu would not have died. C's face darkened with sorrow when he heard Chansu's name, and he said, "I am..." Basik declined to comment, smirking as he asked, "I heard you are training with them, right?" X nodded quietly. "Yeah." After a pause, Basik spoke up, "I was a bit worried since you awakened slowly, but seeing your resolve now, I am relieved." He looked him straight in the eye and said bluntly, "Don't he say that? It feels like you knew I would awaken all along." Basik chuckled casually. "Haha. Maybe so. But I already told you. I am no fortune teller." She could not help but feel suspicious. Though things were a bit hazy, it seemed like Basik knew what was coming before anyone else. While he was lost in thought, Basik spoke again. "It would be great if you formed a solid team. You have got to seize this chance with both hands." She asked in surprise. "What? Is there more we need to do?" Basik let out a loud laugh, then added mysteriously, "Haha, if I told you everything up front, where's the fun in that?" Back in reality, the more He thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. This guild leader really seems to have foresight. Not knowing where this path ends is terrifying. Just then, Yusu spoke up. "We are here to help you with basic training. But if you can keep up, you will be joining our squad once we are done." He raised his eyebrows with a grin. "No confidence. You can quit now if you want." She stared at Ju, deep in thought. He was not sure what the area manager's angle was, but it felt right, a rare opportunity that had to be seized. After a moment, he cracked a smirk and said, "Fine. You will have to suffer a little to truly understand the price." Hearing that, Yusu could not hold back a laugh. "Big ambitions. Huh? All right then. Let us see your basic skills first." She gave a sharp nod. "All right. Watch closely what we have been training." Then he glanced at Orang and called out. The kid immediately nodded in understanding and reached into his pocket to pull out something. Next, the kid poured some liquid onto the ground. The stench hit instantly, forcing all three Gisu members to cover their noses. Orang caught their reaction and raised an eyebrow. "First time smelling rotten monster guts. Huh? Rude much." Gisu quickly pulled each other back, muttering, "That is seriously disgusting." She ignored them and moved behind the command post. Orang and Minnie immediately nodded and took their positions. The three Xu members watched from behind, unable to hold back their curiosity. What are they about to show us? Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. C's face sharpened with alertness as he called out calmly, "It is here. Get ready." At his words, Orang and Minnie snapped into position, their senses on high alert. After a tense wait, C shouted, "It is coming." Spread out, the Jisoo team observed from behind. Senna frowned. "What is their game? We have no clue what these three are planning." Meanwhile, C began charging his energy. At the same time, something started moving beneath the ground. In the blink of an eye, it burst through the earth. The three Xu members froze at the sight. A massive, grotesque worm emerged from below. In moments, its huge body rose fully above the surface. Sip pulled out his blade, his entire body enveloped in energy. He knew this worm's attack pattern's two deadly moves. First, it burrows underground to swallow targets on the surface. Second, it launches into the air to snatch targets mid-fall before diving back underground. While its movements on the ground are predictable, its aerial attacks are much harder to track. To maximize their chance at victory, he needed to kill it before it could retreat underground. With that in mind, he lunged straight at the ugly worm, sliding across the ground. He skidded right to its belly. Then, he swung his blade and sliced deep into its gut. Watching that, Senna gasped. "Did he just pass right through it?" Jizung also exclaimed, "Yeah, but way too close for comfort." Just then, the worm suddenly whipped its tail, burrowing back into the earth. Gu's eyes narrowed slightly. Could this really be a defeat? Suddenly, a noise came from behind, and he quickly glanced back. That ugly worm had somehow sneaked up from behind without him noticing, but as soon as he spotted it, the worm burrowed straight into the ground. Seeing this, Gu instantly shouted, "Arang, now." "Got it, boss." Arang answered immediately, and Dung knocked an arrow. The arrow sliced through the air, piercing right into the worm's belly. In a blink, the worm's abdomen suddenly exploded. From afar, Jasunga's crew watched and muttered in awe. "So that is how he uses it." Senna smiled. "Curious? How does he pack an explosive energy core inside just one arrow?" Gu did not know what they were thinking as he swooped down from above. He drove his weapon straight into the worm's belly with a fierce stab. Then he jumped off the original spot, and Arang took another shot. Another arrow pierced the worm's gut, and once again, an explosion ripped through the air. Jizung could not help but praise. "That guy's marksmanship is next level." Senna nodded in agreement. "For real, he is skilled, but his firepower still feels kinda weak." Jizung said bluntly. "You are right. After a close-range strike, he recovers and fires a long-range shot. I like his strategy, but small attacks like that will just make the monster angrier." Just then, Gu suddenly shouted, "Minnie, the worm is changing its attack pattern." He ordered her to get ready once it burrows underground. "They will lose it." "Got it." Minnie nodded immediately and pulled out a handgun. Aiming at the worm, Senna squinted at the gun in her hand, muttering skeptically, "What is that little thing, you wanted to say? Who knows? Maybe it is an energy core gun." Right then, the worm began burrowing underground. Gu shouted, "Minnie, it is escaping." Minnie frowned and muttered, "Not on my watch." Then fired. The energy bullet zipped through the air like lightning, striking the worm's body. The bullet exploded instantly. Minnie dropped to the ground, cheering. "I hit." The worm froze, stunned by Minnie's shot. Arang finally exhaled in relief. "It is but mere." Gu felt something was off. He yelled urgently, "Not yet. Arang, shoot your arrow." Obediently, Arang released an energy arrow toward the worm. Boom! The energy core detonated, engulfing the area in thick smoke. When the dust settled, Gu looked at the scene ahead. There was a huge hole in the ground. He frowned and muttered, "It escaped." But quickly, Gu sensed something was wrong. Those ugly worms were incredibly strong. These fierce fiends would definitely come back for revenge after being provoked so much. Sure enough, suddenly there was movement behind them. Gu shouted a warning. "Behind you. It is coming for you." But the underground noise suddenly changed direction. Gu realized it was heading toward Minnie. The girl was sitting on the ground, her face tense with panic. Arang rushed over and shielded her, standing firm in front. The worm burst out of the ground, and Arang wrapped Minnie protectively in his arms. The worm opened its massive maw wide toward the two kids. Inside, a flag appeared. Arang shouted at Minnie, "Now." Minnie nodded sharply. Understanding immediately, she pulled out a watch and seemed ready to activate it. In a flash, the worm's mouth snapped shut, then suddenly exploded for some unknown reason. Seeing this, Senna cheered excitedly. "Amazing." Kafhung also praised. "No way. How did they get their hands on a weapon with that much explosive power?" The ugly bugs had exploded, spewing out disgusting black slime. Right then, Sunggu sprang up from the ground, sword in hand, charging forward with his blade. He roared fiercely, "Time to finish you off." Then, Sunggu drove his sword deep into the bug's body. Not stopping there, he slashed across its body as well. The bug writhed in agony, desperately struggling to break free. Sunggu gripped his sword tighter, cursing under his breath, "Damn it! How is this bug still alive even after losing its head?" While he was lost in thought, Sunggu yelled from afar, "Drop the sword. It is way too dangerous." But Seonggu ignored the warning. Holding on tight, he could not just give up now or it would escape. Just then, his eyes narrowed sharply as he saw the bug trying to burrow underground. The bug dragged Seonggu down with it, and by the time help arrived, it was too late. Arang and Minnie's faces turned pale, terror flashing in their eyes. Sunggu still refused to let go of his sword, no matter how the ugly bug yanked him deeper underground. He stared, noticing the bug's battered body. This had to be its final, desperate fight before death, but like this, he was going to suffocate and die right there. Taking a deep breath, Sunggu clenched his sword tighter. He focused, channeling his energy back into himself. In an instant, his chest glowed with a surge of power. He quickly funneled that energy into his blade. Then, slowly, he began pulling the sword out. Sunggu's expression was fierce, utterly focused. Without hesitation, he swung the sword wildly, slashing relentlessly at the ugly bug's body. Above ground, Jishung was frantically digging, shouting for Seong-gu. Why are you just standing there? Someone pull him out already. Seong-gu let out a heavy sigh. Those kids were not superpowered or tough, how could they possibly hold their own? Ji-sung bit his lip in frustration. I know. I am just saying that because I am helpless. If he gets dragged too deep, he will suffocate and die fast. We do not have much time. Saying that, he shouted louder and dug furiously. The soil was soft, so he could dig as much as possible. Just as he spoke, an eye seemed to spot something. The girl pointed ahead, shouting, "There is something over there." Ji-sung ran toward her direction and saw a hand emerging from the ground. He gasped. Seong-gu. He grabbed Seong-gu's hand, channeling energy into his palm. In the blink of an eye, he pulled Seong-gu out of the dirt. Seong-gu gasped for air, his hands pressed against the ground. Arang rushed over. Worried? Are you okay? I am. Seong-gu nodded weakly. At that moment, an unknown skill activated. Without it, he would already be dead. That strange feeling was unlike anything before. While Seong-gu was lost in thought, Senna suddenly punched him in the back. Her face darkened with frustration. You want to die or what? Why do you make us worry like that? Seong-gu muttered apologetically. Sorry. Then reached into his pocket. The three Ji-sung members glanced at what he held, their eyes widening in surprise. In Seong-gu's hand was a jade green core. Arang exclaimed happily. He actually brought back the core. Ji-sung was speechless, rubbing his forehead in disbelief. I am at a loss here. You risked your life for a common level 13 monster core. Arang shot back angrily. Sorry. You are a skilled hunter, so you can afford to waste cores, but we have to work nonstop to replenish what we use today. Ji-sung barked furiously. Using core weapons to cover your weak attacks is fine, but you have got to pick monsters your own level. Keep this up, and you will die on the next hunt. Then he pointed at the bow and gun in the kids' bags. Snapping. Where the hell did you find these weird weapons? Ji-sung hesitated for a moment, unsure how to respond. After a pause, Minnie awkwardly raised her hand and said, I am a magic engineer. That caught Ji-sung off guard. He could not believe it. Ooh, kid. What is your name? Minnie bowed her head and murmured, I? Ji-sung sighed and explained, I do not like outsiders knowing we have a magic engineer. After some thought, Ji-sung finally spoke up, magic tech is rare. If word gets out, the higher-ups want to ignore it. Ji-sung nodded, then looked at Arang. The kid caught on, beaming proudly. So it is my turn to introduce myself. Huh? Before Arang could finish, Ji-sung smirked and said, You are the offense-defense type, right? Next, Arang scowled, still holding a grudge. Huh? Ji-sung barely cared and walked up to Arang. As the team leader, what skills do you have? Arang was caught off guard, not sure how to answer. Seeing no reply, Ji-sung pressed on. Your skills look a lot like Chansu's. Did you learn from him? Ji-sung was shocked, half thinking Arang had copy-pasted Chansu's skills. But then he used a move from the lower body that Ji-sung had never seen before. Arang patched together too many skills, making it look like he could not execute any properly. That is why he could not even say what skills he actually had. Sen was amazed. Can someone really have that many skills? Ji-sung shook his head. Maybe if the skills were related. But I have never heard of anyone mastering completely different core skills. Arang paused for a long moment before mumbling a response about that. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled, startling everyone. Ji-sung noticed it too and shouted in alarm. Movement. Arang frowned, watching closely. Moments later, he shouted urgently, Another giant bug. It is slowly coming this way. Ji-sung stood up, grim-faced. Probably another bug hatch. We gotta kill it too. Ji-sung saw Arang's reaction and questioned, Hey, what are you planning? You are still not fully healed. Arang glanced at him with a sly smile. He said coolly, Then we want to stop or hold back your rescue mission. Ji-sung nodded quietly. Fine. Leave it to us. Kim Hun did not say a word and drew his two swords from his back. Ji-sung drew his blade as well, smirking. We will show you what a simple hunt looks like. Arang glanced back at Senna. Noticing she was not moving, he frowned. Is she the non-combat type? Right after, Ji-sung and Kim Hun took their positions in front of everyone. Ji-sung focused intently ahead, ready to fight. The ground's tremors grew closer and closer. With a loud crack, the earth exploded open and a disgusting worm burst out. Seeing it, Arang panicked. It is even bigger than the last one. Arang quietly observed the worm. He tracked all its movements. It would burrow back underground before attacking. That is the perfect moment to strike since it has no defense. Ji-sung caught on and shouted, It is trying to burrow. No way. Raising his sword, he prepared to sweep it sideways. Arang watched, astonished. Ji-sung slashed toward the worm. The ugly worm was sliced clean in half. Arang's jaw dropped in amazement. Woo! What kind of move was that? Minnie, Orang whispered. Energy core shot out from his sword, then he paused, deep in thought. Calm down. Even though it happened in a flash, it reminds me of a skill I once used, not just Ji Hung's sword energy, but all the energy Orang had seen came from cores embedded in their swords, not directly from the user's own power. Suddenly, Minnie shouted, "It is running away." Ji Hung noticed this too and said, "It is retreating. Now's our chance." Kim Hun nodded and charged forward. He plunged both swords deep into the ugly worm's body. Ji Hung stabbed his blade into it too. Right then, he panicked and shouted, "Hun, do not move. Hold on tight to it." Kim Hun nodded slightly, then gripped his sword tightly. Before long, black goo started spraying out like a rainstorm. Seeing this, the two Ji Hung guys instantly lit up with excitement. Then, they slashed hard down the body of that ugly, slimy worm. Ji Hung shouted, "We have pierced the core." Orang gasped in shock. The core. Slowly, Ji Hung explained. It is the hard shell protecting the nodule inside. Gripping the sword deeper, Ji Hung growled, "Now. Pull it out now." Kim Hun immediately obeyed, and together they yanked the sword free. Ji Hung then focused energy back into his spear. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. He is about to unleash that skill again. Ji Hung ignored everything else, zeroing in on the spear in his hands. Without hesitation, he struck with fierce power. A blast of energy hit the worm's body straight on, causing it to explode violently. Its massive body was smashed into a slimy mess splattered on the ground. Black, disgusting goo oozed out all over the place. Gus' eyes widened in horror. Ji Hung is on a whole different level. Only then did Ji Hung sheath his spear. He smirked. "See? That is what you call hunting." But just as he said that, the worm's head suddenly twitched. Black slime shot from its mouth, rushing straight toward Ji Hung. He did not have time to react and was quickly engulfed by the slime. As the goo soaked into the ground, dozens of tiny worms began crawling all over Ji Hung's body. Orang screamed in panic. "What the hell is going on?" Gu ran over Ji Hung and explained. "Those are Jun's parasites." Quickly, he sprinted to Ji Hung's side. Ji Hung was freaking out, screaming nonstop. "Get these things off me, please." The worm squirmed uncontrollably all over his skin. There were so many, they could not even be counted in seconds. As Gu pulled them off, he thought to himself, he killed that Jun like a pro. But how did he mess up rookie style now? This was unthinkable for a hunter of Ji Hung's caliber. He should be killed the Jun before it sprayed its parasites. Suddenly, Gu noticed something and glanced at Kim Hun, asking, "Why are you just standing there watching?" Kim Hun replied with disgust, "I hate those little worms." Gu was taken aback, then apologized after a moment. "Sorry." At that moment, Ji Hung mumbled something that made everyone frown in confusion. What the hell is he saying? What is going on with this team? Ignoring the mood, Ji Hung raised his hand towards Senna, who was far away near Jun's corpse. Calling out, "Senna, now." Senna calmly asked, "For what?" Ji Hung grew more urgent. "I am leaving it to you." Senna hesitated, biting her lip. "You are only asking me verbally." Ji Hung pressed. "Special treat, I will give you double." Still unmoved, Senna said dryly, "Oh please. Did not you say you would not give me anything? I will get fat if I eat too much." Hearing this, Ji Hung groaned. "Are you seriously gonna do this? At this rate, I'd..." "Please." But realizing he was losing ground, he quickly backtracked. "Just kidding. Just kidding. I will give you the bonus from the next mission." Finally, Senna nodded. "You can take that back." Ji Hung did not dare argue, hurriedly urging, "Come on, hurry." Senna took her time, calmly standing from the car. She looked at the two Ji Hung guys and called out, "Hey handsome, stop right there. You are just in the way." The Ji Hung guys grinned and stepped back, with Arang quickly following. Senna nodded in satisfaction. That should do it. Then she raised both hands forward, and in the blink of an eye, energy surged into her palms. At the same time, Ji Hung's body was enveloped in energy, and the worms crawling on him vanished, dissolving into thin smoke. Ji Hung Ji is just now realizing her true power, but there is one thing that really caught him off guard. Senna can use her strength from such a long distance. They are from a squad he has never seen or even heard of before. Meanwhile, Senna is still focused on healing Ji Hung, and Minnie looks at her with pure admiration. After a while, she finally stops, smirks, and says, "I am feeling better now." Ji Hung suddenly jumps up from the ground. Ji Hung Ji is surprised and asks with concern, "You okay?" Ju sighs, "I took more damage than you think." Horrified, he asks, "What the hell went down here?" Ji Hung blinks once, smirks, and says, "This whole story was brought to you by a glass of juice Hung and my dear sister. I think Senna's gonna be the star here. Do not. Sehung is stunned and suspicious. Wait. Hold up, is all this just some kind of setup? Ji-hung gets up from the ground, chuckling. It has all been planned since that ugly Jun showed up. Pretty brilliant. Huh. Then he points at Senna, smirking. I nearly died from her surprise attack. But hey, it was kind of fun. Right? Sehung is a bit speechless. Hesitates. Then asks, I have got a question. What was that sword attack you pulled earlier? That question throws Sehung off. When he reacts, Ji-hung immediately gets annoyed. You do not know anything about the core energy. Huh? Sehung looks genuinely confused. Seeing this, Ji-hung just shakes his head helplessly. The road ahead looks bleak, but then his tone quickly shifts, confident and smiling. Don't worry. You guys will get through this. I think we have already proven we are more than qualified to be your guides. I'm right. Sehung freezes, staring. Just look at him. After a moment, Ji-hung stands in front of Sehung and slowly says, I will explain some theories first, and Senna will back me up. He says no one can beat Senna when it comes to mastering core energy skills. Sehung raises an eyebrow. Are you planning to teach Ering and Minnie too? Ji-hung thinks it over before answering. Since the kid is not a superhuman, these high-level training sessions are pointless for him. And it is way too soon for a magic engineer to learn core energy control. But he adds that if Sehung wants a real fight, he needs basic physical and combat skills, since that is Kim Hun's specialty. Ji-hung will leave that part to him. Ering just got slammed to the ground by Kim Hun, but he does not show mercy, coldly saying, again. Meanwhile, Ji-hung is fully focused on teaching Sehung. Alright, let us get this class started. We will start with the basics. You have heard about the classifications of superpowers, right? Sehung answers straightforwardly. They are divided into 6 types. Physical enhancement, supernatural abilities, magic engineering, soul powers, and monster control. Ji-hung nods approvingly and quickly adds, those are the most common categories of superpowers, called innate traits, and the type of energy each superhuman has depends on their unique characteristics. That is why some people boost physical strength while others wield fire. Sehung looks puzzled. You mean individual traits? Ji-hung does not answer but conjures a stream of energy in his hand. Seeing it, Sehung's eyes widen in shock. Ji-hung explains slowly. But if you do not go through this transformation, you can release the original form of energy, what we call common traits. Sehung immediately understands. It is just like my sword's projection and explosion. He gathered the raw energy inside the sword and then unleashed it. Thinking it over, Sehung nods. Common traits are pretty awesome. Just as he says that, Ji-hung coldly interrupts. But there is another reason why common traits are just as important. They directly affect how much energy you can accumulate. He says if Sehung learns to harness common traits properly, he can steadily increase the amount of energy he holds. Like in those games before the Great Flood, every time you level up, your power goes up too. At this moment, Senna broke the silence. When we talk about leveling up, we usually think about gaining experience or boosting skill stats. Like, if you use a common trait, some energy can actually evolve on its own. Sehung raised his eyebrows, realizing he could combine all his power into one single energy star. If he kept absorbing power, he might unlock phase 2 or even more beyond that. While Sehung was lost in thought, Ji-hung chuckled and said, Alright, let us stop talking and start training. Focus all your power on hitting this thing as hard as you can. Got it? Sehung nodded slightly, pulling energy into the palm of his hand. His eyes sharpened, and then he threw a punch straight into the car in front of him. The punch tore a huge hole through it. Ji-hung nodded approvingly. Not bad, but that is not exactly what I wanted. Sehung frowned. Did I mess up? Without much explanation, Ji-hung glanced at Senna, who immediately caught the hint and jumped down from the car. Senna quickly walked over to Sehung and asked bluntly, should we test it out here? Then suddenly, she grabbed Sehung's hand, and then spoke up. Sorry, gotta test this? Sehung was confused. Staring blankly at her, Senna lowered her voice and asked, when you punch, can you actually feel the energy in your hand? Sehung stayed silent, so she continued, don't think about using your muscle strength. Instead, Senna said, imagine the energy flowing down from where my fingers are moving, as she moved 2 fingers, channeling energy into his palm. Then she stopped right at Sehung's palm and paused, seeing Sehung still puzzled. Senna explained, yeah, it is not something you grasp right away. Try putting energy into your fingertips, and then release it like snapping your fingers at someone. Sehung looked down at his hand, taking in her words. Following Senna's instructions, he gathered energy into his fingertip. Then, he shot it straight at the car in front of him. Sehung, staring wide-eyed at the scene. And even Senna was just as stunned. Si-hung could not help but rub his eyes in disbelief. A perfect hole appeared on the car window, surrounded by water stains, like a bullet had pierced through. After snapping out of it, Senna gasped. "Oh mutt, there is an actual hole." Si-hung's eyes widened as he muttered, "That was from me shooting star energy." While they were still in shock, Si-hung hesitated. "Did I do it right?" He glanced at Senna, who nodded quietly. "Yeah, you nailed it. But about this," Senna looked uncertain, asking, "Do you really feel the flow of energy?" Si-hung hesitated for a moment then nodded. "I do." He blinked, studying her carefully. After a long pause, he sighed reluctantly. "This is going to drive Kim Buk-sik crazy, but you seriously should think about reporting this to the branch owner." Si-hung, raising an eyebrow. "You mean the branch owner, right? What other branch owner is there? I seriously despise that branch owner. But their development program is not something to mess with," he went on, while Si-hung looked confused. "Honestly, for the sake of District 17, it would be great if you stayed here. But if you want to grow your own power, you can choose to go that route too." Si-hung thought for a moment, then asked, "What do you mean when you say the branch manager's gonna go nuts?" Si-hung licked his lips and said, "Well, Kim Buk-sik really looks down on the branch owner." Si-hung fell silent, then frowned deeply. What is the big deal about the branch manager? Even the branch manager, who is familiar with Note, looks down on the branch owner. You still have not figured out where the problem lies. Si-hung continued. We will talk about the branch owner again soon, I trust you. That is why I am telling you all this, so do not turn your back and start spreading nonsense. After that, Si-hung trained with Gi-hung a few days later. Following his guidance, he focused the energy within his body. Immediately, Si-hung's gaze sharpened intensely. He let out a fierce shout. Ready, sword of Spensik, and swung out a powerful slash. The sword sliced swiftly toward a nearby pillar, but he did not stop. Gripping the sword tightly in his hand, Tran waited a moment, but Si-hung was already quick to wipe it away. Then, he swung his sword again, the red glow slicing through the air like a fierce storm. With a single wet thud, the house in front of him crumbled into ruins. Si-hung sheathed his sword, exhaled deeply, trained a bit more, then headed back. Entering the room, he only saw Minnie and asked suspiciously, "Where's Arang?" Minnie shook her head softly. "Lately, Arang's been acting really strange. I even told him to come back soon. Apart from when we train, I have no idea where he is or what he is up to." Si-hung thought for a moment and asked, "He's got a girlfriend now?" Minnie smirked. "Wouldn't that be something with his vibe? It would be a relief if he is not causing trouble." Suddenly, there was a noise at the back door, startling Si-hung to glance back sharply. Then he raised his eyebrows with a teasing smile. "Looks like he knows we are talking about him." But no one actually came in. It seemed like someone just brushed past. Si-hung rushes out, hurriedly opens the door to check. All he finds is a note left on the door. He picks it up to read. In the blink of an eye, his expression darkens. Meanwhile, at a small house elsewhere, Arang is tied up there. Muffled voices echo in the shadows. "Did that guy come?" Another voice shakes his head. "Who knows?" Then with a sly grin, he says, "If he does not want to lose his only little brother, he will show up." Arang hears this, struggles to speak, but his mouth is sealed shut, no words can get out. Moments later, Jamie leads Si-hung to a house not far from Area 17. Si-hung looks at Jamie, saying, "You can go now. I have got this from here." Jamie nods without hesitation, then leaves. Si-hung takes a deep breath and pushes the door open. He steps inside slowly, but the scene before him freezes him in place. A group surrounds Arang, who is tied up and beaten. The guy sitting in the chair sneers, like he is the boss. Arang's bruised face lifts weakly, looking at Si-hung. Seeing his condition, Si-hung asks worriedly, "Are you okay?" Arang shakes his head slightly, eyes full of fear. After confirming Arang's all right, Si-hung glares at the crowd. "What the hell are you guys doing?" One of them snaps back angrily. "Who the hell do you think you are?" But before he can finish, the guy in the chair cuts in coldly. "Hey, who is sticking their nose in here?" That shuts the first guy up immediately. Trembling in fear, the man in the chair stands up, voice icy. "Remember how I treated my Jun? It has not been that long, how could you forget?" He points at Arang, smirking, pissed, trying to decide how to deal with you. But this kid just walks right into my trap. Si-hung realizes this guy's Hun-Soo. He smirks back. "So that is why you called me here." "Well, I'm here, let the kid go." Hun-Soo sneers coldly. "This scene is so touching, I am about to cry." Then he steps up to Si-hung and slaps him hard. Hun-Soo says, "Don't you get your situation? How dare you act so cocky?" He calls Si-hung a dumbass, who can't even protect himself. let alone anyone else. Arang watches from behind, wide-eyed, frozen in shock. Just as the kid tries to speak, Hansu storms over, startling Arang, then kicks him hard, sending him flying. Hansu pulls his leg back, yelling, "Who does this snot-nosed brat think he is?" Butting in when adults are talking. Sihungu looks up from the ground, seeing Arang get hit, shouts, "Don't touch the kid." That fires up Hansu even more. He grits his teeth, "You little bastard." Then he spits out some nasty green slime. But Sihungu dodges just in time, looking closely. Disgusting green goo splatters on the floor. Sihungu frowns. Horrified poison spit from a superpowered freak. He is hiding weapons in his mouth. This guy's a filthy, dirty bastard all over. Right then, a voice rings in Sihungu's head. "Kill him," he mutters silently. "Kill him for something this simple. I have dealt with this so many times as a guide." But the voice sounds annoyed, its tone mixed with anger. "Why hide your power? You really gonna let a half-baked punk like him push you around?" It says, "Kill him, then proudly reveal your awakened powers. Then no one will dare mess with you again." While Sihungu was flexing and throwing shade at that voice, the jerk Hansu suddenly launched a wild punch. This time, Sihungu caught it mid-air, leaving Hansu's crew frozen in shock. Hansu stiffened up, stomping his foot. "Who the hell's stopping me?" Sihungu shot him a cold look and said flatly, "Do me a favor and back off," breathing down Hansu's neck. But that only lit the fuse on Hansu's rage. He roared like a beast. "This damn guide's dead meat. You think you are some favored branch manager and can run wild? Too bad for him." No matter how fierce he acted, his hand was trapped tight. Hansu's eyes went wide in disbelief. Even now, he kept stomping in frustration, clearly outmatched by Sihungu's strength. Sweat poured down Hansu's forehead as he snarled, "You damn punk. Why won't you let go?" At that moment, Sihungu's inner voice rang out. "All right, let us make this guy an example." After a brief pause, Sihungu reached down and pulled a knife from beside his foot. But before he could make a move, something unexpected happened. Arang came rushing from afar, grabbing Sihungu's arm with her head. He shouted in surprise, "Arang, what are you doing?" Arang looked up at Sihungu, eyes pleading, "Please." Sihungu stared at her for a moment before finally releasing Hansu's hand. But that bastard did not get the hint and punched him right in the face. Sihungu could not react in time and got bloodied from the blow. Blood splattered from his mouth, his face twisted in pain. Seeing this, Hansu trembled in fear. Then, suddenly, Sihungu bowed his head to him and said softly, "I am Hunter, please forgive me." Hansu shook with fear, lips sealed, unable to utter a word. "She is harmless. It would be better if you start playing it safe from now on," Sihungu replied casually. "Got it. I will keep that in mind." With that, he turned and walked away, Arang following swiftly behind. But Hansu called out, "Kid, make sure you do not draw any unnecessary attention." "All right," his henchman scowled, whispering, "Boss, are you seriously letting them walk away just like that?" Sihungu ignored them, politely saying, "Thanks, but we will be on our way." The henchmen rushed forward to block them, ready to teach Sihungu a lesson. They jabbered on, making Hansu even more furious. "Shut up already, you idiots." He knew if Arang had not stopped Sihungu, his hand would have been crushed by now. Just a regular guide. Yet this kid's strength was unreal. Outside, as soon as Sihungu stepped out, he loosened Arang's grip. Then he gratefully said, "Well done. Thanks for holding me back. If you had not, I would probably be in deep trouble right now." He sighed helplessly. "If that happened, I would not even have the guts to face the branch manager." Arang rubbed her aching hands, then calmly said, "You taught me that guides need to stay level-headed no matter what. I was just putting your lessons into practice." Sihungu nodded slightly, then asked, "But how did those guys catch you?" Arang turned away as she answered, "I was just wandering around, saying I was looking for mission requests. Then I accidentally wandered into their territory and got caught." Sihungu raised an eyebrow. "So you have been gathering intel this whole time?" Arang hesitated briefly before saying, "I am the only human on the team. If I do not want to get kicked out for lacking superpowers, the least I can do is complete my guide duties properly." Sihungu could read her thoughts and reluctantly advised, "You do not have to risk your life like that. From now on, just take it slow and build up your strength." Sihung was about to speak when Arang cut him off. Sihung stared at the kid, hesitating, but the kid stood firm. "For superpowered folks like you, none of you need to hold back. But after meeting God Guru, I finally get where I stand." The kid Sihung was hiding his power because the team was keeping secrets. But Orang himself had no powers at all. Before Minnie starts looking down on me, I need to get stronger and keep handling my responsibilities seriously. Sehungu sighed, a bit helpless, and said, not every superpowered newbie looks down on those who have not awakened yet. Orang, still skeptical, asked, after Kang Hunsu treated me like that, you still say that ordinary people are weaker than superpowered ones, that is the natural order, is not? Sehungu did not answer, just sighed and stared at the kid. What Orang did not know was that he used to be an ordinary citizen, and only recently awakened. He is like a frog who forgot he once was a tadpole, just saying whatever sounds good to his own head. Remembering before he left, Sehung pulled Sehungyu aside and warned, do not trust Net. Things are not always what they seem on the surface. Sehungu frowned silently at the rank order of Mut A. After a moment, the Tukes Hungus finally returned. He glanced at Minnie inside the room and asked suspiciously, where's the branch manager? Minnie jumped up from her seat and turned to answer. She just left with Jamie earlier today. Then she saw Orang's bruised face and asked, what happened to your face? Sehungu shook his head slightly and ordered, get him bandaged up. Minnie quickly obeyed. Then he continued, I was about to talk to the branch manager about taking Kang Huju down. Before he could finish, he spotted Kim Hun sitting alone on a chair, his silhouette lonely. He hesitated, then called out, breathless, Hun. Kim Hun immediately looked up, lips tight, and said, yeah, it is, panting as he faced Sehungu. Sehungu looked at him, puzzled, and asked, are not you supposed to be on a mission with Geese Hung and Senna? Kim Hun hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Something's happened. Please help me. Sehungu was a bit stunned but quickly sat beside him, urging, calm down and tell me what happened so I can understand. Kim Hun furrowed his brows and sighed. The leader was attacked. Sehungu grew even more confused. Superhuman assassins usually operate in squads, so who could possibly attack him? While he was thinking, Kim Hun continued, we also got a request from the branch manager. Sehungu frowned and asked, what kind of request? Kim Hun hesitated, then answered, it is to take out the assassins. Hearing that, Sehungu's hands trembled. This was it. He remembered Busik had come to him earlier, throwing a stack of documents his way, calmly saying, that is the request. Sehungu frowned and asked, what about the strategy part? Busik straightforwardly replied, that is the assassination mission you wanted. Sehungu opened the documents to take a look. After a while, he voiced his suspicion. Among these assassins, the proportion of superhumans is oddly high. Busik bluntly said, they are not ordinary assassins. The strike force members have started to revolt. The leader of the strike force in Area 14 confronted his own subordinates, who rebelled and killed 2 team members. Then the leader wiped out all the other rebels. Sehungu did not understand why they would fight each other. It was a suspicious request since there was zero info on the cause of the rebellion. Then Busik asked, do you want to take it on? Sehungu hesitated before answering, I am not sure there is too little info. Facing superhumans like this would be really tough, and I do not even know their abilities. Sehungu said he felt this request was dangerous, and the 3 of them were not skilled enough yet. Busik nodded in agreement. I get, you want experience fighting superhumans, but do not want to risk your neck. That is like putting the cart before the horse. Huh? Sehungu could not help but grin. Finally someone gets why I am turning this down. Before he could say anything else, Busik continued, I understand. I will assign it to someone else. Sehungu suddenly spoke up, saying the request was too vague, too open-ended. Busik glanced at him coldly and said, like you said, there is still too much unknown, so just forget about this request. I get. Sehungu nodded slightly. Branch managers all saw this as a sketchy request, or maybe just a handoff to Mies. Trollney, moving on from the past. Sehungu frowned and asked, so what happened next? Kim Hun recounted with a hint of sadness. It has been 4 days since we took on that mission. 4 days ago, the 3 of us from Geese Hung headed into a desolate wasteland. Senga squinted, looking at Geese Hung and asked, seems like you know the name of the commander I took down. Huh? Geese Hung answered straight up, I knew him back when we were both at the training center. He was kind-hearted and pretty talented too. Seiga, still skeptical, asked, so why is this the first time we are hearing about him? Gus Hung replied as he walked. He was part of an underground strike force like us, but for Sector 14. Senga muttered, furrowing her brow. I heard the leader got kicked out of the training center for causing trouble. But why would such a kind and high-ranking guy join an underground force? Gus Hung's face dropped after hearing that. Seeing his expression, Senga panicked. You are not joking around, right? Realizing this, she quickly changed the subject. Anyway, is not this report way too thin? Not a single clue about the mutants. Then Gi-sung finally answered, Sector 14 is behind this. They sent people to chase but failed, that is why we had to take this case. He said if they fail again, it will have to go to the Public Investigation Agency. But he thinks those guys will just turn a blind eye when mutants come up. Singa raised an eyebrow. Really? Gi-sung calmly replied, that is why Kim Bu-sik keeps our identities under wraps. The boss only knows he is quietly harvesting mutant energy. Sinenga caught on. So they are also part of Sector 14's underground force. Scared of being branded traitors too? Gi-sung nodded softly. Exactly. They banned private military groups like us. While they talked, Kim-hun suddenly signaled to stop up ahead. The two Gi-sung members immediately froze, watching as he crouched down, seemingly checking something on the ground. Gi-sung approached and asked, what is it? Kim-hun whispered, Killer S-Tracks. Hearing this, Gi-sung snapped alert and said, let us move to a spot where we can scout safely, pointing toward a distant building. He added, that place looks safe enough. The three wasted no time and moved out, spending 4 days holed up in that building. Arang raised an eyebrow. 4 days. Kim-hun did not answer, so Gi-sung pressed on. The killers still have not shown up. He nodded. Yep. That is when Senna complained she had not showered in forever. The three kept watch on the building's rooftop. Finally, they caught a break. Kim-hun spotted something. Gi-sung quickly grabbed binoculars to check. Sure enough, he saw a figure heading their way. Gi-sung turned sharply. Let us move. The killers have shown themselves, hiding at the building space. Senna whispered. What is the plan? Gi-sung ordered seriously. Observe first, then strike all at once. If they are patrol troops, they will be on the same level or lower. Meanwhile, the masked figure glanced cautiously around. Then he stepped into the building, but as soon as he entered, someone knocked him out cold with a blow to the head. After a while, he woke up only to be blinded by the light. Gi-sung and Senna were standing right in front of him. Gi-sung stared him down, then slowly said, awake now. Time for us to ask you a few questions. Pulling out a knife, he warned, see this little blade? If you scream or try anything, I will show you exactly what it is for. First question. This place is your base, right? The guy struggled to break free but could not. Eventually, he gave. The officer asked back, you guys are from Manhwa headquarters. That made Gi-sung bristle with irritation. We are the ones asking the questions here. Looks like you are trying to dodge. So this is your base after all. Next question. Why did you betray me, Zim? Hearing this, the masked guy furrowed his brow and asked slowly, so you are not from the owner's side. Where exactly are you from? Gi-sung replied coldly. Area 17. The masked guy nodded knowingly. So Kim Bu-sik was the one who brought you here. Letting out a low chuckle, Gi-sung sneered. A punk like you knows a lot. Huh? Who exactly are you? The masked guy played dumb. Ooh. What are you talking about? Why keep asking dumb questions? Gi-sung's anger flared up more and more. He snapped. Damn it, kid. It has been ages since I have met some punk clueless about his own place. Just then, the masked guy's eyes suddenly lit up. Caught off guard, Gi-sung's eyes quickly changed color too. His body uncontrollably stiffened and tensed up. Senna, watching from behind, gasped in shock and called out anxiously. Boss. Kim-hun heard the noise and poked his head inside from outside. He quickly caught on to what was happening and shouted urgently. Senna? Get back. Senna was still confused, her eyes wide with panic. Suddenly, something shocking happened. Gi-sung stabbed a knife straight into Senna's stomach. Jin asked wide-eyed. Boss? But at that moment, Gi-sung's eyes went completely blank and lifeless. Kim-hun immediately lunged forward, kicking Gi-sung hard and sending him crashing into the wall behind. Ignoring Gi-sung, Kim-hun rushed to pull the knife out of Senna's side. He asked worriedly, Are you okay? Senna bit her lip and whispered, How could I be okay? Kim-hun's urgency spiked. Come on. Press down hard on it. Senna obeyed, pressing firmly on the wound. Jun pleaded, Please, someone help me with first aid. Kim-hun nodded slightly and pulled out a first aid kit. He quickly poured the disinfectant onto Senna's wound. After finishing, Kim-hun sighed. This kit can only do so much. You will have to heal yourself with your powers. Senna glanced at him, biting her lip. Yeah, guess I do not have much choice. No sooner had she spoken than energy appeared in her hands, starting to mend the wound. Meanwhile, Gi-sung was charging from afar. Kim-hun noticed and bit his lip in determination. He quickly turned, bracing to block with his hands. Kim-hun's strength pushed Gi-sung back hard. But if you look closely, Kim-hun's arms were wounded too. Before he could catch his breath, a cold blade lunged at him, Gi-sung attacking relentlessly. Kim-hun tried to dodge, but Gi-sung's strikes kept coming. He shouted, If you keep this up, I am gonna have to fight back for real. Saying that, Kim Hun reached to draw his twin swords from his back. Energy surged into his hands while Geese Hung fueled his attacks with his own cores. Kim Hun furrowed his brow, thinking, fighting with these cores, I do not stand a chance. But in pure skill, I am no weaker. With that, Kim Hun charged forward fiercely, ready to settle this with Geese Hung once and for all. Geese Hung immediately sensed the attack and went on high alert. As Kim Hun closed, he swung his sword several times. Sharp metallic strikes echoed through the small room. The two kept closing the gap between them, neither backing down. Geese Hung gripped his blade tighter and struck again. Kim Hun desperately blocked with his twin swords, but Geese Hung never loosened his grip. Kim Hun gritted his teeth, holding firm, but soon his arms grew numb and heavy. Finally, he was forced down onto one knee. Kim Hun frowned deeply, thinking Geese Hung might be sluggish from hypnosis, but no, he showed zero weakness. Geese Hung tightened his grip, pushing Kim Hun down step by step. Geese Hung's power was overwhelming. Kim Hun could not hold out much longer. Geese Hung knocked Kim Hun's twin swords to the ground. Kim Hun struggled to break free but failed, and just like that, Geese Hung slammed him down onto the floor. At that moment, Kim Hun kicked out fiercely. Geese Hung was quick to grab it, and the two clashed blows again across a few exchanges. But it did not last long before Kim Hun was thrown flying out. His body slammed hard against the ground, blood instantly trickling from the corner of his mouth. Geese Hung looked down from the rooftop, his eyes still empty and hollow as before. His legs ached, itching to jump down. But at that moment, something seemed to hold him back. It was Senna, who had quietly run over and grabbed his hand, her voice trembling as she spoke, "Leader, please wake up." Yet Hung's eyes showed no flicker of life, and he raised his hand to strike Senna away. Seeing this, Kim Hun panicked and shouted. But sadly, Geese Hung did not listen at all. Senna did not let go, still gripping his hand tightly. Just before Geese Hung's blow could land, a low voice cut through the tension. "Stop right there." It was the masked man, who had just freed himself from the binds. Speaking coldly, "Psychics like her rare, capture her alive," Senna whispered in shock, wondering when the guy had managed to slip out of those ropes. While she was frozen in place, Geese Hung suddenly struck her in the neck. Senna collapsed from the hit, and the masked man approached the large hole ahead to take a look. But there was no one down there. He sneered with contempt, "Just a bunch of worthless rats." After hearing Kim Hun's story, Arang could not help but laugh and tease. "Honestly, I am kinda disappointed in Hunter Hun. His teammate gets captured and brainwashed, and he just runs off alone." Geese Hung shook his head in objection. "No way. He did well escaping that psychic manipulator." Arang raised an eyebrow. "Wait, psychic manipulator?" Geese Hung explained slowly. "They are the ones with hypnotic powers. Honestly, I think it is insanely tough to deal with." Arang, still doubtful, asked, "So what is the plan then?" Geese Hung did not answer, but threw the question back. "Arang, what do you think?" After a moment, Arang replied, "No need to overthink it. We have to save them. Even if the leader's a bit rough, he still trained us, and we were a team once." But Geese Hung shook his head. "That is the wrong answer. A leader must always prioritize everyone's safety. To save one teammate in danger, you would have to sacrifice others. Right?" Arang hesitated, then slowly nodded in understanding. Geese Hung stared off into the distance, then spoke slowly. "But I am thinking about saving Miss Duru." Arang looked at him, confused. He calmly explained, "Leader Geese Hung and Hunter Senna are both gifted mutants. If both get brainwashed and controlled, they will become a huge threat to us. Even though Seongu has made that call, you still need to reconsider, because getting support won't be easy." Arang grew more and more unsettled, but Seongu remained calm and continued, "Because this incident risks exposing the underground force. Arang, you will handle the meeting. Minnie, get your weapons ready." The two kids immediately nodded. Seongu went on. "After deciding to keep the underground force and rescue team's matter secret, many things happened and there were other options. But the branch leader handed decision-making power over to me. Then he proposed, we leave tomorrow morning." After speaking, the three looked off into the distance. A long journey was about to begin. Now the elite strike force had been wiped out. Zone 17 was in utter chaos, the situation critical. Yet Seongu still was not sure if the two could hold up. The next day, the four of them, led by Kim Hun, set out on their journey. Kim Hun walked up front, tears welling as he noticed a small box strapped to Arang's back. He asked quietly, "What is that you are carrying back there?" Arang smiled softly. "This? It is hard to come by. You will understand once you see it." Kim Hun said nothing more, and the mood grew heavy again. Lost in thought, Arang seemed to be remembering the day's training with Jae Seongu. Seongu practiced swordplay on one side, while Jae Seongu kept giving instructions. The energy Seongu emitted back then was faint and fleeting, disappearing almost as soon as it appeared. Seeing this, he got a bit annoyed and snapped, Damn it, but Jae-seon-gu did not lose heart. He calmly suggested, "It is not working. Try again." With that, he withdrew his own sword, and together they swung in unison. Two waves of energy burst forth, their blades smashing straight into the wall ahead. Gasping for breath, Jae-seon-gu asked skeptically, "Still no luck?" He did not answer, signaling him to wait a moment. At that very moment, the wall suddenly exploded into pieces. Jae-seon-gu gasped in surprise. "Whoa, that is amazing." He glanced at him and asked, "Do you know what made the difference?" After thinking for a moment, he answered, "Not really. If anything changed, it might be because you shouted the skill's name." Hearing that, Jae-seon-gu could not help but laugh. "So you are just into the hype. You have seen cooler stuff than this before." He looked at him confused, asking, "Do you really have to shout every single time? This is not some random game before a disaster, right?" Jae-seon-gu clicked his tongue and said, "Hey, I do not do it because I do not wanna. You even listen to commands or what?" He frowned slightly, replying slowly, "Commands. To take on high-level monsters, you need a core to extend your limbs. But in emergencies, you can really feel or control the core well." He frowned deeper, asking vaguely, "So shouting the skill name speeds up the process?" Nodding calmly, Jae-seon-gu replied straightforwardly, "Exactly. First, you decide how to use the core, then execute and name it." He said every time Jae-seon-gu uses that skill, just shouting its name boosts its power. Then he slung the shovel over his shoulder, reminding, "If you do not believe me, try naming it yourself." In his head, he thought, "How about naming that crescent blade move Gumsfinnick?" Jae-seon-gu nodded slightly, and the two began brainstorming names for the technique. Feeling like he was taking too long, Jae-seon-gu spoke up, "It really matters if you want to tame it. When you swing the sword, just yell Moon Gumsfinnick." He thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right, let us do it." Taking a deep breath, he clenched his sword tightly with both hands and started focusing his energy. Then he shouted loudly, "Moon Gumsfinnick," and swung his blade down. The sword's energy sliced through the air like a gust of wind, blasting the wall ahead into rubble. Jae-seon-gu stared at the scene. Momentarily stunned, he laughed teasingly. "Oh man, I can't even hear you anymore. No wonder you said that to me." Then he patted Jae-seon-gu's shoulder reassuringly. "It is tough, but you did great. I am impressed by how well you are sensing your skills. You will have your own commands soon enough." Even though he had not reached that level himself, he believed Jae-seon-gu would get there. Leaving the past behind, Jae-seon-gu had stepped out to gather info like a guide. But in just 1 week with him, he learned way more. He needed him to get stronger. Thinking this, Jae-seon-gu clenched his fist. Unable to hold back, he never imagined Jae-seon-gu would get caught by those killers. Just then, Kim-hun, walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Slowly, he said, "Be careful. Everyone, we are here." The four of them cautiously stepped into the building where Jae-seon-gu's group had been ambushed. After a moment of searching, Arang spoke up, "Just as we thought. They are gone because this place was compromised." Jae-seon-gu asked, "What about any traces?" Kim-hun slowly replied, "There is a few things here and there, but nothing conclusive." Arang spotted the branch in his hand and quickly asked, "Can you hand me what you are holding?" Kim-hun did not hesitate. Passing the branch to Arang, the full smell hit her immediately, and she grimaced, muttering, "It stinks." At that moment, Jae-seon-gu spoke up, "Let us get to work." Arang nodded and dropped the box from her back. She slowly opened the box and placed the branch inside. After finishing, Arang cheered. "Awesome. It is locked onto the scent of the creature now." Hearing this, Jae-seon-gu immediately ordered, "Step back." The two Arang quickly obeyed, and in Jae-seon-gu's hand, a surge of energy appeared. Without hesitation, he fired straight at the barrel. As soon as the lid popped open, a black rat appeared, and soon after, it blinked its eyes open. Suddenly, it tried to bolt. Kim-hun, worried it might attack, shouted, "Step back. Is that a demon beast?" Arang shook her head in response. "Nope. It is just a rat." Jae-seon-gu noticed Kim-hun's reaction and asked, "Why do you look so freaked out?" But Kim-hun stayed silent. Seeing this, Jae-seon-gu did not press further and suggested, "San-hun and I will chase after them." The two kids, Arang, nodded immediately. The rat suddenly started running circles on the ground, making Kim-hun uneasy. But soon enough, its long nose shot straight up to the sky before it darted off. Seeing this, Arang quickly shouted, "It has changed its scent." Jae-seon-gu immediately gave chase. "We can't afford to lose its trail." Kim-hun did not hesitate either. And off they went, two men and a rat racing madly ahead. Jae and Gu had no idea where they were headed, but this rat was their only lead, and they could not afford to lose it. After a while, the rat suddenly stopped and began sniffing the ground carefully. Seung-gu and Kim Hun stayed back, watching it closely. Once the rat went completely still, Seung-gu stepped forward and placed his hand on the wall. After a moment, he muttered suspiciously, "It is way too quiet." Kim Hun pursed his lips and said, "Maybe we are looking in the wrong place." Seung-gu shook his head. "No way. This rat would not lose its own scent. It is a demon beast. A tracker, they can sniff things out. Maybe they know we are here." Kim Hun frowned deeply, then said after a long pause, "Maybe that is why they immediately sealed the place and went into hiding." Seung-gu nodded thoughtfully. "Makes sense. Let us see if that is true." With that, both drew their weapons. They split and ran in two directions. Seung-gu reached an empty room and scanned every corner. He approached a door secured with two wooden bars. Something about it felt off. Seung-gu examined it carefully, deciding to check it out, but at that moment, Kim Hun's shout cut through. "Seung-gu, hurry!" Hearing that, Seung-gu dashed over and stopped only when he saw Kim Hun. The scene before them sent chills down Seung-gu's spine. He gasped. What the hell is this? Kim Hun had indeed found the demon beast, but also a pile of bodies, brutally killed here. After a moment of shock, Seung-gu started checking each corpse one by one. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank God the leader and Senna are not here. Kim Hun regained his composure, nodded, and said, "Right." Then he moved forward to inspect as well. Seung-gu trailed behind, suspiciously asking, "Can you confirm these are the ones?" Kim Hun nodded confidently. "I memorized their features during the meeting. These are definitely them." Seung-gu, surprised, pressed on, "Have you met the puppet master yet? Is he among them?" Kim Hun checked the bodies and replied, "No idea. It is hard to tell. They look like they were attacked by some demon beast. But the puppet master is not here." Seung-gu examined the blood splattered on the wall. This clearly was not a demon beast attack. The remaining marks were too obvious. These skills had destructive power. But who could have done this? Thinking it over, Seung-gu glanced at Kim Hun. "We do not know who they are, but they seem like high-level mutants." Kim Hun whispered, "Who in this world would do something like this?" Seung-gu nodded slowly. "Uneasy? We better stay on high alert too." Just then, Seung-gu noticed Kim Hun busy with something and asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" Kim Hun answered plainly, "I am checking if there is a blonde girl among these bodies." Seung-gu frowned, confused. "What do you mean?" Kim Hun calmly explained, "Since branch management asked us to chase these killers, they also gave us one more request. They were the ones tasked with finding the mutant girl named Lixi, keeping her alive, and bringing her back. But since there was still that puppet master, he did not tell you about it." Seung-gu grew even more confused after hearing that. Why would the branch manager order them to bring back a mutant girl he would never even heard of? Especially when there were still plenty of problems out there. What secrets could be lurking behind all this? While Seung-gu was lost in thought, Kim Hun spoke up. "So what is your plan now?" After a moment, he replied, "The puppet master probably ran off, thinking he could not beat the hunters. But the bloodstain looks fresh. He has not gotten far." When Orang and Minnie returned, he suggested checking the area for clues. Kim Hun nodded in agreement. A bit later, Orang and Minnie finally came back, and the four of them headed to a rundown house. Kim Hun glanced into the distance, muttering suspiciously, "An underground subway. If it is beneath the station, maybe this is connected to those ghost fiends." Orang spoke bluntly. "No doubt about it. If there were no human traces, it would be normal. But there are footprints right at the gate." Seung-gu nodded in agreement. "Exactly. This is a place the pursuers usually avoid because it is super unstable. Even if he was chased, he would be careful. This must be where the puppet master retreated to." Kim Hun drew his sword with a cold glare and said, "If he is inside, then we just charge in, right?" Seeing this, Orang panicked. "What are you doing?" Kim Hun calmly replied, "You just gonna sit there? The leader and Senna are in danger inside." Orang got even more frustrated. "We need to be careful. We do not even know how many of them there are. Learn some patience." At that moment, Seung-gu coldly added, "If we can get in, we will force him out." Hearing this, Kim Hun and Orang froze, completely baffled. Ignoring their reactions, Seung-gu looked at Minnie and said, "Minnie, get ready." Minnie's eyes lit up at those words. Then, out of nowhere, she pulled out a massive bazooka and slung it over her shoulder. Minnie grinned excitedly. "Bazooka ammo's all set." Kim Hun eyed the weapon warily and muttered, "Looks promising. But is it strong enough for a place this big? Orang scoffed, smirking. Of course it is. That'll be enough to flush him out. He usually comes out if something kicks off. While the two debated, Minnie glanced over casually. It was just regular ammo. Suddenly, she froze for a moment. Then her eyes sparkled mysteriously. Minnie eagerly explained. But my ammo reacts to its signal, triggering a chain reaction of tiny ghost bullets that explode everywhere. No matter where he is hiding, he can T-dodge that blast. As she rambled excitedly, Sungu placed a hand on her shoulder. Cutting her off, he said tersely, "All right, Minnie, let us move." Minnie snapped to attention and started a countdown. When she hit 1, she fired immediately. A powerful energy surged from the bazooka's muzzle. It shot straight toward the subway train ahead. The blast jerked Minnie backward, and she landed hard on the ground. But her face was full of joy as she shouted, "That is some explosive art right there." At the same time, the subway train erupted in a massive explosion. Tiny shards of ammo shot up like fireworks, filling Minnie with excitement. Sungu glared at her. "What was that? Is that your signature move or something?" But he quickly brushed it off and shouted, "Hunters, now's our chance. Let us move." With that, Kim Hun charged forward without hesitation. Near the subway, a shadow appeared through the swirling smoke. It was the masked man. The explosion smoke made his eyes sting, and he murmured in confusion, "What the hell just happened?" The moment Kim Hun spotted him, he shouted, "It is the puppet master." Hearing the voice, the masked man opened his eyes wide, panic written all over his face. The smoke and dust blurred his vision, leaving only 2 faint silhouettes visible. Sungu seized the moment and charged in like a maniac. Sensing danger, the masked guy's eyes suddenly lit up with a fierce glow. Kim Hun immediately warned, "Don't look into his eyes." Sungu shut his eyes tight without hesitation, but somehow, he still managed to slash one of the masked guy's eyes perfectly. Blood gushed out fast, forcing the guy down to his knees in agony. Only then did Seonggu open his eyes and stab down again. He plunged the sword straight into the guy's ankle, causing him unbearable pain. The 2 Orang kids, seeing the fight's outcome, hurriedly rushed over. Seonggu glanced up at the masked guy and said, "I have eliminated his hypnosis ability and severed the nerves in his knee." Kim Hun nodded slightly, signaling he understood. Seonggu then looked at the 2 Orang kids and instructed, "You two, watch him closely. In his current state, you two are more than enough, but if he tries anything sneaky, take him down immediately." After the warning, spoke seriously again, "Well, he can see. We need to rescue those 2. Are you ready?" Kim Hun nodded firmly and said, "Let us move." Without a second thought, the 2 dashed inside. They ran down to the basement but had to stop halfway. Something ahead caught both of them by surprise. A man stepped out from inside, wearing dark sunglasses, coldly asking, "Who are you?" Seonggu and Kim Hun instinctively stepped back. On high alert, a woman appeared behind the man, saying, "You already took him down. Looks like you came to save your friend." Hearing this, Seonggu and Kim Hun flinched for a moment. Before they could react, another man appeared. "Did we leave anything behind? Why do you blow things up and kick up all that dust?" Plus, he was carrying a woman on his shoulder. Kim Hun recognized her right away and shouted in shock, "Senna!" Just as he said that, another woman appeared. She sneered, "We are not killers, we are special ops from District 17. The lead man looked surprised and asked back, "Really?" Which only made Seonggu more confused. "They know me. What the hell is going on?" This was Seonggu's first time meeting them. So how did they know him? Would it be reckless to start fighting them right now? Besides, are not these the same people who killed those assassins? Seonggu knew he did not stand a chance. So the only way to handle this was to come clean about who he really was. With that thought, Seonggu sheathed his sword. Then he spoke sincerely, "Sorry about this, we are hunters from District 17. We got assigned to chase assassins in District 14. Not sure whose fault it is, but I think there has been some kind of conflict." Hearing this, the orange-haired woman yanked her arm free coldly. "Conflict? According to the rules, only one team handles a mission," she added. "If you have been hunting for a while, stuff like this happens all the time." Then the other woman chuckled sarcastically. "Or maybe you have never been a hunter before, so you do not get it." Seonggu furrowed his brow, pondering, was this a trap? Or did they really not know? Maybe they did not know because the hunters operate in the shadows. But what if they did and wanted him to confess? Growing more anxious, Seonggu cautiously asked, "We are all being honest here. What agency did you get your mission from?" But the man with the spiked armor scowled aggressively. "You do not need to know that." Kim Hun tensed, ready to strike after hearing that, but Seonggu stopped him calmly and said slowly, "All right. Here's how we settle this. The injured one is my teammate and unconscious. If you hand him over, I promise we will back off quietly. The mission and those assassins, they are all yours." Hearing that, the short-haired woman in the back sneered with contempt, as if saying, "You still do not get your place here. Huh? Nothing here belongs to you. Seowang grew increasingly anxious. This was far tougher than he had imagined. Seeing Seowang-gu hesitate, the orange-haired woman smirked. Got it now. Then we will take your murderous leader, the mission, and your team away from you. That was an absurd demand, but Seowang-gu knew he had to avoid clashing with them. In this situation, he truly did not know what to do. Just as the two groups were glaring at each other, a voice suddenly cut through the tension. Let my teammate go. Everyone turned to look behind. It was Ji, who spoke up. He had regained consciousness, though his body trembled slightly. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Release Senna." You bastards. The short-haired woman glared coldly at him, biting her lip as she said, Look, we already told you. You are the one in the wrong. Siding with those killers. I do not want to hurt you more, so do not push it. But Jisoo stood firm. Let Senna. Those words made the short-haired woman furious. She immediately lunged forward. She pressed her sword against GSU's neck and coldly sneered. You really do not listen to us at all. Do you? Seowang-gu was startled by this sudden shift. But it was not enough. Someone swiftly darted past him. Kim Hwon, seeing his comrade about to be struck, charged forward to attack. Seowang-gu bit his lip fiercely. This is the worst-case scenario. There is no saving this. With that thought, he immediately spun around and shouted for backup. Arang and Minnie instantly took the order. One readied an arrow. The other prepared a firecracker. Seeing this, the other group momentarily halted. In the blink of an eye, arrow and firecracker charged forward, cutting through the air right alongside Seowang-gu. The pink-haired woman and the one-eyed man hastily used energy barriers to block the attack. Seowang-gu said this was his chance. He needed to take down that one-armed man. He was right there. But before Seowang-gu could make his move, a rope suddenly shot out from nowhere and wrapped tightly around his leg. It froze Seowang-gu in place, leaving him stunned. At the same time, his body was flung against the ceiling of the chamber. The one who struck was the orange-haired woman, who snorted coldly. How dare you? Seowang-gu was slammed to the ground by her rope, but he refused to give up. He sprang up, gripping his sword tightly, and shouted, Half Moon Spensik. Unfortunately, just as he swung down, the orange-haired woman's rope shot out again, wrapping tightly around his sword. Then she yanked it right out of Seowang-gu's hands. Afterward, she sneered disdainfully. That is the name of your little pet? Right? Why do you keep calling out its name like that whenever you need help? This scene rattled Seowang-gu. He bit his lip and muttered, Damn it! My sword. At that moment, Arang shouted, Let me help you. Without hesitation, he fired an arrow to assist, and Minnie quickly launched her firecracker. The firecracker and arrow tore through the air, hurtling toward the two enemies, but their opponents moved faster, swiftly erecting protective barriers to block the children's attacks. Boom! The firecracker exploded, filling the air with smoke and dust, obscuring their vision. The orange-haired woman cursed angrily. Damn annoying brats. The one-eyed man looked surprised. Who the hell are they? Are they using the regular troops' sacred weapons? The orange-haired woman did not answer. Suddenly alarmed, she shouted, Wait, where's that guide gone? The one-eyed man noticed too, muttering, Good point. Gotta remember that. Almost simultaneously, Seowang-gu rushed right up to the man's front. Just a bit more, and he would strike them down. But as he swung, the one-eyed man dodged just in time. He snorted. Oh please. If you want to save her so badly, then catch her yourself. No sooner said than done. The one-eyed man threw Sen away. Seowang-gu panicked at the sight. He could not react in time. Senna's body slammed right into his. The one-eyed man squinted, eyeing Mir. Gu's vehicle. Ready to strike. Gu's vehicle thought, If I want to block that attack, I will have to use an energy shield. But even with the energy shield up, the guy's S-fist came flying in and stopped right in front. No punch thrown. While Gu was caught off guard, the one-eyed man spoke up. You asked me to let her go, and I did. But looks like she is just dead weight for you. No sooner had he finished than the orange-haired woman stepped forward, sneering. Tough luck for you, guide. Suddenly, Minnie let out a loud yell. Oh! Making the man jerk his head around in surprise. Minnie was firing shots straight this way. The little girl was fierce as hell. Talk about a dramatic explosion. Then she crushed it, launching a cannonball that sent the two guys scrambling in shock. Gu's vehicle panicked, fearing an explosion might tear him apart, quickly wrapping himself and Senna in an energy shield. Boom! The whole basement blew up, but Arang and Minnie managed to dodge out just in time. The basement filled with thick black smoke, shrouding everything in a ghostly haze. Meanwhile, Gu's shield kept Senna safe. No harm done. The other two barely felt the impact, untouched for the most part. Hearing the commotion, Gu glanced over. The orange-haired woman snapped, That was a close call. Nearly lost our lives. Seriously terrifying, Goo's eyes darted anxiously. Muttering, "Stranger," because of the blast, the woman's glasses fell off, revealing it was Junhei. She raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Guide? Fancy meeting you here." Goo never in his wildest dreams expected to see her here. He remembered before? He would grabbed her hand to expose his identity. And Junhei did not hold back. That almost sparked a fight between them. Yet Junhei was a hunter all along. While Goo was still processing. She said, "Looks like you remember me now." "Huh. We have met before." Then Junhei casually tossed her broken glasses aside. Just then, an explosion erupted right in front of them. Junhei cursed. "Kid, cut it out already." But as soon as she spoke, no one was there anymore. Taking advantage of Junhei's distraction, Goo grabbed Senna and bolted, completely baffled about why Junhei was here, but whatever, he did not care much about the reason. Just hoping they would not chase after them. Carrying someone like that while fighting would be a disaster. Too bad luck was not on his side. The one-eyed man quickly caught up behind Mir. He glared at him, clearly not wanting him to escape with the girl. Goo's face tightened with determination. The one-eyed man pushed off with a powerful leap. He soared straight at him, then he kicked Goo's vehicle hard. Goo and Senna were slammed backward into the basement. Junhei watched this unfold, lips curling in disdain. As Orang and Minnie returned to the basement entrance, they spotted the man heading up, and he was staring them down coldly. Orang and Minnie froze in terror. Goo lay sprawled on the ground nearby, clearly beaten. He saw Kim Hun still struggling against the bald guy, while Zizung was down, pinned by the short-haired woman. Goo furrowed his brow, unsure what to do, then spotted Zizung's sword lying right in front of him. The short-haired woman, previously calm, suddenly perked up at a noise behind her. Turning around, she saw Goo snatch Zizung's sword, a powerful energy swirling around him as he muttered, "Sanskrit half-moon." The short-haired woman squinted, biting her lip. "Oh man, what are you doing?" Si-hung was about to ignore it and act, when a woman's voice echoed behind him. "Enough already. Stop." Junhei had walked over coldly, reminding him. "Veteran guide, do you finally see what is going on here?" She says. Hung needed to check his place. Who taught her to talk like that? Junhei sighed reluctantly. "I thought you were smart before you flew off the handle like that. Why have not you backed down yet?" Si Hung's face fell when he heard that, but moments later, he threw his weapon down hard. He dropped to his knees, hands raised, shouting, "I surrender." Kim Hun hesitated briefly when he saw this. Finally, he threw down his weapon too, and kneeled, and yelled, "Me too." Just then, the one-eyed man returned with the two kids in tow, sneering. "Good choice." Si-hung stared at him intently. When did he even grab Orang and Minnie? Man ignored Si-hung's thoughts and pushed Orang and Minnie against the wall. Coldly, he asked, "Why did you choose to attack us?" Si-hung pressed his lips. "We just wanted to get our colleague out of here. We are doing exactly what that girl said. We will cooperate if you do not attack the Lai leader." Hearing this, the one-eyed man sneered. "If you are weaker than us, you should be begging to join at any cost. Otherwise, if I really wanted to, I would have killed you all already." Si-hung clenched his jaw, but after a moment spoke slowly. "You are right." The one-eyed man chuckled. "I like your attitude. Let me introduce ourselves. We are the investigation team sent to Area 17, allied with headquarters at the Korea Junction branch." Si-hung and Kim Hun gasped in horror, the atmosphere instantly turning heavy. Junhei broke the silence. "We are the real deal. And you, Area 17 guide Kim Si-hung, sound pretty clueless." Si-hung said nothing. The one-eyed man introduced himself. "Newbies like you probably never faced anyone from headquarters before. I am Maeda Toshiro, leader of the Ghost Squad." Junhei pointed at the punk. "That one small-time trash. And that is like Si-hung Ho." Si-hung's eyes widened in shock, lips tight. "Just as I thought. You are all spies?" Junhei nodded. "Exactly. We have been undercover investigating Areas 14 and 17 because they broke Rule 11, Section 9 of Junction's regulations." Sugu raised an eyebrow. "Suspicious regulations," Junhei explained slowly. "Every branch checkpoint has to register and report everything. So all information about superpowered individuals is honestly declared." Sugu thought for a moment, then asked, "To keep an eye on District 14. You guys have been..." But just as he was about to say more, he suddenly froze, remembering how days ago he would held Junhei's hand to investigate those with powers. At that moment, a voice inside Sigu's head urged him to kill her. Finally, he understood why his predatory instincts flared up around Junhei. While Sigu was lost in thought, Junhei spoke again. Every military zone is tightly controlled by checkpoints. You would be dead wrong if you think some abandoned branch slips past headquarters radar. Toshiro chipped in. Until we get the final call from AQ. Just sedate them. Junhei nodded softly. Understood. Hearing that, Sugu immediately raised his voice. Wait. At least spare the kids. Junhei smirked. That is not an option. But I promise you we will keep the kids safe and treat them right. Then she pressed her energy against the center of Mur. Sugu's forehead, his eyes glazed over in an instant. With his last strength. He murmured. You promise? Junhei nodded. Don't he worry anymore. Just get some sleep. As her words faded, Sugu slipped straight into a coma, but he seemed to have forgotten one thing. One night, training together, Jisung had solemnly warned him, don't he trust the checkpoints. Don't he trust them. Sugu, the truth is in what you see. Under that bright moonlit night, Sugu had learned a lot, like how Jisung revealed that checkpoints handpicked talented kids from the wasteland. Train them, then force them into becoming demonic beasts. Once training's done, Sugu fell silent. Then said, I get, but what about beasts like Belkis? Shouldn't they be watching those with their current power? Should not they be able to wipe out all the beasts in the wasteland? Yet they have not moved. Jisung explained slowly. That is the problem. They think if there is danger, too many people will notice. So they have not turned the wasteland into a safe zone, like the city. Sugu was stunned. This is terrifying. They have ignored so much that even the young talents noticed, and now they are training those kids in their system. If that is the case, Sugu thought, there probably won't be many superpowered left in the wasteland. Jisung sighed warily. Everyone's going to die. Sugu was speechless, overwhelmed by dread. That night, Jisung was quieter than usual. Suddenly, Sugu remembered his childhood. When he was wandering through the rubble, a man approached and asked, Are you Kim Sugu? At the time, he thought it was his father, but the man shook his head. I am not your dad. I am King from Gam. Then he reached out to me, Sugu, whispering, I have been looking for you. Come with me, I will make you the best guide Jia Diamus ever seen. Gu did not understand Busik's intentions, but the man continued, From now on, there is a lot you need to do. Let us take what Jia Diam has yet to claim. Together, in that moment of crisis, a little kid like Sugu finally followed Busik home. Sugu dreamed of his childhood memories, vaguely murmuring those two words, Jiao Diam. He lay on the ground, whispering those words in a daze, until someone called his name by his ear, waking him up slowly. When he opened his eyes, there was a man right in front of him. The man spoke softly. You are awake. I am sorry for leaving you like this so long. Too many things happened, and I could not handle it all. Sugu squinted at him. Saying nothing, the man scratched his head, chuckling. Haha, mind if I ask you a few questions? I am Ricky Lee, a temporary officer at GMNAQ. He admitted this place is not comfortable but hoped Mir Sugu would understand. Gu's right-hand man furrowed his brow, suspiciously asking, You are planning to take us out? That sparked a loud chuckle from Ricky. Haha. You are straight to the point. Why would you think that? Goose Guy shot back bluntly. Because Dime takes out anyone who opposes them. Isn't it that why this flower is pinned on my collar? Ricky could not help but admire. Man, you are one hell of a guide. Exactly, that is a necessary move to keep orders under wraps. Right? But then he added, if you look closely, is not Goose right hand just a pawn on the board? This had always been a nagging thought among the powers that be, and Goose Guy was visibly shaken. He asked suspiciously, What about the branch manager? Ricky replied coolly, They have already been dealt with. Goose Guy felt a chill run down his spine, worry flashing in his eyes. Seeing his reaction, Ricky continued, The punishment for secretly building a military faction by recruiting half-beasts is no joke. We have already wiped out zones 14 and 17 entirely. That is their call. Toshiro said, surprised. Aren't they trying to avoid Dime's radar? Thinking about it, he tried to laugh it off, but could not break free from the dread choking him with a sigh. Ricky said, Honestly, I am not sure. Every faction has different authority. Had they been punished harshly, they would be dead by now. Biting his lip hard, Goose Guy snapped to attention. So you took out the team of branch leader Lai Jeeks. Hearing that name, Ricky frowned deeply, then said after a long pause, That is the half-beast who was once trained by Dime, but betrayed them. His crimes are not light. But he added, Jaexung was actually released 4 days ago. Goose Guy says confusion grew what was going on. Ricky explained slowly. I know it sounds off that someone this guilty got let out, but the reason they released Jae Seung is the current situation Hong View is going to take him down soon enough. The boss does not have time yet to punish someone who has just lost his waking powers. Goose Guy was baffled, unable to believe it. Branch leader Lee Ji-seung lost his powers. Ricky nodded grimly. Yeah? Recovery is brutal because he has been brainwashed for so long by the puppet master. Goose Guy gasped. How could this happen? Both the branch manager and the leader, as he molded over. Ricky spoke again. But there is a bigger reason why I came to see you personally. Even if I am just a temporary officer. Originally, Ricky was just a trainer at the training center. But now, he thinks Goose Guy can probably guess what he is about to say. Goose Guy locked eyes with Ricky, worry and confusion swirling in his gaze. A few days later, the prison cell door swung open and Goose Guy stepped out. Arang was waiting there. Rushing over as soon as she saw him, Kim Hugh was right beside her. Arang threw herself into Goose Guy's arms, tears streaming down. I thought something bad had happened to you. Meanwhile, upstairs, Toshiro watched the scene and muttered suspiciously. They are gonna come back here, are not they? Ricky replied coldly. If they decide to stay in the wasteland, there is nothing we can do about it. That is their call. Toshiro said, surprised. Aren't they planning something to dodge the watch points? Ricky said bluntly. For some mediocre half-breeds to avoid watch points. It all depends if they can pull off a better plan. Watching the backs of those three from Goose crew. Ricky smirked. Let us just wait and see what you will pull off after the 15 days we agreed on. Goose Guy, Arang, and Kim Hugh set off back to Zone 17. Worried? Arang asked. But what happened to Minnie and Senna? Kim Hugh raised an eyebrow. Do you have any info on them? Then suddenly remembered something. Looking a bit awkward, Goose Guy responded flatly. Hunter Senna will be under Dudiem's control for now, and Minnie will stay with her. Hearing that, Kim Hugh relaxed. Only Arang hesitated. Asking, really? Goose Guy did not answer. That kid has not gotten any invites from Coach Ricky. Maybe because he is a warrior who hates the moonlight. If that is the case, he can only explain it to the kid himself. After a moment's thought, Guskar finally spoke up calmly. All right, it is time we split up. I still have a few tasks that Hun and you need to handle. Arang raised an eyebrow. Puzzled? What kind of tasks? Guskar hesitated briefly before saying, I need you to help me find someone. Arang and Kim Hugh exchanged confused looks and asked in unison. Find someone. A few hours later, at the headquarters in District 17. Guskar returned to the scene, but when it stepped inside, the place had turned into a complete wasteland. He bit his lip angrily. Damn it. We were all set to sign the deal. You did not say anything. So those guys really went all out. No wonder District 17 looks like this. And there is blood everywhere. Guskar did not believe it. Slammed the door shut, then rushed off, mumbling, please. Branch manager Guskar dashed to B6's room searching for him. As soon as he stepped in, his eyes went wide in shock. Bisik was lying on the bed, fresh blood soaking his old clothes. While Daimai was tending to him nearby, Guskar hurried over, worry thick in his voice. Branch manager, hearing the voice, Bisik lifted his eyes and croaked out, You are back already. Guskar looked at him with deep regret. I am so sorry for leaving without telling you a word. Bisik shook his head gently. It is nothing. I am the one who should apologize. I can't even shake your hand anymore. Those words hit Guskar like a punch. He pulled up his sleeve to take a closer look, seeing the wounds. His heart clenched tightly. He muttered, How could those bastards do this to you? Bisik seemed unfazed. Speaking coldly, this is the price I pay for standing up against a powerful organization like the Nexus. Hearing that, Guskar was stunned. Even so, was not maiming someone so mercilessly beyond cruel. Bisik accepted it with blunt honesty. What is the big deal about losing limbs? Plenty of people lose their lives trying to protect others. That is what I should feel guilty about. He bit his lip fiercely as Guskar pressed. Branch manager, you can predict the future, right? So why? Suddenly hesitating, he finally asked, Why would you create an underground group to fight against the Nexus? With a reluctant sigh, Bisik curled his lips. Predict the future. Kid. I should have warned you before things spiraled out of control. Then he glanced at Jamie and said, Jamie, could you give us some privacy? She nodded softly. Yes. Branch manager, she quickly left, leaving Bisik and Guskar alone. Only then did Bisik slowly start. Listen carefully to what I am about to tell you. Seeing his sudden seriousness, Guskar grew uneasy. Bisik explained calmly. Actually, My ability does not predict the future. It is a power to record memories. It is simply an enhanced memory skill, letting me remember things others forget. The truth is, humanity has been extinct for a long time. Hearing this, Guskar immediately panicked. What? What are you talking about? Bisik sighed helplessly. I know it sounds crazy, but this world is like a dream, and we are just souls trapped inside it. More precisely, humanity already went extinct a long time ago. Guskar's confusion deepened as he mumbled. Wait, so branch manager. Before he could finish, Bisik cut him off coldly. That is exactly what I experienced in my past life. My ability lets me recall memories from that previous existence. Guskar's face froze. There is even crazier stuff than this. So when you woke up, and I found out you had awakened, I just asked, you have awakened already, and said a few things that left me totally baffled. Back then, you asked suspiciously, how did you know I was about to awaken? Plus, Bisik told you to find a girl with close combat skills to join the team. You thought he could see the future. You even thought he could see the future. But after piecing together the memories and what Bisik just said, it turned out to be true. Bisik then continued, predicting the future. You are not wrong, and compared to the demon beast attack, their positions perfectly match what happened in my past life. Yet, the events themselves did not line up with his memories. Bisik squinted at Guskar. Speaking slowly, the future has already changed. At some point, this life of mine will shatter because the past has been altered. He furrowed his brows, recalling what he once said, if I had that kind of power, there is no way I would let Chansu die like that. Thinking it over, he asked suspiciously, then why would you help his plan like that? Bisik calmly explained, I should have been managing the branch when I recruited you at Dew Point. So I should have been at Gangmyeong, and who knows if things would have been different. Everything's just gotten way too weird. Gu pressed his lips together, muttering, maybe the future has changed, but the branch manager already realized that building a half-human force to create an army is outright rebellion against Dew Point. But you do not get why Bisik let Q freely build that force, and why you took the lead in forming secret squads. Bisik answered bluntly, I knew exactly what was going on because I needed to prove this plan was doomed to fail. Then his tone suddenly turned serious. Listen up. I will tell you what happened before I regress again. Even without knowing past events or the regression process, he was promoted because of his awakened memory ability. Despite being busy, Bisik lived a comfortable life and did not have to worry about the Hongvu region. And maybe life inside the city would have carried on just as it did before this disaster struck. But judging by the state of the world, this should be happened 5 years from now. This is the beginning of humanity's extinction, Bisik Runja told me. Belkis? Mambas? See, was they are all monsters that hardly ever show themselves. Yet now, they have stepped out into the open, constantly targeting this world, and the Dew Diem failed to stop them because they were just too brutal. Gus' eyes darkened as he heard this. You know, what he said was not wrong. Seeing your reaction, Bisik went on, saying they should be been able to handle and rank Demon Beast in a more organized way. But instead, they treated these threats like natural disasters, tsunamis, or earthquakes, and just ignored them. Then they got dragged down by blindly trying to protect the half-humans, digging their own graves. That is how he lost everything. After that, Bisik was resurrected once more, and all his past memories, including info about famous hunters, were still intact. It was not because Bisik wanted to be a hero or had some survival ambition, but he was dead set on stopping this disaster. But he could no longer trust the Dew Diem. They were still too reckless, even though the catastrophe was closing in, so he sided with Beatrice. When Beatrice was just a kid, Bisik sought her out and asked if she could help him with a certain task. She agreed even though she was young. She was incredibly talented. Together, they formed an alliance against the Dew Diem and started recruiting members. That is how Zones 14, 17, and 19 came to be. The main goal was to prioritize finding the 9 Pillar Masters before the Dew Diem could. Puzzled, asked, what the heck are these 9 Pillar Masters? Bisik patiently explained they are a team of fighters capable of taking down any demon beast. They are half-humans Bisik had seen in his past life. Gu could not help but grin. Wait, we actually have a squad like that, ignoring his reaction. Bisik continued, we share intel with the Pillar Masters, send them demon beast locations, and they take them down one by one. After finding and strengthening them, he launched a campaign for a hunt 3 years later. But the Dew Diem was the real problem to face. They slipped up, letting a branch discover their secret team. From there, the Dew Diem tightened their grip and surveillance. And eventually, they were caught by the C. Roa squad. Before that, Bisik had found one of the 9 Pillar Masters, Lassie, and assigned her development to Zone 14. But there was a spy from District F, the puppeteer controlling everything. He took over Lisi, manipulated all the half-humans in Zone 14, killed the attack squad's leader, and captured all the half-humans. When that happened, with Lisai at the center, the Daimes surveillance revealed her existence and the secret squad. Song-gu, hearing this, realized the stakes. Damn, if only I would seen it coming. Bizik shook his head. You already know what happened next, right? Now it is all on you. Going up against the Daim is the smartest move. He said Seong-gu had what it takes to feel the extinction's pulse and convince the Daim to join. But whatever path you choose, remember cutting down their numbers means hope before the final battle hits. Song-gu frowned, murmuring suspiciously. Why me? Bizik chuckled softly. Because you have the power to devour humans. I am betting everything on you because that power has unlimited potential. Hearing that, Song-gu clenched his fist tightly, muttering, unlimited potential? You are pinning all your hopes on me with just a sliver of faith. Bizik suddenly laughed. A sliver? You are the one who hunted the most ranked demon beasts in the final battle of my past life. You know, in Bizik's past life, after years of intense training, Song-gu had mastered countless skills. He became the heart of the 9 Pillar Masters. Song-gu was stunned by this, and Bizik went on. I wandered across wastelands just to find you. Ever since Seong-gu was a kid, Bizik had sought him out and asked him to join his cause. Song-gu heard this and felt a bit unsettled, quietly sitting beside Bizik's bed, silent and tense. Song-gu did not say a word. Finally, he spoke slowly. If you are placing all your hopes on me, then I will take them. What is next? What do you want me to do? Bizik glanced at him, his voice calm. If our plan goes smoothly, I will grant you the power to unlock your full potential, your carnivorous ability. Song-gu frowned. Suspicious? What kind of power? Bizik smiled softly. There is a box under the table. Open it. Song-gu obeyed, reaching under the table and pulling out a box, then opening it to look inside. But when he saw what was inside, his eyes dimmed. It was just a dagger. Song-gu muttered, You have got to be kidding me. Bizik chuckled dryly. Haha. Honestly, I do not even remember making that. Then he said, Use all the power and knowledge I have gathered from my past and this life. That is our best shot for the final battle. Song-gu was horrified. He jumped up from his chair, eyes wide with disbelief, but Bizik stayed calm. The pillars I recognized are Beastrise, Senna, Lacey, and Jelwand. They are all hiding in the Buchian bunker. That makes 5 people. Find the rest of the pillars and use my memories to grow stronger. Suddenly, a dark voice echoed inside Seong-gu's head. Kill him. Take his power. Clutching his head, Song-gu shouted. Enough. Not now. Just shut up. The voice immediately fell silent. Song-gu asked, What if I do not want to? Maybe you keep it and use it in the next life? Bizik sighed, shaking his head. You are telling me to do this all over again. Come on. Cut me some slack. He said he wanted to break free from this endless loop and finally rest. He was begging him. Song-gu looked at him, hesitation flashing across his eyes. In the end, his trembling hand pulled the dagger out. Song-gu's eyes turned red, tears pooling at the corners. Memories of the past flooded back. Bizik had been his rock. He gave Seong-gu a place to belong, taught him what mattered. Those childhood memories were etched deep in Seong-gu's heart. Bizik was like a father to him, but now, Song-gu had to be the one to put him to rest. Though it broke his heart, he bit his lip and whispered, Thank you for everything. Then he raised the dagger to strike. Bizik did not resist. He closed his eyes and waited for death. The blade pierced his chest, blood pouring out like a storm. Song-gu threw the bloody dagger aside. He dropped to the floor, his back heavy with sorrow. At the same moment, a surge of energy began swirling around him. The power from Bizik's body flowed into Seong-gu, growing stronger by the second. It all came from Bizik. Lying lifeless on the bed, Song-gu cried out in pain. Floods of painful memories overwhelmed his mind. Holding his head, he realized these were the memories from the branch manager's past lives. But inside, he also found memories from his own past lives. The more memories came, the worse his headache got. He could not help but throw his head back in agony. Eventually, he slipped into unconsciousness, drowning in the flood of past lives. After a while, Song-gu slowly woke up, panting from exhaustion, rubbing his throbbing head. He muttered in confusion, Where am I? Isn't this the executive office? This must be the past life. Then this has to be the branch manager's office. Saying that, Song-gu looked around. After a moment, he muttered, So am I Kim Bizik or Kim Seong-gu? Who am I really? Just then, he saw Bizik lying on the bed. Fresh blood kept dripping onto the floor, staining the ground red. His breath had already stopped. Sung-gu muttered under his breath. Right? I am Kim Se-young. He stared at B6's lifeless body, sorrow flickering in his eyes. After a moment, Sung-gu finally let out a sigh, wondering how he could keep living while still haunted by those tragic memories, truly a testament to his strength. Sung-gu gave a bitter chuckle, then pulled the blanket over B6's head. Just then, a voice echoed in Seong-gyu's mind. I am sorry for dragging you down this path. Maybe I have committed an unforgivable sin against you. Sung-gu suddenly gasped. Branch manager, but he is dead. How could he possibly be talking? Sung-gu gave a wry smile, convinced it was just a hallucination. Those were only his memories' intense emotions from that final moment, making Seong-gyu feel like he was really talking to him. Thinking this, Sung-gu let out a helpless sigh. Was he trying to bury me alive with these memories? Honestly, it scared me. I thought I might lose myself. Yet, before B6's body, Sung-gu vowed to keep fighting. He was the one who'd make the right choices. With that, he bowed his head quietly, giving the old man his final respect. Then, Sung-gu stepped out of that bleak, sorrowful room. He moved quickly outside, alert and searching. Jamie, where did she go? Just as he stepped out, a voice called, Here I, leaving Seong-gu momentarily stunned. Looking closely, he spotted Jamie being held by a group of people. Sung-gu's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, Jamie. Jamie glanced at him and explained, They want to meet the branch manager. Suddenly, a man with a heavy air approached, coldly asking, How are you holding up? Guide? Squinting, Sung-gu recognized him was not Hun-soo, the hunter. Sung-gu asked coldly, What is going on here? Hun-soo smirked, teasing, Woo, why the sudden hostility? He said he was busy and got straight to the point. He wanted Seong-gu to cooperate with him. Sung-gu raised an eyebrow skeptically. What? Hun-soo bluntly replied, Kim Se-young's dead. Man, I saw the guy get handed over to the point of contact. Hearing this, Sung-gu clenched his fists tightly. Noticing Seong-gu's grim expression, Hun-soo pressed on. We are planning to take over District 17 and negotiate with the point of contact. Plus, Hun-soo said, he is going to shake up the leadership in District 17. If you want to survive here in Hongvu, you will need a sharp guide, so he is going to treat you real well. Sung-gu raised an eyebrow and said thoughtfully, Sounds reasonable, but totally unrealistic. Why would the point of contact want to take back a place they already cut loose? Hun-soo smiled slyly. You are right, even if I hate to admit it. I guess you are not going to bite on my offer? Huh. He added that if Seong-gu helped them oust Kim Se-young, they would stop treating him and Jamie like hostages. Then Hun-soo had Jamie released. Sung-gu looked at her and calmly said, Good job. Head inside to the safe zone. Jamie nodded and dashed off. Hun-soo then joked, Isn't he this tempting? You want to join us, or what? Sung-gu squinted at him, staying silent. Seeing Seong-gyu's expression, Hun-soo laughed loudly. Of course. I am not dumb enough to stroll straight into the point of contact's place without backup. Right after he spoke, his men brought out something covered with cloth. Hun-soo chuckled and said, Take a look, then pulled the cloth away. His henchmen quickly lifted the object up. It was a body, clearly bound tightly to a wooden post. Sung-gu's eyes snapped wide in shock. Hun-soo grinned cruelly. This is my trump card, the one we are handing over to the point of contact. He said this was the so-called traitor. The man was tied to the wooden post, shirt torn off, revealing countless wounds. Sung-gu's eyes narrowed, his face instantly going stone cold. Hun-soo ignored him, still laughing. Maybe you do not know him. He was kept secret by Kim Se-young. After all, I was pretty shocked to learn he is actually a high-level half-human at the crosspoint. But Hun-soo said he never imagined the Daekyeong would be so weak. Soldiers at crosspoint tossed like trash, because he was one of their own who tried to betray them. Talk about a crime punished by fate. Sung-gu could not help but break into a smile at that, but that smile was anything but innocent. It was loaded with something sharp. Seeing this, Hun-soo got a bit freaked out. Like, why the hell is he smiling all of a sudden? Sung-gu's tone turned icy cold as he spoke. Neither the branch manager nor the Daechyeong leader hold any value to Crosspoint anymore. They are already in their grasp. This threw Hun-soo's crew into confusion. They had no clue what was going on. Hun-soo furrowed his brow, staring hard at Seong-gu, and asked bluntly, Wait, how do you know that? Sung-gu's voice stayed cold as he replied, Back when they faced off against Crosspoint. Such a vague answer left Hun-soo even more puzzled. Sung-gu glared fiercely, baring his teeth as he snapped, Well, plenty of hunters are risking their lives out there to protect the exchange center. You guys are busy pulling dumb stunts like this? That insult lit a fire under Hun-soo. His face darkened like a storm cloud. He lunged forward, grabbing Seong-gu by the collar, his voice icy as he growled, We have been way too easy on you. So you have gotten cocky. Still calm. Sunggu's tone carried a sharp edge. The branch manager knows full well the crimes he has committed. Hansu's expression fell instantly, confusion flooding his eyes as he stammered. What are you talking about? Sunggu's glare sharpened. All this time, I thought I could only absorb powers from the dead. Turns out, that is not the case at all. Hansu frowned deeply, bewildered. What the hell are you saying? Sunggu smirked, tapping his temple coldly. I've blocking battle mode activated. Every memory before now is crystal clear in my head. No sooner had he said that, he grabbed Hansu's hand firmly. Sunggu bit his lip, smiling a smile that was not really a smile. Thanks for the meal. The moment he spoke, a surge of energy erupted, engulfing them both in a blink. Hansu panicked hard, not even fully grasping what was happening before pain shot through him like wildfire. But no one cared. Energy blasted out from Hansu's body. Then, it flowed straight into Seonggu. Hansu felt like his life force was being sucked dry. Yet he fought to shove Seonggu away. Rubbing his aching arm, he spat out coldly. You bastard. What the hell did you do? Seonggu chuckled lightly. Just a level 15 power up. Nothing major. The more Hansu heard, the angrier he got. He yanked the blade off his back, shouting, What did you say? Pointing the blade right at Seonggu. His voice dripped with menace. All the weird crap you pulled. You must be awake in something. But I will show you just how terrifying a level 15 power-up is. He lunged forward to strike, but his arm trembled uncontrollably mid-air. His eyes snapped wide with panic, his face a mask of confusion. Before he could understand what was happening, the blade wobbled and slipped from his grip. Hansu looked like he could not hold on to it any longer, muttering in panic. What the hell is going on? This sword is the one I wield every damn day. Sunggu stared coldly, voice icy. You just lost your skill. Even a power-up sword is way too heavy for you now. Hansu refused to believe it. Lifting the blade with both hands, he roared in defiance. Lost my skill. Don't he make me laugh? Watch this. But before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his arm. Sunggu growled coldly, clenching his fist as he charged. Idiot! Your muscles and nerves are all constricted. Can't you hear them screaming in pain? Then, a fist slammed straight into Hansu's face. That punch sent him flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Seeing this, Hansu's crew panicked, shouting, Captain, get him! They immediately rushed forward. Surrounding Seong, their leader had already gone down. But they still had not realized the gravity of the situation and kept charging at him. Because your awakening was delayed. Your skills were sealed and unusable. But now the seals are broken, making you the perfect test subject for Seonggu to try out his abilities. Using Bu 6 memory skill, he tried to pull out his past life powers to satisfy his own curiosity. Without hesitation, Sunggu focused all his core energy into one spot. Then he threw his head back and let out a roar, releasing a powerful surge of energy. This sudden scene left Hansu's crew completely baffled. Clueless about what was happening, Sunggu did not care about them. He had done it all. His core energy had merged into one. Suddenly, a strange aura flickered around Seonggu, making the crowd nervous, some even mistaking it for a death omen. Sunggu paid no mind and clenched his fist tightly. Moments later, he gritted his teeth and muttered, Tentacles. As soon as he spoke, streams of black energy erupted from his body. Seeing this eerie sight, Hansu's group instantly panicked. They tried to dodge, but it was too late. The black tentacles pierced right through them. In the blink of an eye, the whole group was impaled and suspended midair. Then, 2 seconds later, the tentacles retracted, and blood poured out like a waterfall. Their bodies went limp and fell lifeless to the ground. At that moment, Sunggu suddenly trembled all over. Sweat broke out across his face. This move drained way too much core energy. Compared to what he had, this skill consumed too much. No doubt, he was not the same man from his past life anymore. Just then, Hansu crawled up from the ground, furious, shouting, You son of a I am gonna kill you. But his mouth had been smashed crooked, making it impossible to speak clearly. Sunggu sneered mockingly. Broken jaw. Huh? Can't he talk proper anymore? Don't he worry. You won't need to say much anyway. Without another word, he drew his sword and plunged it in. Hansu's face twisted in pain instantly. Unfortunately, Hansu had no power left to counterattack and was sliced down on the spot by Seonggu. Only then did Seonggu finally exhale a breath of relief. He stared coldly at Hansu, stating, If I do not kill, I can only take part of your skills. But if I can claim everything with my devouring ability. Busik wanted him to absorb every last skill of his, without leaving anything behind. But Busik had said earlier, when still alive, that it would have been better to tell him sooner. Thinking back on that, Sunggu could not help but tilt his head to the sky. Today's sky was unusually clear, but the future of District 17 looked darker than ever. The next morning, after a stormy night, The clatter of footsteps echoed through the resistance camp. Sunggu and Jamie had just finished burying Bu-sik. Afterward, Sunggu glanced at Jamie and asked, "What is your plan now?" Jamie paused thoughtfully before answering. "The branch commander trusted me with some tasks. The migrants will be back soon. What about you?" Sunggu stared into the distance and replied straightforwardly, "I have to complete the mission the branch commander assigned me. There are even tougher challenges waiting." A few days later, Sunggu set off toward a new destination. In the hallway of a building, heavy footsteps echoed along with a woman's doubtful voice. "He wants to meet the female congresswoman." The person beside her nodded. "Yeah, but I told him the congresswoman does not want to see anyone and refused him. Still, he showed me her card." The woman speaking was Mary. She had just stepped out and saw Seong-gyu outside. It turned out he was the one wanting to meet the congresswoman. Moments later, at the building's elevator, Murray glanced at Seong-gyu, saying, "You are lucky I am the congresswoman's scheduler." Sunggu nodded slightly. "I know. Her card is the only thing I have, so I showed it to him." Murray stared intently at Seong-gyu, making him a bit uneasy. He asked suspiciously, "What is wrong?" She hesitated for a long moment before saying, "It seems your core energy is much stronger than before. It made me dizzy. Like you have got multiple cores mixed together." That comment caught Seong-gu off guard. Surprised, he asked, "Can you now sense other people's cores from a distance?" Mary chuckled. "Haha, looks like my reputation's grown too. Even though you have gotten stronger, the fact that I can sense your core is probably just my imagination. Right? There is no way someone like that actually exists." Songgu looked a bit sheepish, nodding along. "Yeah, that is right." After saying that, the atmosphere immediately fell silent. But then, after a few seconds, Marie suddenly reached out to him. Songgu caught her meaning instantly, pulling his hand back and teasing, "If you grab my hand like last time, I am gonna scream." For the rest of the walk, Marie kept herself in check much more. A little later, when they entered a room, she finally spoke up. "If possible, I want you to keep it a secret, the fact that I let you meet the female counselor." Songgu, confused, asked, "Why?" Mary explained slowly. "Well, when she meets outsiders, there are people who do not want the female counselor to change." Songgu frowned deeply, lost in thought, saying nothing. Very soon after, the two moved on to another room. Inside sat a woman on a long chair, 3 tentacles sprouting from her back, channeling energy into a protective shield. Mary respectfully announced, "Counselor, I have brought Kim Seong-gyu here." The woman was Beatrice. She did not even turn her head. Songgu stared intently at her. Only when she turned to look at him did she raise an eyebrow and smile. "I have been waiting for you. Welcome, Kim Seong. I am Beatrice." Songgu narrowed his eyes, and after a long pause, spoke slowly. "Long time no see." Marie beside him was stunned by that line, but Beatrice showed no surprise at all. Just a faint, knowing smile. Then she nodded. "Yeah, it is an honor to meet you for the first time." Mary glanced between Seong-gyu and Beatrice, confusion swimming in her eyes. Song-gu said it would been a while since they met, but Beatrice claimed this was their first meeting. What on earth happened between them? But Mary had no way of knowing, because Beatrice had told her to leave. Now, only the two of them remained. Beatrice spoke slowly. "Judging by how you talk, I guess you inherited Bu-sik's memories." Song-gu did not hide it, he admitted it straight up. "Yeah, that is right." Beatrice seemed unsettled, mumbling hesitantly. "So that means he—" Before she could finish, Song-gu cut in. "He is already dead." Though he expected this, Beatrice could not hide her grief. After a long pause, she bit her lip and murmured, "I understand." Song-gu looked at her, knowing she felt the same pain he did over Bu-sik's death. Like Seong, Beatrice was taken in by Bu-sik when she was very young. She regarded him as a senior family figure. Song-gu sighed reluctantly. He did not have time to drown in useless emotions. The important thing was to turn hope into reality. With that thought, Song-gu spoke seriously. "We will move forward with the plan. I came here to tell you that." Hearing this, Beatrice froze immediately. When she finally reacted, she said gratefully, "Thank you for carrying on his will." Song-gu shook his head slightly, coldly replying, "You do not have to thank me for that. More importantly, how much longer do you plan to do this? How long will you stay stuck in this damn toy house city?" His words stiffened Beatrice even more. After hesitating for a long moment, she spoke softly. "As you know, in the near future, the people of Gangmyeong 1T need me, or I 1T be strong enough to protect them anymore." Song-gu knew she meant the last 2 battles, but no matter what, he would stop it. As he was silent, Beatrice added, "Until then, I plan to keep doing what I have been doing all this time. As long as I can help others, even if it feels like I am just playing house. Sung-gu squinted at her, as expected of the first pillar. Beatrice knew exactly what she had to do. He was already worried sick, thinking that Sung-gu turned to leave, saying coldly, "Then I won't interfere anymore. I am off, and you do not need me." She hesitated, asking, "Are you taking Jogul with you?" Sung-gu answered indifferently, "I am not sure. Maybe I will bring Jogul to the main base." That shook Beatrice to her core. She jumped up from her seat, eyes narrowing with suspicion. "You are planning to go to the note?" Sung-gu nodded slightly, replying, "I am thinking of using the note's infrastructure." Beatrice furrowed her brow, her tone sharp. "What about Kim Bu-sik's plan?" Sung-gu replied calmly, "The real priority is building an independent force that can stand up to the demonic beasts. This is not the time to choose sides between the underground and the note, because before he passed, Bu-sik told me this. Just picking the underground to fight the note, like I am doing, might not be the only way to get the job done." Ignoring Beatrice's stunned look, Sung-gu pressed on, "I will do it my way. If need, I am willing to play the note slapdog, drain every resource they have." Hearing this, Beatrice paused for a long moment, then sighed. "All right then. God bless you. Whatever path you choose." Sung-gu nodded politely. "Thanks, but I am not much of a believer." Before leaving, he reminded Beatrice to get some sleep. "If you keep passing out like this, how do you expect to hold it together when the big moment comes?" Beatrice nodded slightly. "I will keep that in mind." Sung-gu's concern came from Mary's earlier words about Beatrice. Let us just say he had a soft spot for his ally. That night, at a nearly ruined base, Kim-hun hid inside an abandoned house. Sung-gu had also arrived there. Kim-hun looked at him, worry creeping in. "What do we do now? Both the captain and the branch commander are gone." Sung-gu sighed reluctantly. Kim-hun must be devastated. His mentor and leader in Juko was dead, always a ghost in the anonymous ranks. Kim-hun probably saw a bleak future ahead. Suddenly curious, he asked, "Hunter Hun, did Mary make you an offer too?" Kim-hun nodded quietly. "Yeah, but it is from the note. I am not sure I can trust them. We have fought against each other before." Sung-gu frowned. What the note did to Bu-sik and Jung was brutal, but he believed their fate was their own choice and caused by Hun Su's team. In truth, the note has acted fairly. They are not totally untrustworthy. Thinking it over, Sung-gu spoke slowly. "The Jung captain once said this. The note's development program is valuable. They seriously recruit mutants found in the wild into their army." Hearing this, Kim-hun asked with doubt, "Are you planning to join their main force?" Sung-gu frowned deeply. Silent, finally, he said bluntly, "I know what I need. Even if it means joining the note, I want to shy away. But I am still figuring out my next move." Kim-hun seemed to guess Seong-gu's thoughts. "Is it because you are worried about Orang? She is not a mutant, so she can't join the note's army. If she is left out in the wild, that is bad news." "It is not about her." Sung-gu shook his head. "When the moment comes, I keep thinking about what our team must do to gain the upper hand in every scenario, usually a bit slow." Kim-hun caught the key point in Seong-gu's words. Surprised. "The moment to decide the note, it caught you off guard. You taking on the note is a mission the branch commander trusted me with. He does not hate the note. He asked me to build an independent force that can wipe out the demonic beasts completely." Kim-hun nodded without doubt. "Yeah, the captain told me the same. If this keeps up, you might just meet the branch commander's expectations." Back then, I had no clue what he meant. Suddenly standing up, Kim-hun pushed forward. "If you are cool with it, can I join your team? I want to back the mission the branch commander entrusted to you." Sung-gu felt great hearing that. All 8 pillars are strong, but just them alone can change history's course. To break free from the note's grip, the more people on our side, the better. You gotta put your plan on top of Bu-sik's. Thinking that, he nodded in agreement. "All right. Thanks for stepping up first." Hearing this, Kim-hun lit up with joy. He rushed in front of Seong-gu, grinning. "I am the one who should be thanking you." Startled, Sung-gu stepped back, waving a hand with a laugh. "Take it easy. That is enough. Let us just hope Aang brings back good news." The moment he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out outside, talking about Hap, and the two of them startled. Looking over, sure enough, Aang walked in, and Sung-gu raised an eyebrow, asking, "Did you find it?" Aang nodded slightly, eyes full of confidence. The next day, the 3 of them arrived at a certain base. Kim-hun looked up at the wall ahead, muttering skeptically, "Are you sure that woman's here?" Aang snapped back, "I do not think that is something someone who has found 0 clues in 3 days should be saying." Sung-gu glanced between them, clearly a bit helpless. Then, he looked at the base again. This place is pretty big for a Hidia. The barrier's decent, but it is only the kind the wilds could manage. They can hold off low-ranking monsters, but anything higher, they are toast. They have only lasted this long thanks to one of the 8 pillars. Jailgu, while he was thinking, Arang asked, "Think we can get through?" Sunggu waved his hand dismissively. "Wait here and watch." Then, without warning, he stepped forward, leaving Arang and Kim Hoon confused. Sunggu ignored them, walking step by step toward the wall. Sure enough, as he got closer, an arrow suddenly lodged right at his feet. Arang's panic grew. "Dude, what the hell are you doing?" Sunggu calmly explained. "It is a guard. I am testing their reaction." Drawing his sword, he added coolly, "This actually works pretty well. It is just a warning shot. Should we see what they are really capable of?" Hearing this, Kim Hoon quickly warned, "Be careful." Just then, another arrow shot out from inside, but Seong-gyu effortlessly sliced it in two. Arang grumbled louder. "They have been shooting like this the whole time. They should just tell us to scram nicely." Sung-gu was speechless. "How the hell do you tell someone to back off, but keep it friendly?" Then he glanced at Arang and said, "If that is their style, maybe we should respond in kind." Arang's eyes lit up like stars, quickly grabbing an arrow. He laughed. "I have been waiting for you to say that. One-on-one. I am going to teach them a lesson they won't forget." Sung-gu watched Arang's enthusiasm and could not help but smile, thinking, looks like Minnie's influence after traveling with her is rubbing off. Just then, Kim Hoon suddenly shouted, startled, "Wait, another arrow's coming." Both Seong-gyu and Arang looked up, seeing a hail of arrows flying toward them. Sensing trouble, Kim Hoon immediately drew his twin swords. He crazily slashed at the incoming arrows. Sung-gu shouted a warning, "Arang, hurry. This is about to get messy. Your first target is the guy with the helmet." Arang nodded slightly, looking up just in time to see a guy drawing his bow on them. Sung-gu worried Arang might go too hard. Quickly warned, "Don't kill him." Arang nodded in agreement. "Got it." Then he fired. The arrow hit the guy's helmet dead on. Sung-gu pointed to another target. "Good. Now, the guy in those ugly pants." "For it?" Arang chuckled, smirking. "Haha. Not sure I can hit him, he is pretty slick." Kim Hoon nearby was speechless. What kind of game is this? But he did not stop him. Arang aimed for the guy's groin, and the arrow whizzed right past, giving the guy a serious scare. Then Arang pulled out an energy core arrow. Grinning. "This time, I am going explosive," Sung-gu warned. "Like last time." "Huh. Just make sure you do not hurt anyone." Arang bit his lip. "Roger that." Then he fired the arrow shot forward and exploded on impact. Arang's eyes sparkled like stars. "That is more like it." Sung-gu watched Arang's energy, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Minnie, all over again. He sighed helplessly. Genuinely grateful Arang was going this far for him. Inside the base, after Arang's arrow attack, the people panicked and scattered. "Mutants are here. Run." Hearing this, Arang snapped back. "Mutants? You idiots." Sung-gu barely paid attention, calmly speaking up. "We have dealt with the troublemakers. Let us get inside." No sooner had he said that, he vaulted over the wall and stepped into the base, with Kim Hun right on his heels. Almost at the same moment, a group was heading this way. Sung-gu blinked hard, staring at the woman leading them. Damn, that serious look, could she be the one in charge here? The woman approached him with a polite smile, saying, "It is an honor to have someone so important visit us. Please forgive our rudeness, there has been a lot going on lately, and we have to stay alert." Just as Seong-gu suspected, they recognized his rank because he clearly showed his strength. He spoke slowly. "Sorry for dropping by unannounced. Is there somewhere quiet we can talk?" The woman nodded slightly in agreement. "I will arrange a place for you. Follow me." Without hesitation, she turned and walked away, with the three of them following closely behind. But as they went deeper inside, Sung-gu felt something was off. People were sprawled everywhere, weak and sickly. Hunger and helplessness from fear hung in the air. Even the usual wild zone vibes felt different here. Even in the wild zone, life should be more stable than this. It struck Seong-gu as pretty strange. After a while, the woman in charge led the three of them into a room. She set down some water and fruit. Apologizing, "There is not much left to offer. Please forgive us." Sung-gu waved it off, shaking his head. "Don't worry. We are not here for a snack." The woman introduced herself. "I am Dunga, caretaker of the gun hunting base. You can call me Miss Dung." "What brings you here?" Sung-gu spoke slowly. I am looking for a mutant named Kim Jae-gun. She is about 20. Fit, with dark skin. She is here? Right? Those words stunned Yoon Sudzi. She trembled, whispering, "How do you know that girl's here?" Sung-gyu explained bluntly, "We are top-tier hunters linked with Net. Net has ears everywhere. Besides, mutants registering with a Net is standard procedure." And Sekshi shivered again, unable to hide her fear. Seeing her reaction, Kim Hun could not hold back and spoke quietly. "I think that is enough." Sung-gyu nodded slightly. "Yeah? She knows what is coming." Then he placed a bag on the table. Inside were quite a few core fragments. Said slowly, "All right. Now you know why we brought this up. We plan to recruit her. And this is the introduction fee." Whispering, "This many." But Seong-gu knew she was hesitating just as he expected. He continued, "Do you want to make a deal with Net? There are plenty more where these came from." Yet Unsexy shook her head, refusing. "It is not that this amount is too small. Hunter," Sung-gu squinted at her, "if you are asking, I will ask again, is Kim Jae-gun here at Sangon Slope?" After a long pause, and Sik spoke, "She is the leader of the only assault hunter squad on Sangon Slope. If that girl's not here, then this place." Sung-gu cut her off coldly. "I already said she needs to register with Net herself. I will verify her skills and record them first. Whether I recruit her is another matter." Ensif hesitated, then quietly said, "Then I will tell Jae-gun when she returns. But please do not force her to come. I beg." Dam nodded, and Seong-gu said bluntly, "Got it. I want to drag Kim Jae-gun if it goes against her will. Consider these cores as payment for the info you gave." And Sek stared at the pile of cores, blinking, then fell into silence. After a moment, the room was left with just Seong-gu and Kim Hun. Kim Hun sighed, acting all exhausted like a big shot. Seong-gu nodded approvingly. "Nice job, San-hun." Earlier, and Sixi accepted that core payment but said nothing more. Arang poured herself a glass of water, smiling. "Since we have shown our strength," she won to go back on her word. "We did not come here just to wash our hands. This counts as a win." But the moment the kid saw the water, he immediately yelled, "What the heck is this?" Kim Hun poured a glass for Seong-gu too. Seong-gu squinted at the drink in his glass. This was real blood wine, a luxury item even in the city. So how the hell did a place this desolate get its hands on it? Suddenly, something clicked in his mind, and his expression tightened instantly. Seong-gu slammed his hand down, knocking Kim Hun's glass over, grinding his teeth as he warned, "Don't drink it." The glass shattered on the ground, the thick red liquid spilling everywhere. Kim Hun froze, asking, "What is going on?" Hunter Seong-gu and Orang both gasped. "Wait, that is poison blood wine." Seong-gu shook his head slightly, lips pressed tight. "Not poison. This is blood essence." Kim Hun and Orang both blinked in confusion. "Blood essence? What is that?" Seong-gu asked calmly. "You two know what gak is?" They nodded slowly. "Yeah, it is a plant that grows like crazy." As Kim Hun answered, realization hit him hard. He panicked. "Hunter Seong-gu, if this stuff is blood, then what?" Before he could finish, Seong-gu nodded grimly. "Exactly. The toxic blood causes hallucinations similar to alcohol. They ferment it like wine to make this." Hearing this, Arang and Kim Hun suddenly felt like throwing up. Thank God they had not taken a sip. Seong-gu went on, "And this is not like regular booze. Drink this long term, and the poison builds up in your body, deadly stuff." He could not wrap his head around why anyone would even make something like this. That night, Seong-gu sat by the window, lost in thought. The air at the space was weird, off somehow. Everyone he saw during the day seemed drunk on that blood essence drink. Seong-gu wondered who introduced that poison here, some reckless fool or a clueless guide. While he was deep in thought, a noise outside startled him. He thought Kim Hun and Arang were back, and he whispered, "They found what I asked for." But the person Seong-gu saw was a girl, the very one he was searching for. Kim Jae-gun shot him a fierce glare, lips pressed tight, and snapped, "I heard you wanted to see me. Why do not you step outside?" Seong-gu smirked at her attitude. He was thrilled to meet Jae-gun, but one wrong move and she would have him flat on his back. After regaining memories from his past life, Seong-gu could not stop thinking about Jae-gun. Somehow, he was both shocked and happy to reconnect. In his past life, Jae-gun was a fierce warrior. She could take down high-level beasts barehanded. Her power was wild and awe-inspiring. She fought almost purely with her own energy, slaughtering every monster that crossed her path. One day back then, while Jae-gun was hunting a beast, Seong-gu went looking for her and froze the moment he saw her because perched on her shoulder was a high-level beast. Seeing Seong-gu, she just smirked. "What is up?" Seong-gu was worried sick because she would vanished without a trace. In that life, she was his comrade, fighting and dying side by side as a not warrior. Later, in a wide courtyard at the Joksangun base, Sungyu and Jail-gun stood facing each other. Everyone at the base gathered around them, even Arang and Kim-hun. Just back, came to watch. Sunggu quietly observed. Compared to before, Jail-gun looked pretty cute though still wild as hell. While he stared, she snapped, "Why you staring and smirking like that? I do not know if you are bluffing, but if you lose, zip it and scram." Got it. Before he could answer, Jail-gun charged forward. Sunggu stayed calm. "I love your energy, but ignoring me, that is just rude. Don't need your permission." She growled and lunged. "I am winning this fight anyway." In a flash, she was right in front of him. He stood cool as a cucumber, but a core of energy appeared in his hand. Then he fired it straight at Jail-gun's chest, knocking her flying and slamming her hard onto the ground. Onlookers were stunned. This was way too easy. Even Arang and Kim-hun could not believe it ended so fast. Arang felt that the kid should not mess with Seonggu anymore if he wanted to avoid a repeat of what happened. Seonggu blinked at Jail-gun, knowing it was not wise to confront a close combat expert head-on. That critical shot he learned from Jai Si-ung in Senna. Pretty damn useful. Jail-gun had all the fire at first, but in the end, Seonggu knocked her out with just one move. She only woke up the next morning. Hearing the story from her crew, Jail-gun gasped. "Wait, he was serious about not forcing me to join." Arang was skeptical too. The kid hesitated. "I thought you were bluffing." Seonggu smirked. "You really think she would just blindly follow if we dragged her along? You made it look way too easy," Seonggu said with a smirk, proving his strength. Now Jail-gun would realize that skipping Seonggu's team would be a huge loss for her, and you even suggested sticking around for a bit, planning to hunt those monster beasts with them. Arang was shocked hearing that, watching Seonggu chill on the bed eating rations. The kid grumbled. "Just taking it easy like that? You are gonna waste away, man." Kim-hun jumped in. "They rely entirely on Kim Jail-gun. She is the backbone of this base. If we take her away, this base will collapse immediately under the monsters and killers." Hearing this, Arang suddenly remembered how the Winter Hook base had also fallen to Vibal Kisset. The kid went silent, then abruptly turned and walked away, leaving Kim-hun bewildered. Mev asked, "He's been talking non-stop," then suddenly changed his tune. Seonggu sat up from the bed. He guessed Arang had just recalled those final moments at Winter Hook base. Even if they did not take Jail-gun now, Seonggu knew this base was doomed to fall. Because Busik had warned about this before he died, he figured, when the base collapses, that is when he will take Jail-gun away. Seen another way, that might even be crueler than forcing her to join Seonggu's team now. But right now, time was all he could give them. The next morning, everyone at the base gathered together. A man took the lead. "Everyone's here, so let us talk about today's mission. Those insect-like monsters are our main problem. They attack like giants." Jail-gun raised an eyebrow. "Do we have a plan to deal with them?" The man barked. "These bug monsters are weak to fire. We just need strong armor and then burn him down." Before he finished, Seonggu cut in. "Wrong. It is true they are weak to fire, but you see those Ngu demon assassin guys in the ruined sand. They resist fire pretty well. They will fly at us engulfed in flames. And there is an even bigger problem." Jail-gun shot Seonggu a doubtful look but stayed quiet. Seonggu ignored it, calmly continuing, "Assassin rank 17 and civilians are forbidden from hunting monsters at that rank. With this base as crappy gear, everyone will get killed instantly." Then he glanced at the glasses-wearing man, who cleared his throat. "All right. I will be honest with you all. You can take on the assassin squad if you claim to be the guide. Sit down and quit this mission." The guy with glasses seemed proud to be the guide. It had not been long since Seonggu last guided a mission, but it felt like ages ago. While they argued, Jail-gun stood up. "Then what are we supposed to do? We can let them take our territory." Seonggu gave her a slow look. "There is a simple way. Just you and me, 2 mutants will handle it." His words left the others dumbfounded. They protested. "Boss, we have always done our part just fine. We do not need to back out now." Seonggu could not help but laugh bitterly. "Get real. You are not doing fine, you are just surviving because of Jail-gun." That hit too close to home, and they could not argue. Jail-gun's face fell. After a long pause, she spoke slowly. "Everyone, you are being excluded." The crowd gasped in shock. "Leader, are you serious?" Jail-gun said coolly. "The expert from the guild already warned us this thing is dangerous. I have to trust him. He and I will handle this mission. Everyone else, fall back." The people behind bit their lips aggressively because they knew her words were not a single bit wrong. Seonggu ignored them and looked at Jail-gun. "All right then, I am taking that as a request, Jaeyogun promised solemnly. Let us move quickly. And if you think this is your chance to drag me along without pay, you are dead wrong. Sungu smirked unconsciously, then parted her lips. I know full well you want to go quietly. And do not worry, the payment I want is information. That statement threw Jaeyogun off a bit. She was not sure what his real agenda was. Without delay, they quickly headed toward where the monstrous beasts appeared. Sungyu explained as he walked. Usually, a monster pack has tons of them. But a hunting squad usually numbers only about 100 to 200. But the reason they can be careless is because even mutants die if they are stung more than 3 times. Aim for the joint between the wing and the body. The rest of their bodies are hard as steel. Jaeyogun nodded when she heard this, but then Seonggu suddenly blurted an out-of-nowhere line. Call the others. Let us have a drink. She blinked in confusion. Wait. What are you talking about? Sunggu chuckled lightly and replied bluntly. We need alcohol to get him in. Water is enough to turn sap into booze. When they sink, the liquid toxin they release is almost like real alcohol. Over time, the poison evaporates less and less. Then with a mysterious grin, Sunggu added, after 3 months, instead of that toxic blood, you will be drinking the real stuff. You should look forward to that. This left Jaeyogun stunned. She was silent for a long moment before smirking and saying, if that is true, then we should throw a party. Sunggu did not say a word more. The two moved forward until they eventually stopped. Slowly, Sunggu said, we are here. They both looked ahead and saw a huge jagged rock blocking their path. Without hesitation, they quickly crouched and crept forward. Hiding behind the massive stone, Sunggu glanced up at the sky. 2 monstrous beasts were standing guard. The rest seemed to be resting. This is our golden chance. Thinking that, he glanced at Jaeyogun. While they are still asleep, I will launch a wide area attack to thin their numbers. Then I will strike. Jaeyogun nodded slightly, signaling she got the plan. Seeing she understood, Sunggu did not hesitate and quickly drew his sword. After the last incident, he would gained experience from his past life, wondering if he could tap into those skills again. With that thought, Sunggu focused his energy and shouted, Water Moon Sword. The moment he spoke, a streak of sword light sliced through the air. The rock before them was slashed multiple times, and in less than 3 seconds, it collapsed entirely. Seeing this, Jaeyogun was a bit unsettled, but Seonggu was thrilled. It worked. Honestly, I just wiped out the whole pack. As they both got lost in their thoughts, a swarm of bees emerged from the rubble, spotting Sunggu and Jaeyogun. The swarm suddenly let out piercing screeches. Both of them immediately covered their ears. Jaeyogun frowned and said, Man, my brain's about to explode. What did you do? Sunggu answered bluntly, I think I just killed a few dozen, but there were just too many of them. In a moment, they filled the entire sky. Sunggu looked at them and sighed deeply. This is just the start of the battle. Tell me you are scared. Jaeyogun smirked. Why do not you say it yourself? What is the plan? Sunggu gave a dry laugh. Do I really have to explain? Just strike like you always do. Show me what you have got. Jaeyogun promised coolly. With a swarm like this, you will end up chasing me around and making things complicated. Sunggu said nothing and fell into thought. Among these killer bees, there is one called number 17. Yet she is so calm facing hundreds. She has not learned that lesson in this life yet. But the moment the fight started, she instinctively shielded herself with her core top-tier skill. The golden core and the lion-shaped energy, it is so impressive. No matter how many times Seonggu sees it, just like Beatrice's barrier and your devouring skill. Jaeyogun's ability is one of a kind. Impossible to classify it as a wild beast enhancement. While Seonggu was lost in thought, Jaeyogun suddenly let out a fierce roar. Then she charged straight at a killer bee, grabbing its body with her hands and brutally ripping its wings apart right before her eyes. Even though she has not mastered her full power like in her past life, Jaeyogun still moves with ferocious strength. At that moment, she suddenly let herself drop helplessly through the air. Then she spun wildly in the sky, like a storm unleashed. Jaeyogun charged fiercely at another killer bee. She pummeled its body to pieces with savage brutality. Outside, Sunggu watched, unable to hold back his admiration. Damn, that was impressive. With her current skill level, Jaya might as well be on par with the late Chansu. Maybe even stronger. Just look at how quickly she tore that bee to shreds in the blink of an eye. Thinking that, Sunggu took off, leaving the mess for Jaeyogun to handle, but something felt off. Still, Sunggu did not have time to dwell on it. Sword in hand, he stepped up to face a killer bee. With a single slash, Sunggu split it in two, ruthless and precise. Felt like just yesterday he was watching Jai Seong's performance, but recalling his past life made everything seem so much easier. While Seonggu was deep in thought, a swarm of killer bees closed in on him. He stayed calm, shouting out loud. Tentacles. In a flash, black tentacles sprouted from his back. They lashed out at the killer bees, piercing through their bodies. They killed them on the spot. the bees dropping lifeless like puppets. After clearing them out, Song-gyu could not help but slam his sword on the ground. He was panting hard using those tentacles, just once drained 30% of his core energy. This skill's perfect for low-level monsters, but using it now feels like a waste. Though he would improved since his first time using it against Hun Su's men, his core energy was still way too low. Clenching his sword tighter, Sung-gu muttered, "Now's not the time to worry about that. To regain the glory of his past life, he needed to keep boosting his core energy nonstop. It was unfortunate, but for now, he had to kill every single one. Then he went berserk, slashing wildly. One bee after another fell beneath his sword. Just then, Song-gu spotted Jail-gun struggling against a killer bee. She looked pissed and ready to explode. Song-gu panicked, slicing down a bee right in front of him not long after being amazed by Jail-gun's skill. But why was she struggling so much against just one normal bee? Jail-gun was really having a hard time defending herself. Her thigh had already been pierced. Song-gu rushed over yelling, "Stop! If you keep this up, you are gonna bleed even more." Jail-gu listened, did not rip its head off, instead punched its belly and smashed off the leg stuck in her thigh. Seeing she was okay, Sung-gyu exhaled in relief. That is a solid move. But if you mess up, you could lose that leg. Jail-gun glanced at him, smirking. "Thanks for the advice. But the poison's spreading. My leg's going numb." Hearing this, Sung-gu raised an eyebrow. No wonder he felt uneasy. Jail-gun in her past life was like a tamed beast, but right now she still seemed too green. Maybe because she is still young. With that thought, he asked in a low voice, "Do you know how to control your chorus properties?" His words made Jail-gu hesitate for a moment. Sung-gu slowly explained, "Your energy's shaped like a lion, right? You use it inside your body. After cutting the wound with a knife, he suggested she use her core to push the poison out while maintaining her skill's effect." No sooner said than done. Sung-gu swung his sword again, cleaving the bee in front of them in half, urging her, "I have got your back, do it now." Jail-gun hesitated for a moment, then followed his advice, using a knife to cut the bee's stinger out of her leg. Next, she closed her eyes, focusing all her energy to stabilize herself. The pain made her grit her teeth and bear it. Sung-gu mocked her right away, saying, "Someone like you won't die from something like that. Quit whining." His words annoyed Jail-gun, but she had to admit, his sarcasm was pretty funny. Seeing her reaction, Sung-gu did not say another word. No matter how talented you are, solid training is key. Just like he thought, they should get her to the rightful master. The difference between them, Sung-gu had countless past life experiences and his body still remembered Nut's advanced training techniques, while Jail-gun was acting purely on instinct. Right now, she could not even handle a high-level magical beast. Struggling just to fend off regular killer bees, Jail-gun was still tending her wounds alone. It would be a huge mess if the bees attacked her again. So Sung-gu thought he had to strike them down simultaneously using his core power. But the problem was the killer bees were hiding in the dark, inside a cave, probably waiting for the perfect moment to strike. If Sung-gu used his core blast, now a move that drains tons of energy, would he run out before wiping them all out? After a moment of thought, Sung-gu bit his lip. That worry could wait first. He had to control the situation at hand. Without hesitation, Sung-gu focused all his energy in one spot, then unleashed it in a massive burst. In the blink of an eye, the swarm rushing toward him vanished into a smoky haze. Weakened, Sung-gu lowered his sword to steady himself against the ground. He panted heavily, muttering, "This was unavoidable. But I have already burned through too much core energy." He only had about 45% energy left, but he still had to face the queen bee. John sat nearby, tending her wounds. Watching the whole scene unfold, she reached out to touch him and mumbled in awe, "You are actually pretty good." Sung-gu waved off the compliment, walking over to Jail-gun before ripping the tear on her thigh. Startled, she panicked. "What are you doing?" Sung-gu grumbled lazily. "Quit complaining and sit still." She wisely stayed silent. Sung-gu noticed the poison seeping out and finally exhaled in relief. "You are pushing it out well. First time you have cleaned the affected area this thoroughly." Then suddenly, he looked up at her and asked, "How do you want to celebrate?" "I know a pretty skilled magic engineer," he said. That made Jail-gun glare and snap, "Shut up and stop teasing me." Sung-gu smirked faintly and stood up, "Focus on healing. I am heading out to take down the queen." Hearing that, Jail-gun froze for a moment, then hesitated before asking, "You mean the killer queen? If we take her out, everyone will be safe." Sung-gu glanced at her, as if he would realized something, but did not say more. He headed straight into the queen's lair. The biggest risk now? Sung-gu's core energy was running low, and he might still have to fight the worker bees guarding the queen. He thought he would kill them all, but he needed to double-check. With that thought, a surge of energy appeared in Seong-gu's hand, and he quickly fired it forward. Finished. He stood still and waited. Any remaining bees would have to jump into the core light. But after a long wait, nothing stirred. So it was over. Every killer bee had already been deployed in the previous battle. He could not help but smile. Good. Now only the queen's breeding ground remains. With that thought, Seong-gu dashed forward. He ran straight into the deepest part of the lair. Sure enough, a giant bee was there, with no other bees around it. Seong-gu exhaled sharply. So this is where you have been hiding. Thank God. No worker bees guarding the queen. At that moment, the queen bee noticed Seong-gu. Without hesitation, she emitted a piercing sonic blast. Seong-gu immediately opened his core shield to disperse it. He barked. Resistance is useless. Besides deafening sonic attacks, what other fighting skills do you have? I am not interested in listening anymore. No sooner had Seong-gu pulled back than he channeled his energy into his sword, and in an instant, he thrust it forward. He shouted fiercely, I am sending you straight to where your master is hiding. In that very moment, Seong-gu drove his sword deep into the lord's body. Suddenly, the whole body began to swell rapidly, and 3 seconds later, it exploded. Thousands of bee-like creatures burst from the lord's body, scattering everywhere. Seong-gu squinted at them and began releasing the core of his energy. Instantly, a fierce and powerful energy core radiated out. Every last one of those bees was burned to ashes. After finishing, Seong-gu sat down beside a piece of the lord's remains. He pulled out a knife and started cutting into the corpse. Not long after, he spotted energy cores, though there were way too many of them. Seong-gu calmly pulled them out one by one, muttering to himself, back when I was a guide, seeing this would be got me pumped. But if this is the lord's core, should not there be a better reward? After fumbling with the bag for a while, Seong-gu suddenly shouted excitedly, found it. He uncovered the assassin lord's energy crystal. That was the real treasure. Without hesitation, Seong-gu began channeling his energy into the crystal. Though he could only use it once, it would restore his depleted core. Soon enough, the crystal's life force seemed to drain away, losing its brilliant glow. Seong-gu smirked. Done. I destroyed everything, even the bee swarm. From now on, Jupe Sangon is safe. Saying that, he suddenly recalled Jyogon's expression before they entered this place. Things might be peaceful now, but an uneasy feeling gnawed at Seong-gu. If I am wrong, Jupe Sangon's fate will end just like last time. I can't let my emotions get in the way. A short while later, Seong-gu left the lord's lair, carrying Jyogon back to the base. Jyogon grumbled as they walked. Damn it! The more I think about this, the more my pride takes a hit. Seong-gu glanced at her. She was clearly frustrated, feeling her skills did not match her talent. He felt the same way. His body would not obey his knowledge and experience. Lost in thought, Seong-gu heard Jyogon awkwardly rub her nose and say, sorry if this sounds selfish, but can we split the cores 50-50? There are a lot of people I need to support. Without hesitation, Seong-gu replied, take all the cores and make resin out of them. Didn't I already tell you what I want to use them for? Jyogon blinked, then hesitated before asking, yeah? But what info do you need? What could someone born in the wilderness possibly know that a city guy like you would not? Seong-gu narrowed his eyes, calmly saying, I want to hear the real reason you can leave this town. His words clearly caught her off guard. Then, Jyogon's expression darkened, and she bit her lip, mumbling, so that is the info you want? Seong-gu could not figure out why she reacted so strongly. After a moment, Jyogon led Seong-gu to her home. Seeing the house, Seong-gu felt awkward and said, out of nowhere, you invite me in. I forgot to bring you flowers. Jyogon dismissed it and pushed the door open. Seong-gu followed, but the inside was pitch dark, making him feel uneasy. Then Jyogon joked, if you would brought flowers, maybe this place would not smell so bad. Seong-gu froze for a moment but quickly caught a full stench, not just any rot, but the smell of death and decay. Jyogon ignored his reaction and casually asked, you want to hear the real reason I can leave this place, right? I am not keeping secrets from you, but I would appreciate it if you do not tell anyone else. With that, she pulled aside a bamboo curtain behind her. Seong-gu saw what was hidden beneath, and his face instantly went stone cold, because underneath was a person, but this person was pitiful, shivering uncontrollably, bound tightly. If it were a zombie, addiction might explain it, but this, what the hell was going on? Seong-gu racked his brain, then asked suspiciously, what the hell is happening here? Jyogon hesitated for a moment, then finally, with a heavy voice, said, this is my younger brother, who got addicted to the blood curse. That is why I could not leave Sangon's slope. I had to pay the price. Seong-gu felt a pang of shock, then quickly tried to console her. That is tragic about your brother. But throwing away your future out of family guilt, that is rough. Jailgon shook her head fiercely. That is not it. I was the one who brought that stupid potion into town. That only made Seonggu more confused. Jailgon bit her lip, explaining softly. I overheard how to make that drink. And after I brought it here, everything spiraled out of control because of me. Everyone here suffered. Then she suddenly faltered. Before admitting, I have to stay and pay for my sins until I die. After hearing Jailgon's story, Seonggu retreated to his room, piecing together everything Buiksich had left behind about her in his past life. Jailgon was the sole survivor from some unknown hideout in Bujong, severely injured by ferocious beasts, and was saved by Net. After a surprising recovery, Jailgon joined Net's army. Seonggu dug through memories from his past life, hoping for clues, but found nothing. Looking at Jailgon now, she is basically a rookie again. She does not even know how to use her powers properly. Seonggu realized this during their hunt for revenge. Right now, Senna, Cece, and Minyai are all under Net's control, and Jailgon needs serious training. Seonggu sighed reluctantly. Is this really the only way to solve all these problems at once? But as the saying goes, no guts, no glory. Just then, Arang's voice rang out from behind. What are you muttering about? Seonggu snapped out of his thoughts and glanced back. Leon saw Arang and Kim Hun standing outside the door and anxiously said, Welcome back. Is that snow I see? Arang nodded slowly. Yeah. The weather's gone crazy. Can you believe it? Snow in November. Then the kid started briefing Seonggu. Like you said, I surveyed the paths near Sangon's slope and checked the locals' strength. Seonggu praised him. Good job. Get ready for the detailed briefing. Arang perked up. Briefing. So we are finally taking that girl with us. Seonggu narrowed his eyes at them and said calmly. Listen up. This place is about to become a battlefield. In the next 4 days, a horde of Ut will be sweeping through Sangon's slope. Arang and Kim Hun froze in shock. Arang asked suspiciously. That is sudden. What are you talking about? Kim Hun also looked surprised. How do you even know that in advance? Seonggu did not answer. Coldly? He continued. Don't ask how I know. That is not important anymore. There is a pack of Ut moving north through areas 7 and 8. Sooner or later, they will come this way, dozens of them. And there is a level 3 Ut king. A demon beast stronger than anything they have faced before. Hearing this, Arang and Kim Hun gasped in horror. We are nothing compared to that monster. Seonggu nodded coolly. Exactly. If we avoid it, we might survive. But the real question is, can the people here make it through? Kim Hun muttered bitterly. Over 30% of the locals are already cursed by the blood curse, even without the beasts. This place is just waiting to collapse. Seonggu squinted at them and added, if that happens, taking her with us will be even harder. Kim Hun questioned skeptically. If she sees no hope, would not she just come with us then? Would she? Seonggu thought for a moment and shook his head. Jailgon said she would stay and pay for her sins until death. After a pause, he said firmly, I am certain she won tea leave. Don't expect her to just follow us easily. Arang hesitated. What do we do? Seonggu answered matter-of-factly. I will explain the plan. Then he began outlining his strategy to Arang and Kim Hun. Kim Hun hesitated as he listened, and even Arang sensed something off. Finally, Kim Hun could not hold back and asked, Are you saying we are going to avoid battle and just rescue Jailgon with enough? Seonggu coolly replied, Exactly as you said. Anyone else got questions? Arang bit his lip nervously and hesitated. Can't we just move the people somewhere else? Maybe get Gaogun to join us? Seonggu shook his head softly. They settled outside the note area because even the wilds want tea accept them. And they are bloodthirsty guards who'd want them around. Kim Hun still tried to save face, but Seonggu cut him off coldly. There is no way we can beat the Chili King. We will all die. If we can change the outcome, we have to at least pick the best plan. Kim Hun raised his brows hearing Yim speak up. You are right. But even so, we can just ignore others dying to reach our goals. That is classic note. Kim Hun was basically rubbing salt in the wound memories from his past life, focused on killing the beasts, had completely reshaped Seonggu's way of thinking. He could feel it stirring inside him, but that was okay, he would not deny it. With that resolve, Seonggu stood up coldly. He declared, the plan to destroy the beast's Jailgun will be a key player, a powerful ally in the future. Don't forget, we are not here to save Chaksan-gun, but to find someone we need. Trust me on this without missing a beat. He locked eyes with Kim Hun. Unwavering, Kim Hun hesitated a moment, then nodded. Got it. I am with you. Seonggu kept his gaze on him. Then pressed. You do not think the rescue mission is important, I have considered all possibilities. But if the worst happens, saving Jae-gun will be damn near impossible. Hoping it won't come to that, he said. Kim Hun, just keep that in your head for now. Right then, Arang suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. The kid hesitated. Wait, why am I not in the plan? What am I supposed to do? Sung-gu glanced at him, then finally said, let us talk privately. Moments later, the two slipped away to a quiet corner. After hearing Seong-gu's intentions, Arang's expression darkened, even knowing it would be hard to accept. Sung-gu still decided to say it, patting the kid on the shoulder. Then he left, letting the boy stew in his thoughts alone. Why did Arang react like that? Because Seong-gu told him to go back to Area 17. After talking with Arang, Song-gu returned to his room. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, he would received an invite to join the note. Minnie and Senna were already at headquarters. Once things here were settled, he would bring Kim Hun and Jael Hun to note, but Arang was different. No matter how talented, the kid was not a superhuman. It would be a tragedy if Arang died in battle. He did not need to stay and fight Lua with Seong-gu. That is why he wanted the kid to leave. Lost in thought, Song-gu suddenly heard a noise outside and quickly dropped to the forest floor. It was Arang. Back from the snowy night, the kid looked troubled. Arang just glanced at Seong-gu, then turned and walked away. Song-gu pretended to be asleep. Jamie was currently rebuilding Area 17. With a skilled guide like Arang there, things would be way easier. A night full of restless thoughts passed. A new day dawned. Sung-gu sat up in bed, saw the next bed was empty, and sighed in relief. Arang was gone. He needed that kid alive, safe back in Area 17. Suddenly, a sound outside jolted Seong-gu awake in panic. He jumped out of bed, unable to believe it, shouting, no way! That sound. At the same time, outside, Kim Hun lay on a rooftop, observing through binoculars. He spotted something far off. Sung-gu ran out, asking, is it the... Kim Hun looked up seriously. I just reported it to you. Sung-gu grabbed the binoculars from Kim Hun's hand. He raised them to his eyes immediately and saw what was coming, a massive swarm of insects pouring in like an invading army. Instantly, the base alarm blared loudly. A man shouted while beating a gong. It is an attack. Everyone, get inside and hide. But no sooner had he finished speaking, something slammed into him, fresh blood spraying from his eyes in all directions. They looked closer. Only one arm remained gripping the rope, stained with fresh blood. Elsewhere, inside Jael-gun's house, she was struggling to hold her younger brother tightly. Her brother on the bed kept thrashing, desperate to break free. Squinting at him, Jael-gun calmly warned, but we have no choice. Stay quiet here until they pass. Only then did her brother finally settle down. Jael-gun sighed resignedly. They won't just quietly pass by. This might be the end for us. Just then, a loud shout rang out outside the door. Leader, hurry over here. Jael-gun jolted. She rushed to the door and saw the base had turned into a battlefield. Glancing at the person beside her, she asked, what about Dung? The other hurriedly replied, she is holding the line at the south wall with all she has got. But it is tough. Jael-gun pressed further, and the other guests. Hearing this, the man scowled coldly. They are not even in the room. They said they were from not. But when we actually needed them, nowhere to be found. Jael-gun caught his frustration and sighed. 3 people. One is not even a mutant. How are they supposed to stand against a horde of odds? If the Not army does not intervene, we are screwed. And they do not have any say in negotiations with Not either. Upon hearing this, the man fell silent. Unfazed, Jael-gun continued calmly. They did what they had to when they took down the assassins. Man, I was really looking forward to that sap-based feast. Though, saying that, she folded her arms and ordered, help miss. Dung, retreat. I will handle the west wall. The man panicked. You are going alone. Leader. Meanwhile, Kim Hun was hiding nearby, overhearing their entire conversation but staying out of sight. His only mission was to follow and protect Jael-gun. On this side, Jael-gun reached the west wall and immediately channeled her energy to leap up. Landing lightly on the wall, she peered down at the smoky chaos below, her expression darkening. At the same time, Sung-gu was quietly observing the battle. Earlier, when Kim Hun and he were on the rooftop, they spotted 7 Ots approaching. Sung-gu could not help but admire. No way! 7 packs of rare beasts organized like that. Suddenly, Kim Hun remembered something and quickly asked, has Arang dodged them and made it safely to Sector 17? Sung-gu hesitated for a moment. He was not sure, but at least he would taught Arang everything possible. If she really had Seong-gu's magic and awakening, that'd be amazing. Yet Seong-gu immediately dismissed that thought. Magic in Honggu was just foolish fantasy. After thinking it over, he finally muttered, She probably made it safely. Her decision-making is sharper than most mutants. She will be a huge asset to the center. Kim Hun nodded in understanding. Then Seung-gu handed him a blue veil and slowly said, "All right, let us get started." Kim Hun reached out to take it, unsure what the blue veil was. As Seung-gu explained patiently, "This is insect poison incense, made from insect-type monsters. Use one every 10 minutes to mask your scent and protect yourself from them." Back in the present, Seung-gu scanned the base through his binoculars. He kept moving the binoculars, noting many people had already been killed by the Ots. But Seung-gu paid little mind and continued scanning. The Ots attacked from every direction. Bodies lay scattered like crops in a field. Shifting his view to another angle, he spotted soldiers being attacked by Ots. His face momentarily paled. He bit his lip, thinking, "We have to hold out and not act recklessly. Focus on saving the Pillar's master." Just then, the radio at Seung-gu's feet crackled to life. He pressed the button and spoke. Breath ragged. "Go ahead." Kim Hun's voice came through urgently. "Jail guns engage the Ots. Thanks to her, the west side is holding, but the rest of them have been wiped out." He sounded solemn. "If it were not for the plan, I would seriously want to jump in and help." The battle raged like this until evening, with a high-level Ot attacking the west wall right where Jail Gun was facing it head-on. She did not use any weapons, just unleashed her energy core to strike. Jail Gun unleashed a furious punch at the insect. But this bug was not just any ordinary pest. It dodged her attack with ease. Then it swung its spiked club right back at Jail Gun. She refused to back down, lunging fiercely to bite the bug's neck. Taking advantage of its pain, Jail Gun pressed down hard on its neck, then slammed it onto the ground, taking down one enemy only to be swarmed by more bugs. Squinting at them, her face burned with fierce determination. Suddenly, a claw shot toward her from afar. In a flash, Jail Gun panicked, snatching it up, and with a hiss, dust and smoke scattered everywhere. The bug wielding a massive axe slammed Jail Gun to the ground. She bit her lip and tried to struggle. Meanwhile, Seung-gu quietly observed the battle. When Kim Hun's urgent voice crackled over the radio, "Hunter Seung-gu, Jail Gun has made contact with the queen bug." Seung-gu's face tightened instantly. He shouted, "Damn it! I am on my way." Plan B. Stick to the plan I laid out earlier. Kim Hun acknowledged the order immediately. After giving his instructions, Seung-gu sprinted toward the west wall. This was the worst-case scenario he would feared, and it was actually happening. Seung-gu pushed his speed to the limit thanks to his enhanced legs. He was moving lightning fast. Back on the battlefield, the queen bug swung its axe down hard. Jail Gun did not dare slack off. She dodged just in time. The attack missed, but the queen bug immediately threw a punch. Jail Gun did not expect it to have that move and could not defend in time. The punch slammed into her stomach, sending her flying backward. Her body skidded across the ground. Jail Gun, battered and bruised, leaned weakly against the wall. Seung-gu was still sprinting desperately westward. All he hoped was that Jail Gun could hold on just 1 minute, and he would be there. The queen bug advanced slowly toward Jail Gun. It raised its axe, ready to finish her off right then and there. In a nail-biting moment, Kim Hun rushed in from a distance. He blocked the queen bug's axe with his sword, gritting his teeth fiercely. Kim Hun knew he had to keep the queen bug away from Jail Gun. If the queen bug got involved in her rescue, things would get seriously messy. Earlier, Kim Hun had asked Seung-gu how he could tell it was the queen bug. Seung-gu explained, "You would know right away its head is twice the size of a regular bug's." Then he handed Kim Hun a vial and told him, "When Jail Gun's exhausted, she will have to fight soldier bugs. Use this scent to mask your presence and rescue her as fast as possible." Even though Kim Hun's gear was not as good as his enhanced legs, with his physical level, the soldier bugs would not catch him. But Seung-gu warned that if the queen bug clashed with Jail Gun, she might not survive. That was the worst-case scenario he laid out for Kim Hun. Kim Hun asked skeptically, "What should I do if that happens?" Seung-gu answered seriously, "That is when Plan B kicks in. You need to keep the queen bug busy for at least 1 minute. That is the minimum time it takes me to get there with my enhanced legs. After that, I will handle things and buy you some time." So right now, they were exactly on plan. Kim Hun holding off the queen bug, Seung-gu sprinting like mad. Only about 45 seconds left. Seung-gu had to speed up. Meanwhile, on the queen bug's battlefield, Kim Hun was slammed back a few meters. He gasped for air, gripping his twin swords tightly. The queen bug stared at him intently. Kim Hun finally understood what Seung-gu warned yesterday for the worst-case scenario. Saving even just Jail Gun might be nearly impossible. It would be tragic if they could not save the people of Sangon-yu Hill. It felt so stupid forget saving Jail Gun. He might not even survive himself. Kim Hun could not believe it. Seung-gu was still pushing him to fight even though he was on the brink. As he was lost in thought, the queen bug swung its club again. Kim Hun was running out of strength to hold his ground. If that attack broke through, he was as good as dead. Just then, A blinding flash appeared in the distance, followed by a loud yell Sawang-gu. Instantly, a beam of energy struck the Queen Ant's palanquin, making her arm tremble involuntarily. The Queen Ant squinted, staring ahead, eager to see what dared to block her path. The figure approaching was none other than Sawang-gu. The Queen's eyes lit up the moment she spotted her prey. At the same time, Sawang-gu narrowed his eyes and without hesitation, swung his sword in a fierce slash. The ant was slashed and forced to retreat, widening the gap between them. Seizing the moment, Sawang-gu glanced at Kim Hun and shouted, "Run!" Kim Hun, already carrying Ga-gon on his back, wasted no time and bolted. "I will handle the rest," he called out. The Queen Ant saw him trying to escape and immediately spun around to chase. But a flash of sword light stopped her in her tracks. Sawang-gu fixed his cold gaze on her and said, "You are facing me now?" The Queen Ant seemed furious, but Sawang-gu stayed calm, pointing his sword steadily at her. "The training round's over. Now, let us get down to the real fight." Just then, the Queen Ant made some strange sound from her mouth. It startled Sawang-gu, and moments later, a heavy thud hit the ground. Behind them, a level 5 ant mage spun his staff menacingly. Sawang-gu's face turned grim, eyes wide with shock. He had warned Kim Hun before to watch out for the level 5 ant mage. Only one existed in the entire colony, and almost nothing was known about it because it was so rare. Its name hinted at psychic powers, so it was most likely to use telepathy. Sure enough, as the ant mage muttered something, a swarm of low-level ants scattered and fled. Sawang-gu's eyes went wide in panic and ant ambush. Biting his lip fiercely, his worry deepened. They even had ambush ants. This wildcard was not in any of the records. He had to hold them off here until he was certain Kim Hun had gotten away. As Sawang-gu strategized, a palanquin slammed down nearby. He dodged just in time. The ant seemed to read his mind and lunged forward to block him, letting out a loud roar. With no other choice, Sawang-gu focused on the Queen Ant, trusting Kim Hun to handle his end in this desperate moment. Meanwhile, Kim Hun was sprinting like mad, carrying Ga-gon on his back. After a long run, he paused to catch his breath. He sighed and muttered, "Things are getting way more intense." Just like Sawang-gu said, he is still alive, right? Should I do some first aid before moving on? But remembering Sawang-gu's earlier warning to bring Ga-gon straight to their meeting spot if he made it, Kim Hun knew he had to keep moving. Sawang-gu promised to keep the ants busy for about 30 minutes. Thinking this over, Kim Hun glanced nervously behind him and whispered, "He told me to get there immediately. I am already this far," and suddenly, 2 giant ants charged right at him. These beasts were vicious, razor-sharp teeth glinting in the light. Kim Hun panicked. Giant ants? No way! Not daring to stick around, he bolted as fast as he could. The enraged ants chased fiercely behind him, biting his lip hard. Kim Hun started calculating he could not take on those giant ants, while the smaller ones rode them like mounts. He wondered if he even had to fight them. Facing 2 monsters alone was no joke. The 2 giant ants were fast, closing in quick. One of the ants even held an arrow in its hand. It aimed straight for Kim Hun's back, but just as it was about to shoot, something flew at it, hitting with a deafening explosion. Both the ant and the giant ant went tumbling to the ground. The remaining ant was smart. It saw its comrade defeated and did not rush to chase. Instead, it quickly scanned the area around them. Kim Hun up ahead was just as confused. What the hell is going on here? He quickly scanned the area, desperate to spot where that thing came from. While Kim Hun was lost in thought, a voice rang out from afar. "Keep running. Do not stop now." He raised an eyebrow slightly. He recognized that voice. Sure enough, it was Orang behind it all. No one knew how long he would been there, or when he showed up. Orang's eyes locked on the yacht down below, smirking. "Knew it, you guys can't do jack without me." Meanwhile, at the Buncheon base, Soon-gu was locked in battle with the yacht queen. He furrowed his brow thoughtfully. Just as he suspected, the low-level yachts could not interfere in the yacht queen's fight. That pesky yacht mage was annoying, but even it was powerless here. Thanks to that, Soon-gu could focus entirely on the yacht queen. But the pressure, man, it was exactly as brutal as the blue monster promised. That giant hammer in her hand was pure intimidation. Soon-gu knew one thing for sure: this fight was not about winning. His goal was to draw the yacht queen's attention, buying Kim Hun more time to escape. With that in mind, Soon-gu swung his sword fiercely. His blade cut through the air like lightning, but was shattered easily by the yacht queen's hammer. Still, Soon-gu did not back down. He charged forward with everything he had. His sword slashed into the yacht queen's body, but at the same moment, she grabbed him. Soon-gu panicked for a second, but her strength was overwhelming. He could not break free. He was crushed tightly in her grip. Then she slammed him hard onto the ground. Blood welled up at Soon-gu's head and the corner of his mouth. The yacht queen gave him no time to recover and swung her hammer down again. With a crash, the ground shattered beneath her blow, but Soon-gu dodged just in time, using his speed before the hammer could land. If not, he would have been smashed to pieces. Gritting his teeth, Sungu cursed under his breath. Damn, her power's insane. Seeing he was still standing, the Yacht Queen slowly advanced. Her wounded leg was torn open, but she did not seem to feel a thing. At the same time, Sungu noticed the Yacht Mage was casting some spell. A surge of magical energy suddenly struck from the central hill. Sungu frowned. Was the mage trying to order an attack? Did he really dare interfere in the Yacht Queen's solo battle? But then he realized the magic was aimed behind the base, not at him. Sungu quickly raised his energy shield, surprised by how much debris the mage moved. A massive concrete block hovered mid-air over the hill. Sungu's eyes narrowed at the block and its trajectory. His face darkened, muttering, "That bastard is not aiming at me." Meanwhile, outside the base, another battle was raging. Two raiders were hit by arrows charged with tracking energy. Boom. Dust exploded everywhere. Kim Hun kept sprinting ahead, finally exhaling in relief thanks to that shot. He could escape. He owed Orang big time. Behind him, the two raiders were stopped by the blast. Up on the building, Orang could not help but grin smugly. "Well, I was toying with you." Kim Hun snuck away. Of course. The raiders did not want to let Kim Hun slip away. They exchanged a knowing look. One suddenly took off chasing forward, while the other stood frozen. Orang noticed this and thought, "Finally, you are using your brains. But it is pointless. I will just take out whoever's chasing him first." Without missing a beat, he aimed an arrow at the chasing raider. Boom! Another explosion rocked the area, smoke and flames dancing as the outraider crashed to the ground. The other raider watched the brutal scene, trembling, too scared to move forward. Orang drew another arrow, smirking. "Stubborn bastards. I will take you all down, even if it means burning through my whole quiver." Just then, the assault odd at the back spotted his location. It squinted at him, and Orang cracked a sly smile. Orang muttered under his breath, "What is this thing staring at? Should I just punch a hole right through its head first?" But before he could move, the yacht suddenly pointed its arrow that way. Mumbling something under its breath, Orang's expression flickered with confusion. What is going on? Why sit yelling out in the middle of nowhere like that? After a moment of hesitation, Orang saw the yacht below suddenly freeze silent as the grave. Orang was puzzled. What is wrong with it? What is it staring at? But just as he wondered, something came crashing in, blocking his view. It was the concrete block. The Yacht Mage had been controlling their target, was Orang all along. The massive block slammed right into the building Orang was standing on. In the blink of an eye, it turned to rubble. Dust and debris filled the air, choking off nearly all sight. Orang had not expected this. He was buried alive under the wreckage, gritting his teeth against the pain. He tried to crawl free, but his body was pinned down tight. No way out. Meanwhile, through the smoky haze, something was creeping closer. Spotting this, Orang strangely smiled. These odd are called dot, because they are like the low-tier monsters in popular games. Infamous disasters in their own right. But honestly, he thought they were misnamed. These things were terrifyingly strong monsters. Without hesitation, Orang raised his gun to fire at the charging odd. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Savong Gu was struggling against the Lord's grip, narrowing his eyes at the two up blocking him. He gritted his teeth, cursing. "Damn bastards. Not only do you have assault at, but also at mages blocking Gale Gun's escape. Fine, I will try this." Saying that, Savong Gu lifted his sword high, then swung it in a wide arc. It was his first time using it in real combat. He could only hope Kim Hun dodged the debris the Yacht Mage hurled at him. A surge of energy gathered at the sword's tip, slicing straight toward the Yacht Lord, but the energy just passed through it without effect, leaving it confused. It placed a hand on its chest, uttering strange sounds, as if questioning Savong Gu. Savong Gu scoffed under his breath. "You think this level of attack can pierce your defense? Please. It is enough to split those pests in two." Those words startled the Yacht Lord, who frantically looked back to see the Yacht Mage sliced in half. Dead on the spot, its body was cleaved cleanly down the middle. Lifeless immediately, Savong Gu did not stop, channeling more energy into his sword as he coldly declared, "Third art sharp senses pushed to the max. Trading power for precision, the infinite blade." The Yacht Lord panicked slightly. It had not expected him to kill one of its own. Savong Gu remained unfazed, coolly saying, "All right, nothing blocking my way now. Let us finish this fight." Furious beyond reason, the Yacht Lord charged wildly at Savong, calmly gripping his sword. He raised an eyebrow in challenge. He knew this strike would not faze the Yacht Lord, but it would still do some damage. Savong Gu smirked, then slashed out a brilliant arc of energy blazing from his sword. Boom! The entire west corner of the base erupted in a deafening explosion. Savong Gu nodded with satisfaction. Success. He would use this chance while the Yacht Lord's vision was blocked to make his escape. But just then, a hand shot out from the smoke and flames. Reaching for him, catching Suwon-gu off guard. He did not have time to dodge. The Lord's grip crushed his lower body, bones cracking loudly. Gritting his teeth, Suwon-gu clenched his fists, trying to push through the pain. Then, he plunged his sword into the Lord's head, but it bit down hard with its jaws. The crunch of teeth against steel rang out. The Lord had shattered his blade. Suwon-gu bit his lip fiercely. Damn it. It broke my blade. Undeterred, he drove the broken sword down again. Using all his strength, he stabbed down, but the Lord's jaws clamped tight once more. Seeing the scene, Suwon-gu could not help but mutter under his breath, "Damn idiot. That blade in its mouth is a relic forged from the lonely core energy. If it reacts with Suwon-gu's core energy, it is gonna blow up for sure." Thinking this through, he instantly unleashed the core energy inside his body. Another thunderous boom echoed as the dust cloud behind obscured the view of the swarm. Taking advantage of the explosion's pain, Suwon-gu powered up his lower body. Then, faster than a lightning strike, he shot straight into the air. Those did not stand a chance. That should do it. From the start, Suwon-gu planned to bail when the moment was right. As the dust settled, the massive queen appeared, her mouth completely mangled by the blast. The minion saw this and immediately fired arrows in Suwon-gu's direction. Arrow volleys rained down, and of course, he saw them coming. Quick on his feet, he raised his core shield to block the hail. The crazy arrow barrage hammered Suwon-gu's shield nonstop. Under the relentless assault, the shield cracked. One arrow pierced straight into Suwon-gu's shoulder. He let out a sharp hiss from the pain, his brows furrowing in silence. Suwon-gu's core energy was drained. The shield broke and could not restore after the blast. With no other option, he just had to bail and run. In the blink of an eye, Suwon-gu accelerated. Everything went according to plan. Focusing core energy and empowering his lower body was definitely the right move. He kept running toward the meeting spot with Kim Heng, but just as he neared the house, Suwon-gu spotted something. Giant wolf tracks splitting into two paths. Did those raiders try a classic pincer move? Thinking that, Suwon-gu's worry deepened. He pushed forward, then suddenly noticed core bullet marks. Kim did not use those. So where did they come from? Suwon-gu pressed on but abruptly stopped, because right in front of him lay the bodies of an raider and a wolf. The had exploded to death. The wolf was skewered in the head by an arrow, bleeding out. Suwon-gu's worry grew heavier as he pulled the arrow from his shoulder. He had not expected them to get so close to their rendezvous point. This could have been a disaster. He tossed the arrow aside and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Kim Heng had taken care of them. Then Suwon-gu rushed to the building and pushed open the door. As expected, Kim Heng was inside, with Gale-good unconscious nearby. Seeing Suwon-gu, Kim Heng's relief was loud and clear, breathing heavily as he greeted him. Suwon-gu nodded quietly and sighed. "Thank God you are safe." Then he glanced at Gale-good and asked, "How's she holding up?" Kim Heng answered bluntly, "I have tried everything I could to heal her. Looks like she is still hanging in there." Seeing the wounds on Kim Heng, Suwon-gu felt a pang of guilt. "Sorry, I did not expect raiders to show up." Kim Heng shook his head softly. "Don't sweat it. This is nothing. I will heal up just fine." Suwon-gu studied him carefully, then sighed. "Looks like you dodged the debris the rogue mage threw." That caught Kim Heng off guard. Noticing Kim Heng's confusion, Suwon-gu quickly added, "Wasn't it a huge chunk of rubble, like an entire house, flying right at you?" Kim Heng shook his head. "I was too busy running to notice. Don't tell me the loud crash I heard just now came from behind." Suddenly remembering something, he worriedly shouted, "Arang, he is here, right?" Hearing this, Suwon-gu stiffened instantly. Kim Heng hurried to clarify, "Arang has not come back yet. He was hiding, sniping out raiders while they chased me. I only escaped thanks to him." The more Suwon-gu heard, the grimmer his expression became. "So those split footprints earlier?" Kim Heng shook his head. "No way." Then Suwon-gu spun around and ran off. Kim Heng saw Lun Hong following and asked, "Where are you headed?" He replied calmly, "I will be back soon. Please take care of Jiao Juven." Suwon-gu then frantically retraced the path where the footprints had appeared, cursing silently. "That idiot should be left when I told him to." After a bit, Suwon-gu finally found where the tracks ended. He desperately hoped Arang was still alive. Suwon-gu cautiously stepped into the rubble, but found absolutely nothing. Have you ever heard the theory that mages can share their vision with others? It allowed him to pinpoint exactly the building where Arang was hiding, with just 13% core energy left. Suwon-gu figured he could handle a single but right then, something stirred out of the shadows and crept toward him, its cloudy eyes gleaming menacingly in the dark. It was a giant wolf, snarling at Suwon-gu like a warning. With no sword left, only a dagger in hand, he coldly demanded, "Where's your master? Let me take them out first." Before he could make a move, a voice rang out sharply. "Stop." That voice froze the wolf in its tracks, and Suwon-gu instantly recognized it as Arang's. He called out loudly, "You are safe now." Hold tight. I will handle this. Just as Aksuangu pulled his dagger, Arang shouted, "Back off!" To his shock, the wolf actually retreated. Sivangu spotted Arang sitting behind him and gasped, "Arang, do not tell me." Before he could finish, Arang cut in with a smile. "Yeah? Looks like I have awakened." Those words hit Sivangu like a ton of bricks. Flashback to minutes ago. After being trapped under debris, Arang struggled to fire his energy gun at the charging Ott. A sharp shot rang out as energy surged from the gun, but the Ott dodged, the blast hitting only the wall behind it. Arang's arm would not move. Right, was it broken? It just did not respond the way he wanted. The Ott closed in fast, and Arang was frozen, with no way to fight back. At that moment, the Ott dodged an incoming arrow and knocked the gun from Arang's hands. The gun flew far across the rubble. Arang's eyes darted to the gun as his arm twitched uselessly. He tried crawling toward it, but the Ott was not giving him a single chance. It aimed another arrow to strike without mercy. The arrow pierced Arang's shoulder, blood pouring like a waterfall. The Ott eagerly yanked the bloody arrow free. Its eyes glinted with bloodlust as its tongue licked the fresh blood off the arrow's tip. Arang glanced at it, smirking bitterly. Her Ott's really into humans. Honestly, I should be shot myself in the head with that core gun back then. Gritting his teeth, Arang thought, if I am going down, I am taking you with me. Suddenly, a bright light burst from his chest. Pain exploded through him, forcing Arang to scream out loud. That light was a spear piercing his shoulder, tightening around his chest like a vice. Before he could even process what was happening, a voice echoed in his head. I am here to help. Do you want to live? Confused, Arang clutched his head. This was not a human voice. Had someone just implanted their thoughts inside his mind? Meanwhile, the Ott snarled something, and shockingly, Arang understood. This is the end. Finally, I will taste that delicious heart of yours. Arang frowned in disbelief. He could hear the Ott's thoughts too. But if that voice was not the Ott's, then who was it? He was lost. But the voice inside his head kept pushing him. Hurry up, or you will die here. Arang glanced at the wolf beside the Ott. Sure enough, the voice rang out again. It is now's no time for chit-chat. Do you want my help or not? At that moment, the Ott lunged again toward Arang. No time to hesitate, Arang shouted. Help me, the wolf howled, and with a terrifying roar, the Ott's attack slammed into its jaws. The wolf bit down hard, killing the Ott instantly. Not wasting a second, Arang mustered his last strength to grab the gun lying nearby. He aimed at the Ott and yelled, I am going for its head. Get out of the way. The wolf obediently dodged, then charged with a gust of energy, slamming straight into the Ott's head. After dodging, the wolf quickly moved to Arang's side. It lifted its head to the sky and howled thanks to it. Arang dodged death itself. A chaotic night of battle passed, and now everyone was safe. The moonlight bathed the whole area. Peace settling back in. Gu was tending to Arang's wounds. The kid kept screaming from the pain, grumbling in frustration. Cut it out with the whining. If I do not fix this fog around you now, you will end up stuck in an even worse spot. He snapped. Arang bit his lip, muttering, It really hurts, man. Gu calmly said, I have already used 3 precious healing packs. Until we find a real healer, you will be fine. Then, Arang slumped down, exhausted. From what Arang said, this power controls the demonic beasts. Even though it is one of the 6 main types of abilities, it is so rare that only a handful of people have awakened it. With a power like that, you would still be pretty valuable, even in that place. Arang can come with you, right? Thinking that, Gu held out his hand toward Arang, making the kid suspicious. Gu smiled faintly. Congrats, Arang. You have officially become a mutant, qualified to join the main territory. Arang looked up at him, confused. Gu stayed calm. But do not get too excited. It is not all sunshine. Training in the main territory is no walk in the park. You will face way more dangerous situations. But I still hope you will come with me. Arang bit his lip again, mumbling, That is way easier than the time I spent hiding out in the wastelands. Then he grabbed Gu's hand and smiled softly. Honestly, you would be lost without me. I trust you. So let us do this. The moment their hands touched, Gu's eyes suddenly went wide with shock. Seeing his expression, Arang got a bit worried and asked, What is wrong? He just shook his head. Nothing. But actually, Gu was deeply suspicious. He no longer heard the devouring power S sound. How could something be there but not react? Maybe what Arang has is not really an awakened power. Gu had only encountered this once before, with someone he is yet to meet in this life. But he could not find any similarities between that person and Arang. He could not even fully understand the devouring power from his past life. There is too much to figure out, so he decided to think it through later. A few days later, Jiaogu finally woke from her coma. She looked around panicked. Realizing she was lying on a long chair, she stared at her hands. Completely confused about what was happening, filled with suspicion, Jiaogu rushed outside. She saw Yu and two others happily hanging out with a fox. Laughter echoing nonstop. Noticed her and turned his head, calmly saying, "You are awake." Zhou frowned. "Why are you still here? Weren't you supposed to head back to the main territory? And where the hell are we?" Yu explained slowly. "We are on a transport ship headed to the main territory in Korea." That hit Jiaogu like a ton of bricks. She sank down in disbelief. Their ship gently drifted across the sea. After gathering herself, Jiaogu approached Yu and asked, "Did you know all this was going to happen?" Yu replied coldly, "Even if I did, what good would it do to tell you? You would just abandon the hunting grounds and evacuate." Jiaogu shook her head firmly. "Maybe some would die fighting, because we knew it was the last hiding spot." Yu stared at her, unbothered. "You are the one who let the Blood Horde invade and destroy everything." Jiaogu sighed bitterly. "Yeah, you are right. I was ruthless." Then she collapsed to her knees, smirking bitterly. "What do you want me to do? There is no one left in the hunting grounds to blame." Yu eyed her sharply, unable to suppress a sneer. "Finally," he said coldly, "stop blaming me for only being strong enough to save you and not the others. Stop resenting the things you did that turned the hunting grounds into this mess." He told her to direct her hatred at those damn demonic beasts. He was forming the strongest strike team to wipe those bastards off the face of the earth. Hearing that, Jiaogu burst into tears. Yu ignored it, but continuing, "I want you to join me and use that rage to fuel how you live from now on." Hearing that, she immediately nodded. "Okay. What you just said sounds way better than those half-hearted comforting words. I will never forgive you if you run away from those monsters before I do." She finally let out a relieved breath. "Thank goodness I managed to convince him." Just then, Orang suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, "There is an island." Right in front of them was Zizu Island, the home base of the node, currently located there. She glanced toward it and said seriously, "We are about to step into the tiger's den. Stay sharp and survive. This is just the start of a new journey." 3 months later, on a beach near the Mountains of Evil, Zizu, a lone figure, stood gazing into the distance. After a moment, a girl approached and called out, "Commander." It was Senna, who spoke calmly. "The operation will begin in 10 minutes. The team is already assembled." Hearing that, the figure in front nodded immediately. "Understood, Vice Commander. I will get everything ready." This man was none other than Mir, who after 3 months had risen to lead Node 304's trainee squad. To gather the team, then he began, "Let us move fast and clean. Today's mission is to neutralize enemy activity along the coast." This was not just their final training exercise, it was their first real combat against monsters, with zero backup. In Mir's squad were some familiar faces, but also a few new ones like a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl who seemed a little reserved. Calmly scanning the team, she reminded them, "Moving forward, you will be challenged to master advanced combat skills. Many have been cut from the program, but you should be proud to have come this far. However, the final test is deadly. Some trainees always fail. This time, Instructors 1T intervene, so I am counting on you all to proceed with utmost caution." Hearing this, Gelgood raised an eyebrow and joked, "That is tough, so you are basically saying if we can win the fight, we are dead meat." "Exactly," X admitted openly. "But anyone who thinks fighting monsters this level is tough will struggle even more to survive later battles." Then he pointed to the door behind him, his voice cold. "Behind this door lies a bunker built by the Japanese long before the catastrophe struck. When the great disaster hit, the blues monster appeared and seems to have settled here." The moment he said that, everyone visibly shuddered in fear. Senna quickly tried to calm them down. "Relax. Today's opponent is not that blues monster. We are up against mermaids, half-human sea creatures, although marine beings. It seems they have moved into the caves to breed. Reports say every time a squad takes them down, 50 to 60 more show up to replace them." Soon-gu nodded in agreement. "That is perfect for the node. We get ideal opponents for trainees, and at the same time, loot in the form of horns and cores." Just then, Kim Hun suddenly raised his hand to speak. Soon-gu eyed him curiously. "What is up?" "Trainee Hun." Kim Hun hesitated. "Is not 50 to 60 blue monsters beyond our capacity?" "Commander," Soon-gu chuckled softly. "Good point. That be true if they were normal level 10 blue monsters. But mermaids weaken when out of water, and the caves dry at this time of year." Just as he finished, Orang, sitting beside the big wolf, also raised his hand. Soon-gu looked over, signaling him to speak. Orang spoke slowly. "What happened to that blues monster? If it is still lurking around, This training mission could turn into a massacre. Sugu replied coldly. Prioritize your tasks. Trainee, this is the military, you are on a mission. Hearing this, Arang smiled reluctantly. All right, sir. So what is the real situation? Sungyu explained calmly. A few years ago, Node forces eliminated it. Since then, no one has seen it. We can fully focus on taking down the mermaids. However, as you said earlier, every team loses members here. Do not let your guard down just because it is not an S-rank opponent. Everyone responded in unison. Yes. Understood. Moments later, Sungyu and Senna led the way into the cavern, eyes wide as they peered inside. Sungyu could not help but let out a sigh, and after a moment, Senna nodded in agreement. Right? We need a squad of 5 to set up a solid defense line. Sungyu agreed, then spun around shouting, Lee-san, Kim-jong, move up front. The two immediately stepped forward without hesitation. Sungyu locked eyes on them and gave the command. Activate. Both instantly recharged their energy in unison. Without wasting a second, they charged deep into the cavern. Their powerful flames blazed forward, illuminating the once pitch-black cavern in a brilliant burst of light. Sungyu cautioned. Hold up. Do not move slowly and make sure no Monarch-class monsters lurk along the walls. The others quickly split into 2 groups, following closely behind Seung-gu. After a while, Sungyu seemed to sense something unusual. He urgently signaled for the group to stop. Senna approached, confused. What is up? Sungyu pointed ahead for her to see. Following his gesture, Senna spotted a flooded area, the depth unknown and murky. Her face instantly twisted with panic as she muttered, Why is it flooded like this? This was not in the report. Sungyu paid it no mind and slowly waded into the water. Just a few steps in, the water reached his knees. Sungyu glanced back at the group. Warning, the game just changed. No matter how deep, water changes everything for mermen. We are stopping here to set up our first defense line. The team immediately nodded in agreement. Standing just outside the flooded area, Sungyu called out again, Wang Hu Chick, Beige, move up front. The 2 trainees quickly stepped forward. Calmly, Sungyu asked, with all this water, is it hard to get through? Wang Hu Chick tested the water. Then after a moment replied, a bit annoying, but is still easy as pie. Sungyu smirked. All right then. You 2 go scout ahead. His words left the 2 trainees momentarily stunned, ignoring their reactions. Sungyu pointed to the bracelet on his wrist and slowly said, check how deep it gets. If it goes past your waist or you spot anything weird, report back immediately. Wang Hu Chick gulped nervously, stammering, I am kinda scared, boss. Su joked, scared of merman or scared of me? Wang Hu Chick face paled, sweat dripping down his forehead. Sungyu glared, raising an eyebrow. Want to find out which one is scarier? Wang Hu Chick kept quiet, then shouted loudly, Trainee Wang Hu Chick reporting for scouting duty. Sir. Don't worry. We won't walk into a death trap. The 2 slowly waded into the murky pool. Sungyu and Senna watched from behind. Senna anxiously asked, do you think they will be okay? Sungyu replied calmly, I doubt they would pick a different path. They have got enhanced lower body strength and are experts at dodging trouble. Then he glanced over at the rest of the team behind them. He seriously warned, everyone, get ready to fight. Something's about to show up. Hearing this, the team straightened up in fear, eyes sharp and focused on what lay ahead. Suddenly, the bracelet on Seung-gu's wrist lit up bright. He immediately shouted, run. At the same time, from deep within the cavern came a desperate shout. Commander, help us. Seung-gu's eyes snapped toward the source. He saw Wang Hu Chick and Du Ayan sprinting towards them in a panic. A massive wave was crashing behind them, chasing fast. Senna's brow furrowed in confusion. Sungyu calmly said, those are mermen. Sure enough, a closer look revealed a swarm of mermen right behind the 2 trainees. Sungyu immediately barked orders. Team 1, move up front and raise the core barrier. Team 3, head to the center and take out any mermen breaching the line. Team 5, form a rear guard and provide covering fire. Teams 2 and 4, fall back to the rear and await orders from Deputy Commander Senna. Senna also commanded the trainees behind. Teams 4 and 5, support the rear. Team 2, fall back and secure the entrance. If things get worse, close the gate and call for backup from headquarters. Immediately, the entire group of 304 trainees swiftly followed the commander's orders, each team forming defensive lines in front of the murky water. The shields were still tightly aligned in long rows, everyone extremely alert. Right then, Commander Gu raised his voice again, boosting the core barrier. As he spoke, the 304 trainees channeled their energy into the shields, creating a massive energy barrier. A swarm of aggressive mermaids charged forward. One failed attack, and a mermaid suddenly surged up from below the water. It wildly attacked the trainee's energy shield, but the energy rebounded fiercely, shattering its limb. Seeing this, More mermaids surfaced from the depths. Their target remained the energy shield, yet the mermaids rushing forward were torn apart by the shield's energy. The mermaids behind watched in horror, but before they could retreat, the energy blasted their limbs to pieces. Commander Gu wasted no time and shouted another order. Good. The front line is now caught between our barrier and the incoming mermaids. Hold the line. Hearing this, the trainees steeled themselves, gritting their teeth to endure. A crazed pack of mermaids attacked the energy shield all at once, their bodies torn apart. Their gooey fluids splattered continuously onto the energy barrier. The trainees behind struggled to hold their ground, but as time dragged on, their legs began to weaken. Fearing they would break, Commander Gu urgently warned them again. Focus on resonance properties. The moment you lose control of the core, the barrier will shatter. No sooner had he spoken than cracks appeared across the shield. Commander Gu barked urgently. The barrier's breaking. Male team, suppress fire but no core guns. That'll collapse the whole cave. Immediately, Orang led the male team, joined by Minnie and another trainee, all aiming at the mermaids. Commander Gu furrowed his brow, observing carefully, then ordered, "Frontline, get ready, fire." At his command, the three of them fired simultaneously. Each arrow pierced right through the barrier and embedded deep in the mermaids' heads. Commander Gu did not stop there. He ordered again, "Rear line, fire. Front line, prepare." Just then, another group appeared. Another volley struck down the mermaids trying to break the shield, but there were just too many. As one fell, another stepped up. The barrier finally broke. A trainee fell with it. As someone left the shield, the defense crumbled. No sooner had the shield fallen than the mermaids lunged at the trainees behind. In a heartbeat hanging by a thread, a razor-sharp claw slashed through. Gu fought like a wild beast, ripping the mermaid's head apart with ferocity. She was now a rank 8. With beast transformation abilities. The trainee had wanted to thank her, but was coldly cut off by Gu. "Did you sleep through the core deployment lessons or what? Can't even hold a barrier like that." The trainee sheepishly apologized, but Gu turned away. She coolly ordered, "Team 3, attack the front. Once the barrier's broken, it is tough to fix." Team 3 moved in for close combat. The rest of the trainees still fought to keep the barrier intact, till the last second. Commander Gu shouted again, "Don't let a single mermaid slip inside and flank us." Hearing this, Gale Gun pumped her fist. Finally, in order to attack, "Let us." Team 3. She called as Kim Hun and two others charged forward. Gale Gun led the charge. Sinking her teeth into a mermaid's neck, she tore it apart on the spot, but did not stop, pushing forward relentlessly. Just like before, Gale Gun only used her core energy to fight 7 mermaids simultaneously. Her strikes were as fierce as a wild beast, tearing the mermaids apart relentlessly. Gu stood outside watching, a hint of admiration in his eyes. When it comes to close combat, she is unstoppable. Everything just came naturally to Gale Gun. She had a raw talent no one could teach. Thinking that, Gu could not help but glance at Kim Hun. He was already at rank 11, a pseudo-awakened with enhanced strength energy. Without hesitation, Kim Hun charged forward. His twin swords danced relentlessly, slaying quite a few mermaids under his blades. Unlike Gale Gun, Kim Hun relied on skill and precision, though he was still getting used to covering his body with layered core armor. But one day, he would become a powerful ally, someone who could cover Mir. Gu's back. Now, only one thing remained. Time to carry out their small experiment. While Gu was lost in thought, Gale Gun slaughtered mermaids to the last one. Then she dropped to the ground, exhausted, grumbling, "How many are there? Seriously." Meanwhile, the white shield was still holding, though riddled with cracks. Gale Gun glanced at it. She muttered under her breath, "The holes are patched up, but who knows how much longer it will last." An intern could not help but speak up. "Weren't there supposed to be 50? At least we have killed that many by now." Suddenly, arrows flew from behind, whizzing past Gale Gun's head. Startling her, Team 5 kept firing, trying to wipe out the mermaids, but they were already exhausted. Right then, Gu arrived at the base and ordered them to stop. Gale Gun panicked, yelling, "Hey Captain, we are running out of cores here, and you are just standing there chilling." Gu patted her shoulder approvingly. "Good job." She scoffed. "Is that all you have got to say?" "Of course not." Gu chuckled softly, already drawing his sword. Then he focused his energy into the blade, pressed his lips together, murmuring, "Now, let us get this mission done," he commanded. Teams 1 and 3. Switch positions. As soon as he spoke, Team 3 swiftly moved forward to take Team 1's place. They all raised their swords and plunged them into the shield. The core shield shattered under their assault as Gu led the charge toward the large lake, with Team 1 retreating behind. Team 1 immediately stepped back to let Team 3 take the front line. Gus' squad ordered Senna to assess the wounds and start treatment, while Lacey was called in for backup. That blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl. Yeah, that is Lacey, one of the 9 Pillar Masters Puzik mentioned before, and right now, she has joined Guz's team. At this moment, Team 3 stood firm, ready to strike on Yu's command. Ahead of them was a horde of merfolk, no matter how many they killed. The numbers just would not stop. He channeled energy into his divine sword. Without a second thought, he charged straight into the swarm. At the same time, Gu warned, if any of these freaks try to flank us, take them all out. No mercy. Gripping his sword tight, he dove into the fight, slicing through the merfolk like a whirlwind. The merfolk were not backing down at all. But Gus' speed was lightning fast. His sword flashed wildly through the air, sending several merfolk straight to hell. But he did not stop raising his sword again. He cleaved one merfolk in half, then smoothly stabbed another through the throat. One fell. Then 2, each cut down by Gus' relentless blade. This was nothing short of a one-man massacre. The merfolk were no match. Gu leapt up once more. He slashed a streak of sword energy across their bodies, decapitating them in a blink. In mere moments, the ground around Gu was piled high with merfolk corpses. Gyeogon, watching from outside, could not help but sigh. Man, whoever gets behind him is toast. Kim Hun heard this but stayed silent, unaware of their thoughts. Gu raised his sword again. A crescent-shaped slash of energy shot out, slicing through the merfolk like a hot knife through butter. With one strike, over a dozen merfolk were cleaved in 2. Suddenly, the cave began to tremble. Kim Hun shouted urgently, "Commander, watch out!" Gu frowned deeply. He was using only a third of his core energy, and this was still happening. Yet, he scolded them for using core bullets. Talk about embarrassing. While Gu was lost in thought, the merfolk surged forward again. Realizing this, he unleashed his core energy without hesitation. Powerful energy beams erupted, piercing through the merfolk's bodies. The cave's tremors intensified. Kim Hun and the others behind shielded themselves from falling debris in panic. Jiago shouted in frustration, "Hey, Captain, what are you doing? At this rate, we will be crushed before those merfolk even die." Gu froze. If this kept up, he would not even get a chance to trigger his sword's power. Damn it! The sword was useless, and his core release did not help either. It felt like fighting with his hands tied. Their numbers were just overwhelming, impossible to take down one by one. The more he thought about it, the grimmer his expression became. They desperately needed something to turn the tide. How long before Arang showed up? Meanwhile, unnoticed by all, a lone merfolk at the back started acting strangely. It looked around dumbfounded at the others, confused about what was happening. It even saw Gu fiercely slashing through the merfolk ahead. Its eyes were different from the others, glowing a sharp green. This one was being controlled, and the puppeteer was none other than Arang. This was the task Gu had given the kid. Suddenly, the merfolk let out a strange sound. Gu did not understand, still focused on hacking down the front line. Meanwhile, the green-eyed merfolk was chatting with its kind. "You idiots! What is wrong with you? If we take down that one, we can finally feast on humans." With that, it shoved another merfolk aside angrily. "No rush now. Back off." Another merfolk rolled furiously at this move, but before it could finish, the green-eyed one bit down hard on its neck. It died on the spot, causing the rest to panic fiercely. They seemed to be grilling that blue-eyed mermaid, arguing fiercely like a bunch of hothids. But really, Arang was secretly controlling that blue-eyed mermaid to attack her own kind again. In a flash, the mermaids descended into chaos. They started gunning for the blue-eyed mermaid, but it dodged just in time. Arang made the blue-eyed mermaid glare at the others. Suddenly, a bunch of mermaids' eyes turned blood red. Then they went berserk, attacking each other in a total frenzy. A few mermaids standing away from the blue-eyed one stayed calm, completely clueless about what was going down. So both sides of the mermaid pack got trapped, one side getting sliced up by Seong Gu, the other driven to kill each other under Arang's control. Even Seong, hacking through mermaids, noticed the chaos unfolding. He blinked in surprise, eyes darting to the distance. Jail Gun, perched on Kim Hun's shoulder, saw it, frowning deeply, muttering, "What kind of poison did they get hit with? Why are they acting like this?" Regaining his composure, Sunguk exhaled sharply. "The kid did it. Our little experiment is working." Then he shot a quick glance back at Arang. Sweat started to bead on the kid's forehead. "Move. Bite hard. Tear their throats out. Kill em." Song-gu muttered under his breath. He felt a twinge of worry for the kid. Before the fight kicked off, the kid approached Arang with a request. Arang gasped in surprise on hearing it controlling mermaids. Then she nodded. The kid nodded back, and Seong-gu said bluntly, "The power to control monsters lets you possess them. Then command their every move. This mission's the perfect chance. Let us see how far you can push it. Think about it. Orang, if the kid can control a monster's mind. Theoretically, he could do it with any monster, even top-tier ones like Belkis. Thinking back to the monster Belkis he would faced, and Sina who died by its hand, Orang's face suddenly darkened. After hesitating for a long moment, the kid finally nodded. All right, I will. Sungu smiled with satisfaction and warned, target the one farthest back, then start attacking the ones surrounding it. If things get too dangerous, break the connection. Got it? So right now, Orang was controlling the mermaids exactly as Seong-gyu had instructed. The pack was tearing itself apart back there. With this backup, Sungu grew even more confident. It is working. They are turning on each other, just like we planned. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, now, full force direct attack. No sooner said than done. He charged forward. Jail-hun and Kim-hun joined the fight too. Kim-hun reminding as he attacked. Team 3, finish off any survivors, and just like that, Team 3 started slaughtering the mermaids. Sungu kept up his fierce momentum, taking down multiple mermaids with a single strike. After a while, with all the mermaids wiped out, he finally exhaled in relief, but then he noticed one blue-eyed mermaid still alive. Sungu did not know it was Orang. He stared intently, then slowly approached with his sword. The blue-eyed mermaid looked terrified, making strange noises. Too bad. Sungu did not understand. He coldly scolded, still fighting me to the bitter end. Huh. Orang really wanted to reveal her identity to Seong-gu, but part of the mermaid's body resisted. When it regained control, it rose to attack Seong-gu. Sadly, one strike from him ended it. Orang seemed to feel that pain too. She immediately clutched her chest, gasping. Then she dropped to her knees, struggling to breathe. Hearing the noise, Senna quickly turned her head. She rushed over to check on Orang, who gasped, he stabbed my heart. Senna froze for a moment, then hurriedly helped Orang lean against the wall for support. But when Senna looked at Orang's chest, the atmosphere instantly turned tense. Orang knew it too. Before anyone could explain, Sina exploded. I trusted you. You should not be messing around and provoking the boss like that. Orang nervously muttered under his breath. But honestly, I was really thinking, on this side. After wiping out the twin mermaids, Seong-gu ordered Team 1 to take the front line and monitor any monster activity, while Teams 3 and 5 went to collect the scales and cores. Everyone quickly got the memo and started gathering the intact mermaid scales. But some could not handle it, their faces turning pale and ugly. Seong-gu saw this and sighed deeply. Their morale was still pretty weak, a stark contrast to the younger team members. After thinking it over, he stepped up to Orang and praised her. Orang, great job. You made those mermaids tear each other apart and helped us finish the job. But before he could finish, Orang suddenly covered her mouth, looking like she was about to throw up. Sugu froze and anxiously asked, hey, you okay? Are you feeling alright? Orang waved him off. I just need to get used to it. Seong-gu figured it was a side effect of possession, probably a reaction to the death of the host monster. With that in mind, he told her to keep track of any changes in her condition and add it to the report. Got it? We will keep exploring. You just rest up. With that, Seong-gu turned and left. If Orang weakened every time the host died, she would be tough to use effectively in future battles. What a pain. He figured she might be crucial for facing those rank monsters. But just as Seong-gu turned away, tears suddenly streamed down Orang's face. Panic-stricken, he dashed back, muttering in confusion, what the hell? What is happening to you? Meanwhile, Seong-gu led another squad further ahead, furrowed his brows, looking forward, and asked, is this where the mermaids gathered during her recent scout? Senna shook her head. Sir, there were just too many mermaids. Seong-gu thought for a moment, then said, Deputy Commander, you have reviewed the previous training logs, right? Senna blinked in surprise. Yes, of course. Why? Seong-gu gave her a cold stare. Don't you find anything strange? Up until now, aside from the battle, everything's been the same. Senna furrowed her brows, thinking hard before responding. Appearance, physique, personality, fighting style, weaknesses all in the reports. Even the number of monsters matches. Seong-gu nodded slightly. Right? We took down about 60 strange mermaids. And every previous group reported the same number, roughly 60. And they are all here, at the entranceway far from the main action. Jun-gun looked confused and asked, that is weird. Seong-gu pointed behind him down the passageway, his voice low and serious. What about inside there? Forget the reports about disabling the monsters. There is no record of any team ever entering this tunnel. You mean those 60 mermaids might not be the whole story? Hearing this, Jun-gun and Kim-hun froze in place. Jun-gun hesitated, So you are saying they not only gave up midway, but also covered it up? Sungu did not deny it. His tone turned icy. And it is not just that. I heard the mermaids come here to reproduce. Right? Then where are the signs of mating or giving birth? His words fell into a heavy silence. No one had an answer. Senna's expression grew serious. She muttered under her breath, "You are seriously freaking me out. Don't he talk like that?" Sungu calmly explained. "If someone comes here, they get wiped out. Yet the mermaids keep coming back. Maybe it is instinct to protect their young. But normally, they would avoid danger when threatened." Kim Hun raised an eyebrow. "Then what other reason do you think they have for coming here?" Sungu nodded solemnly. "Maybe there is something inside we do not know about. Whatever it is pushing the mermaids out." They stood frozen at the entrance of a dark tunnel, unwilling to step inside. Later, Sungu reported outside, and Guide Olivia was stunned. "I have never heard of any tunnels connecting to other caves." Sungu replied calmly. "My report did not mention anything either. That makes it tough to decide if we should proceed." Olivia frowned silently. "If the cave also houses other monsters, that would prove other teams have not fully explored the whole cave system yet. And if this is a new tunnel, that means there is a monster inside digging it out. Could it possibly be another desert wanderer?" She wondered. While she was deep in thought, Sungu called out, "Madam?" Olivia finally spoke up, apologizing. "The general rule is, when something unusual is discovered, those who found it must stay on the scene. If CM Gu's team leaves before the situation is fully resolved, their mission will be considered a failure." Sungu furrowed his brow. But it was the previous team's cover-ups that got them into this mess. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, "Understood." Awaiting further instructions, Olivia gave additional orders before hanging up. Senna saw they had finished talking and approached, asking, "What is the plan?" Sungu sighed reluctantly. "Looks like we are heading back inside the cave. This time, only 4 of us, Hun, Lacey, and a helicopter from headquarters will be arriving shortly. Get ready to move back in." The 3 of them, Sina included, lit up hearing that from headquarters. Earlier, Olivia mentioned sending an official team. CM Gu's group would be supporting them, and he was explicitly told not to take the lead. This was a matter for the official corps, not some interns chasing glory. Moments later, a helicopter appeared overhead, blocking everyone's view on the island. Sungu looked up, eyes gleaming with anticipation. In no time, the helicopter landed, and a man stepped out. 3 others followed, 4 people total. 3 guys and 1 woman. Squinting at them, Sungu fell into thought. While cities were busy developing core tech, they were still flexing their wealth, flying a whole helicopter just for 4 people. Masking his annoyance, Sungu extended his hand to introduce himself. "Welcome. I am Kim Se-in, commander of Training Group 304. The leader shook his hand politely. "I am Lee Jong-min, captain of the River Force." Then he gestured to the 3 behind him, introducing them from right to left. Bong-won, Lips, and Sakura. Sungu studied the 4 carefully, impressed. 2 swordsmen and 2 sorcerers. These are fighters who do not need troops backing them up. This lineup is seriously something else. After a moment, he finally spoke calmly. "I am sure Olivius already briefed you. We were ordered to take control of the area and support the official legion." Jongmin nodded slightly. "We can let the trainees handle anything outside the curriculum." Hearing that, Sungu could not help but flash a cold smile. He was openly looking down on them. He said flatly, "We have got a healer, a core energy specialist, and 2 with enhanced strength. What do you think?" Jongmin let out a dry laugh. "Looks like you want in too. I do not mind if you tag along. First, we need to inspect the site. You lead the way." Sungu squinted at him but nodded reluctantly. Behind him, Senna looked displeased. He fought with that same unnerving smile. Ignoring the pointless bickering, Sungu led Jongmin and the others down into the basement. Jiaogan was already inside, and as soon as he saw them, he reported, "While you were out, we did not hear or see a thing." Sungu nodded softly. "Good job. Wait out in the tunnel." Jongmin ignored their chatter, grabbing a flashlight and moving forward to investigate. After a while, he muttered in suspicion. "This was used as a secret bunker during the Japanese occupation." Sungu nodded. "Exactly. Is this your first time here?" Jongmin said flatly. "During training, we had no idea mermaids even existed." Sungu was taken aback. "Oh, that explains it. This tunnel was not at any reports." Meanwhile, 3 members of the River Demons team were checking the perimeter. Sakura spoke slowly. "It definitely feels different from other tunnels we have been through. How should I put it?" Sungu chimed in. "It feels man-made." Sakura blinked and smiled. "Exactly. The caves we have seen are natural, But this feels like it was carved out. She placed her hand on the wall as if trying to sense something, then continued after a moment. But not by anything round and ugly like a console. Just then, Dip suddenly shouted, "Captain, over here." Jongmin immediately ran over and saw what was in front of him. Stunned, because there was writing on it, but in Chinese characters, Sakura came over to take a look, muttering to explain. "It says exit no." 1. Jongmin nodded slightly. "Thanks, Sakura." Then this tunnel was definitely built during the occupation. For some reason, it was sealed off. Then someone reopened the entrance. Saying this, he glanced intentionally or not towards Seon-Goo's group, but quickly. Jongmin's gaze shifted. He spoke seriously. "Finding out why will be our primary mission. It would be great if we could contact base. But his radio's dead." Someone hesitated. "Should I head out and try to make contact?" Jongmin hesitated briefly, then shook his head. He said, then picked up a stone from the ground. He quickly threw it inside, muttering, "We have got nothing to report yet. That'd just waste time." Then Jongmin went silent, listening closely. After a long moment, he spoke. "No creatures in there, and it keeps going straight for at least 100 meters. It is risky, but we have to take the chance. From now on, I am calling all the shots." Then he looked at Seon-Goo's 4 and asked, "Trainees, ready to move out?" Seon-Goo's group immediately nodded. Jongmin, pleased, instructed, "Use my flashlight and turn off the others. Keep your core safe." Dips quickly followed suit. Switching off his flashlight, they plunged deeper into the basement. Suddenly, someone slipped behind them. Laughing, it was Lacey. She had not noticed the ground and nearly fell. Luckily, a hand caught her just in time. Seon-Goo steadied her, softly reassuring, "Stay calm, Lacey." She sheepishly apologized. Kim-hun spoke up, striding forward like he did not care. This was far from normal. "Hasn't it already been 30 minutes? Sena nodded in agreement, saying it might actually take even longer than that. Kim-hun glanced at her and asked, "Do you honestly think we are going to find anything down here?" Sena sighed and said, "Honestly, I would be happier if we did not." Just then, someone stepped on something on the ground. It was Jongmin, who immediately signaled to stop. "I just stepped on something." They quickly halted, and Jongmin shone his flashlight down to inspect. It was a human skull, which startled him a bit. He furrowed his brow, muttering that judging by its condition, it might belong to a soldier or worker from the old colonial era. Sakura, puzzled, asked, "Could it be even newer than that?" Jongmin shrugged, clearly annoyed. "Don't ask me. I am no forensic expert. How the hell should I know?" But leaving it there would just be a hazard, so he kicked it aside without hesitation. Bung-ho quickly warned, "Skulls bring bad luck." "You know." Jongmin dismissed it coldly. "Forget it. It is done." Goo's expression darkened from behind. Everything in this place was wearing them down. These folks might have awakened some serious power, but they were about to lose control. If this team ran into a high-ranked monster like this, they were done for. Lost in thought, Jongmin suddenly shouted, "Look, the door's opening like before." Everyone's eyes snapped over, and sure enough, the door ahead was sliding open. Jongmin suggested they stop and take a break. Everyone immediately plopped down to rest. Only Gu stayed alert, eyes sharp. So this was an endless tunnel with compartments. How many more spaces like this were there? Jongmin sat beside him, noticing his expression. Could not help but joke. "This first mission's a real beast." Huh? Gu glanced at him coolly. Fair enough. The others seemed to help him calm down. Jongmin just hoped he had not scared him off completely. Unaware of Gu's thoughts, Jongmin spoke lightly. "A lot of other groups have bailed without wiping out all the mermaids. I could be done the same," Gu said bluntly. "I am not volunteering for extra credit just to avoid trouble." Jongmin clicked his tongue, impressed. "For an intern, you have got some serious guts." Just then, Lesai suddenly stood up. Jongmin frowned. "What is up?" "We can rest a bit longer." Gu stepped beside her, asking, "You feel it too?" Lesai nodded slightly. His face darkened instantly. He glanced at Jongmin and warned, "You guys need to get ready to fight." Jongmin frowned, muttering suspiciously, "Wait, what do you mean?" Before he could finish, he sensed the aura of evil energy. Immediately on high alert, Jongmin shouted, "Dark Team, get ready to fight." The 3 members of the Dark Team quickly drew their weapons, entering battle stance. Just then, you heard something too. Panicked. "That sound. It is mermaids, so there really are more of them." Just as he said, glowing red eyes appeared from the shadows. A horde of crazier mermaids charged from afar, even wilder than the last batch. Goose expression dropped. And not just that they were bigger than the ones before. This fight was going to be brutal. He quickly drew his sword to fight but was stopped by Zhang Min's blade. Step back. Gu froze, about to argue, but then noticed Zhang Min radiating his own energy. Zhang Min's sword was wrapped in a layer of energy as he said seriously, "These bastards are our enemies." Without hesitation, Zhang Min charged forward, shouting, "Bong Hon, Sakura, form the triple threat formation. Ditz, get in position." The three immediately acknowledged and moved into attack formation. Zhang Min launched himself at a mermaid right in front of him. Without hesitation, he slashed his sword in a wide arc, and the mermaid dropped dead on the spot. But Zhang Min did not stop. He pushed forward with Bong Hon and Sakura right behind him, cleaning up the rest. His squad was watching the battle from outside, unable to hide their awe. These guys' power is on a whole other level. Lost in thought, he glanced over at Ditz. They suggested, "We are good here. Why do not you join your team instead?" Ditz shot back coldly, "Stay put. Protecting the alchemists is our job." Gu admired their professionalism again. If he were in their shoes, he would say the same. Meanwhile, Bong Hon charged ahead with his father, but got knocked out cold by one solid hit. Sakura swung her sword, slicing through the air. More than a few mermaids met their end under her blade. Watching this, Gu nodded with a smile, thinking, "They are handling this without much trouble." He flinched slightly, then nodded and said, "Thank goodness." Gu said no more, his gaze sweeping over the three Kim Hun members as he reminded them, "Stick to the mission orders. If the River Evil team gets in trouble, we step." They nodded immediately, ready to move. At the same time, Sakura plunged her sword into a mermaid's head, then swiftly took down another. Her speed was insane. Gu silently admired the scene while Kim Hun, standing nearby, could not help but shout, "Nice." Gu glanced over and smiled. Their team was on par with him, but when it came to combat skills, these guys were light years ahead of the other contestants. Close quarters fighting was their forte. Just as Gu was lost in thought, a mermaid suddenly lunged at him. Before he could react, Dick struck first, cracking the creature down in one powerful blow. Gu could not help but feel impressed. These guys wiped out monsters in seconds, making this support mission a breeze for them. Elsewhere, twin swords danced wildly in the air. Songmin had just honed his skills by slaying a swarm of monsters. In no time, the three of them cleared every mermaid that surfaced. Songmin finally exhaled sharply. That was almost a close call. But we are good now. But when he saw Gu and Kim Hun messing with two dead mermaids, Hong Mang asked, "What are you guys doing?" Gu replied plainly, "Checking to make sure none are still alive. We can't afford to lose points." Hong Mang repeated, "What exactly are you doing?" Gu answered bluntly, "Just making sure there is no survivors. The key is not dropping any points." Hearing that, Zombie burst out laughing. "Haha, did not expect a rank contestants to be this intense." Gu plunged his sword into another mermaid corpse, muttering, "Basic knowledge. These guys have been living in the Hong region for a while." Zombie stayed silent but admired him inwardly. Not every Hong region is like this. This hunter is truly talented. Then he looked at the four of them and said, "The mess is cleared. Time for the mission. We are heading out. Everyone else, hold down the fort." The four left quickly. Gu watched their backs, feeling quietly moved. Just 30 minutes to kill 50 level 10 monsters. He was certain these people could handle monsters 9 times stronger. At least 3 were rank 3. And the leader was probably rank 1 or 2. Lost in thought, Kim Hun approached and hesitated. "I bet these are the strongest fighters here." Planning to wipe out all the monsters in the world seemed crazy. But Gu frowned and asked, "But why?" Kim Hun smiled softly. "I wonder if there is a place for awakened fighters like me." That made Gu fall into deep thought. What is really bothering him? Something must be weighing on his mind. But whether there were more monsters or not, they had not faced the strongest one yet. Just then, a sudden scream shattered the air, startling Mar. "What the hell?" Elsewhere, Dongmin seemed to sense something too, urgently calling out, "Everyone! Over here!" Strange glowing spots appeared in the dark chamber, making everyone uneasy as they flickered and traced the paths they had traveled. Senna could not hold back and exclaimed, "What is that? It is so beautiful." "Only mer?" Gu noticed the danger and warned, "Wait, that is a cloaking layer." Kim Hun flinched. Suspicious. A cloaking layer. Is that some kind of monster? Guskar gently shook his head and said, "They are not monsters. They are a type of bug that only shows up when disaster strikes. They are not the problem. It is their behavior that has got me worried." Hearing this, Kim Hun panicked and asked, "You mean we are heading straight into a disaster?" Senna and Lacey's faces twisted with unease. Gu calmly pointed toward the cave entrance. "That is where we completed our mission. It leads to a natural cavern, and the rocks here. You said they are totally different from usual. Senna frowned at him. Hesitating, that is strange. We have already gone hundreds of meters inside. Gu seriously explained. I have never seen this kind of rock anywhere in Jeju. More importantly, these bugs avoid peace. They are rarely seen in Korea. That sent chills down Sena's spine, ignoring the reaction. Gu continued. It means something bad in these caves is drawing them here. The more they heard, the more terrified the three of them became. What exactly awaited them? Right then, a sudden noise echoed. A creature was approaching. Startling Mar. Dongmin panicked. What is that? Before anyone could answer, Dongmin's eyes widened in shock. Right in front of them was a monster trapped in stone, only half its head and upper body visible. Sakura studied it for a moment, then muttered, Is that a human? Deep shook his head. No way. Does not look like it. The motionless beast sent chills through everyone. They suspected it had been dead for ages. Dongmin stared a while, then grimly said, Dead or not, this is serious. Its arms at least 2 meters long. He then ordered everyone to retreat and report back. No one paid attention. Gu froze on the spot, his face pale with fear, whispering, No way. Li Jia. Then he urgently called out, Deputy Commander. Li Jia. Hun. Throwing everyone into confusion. There is no time. Fall back. Now. He shouted. They looked at each other, confused. What? Why? Gu's frustration boiled over. Just follow orders. Fall back. Though puzzled, the three followed his command and retreated. Just then, something fell onto Dongmin. Noticing this, he swatted it away, grumbling. What the hell was that? But no sooner had he spoken than the monster's eyes lit up. Dongmin furrowed his brow, watching silently, oblivious to the growing danger. He kept his gaze fixed on the creature. Suddenly, its chest split open from inside. A vine shot straight toward them. Seeing this, Dongmin freaked out, yelling, But Mir! Gu reacted faster and rushed forward. The vine wrapped tightly around Dongmin's leg, then it yanked him into the air. Gu lunged to grab him but missed. After a moment of panic, Dongmin frantically drew his shield, but it was too late. He was pulled closer to the monster's chest. It looked like a giant mouth. As soon as it saw him, it started biting down. Fresh blood poured from Dongmin's ankle like a waterfall. Rongming's face dropped in disbelief, shouting, It has a mouth on its chest. Dongmin gritted his teeth and tried smashing the monster with his hammer. The heavy hammer slammed right into the creature's face. That was enough for Dongmin to break free, but one of his legs was mangled. Badly bitten, he shut his eyes tight, wincing in pain. Rongming was utterly shaken watching this. Meanwhile, the monster seemed to revel in tasting fresh blood, its stone-encased body trembling slightly. Rongming yelled urgently, He is badly hurt. We need to get him out of here. Rookie. This way. Senna immediately nodded and ran over, but before she could take 2 steps, Gu shouted sharply, Stop! Don't come any closer. Stay there and treat him from a distance. This order stunned Senna, who could not understand why he said that. Rongmin was equally frustrated. He asked, What are you doing? This is an emergency. But Mir. Gu stayed calm and insisted, Do I say? Senna hesitated briefly but quickly nodded, replying, Understood. Deputy Commander. Senna obeys orders. This scene only made Rongmin more upset. He snapped, Newbie Kim. I think you are misunderstanding who is really in charge here. Gu glared at him, then said firmly, I understand perfectly. I apologize, but if it is Li Jia, then my team members are also under threat. This stunned Rongmin into silence. After a moment, he angrily retorted, Li Jia. You have mentioned that name before. But what the hell is it? I do not know of any monster by that name. Gu knew well Rongmin had never heard of it after all. He did not have past life memories to rely on like Senna did. Calmly, Gu explained, Li Jia is an SSS-Rank monster with the ability to control other monsters. It first appeared in New Zealand 5 years ago, slaughtering countless people. Only after a huge sacrifice was it finally defeated. Rongmin found it hard to believe but pressed on. A major organization fighting against the Nightshade. Gu did not answer but continued calmly, explaining the relationship between the sacrifice and Nightshade. No way they would share data with each other, Rongmin said, glaring at him. Hulun demanded, Then how would a rookie like you know about this? A fair question. But Mir, you had no time to answer. You just do not understand why it stopped attacking, why it did not strike repeatedly. But that is okay, this is our shot to escape. With that, Gu yelled, We need to get out before it wakes up again. Everyone was about to leave when Rongmin suddenly shouted. It looks like it is too late. His face twisted in fear. Gu caught sight of his expression and then saw Ligia's eyes glowing brightly. Your shoes are worn out, but this light shines brighter than before. Seeing the situation go south, Rongmin immediately suggests, you distract it, and I will strike. Looks like that tentacle is all it is got, so watch your back. Dix wastes no time, gripping his twin hammers and charging forward in the blink of an eye. He is right in front of Ligia, but those glowing eyes lock onto him instantly. Suddenly, a beam of energy shoots from Ligia's eyes, piercing straight through Dix's body. Sunggu's face freezes in shock. Rongmin's no different. He did not expect this beast to have such a trick up its sleeve. Sakura's terror spikes. She is terrified for her teammate, and just like that, Dix falls from the sky. His blood-soaked body crashes before Sakura, sending her into a full-blown panic. Rongmin glances at Xionggu, urgently asking, what the hell is this? What kind of monster is Ligia? Why are my teammates dropping one by one? First Bongquan lost a leg. Now Dix is riddled with holes. This is a nightmare. Sakura clutches Dix's body, crying out loud. Sunggu watches them carefully, worry creeping in. First and second tier hunters losing control, because they have never faced an S-rank monster before. They are already scrambling to retreat. His earlier fear came true. This endless tunnel march has drained their strength and willpower. With a heavy sigh, Sunggu feels powerless. This is the worst possible moment to run into an S-rank monster. Their fear of this unknown beast suffocates them, leaving them barely half as strong as they should be. Snapping out of it, Sunggu yells, get it together, everyone. No more panic. But just as he speaks, that tentacle strikes again. It lunges straight for Dix's corpse. Grabbing his leg, Sunggu's eyes widen in horror. Ligia's chest mouth opens wide again, aiming to snatch Dix whole. Rongmin panics and charges with his sword. We have to cut that tentacle. Sakura, hold it tight. Core shard ready. Sunggu quickly warns. Core shard 1T, cut through it. Use my core shard and run. Too late. Ligia's eyes glow once more. Beams of energy pierce through Rongmin's body, and he collapses hard on the ground. Dix is dragged closer to Ligia's mouth bit by bit. It starts devouring his body whole. Sakura is utterly terrified by the bloodbath unfolding before her. She stands and turns to flee, but Ligia 1T give her the chance. Its eyes glow again, just like Dix. Sakura is pierced through the chest by that energy. A huge hole rips through her body, and she dies on the spot. The only survivor left in the team is Bongwan, his leg mangled, but still alive. He struggles to crawl away from Ligia, but it is no use. More beams shoot from its eyes, blasting toward Bongwan. His body is torn apart and split into an utterly tragic end. 3 Senna members in the shadows witness this whole nightmare. Everyone's face drains of blood. Pale as death, Sunggu stays outside, protected behind his core shield. He urgently calls out, stay still. Do not move. Stay calm. Right now, we are in its blind spot. Stay put and do not take a single step. The 3 nod immediately, frozen like statues. Sunggu bites his lip. This thing could kill him too, but it has not. This is more complicated than it seems. He can't afford to lose focus. He needs to find a spot where Ligia's beams can't reach. He has to strike while it is distracted by the fallen team members. While Xionggu's still strategizing, Ligia opens its mouth again, revealing a long tentacle. It grabs Bongquan's body. Xionggu knows this is his chance to run. He bolts instantly, but after just 2 steps, Ligia spots him. Its eyes glow again. Locking onto the incoming light, Xionggu's heart drops. That beam of light smashed straight into his core shield, shattering it to pieces instantly. His vehicle did not hesitate for a second and immediately activated his enhanced legs to sprint away. But that relentless light kept chasing after him. No matter what, Gu hurriedly raised his core shield to block the attack. The light struck the shield again, but this time part of it scorched and burned away. It tore through a wall behind him, and Gu saw debris falling right in front of him. He dashed toward that spot finally, a solid place to hide. Once safe, Gu spat a mouthful of fresh blood, wiping the blood away. He bit his lip, thinking to himself, even pouring all my core into the shield, the light still wounds me. If I can come up with a better plan against these deadly beams, I am as good as dead here. At that moment, Kim Hun asked anxiously, are you okay? Come over here with us. Commander, Gu replied calmly. Thanks, but I am fine. Just those 2 beams alone drained 20% of my core. I need to conserve the rest until I see a solid opening. The 3 Senna members were stunned by his words. Kim Hun hesitated. What about us? Should we raise shields and try to make a run for the exit? Gu did not answer right away. He scanned the area carefully. There is quite a distance between Kim Hun's group and the exit, and there is no cover on the path. After thinking it through, he finally said, don't you see what just happened to me? You would get hit before you even make it to the exit. Kim Hun sank down, exhaling sharply. So I guess we are just sitting ducks waiting to die. If even a team of high level awakened can't stop those beams, What chance do we have? You hesitated before speaking. This is the first time we are facing S-rank monster. Right? I get why everyone is so hopeless after seeing an elite team wiped out, but you said those elite soldiers died because their morale broke after fighting back. That is why I am telling you guys to stay calm and focus on survival. Kim Hun's eyes lit up with a new realization. Asking skeptically, but is not this also your first time? Commander, how are you so calm? Who seemed unsure how to answer. He would faced and defeated countless rank monsters too many to count, just not in this realm. But there is one big difference about this Legia. 2 years ago, when Gu was here, it suddenly stormed the Nen headquarters and slaughtered 39 permanent members. When that attack happened, Gu was on a mission in the ruins. He only learned about it after everything was over, but here, they spotted it before it could strike. If they would been like other teams, just handling a few merfolk and retreating, they would only have delayed its arrival. Whether this change is good or bad all hinges on what Gu decides to do next. While he was pondering, Senna suddenly spoke up with suspicion. Isn't it the rule that each rank monster only has one? If Legia was killed 5 years ago in New Zealand, then why is it here now? Hearing this, Gu raised an eyebrow and smiled. Good question. Look through that gap. At the cliff where that thing is buried. But be sure it does not spot you. Senna glanced over and immediately spotted something. Gasping, wait, what is that? Behind Legia's head was a magic circle. It was clearly a ceiling formation. Gu explained slowly. Exactly. That is a magic circle. Senna was stunned. He continued calmly. Remember the theoretical magic abilities we studied. We rarely see them in the field. And none of us rookies actually have them. That magic circle was probably used by a Western Awakener to seal the monster, a kind of spell. You could say. Senna frowned, growing more confused. Muttering, the master and the magic circle. The more I hear, the more this sounds like fantasy. Gu explained patiently. That is why it is treated completely differently from other skills. Senna still doubted. If an Awakener can seal Legia, then does not that mean they are S-rank too? Gu looked at her coldly and said with a hint of praise. That is a sharp deduction, and that is not all. Remember, when you said these caves seemed like they came from somewhere else entirely. To carve tunnels like these, there has to be a fake Awakener with psychic powers involved. That means there are at least 2 fake S-rank Awakeners. Besides NIT, no other group has that kind of talent. Senna obviously knows what you are talking about. Who else but the own? Thinking that. She snapped. Annoyed. So unsealed Legia here. What a damn mess. Why would they do that in a foreign land? Right under someone else's base, Gu reluctantly said. It is just a theory. But maybe it was not intentional. No matter how Own and Net get along, tossing his rank monster into enemy territory is basically a declaration of war. Maybe they plan to bury it under the Pacific Ocean, but moving it to the exact spot was not easy, even if it is a fake S-rank Awakener. Chances are they send it to the wrong coordinates. Hearing this, Senna was speechless. Muttering, what kind of stupid excuse is that? Sending a monster is already ridiculous, but sending it to the wrong spot. Delivery fail now, that is just hilarious. Everyone started laughing. And Mir, Gu sighed in relief, glad the tension eased up a bit, but his relief was short-lived. The stone layer on Legia's body suddenly cracked open. He stared wide-eyed in horror as one of Legia's arms broke free from the stone. Gu bit his lip fiercely. She is breaking the seal. Once she starts, there is no dodging those beams. No time to waste. We need to get out now. No matter what, we have to find her weak spot. Seeing his sudden alertness, the 3 Kim Hans quickly stood up. At that moment, Legia extended her tentacles again, then wrapped one around a part of Bong Kwan's body. Walmer, Gu quietly hid behind a rock. Now's your chance. While she is distracted, he immediately leaned out and fired a core bullet at her. The core bullet appeared right before Legia's face. Gu squinted, calmly waiting for her to blow up. Sure enough, a second later, her face erupted in an explosion, but the light from her eyes still shot out. Gu panicked instantly. He even fired a core bullet straight into her jaw, and still could not take her down. He dodged quickly, but a beam grazed his arm. The remaining beam plunged into the ground, causing a massive explosion. Gu made it to cover and groaned. Damn, not even a core bullet can stop her. But as soon as he said that, pain shot through his arm. Part of his bicep was burned by the beam. Seeing this, the 3 Kim Hans looked worried. Gu tried to reassure them. I had to drop my shield to fire the core bullet. At least the jump saved me from a worse hit. Senna quickly offered. Let me heal you. But he shook his head. Don't waste your core on me. You will need it to escape. Just then, Leslie suddenly pointed behind and shouted. Behind you. Gu turned as she pointed and spotted another tunnel. He had not expected another exit. Probably the beam blasted away the rock. revealing it, but he quickly noticed the three Kim Han's expressions were off. They looked like they thought he would ditch them and run. Thinking this, Gu clicked his tongue. He is the type to use them as bait to escape last. Then why did not he just disappear from the start? Then Gu grunted. I will draw her attention. Everyone else, run down that tunnel. His words shocked the three Kim Hans. There is no time. When I say run, head for the exit. He said this while recharging his energy. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward, swinging a crescent-shaped sword strike at Ligia. Ligia froze, stunned by the powerful sword energy rushing at her. It is zeroing in on the shockwave from the sword strike. Realizing this, Gu's vehicle immediately stops shouting orders. Right then, run. The three Senas hear the command and quickly turn to flee. At the same moment, Ligia fires off a beam of light. Two powerful energy streams collide in midair. But Gu's sword aura is completely shattered. Ligia's beam aggressively charges straight at Gu's vehicle. Inside Gu's vehicle, a panic rises. He hastily activates his acceleration skill. In a flash, he is out of there, narrowly dodging the beam. Even though he could not raise his sword, his speed skill might just let him outrun those beams. The beam crashes violently into the ground, shattering it beneath impact. Gu's vehicle hides behind a boulder, his body instinctively recoiling. The beam intensifies. The cave walls begin to crumble. If the tunnel collapses before they escape, it is game over. The three Kinnan have reached the basement but notice Gu has not entered. Kinnan urgently shouts, "What are you waiting for? We are coming with you." Sen also speaks up. "We will distract it this time. Hurry into the tunnel." Commander, Gu sighs upon hearing this. Sounds touching. Sure, but their safe retreat is what really matters. With that thought, he slashes toward the basement entrance. Immediately, signs of collapse appear above. Kinnan cries out, "What are you doing?" No one answers. Falling rocks block the basement entrance. Kinnan shouts in panic, "Commander, at least let me stay behind." Gu shakes his head reluctantly. It already wiped out a first-class hunter team. What can he do now except report back to AQ? As Gu finishes speaking, the basement is completely sealed by rubble. He exhales deeply. Okay, maybe that slash was a bit overkill. Everything's collapsing. Just then, a piercing sound suddenly erupts from inside Ligia's body. Gu hurriedly covers his ears, muttering, "What the hell is that sound? Sounds like something mermaids would make." Then it hits him. Ligia is using sound to control the mermaids. If he does not act fast, a whole swarm of mermaids will join the fray. Gu clicks his tongue in frustration. So obvious. I have got to get out of here. Fast. Meanwhile, Ligia has started feasting on the upper half of the Ming corpse. Gu narrows his eyes, finally understanding why it can't stop eating it is the creature's true nature. Turns out it is a super absorber, a man-eating monster that converts flesh into energy. Its power must be dropped after being captive for so long by consuming the Ming group. It is regaining strength, that is why it did not wipe them out at once. It lacks the power to break free from the boulder, so it is gathering energy to blast through the seal. Once it devours everyone, it will escape. That leaves only Sakura and half of the Ming line left. Gu has to be faster, but as he thinks this, a realization strikes. This type of creature grows stronger the more it consumes. He has a similar ability, absorbing others' power. The killers, the traitors, the fallen comrades from his past life. Gu had only focused on harnessing their awakened powers. If Gu can steal the strength of an SS-Rank monster, it could be the game changer he needs to turn the tide against these beasts. With that thought, Gu leaps out of hiding, starting to absorb energy from Ligia. A beam of energy shoots straight at the monster's back, but Ligia's body only flickers, disconnected for a moment before swiftly shattering the absorption beam. It immediately fires a beam back at who quickly dodges using acceleration. Gu ducks back into cover, breathing heavily, thinking, that was a mistake. His ability does not work on monsters, and he just lost his core during a fight where even wasting 1% is way too much. Now Ligia has finished consuming the Ming core and will break free from the boulder any second. It is targeting Sakura's body next. Gu grits his teeth fiercely. He has to stop that bastard from eating her. He is going to dump every core he has got into this attack. While Gu's carriage was caught in thought, Ligia's tentacle suddenly wrapped tightly around Sakura's leg. Just then, Gu's carriage swung his sword in a flash, slicing through the tentacle, making Ligia's body shudder uncontrollably. Gu's carriage smirked with satisfaction. Nailed it. Top-notch move. Severing part of an SS-Rank monster at his level was no small feat, even if it was not at full strength yet. But right at that moment, a beam of light shot toward him. Luckily, Goose Carriage raised his core shield just in time, muttering in frustration, "Damn it! I celebrated too soon." That beam's packed with enough power to pierce through rock now. Only 20 meters from the tunnel he came through. He had to take the risk, knowing the beam would fire the moment he turned to run, closing his eyes to concentrate. Goose Carriage mentally mapped the layout and calculated his distance quickly. He spotted 2 sharp turns ahead if he used the shape curve cleverly. He could dodge the beam with only 40% core energy left. The timing to dash and activate the core shield had to be flawless. After the calculations, Goose Carriage bolted forward in a flash, just as planned. The beam chased fiercely behind him, using his speed burst. Goose Carriage dodged the beam as strike. The beam slammed into the wall. But Goose Carriage's score was down to 35%. He hit the first sharp turn, and at the same time, Legia readied another beam. Quickly, Goose Carriage raised his core shield *bam*. The beam slammed against it. Even with the shield, he still got hurt, letting out a painful groan. Then he sprinted again, narrowly escaping the second attack. Goose Carriage used his speed burst once more, darting past the second curve in a blink. Legia's beam was quick to follow right behind him. This time, he did not even bother looking back, just kept running. The sharp twists in the tunnel made it impossible for the beam to catch him. But what came next was the real shock, a massive explosion. Meanwhile, the 3 Senna members were rushing out of the tunnel, stepping into murky puddles outside, and as expected, a swarm of mermen was closing in behind them. Kim Hun shouted urgently, "Mermen, move, move!" At the same time, the cave began to tremble violently. The trio sprinted forward. Senna shouted while running, "The cave keeps shaking. I do not know what is happening, but we gotta keep moving." But Kim Hun's face darkened. He would notice something. A pack of mermen was right on their tail. Senna quickly said, "We will figure that out later, just keep running." These mermen seemed to have come from the tunnel behind Goose Carriage. Originally, these tunnels were military defense structures. Senna suspected they must be interconnected. Though sealed over time, the trimmers likely reopened some passages, which meant there might be other escape routes now. Senna seemed to have spotted a possible path to survival. The 3 of them ran like maniacs, with Kim Hun glancing nervously over his shoulder. Finally, he stopped, resolute. "I will stay and fight them off." Senna froze. "We have to keep running until we regroup." But Kim Hun was firm. "They will catch up anyway. Better to stop and face them head-on," Senna worriedly warned. "Look at how many there are, over 20 of them." But her words could not sway Kim Hun. He threw his head back and yelled at the top of his lungs. Then he charged forward with his sword raised. Goose Carriage stood up to Legia to protect us. "I am not backing down either." Senna sighed helplessly. "You are stubborn. If you fall, they will catch me too. I will stay and heal you." Then she glanced at Lisi and asked, "You are support, right? Can you lend me a hand?" Lesi hesitated, then muttered, "Now's not the time." Senna was surprised. "What do you mean, not the time? What kind of power do you have that you are hiding? And why did Goose Carriage even bring you along?" Meanwhile, Kim Hun was furiously slashing at the merman. His sword swept in a wide arc, cutting down several mermen in one deadly strike. The sheer number overwhelmed them. One mermaid seized the chance and charged straight at him. Its razor-sharp claws tore into Kim Hun's shoulder. Blood gushed out, forcing Kim Hun to grit his teeth in pain. But quickly, Senna used her core energy to heal Kim Hun's wound. He clearly wanted to protect her, yet in the end, it drained her energy even more. While Kim Hun was still processing this, another wave of mermaids surged toward him. Panicked, Kim Hun raised an energy shield to block them, but there were just too many. His legs buckled, and biting his lip, he muttered, "I do not have enough core energy to hold this shield." Kim Hun always prided himself as the strongest in the class, but he was dead wrong. Even Senna was starting to tire. Kim Hun's wounds were healing too slowly, and her core was nearly depleted. Then, suddenly, a pair of hands rested on her shoulders. Instantly, Senna's energy surged, catching her completely off guard. Even Kim Hun's wounds started to heal at lightning speed. Shocked, Kim Hun exclaimed, "My wounds just healed way too fast. What the hell just happened?" Senna was clueless too. She looked toward Lacey, searching for answers. But while Kim Hun's wounds healed, another problem was brewing. He panicked, shouting, "My core energy's almost drained." No sooner had he said that, someone placed a hand on his back. It was Lei, surrounded by a powerful aura of energy. Kim Hun flinched, unsure what she was up to, but then he realized. Eyes wide. "My core energy is overflowing." Bursting with renewed power, Kim Hun unleashed his energy, blasting back the attacking mermaids. His energy surged again. Kim Hun swung his blade, cutting down the mermaids one after another. Not only had his core energy recovered, but he felt stronger than ever. How was this even possible? After recharging Kim Hun's core, Lacey collapsed onto the ground, Utterly drained, Senna rushed to her side. Reaching out. Are you okay? Lacey grabbed Senna's hand for support. Nodding. I am. Now Senna understood Lacey could transfer her energy to others. A mysterious awakened power still unclassified. It let Lacey share her core energy, which explained why she would been so quiet and still earlier to conserve her strength. That is why whenever Senna asked Seunggu about Lacey, he always changed the subject and why her power was not used from the start. It was not that Seunggu did not care about her abilities, in fact. He seemed obsessed with training her, but why was he so hesitant to talk about her? Was he hiding something? Did they share some secret? Meanwhile, Kim Hun had slain countless mermaids. Just killing the last one now. He glanced back at the two girls and asked, "You two okay?" Senna nodded softly. What about you?" Before Kim Hun could answer, the tunnel shook violently, knocking all three off balance. Senna gasped. These trimmers Seunggu still fighting Ligia. Kim Hun asked nervously, "What do we do now?" Elsewhere, Seunggu was frantically running away, but Ligia's relentless pursuit pushed him to leap toward the tunnel's center. Seunggu narrowly dodged the explosion that followed, but just then, he noticed the tunnel shaking even worse. Frowning in worry, Seunggu muttered, "This is getting worse." As chunks of debris started falling from above. Kim Hun and the others were startled by the sudden rumble as well. Kim Hun shouted urgently, "Watch out! Keep an eye on the ceiling." Senna and Ligia looked up just in time to see rocks crashing down. Fearing they would get hurt, Kim Hun urged, "Move fast. This way. I will hold up a core shield." But suddenly, Ligia muttered, "I can't do it." Without warning, she shoved Senna aside. Senna was caught off guard as she stumbled backward, quick as lightning. Kim Hun grabbed Senna, leaving Ligia alone behind. Senna tried to save Ligia, but the tunnel collapsed on them. Kim Hun, fearing she would get hurt, pulled her back and raised a shield to protect them both. Tons of rubble rained down, completely blocking the way forward. But Senna refused to give up, clawing through the dirt and rocks with her bare hands. Seeing this, Kim Hun warned urgently, "Deputy, your hands will get hurt." Senna shook her head fiercely. Determined, "We can't leave her behind." Kim Hun sighed reluctantly and grabbed a pickaxe to start digging, but after just a few strikes, the pickaxe broke in half. Meanwhile, Senna was digging wildly with her bare hands. At this rate, her fingers would be torn apart. As the two struggled to find Senna, a sudden sound startled them both. Kim Hun muttered, "That is Ligia." Senna peeked up and added, "Sounds like a mermaid's call." Suddenly, she remembered something and gasped, "Seunggu, Ligia is controlling the mermaids. Right? If that is the sound calling them, even if it is incomplete, those two should be stopped teasing us." Hesitating, Senna clenched her fists, lips tight, and said, "Let us move. We are the only ones who can warn the outside world about what is happening here, so we can't afford to fall." Kim Hun shot her a sharp look. Senna frowned deeply and added, "Besides, it might be worse if the mermaids do not come our way." Kim Hun frowned. Suspicious? What do you mean? Senna explained slowly. The breaches have opened, leading to other tunnels. If they leave them like this, the mermaids could sneak back through the original entrance. The gate guards are still recovering from the earlier fight. At that, Senna suddenly froze. Without her saying a word, Kim Hun panicked. So they have already dealt with the mermaids. They will be ambushed with zero defense. Right? Damak nodded. And Seunggu hurriedly urged, "We have to move fast. Not a second to waste, we need to warn them right now." Elsewhere, in the icy ruins of the tunnel, a hand grasped a sword from within the rubble. It was Seunggu, his arm badly injured. He sighed in relief, muttering, "Thought I was buried alive. No telling when this whole place might collapse." Suddenly, a sound reached Seunggu's ears, and he startled. Mermaids again, but very quickly. He sensed something was off. He would heard the mermaids' calls before escaping the rubble, yet had not seen a single one. Seunggu stayed alert, eyes scanning ahead. Whispering, he realized that as walls and floors collapsed, the tunnel's path was blocked, so the mermaids must be heading towards Senna and the others. With that thought, Seunggu pressed on slowly, ignoring his wounds. But not long after, exhaustion hit, and he slumped against the wall, gasping for breath. Just moving was a struggle. Still, Seunggu refused to quit, taking it one step at a time, until he spotted something ahead. It was Lei, lying unconscious on the ground. Seunggu quickly checked her breath and sighed in relief. Thank God. She was alive. She must have passed out from exhaustion. But she was supposed to be with Kim Hun and Senna. Why was she alone here? Thinking that, Seunggu shook Lacey's body and called out frantically, "Wake up, you stubborn brat." After a moment, Lacey groggily opened her eyes. Seunggu wasted no time. "Where's everyone else? Focus and answer me. You stubborn brat. But Lacey's eyes widened in terror, as if she saw a gang of villains right in front of her. Her expression instantly froze. Without a word, she kicked out at him, struggling and shouting, "I am not your stubborn brat. You bastards." Sungu was puzzled by her reaction. What the hell was she saying? Was exhaustion messing with her mind? Looks like she has unleashed her full core power already. Trying to calm her, Sungu gently stroked her head. Wake up. It is all right. Only then did Lacey finally settle down. Regaining her composure, she blinked at Seon-gu. Startled. How did you get here? Then, Lacey spilled everything to Seon-gu. He nodded knowingly. And just like that, the tension broke, separating her from the others. If she had not given them her core, neither of those two would have had the strength to survive. Lacey stayed silent after hearing this. Seon-gu felt a pang of admiration, still as cold as ever. Huh. Guess she is finally resting. He spoke up again. Want some dried meat? Nothing else will help you recharge your core like this. Lacey did not say a word, just took a piece and popped it in her mouth. But after just one bite, the taste made her want to gag. Seon-gu chuckled. Tough to swallow. Huh. It has been a while since you last had this. For those of us living on the frontier, dried meat was how we grew up, but after months of eating only ration packs, it is almost impossible to stomach. Lacey just listened quietly. Not a word. Seon-gu was at a loss but kept trying to break the ice. I do not get why you keep your distance from other trainees, but you would be better off letting your guard down a bit. Lacey stayed silent, chewing slowly, while Seon-gu kept pleading. At the end of the day, we are all in this boat together. Trusting us to watch your back would probably ease your burden. Lacey's expression stayed stone cold. Seon-gu sighed in defeat, thinking she might finally open up. But nope, nothing changed. Then he urged her. Just eat it. Get your core back up to full. You little powerhouse. Those words hit a nerve with Lacey. She snapped loudly. Cut it out. I am not your damn battery. Seon-gu blinked, caught off guard by her outburst. Ignoring his confusion, Lacey's anger flared. You all talk big about being teammates. Really? You just want someone to charge your cores for you. You are no different than the rest. Seon-gu's eyes narrowed, his voice turning icy. You are pushing my patience. You know that I have put myself out there as bait, risking my life for you. Lacey froze on the spot, unsure how to respond. Seon-gu pressed on. Remember the puppet master? I know you were unconscious then, but you must be heard about it at headquarters. Right? Then, he recounted how Bu-sik had died and the death of Ji-seun, who sacrificed himself trying to save Lacey. Without any info, Seon-gu was left alone to find the inspection team. He went that far to save her, and all she could say was nothing. This really pissed Seon-gu off. He snapped. Damn it. I do not even have the core energy left to yell at you. Then he sighed helplessly again. Lacey was silent for a long moment before hesitantly opening up about her awakening and discovering her powers. The only hunters I ever knew were assholes dragging me all over the place. I saw them fight and die for me. Some approached under the guise of kindness, but that kindness always came with a price. And they all called me the same nickname. Battery. Seon-gu was stunned. That explained her fierce reaction earlier. Ignoring him, Lacey continued. Only one person was different. Captain Maiden. She protected me from other awakened hunters without asking for anything in return. She was like a mother to me. Seon-gu listened quietly to Lacey's story, saying nothing. He would heard about Maiden from Senna, who said that when Jae Seon-gu left the training center in protest, Maiden followed him. The two were not even close, yet she risked everything to rebel alongside Jae Seon-gu. That shocked him. That is how Maiden ended up working in Sector 14 and became the captain of a special ops team. There, she cared for a child Bu-sik had adopted like her own flesh and blood. Talking about the past, both of them fell silent. Lacey thought Seon-gu would not say anything, but suddenly he spoke up. When I was young, I got stranded alone on the frontier and spent days desperately running from monsters and killers. He told her how Bu-sik took him in, like a father would. Hearing this, tears welled up in Lacey's eyes, but she stayed silent. Seon-gu kept telling his story, and it was not just me airing. Min-hee, Jae-gun, Kim-gun, and even Senna were all part of it. They all had someone like a parent figure they would lost. At this point, he calmly reached out to Lacey and said, your classmates have been through a lot too, so why not try trusting us? Nobody here's gonna call you their battery pack anymore. Those words hit Lacey right in the feels, and tears welled up in her eyes. After a long pause, she softly muttered, I am sorry for everything that has happened. Suicide, clearly out of options. In her past life, Lacey was recruited right after awakening. She lived a pretty comfortable life, known for her blue battery patch, which she wore with pride. Little did you know, that blue patch somehow tied back to a painful memory in this life. Thinking back, Sungu could not help but recall Bu's 6 last words before he died. Suddenly, the cave shook violently, making Sungu and Lacey jump in alarm. Sungu shouted in shock. Where the hell are these tremors coming from? Lacey furrowed her brow, replying, sounds like giant footsteps. That sent Sungu into full panic mode, yelling, wait. Giant footsteps. Donnie tell me that bastard broke free from his seal. Just as he feared, Lacey had indeed broken free and was now roaming the basement. Meanwhile, in another corner of the basement, a group of mermaids were attacking everyone. A hand suddenly pierced through a mermaid's body, killing it instantly. The one who struck, none other than Gale Gunn. After taking down one, she wiped off the blood, biting and tearing through the monsters one by one. Only after the last kill did Gale Gunn let out a deep breath, eyeing the bodies scattered on the floor. She grumbled. Seriously, where do these things keep coming from? Duran hesitated and asked, Captain, this is too dangerous. Should we retreat and seal the entrance? Gale Gunn snapped back, annoyed. What do you mean? I am handling these pests myself. Just then, another trainee suddenly shouted, another one's coming from the shadows. Sure enough, another mermaid was slowly advancing. Gale Gunn's spirit ignited, shouting, again? Fine, I got this. But before she could even finish, a sword pierced through the creature, killing it on the spot. The sudden turn of events left Gale Gunn utterly stunned. As the mermaid's body hit the ground, two figures appeared behind it, Kim Hun and Senna. Senna looked at everyone, whispering nervously, we have to report back to base. No sooner had she spoken than both collapsed, and Gale Gunn's team rushed over to check on them. They quickly made their way outside right after. Senna recounted everything to them, and Gale Gunn could not help but shout in disbelief. An S-Rank monster appeared and wiped out the entire Aki River squad. Senna nodded, saying the commander and Lacey are still inside. I am sure they are alive. No time to explain. We need to call the base for reinforcements, Gale Gunn said, furrowing her brow with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Senna dialed headquarters. Base. This is Deputy Commander Senna from Trainee Group 304. Olivia was stunned upon hearing Senna's report an unknown S-Rank monster. That is seriously bad news, Senna urgently asked. Do we have any data from O? Olivia raised an eyebrow, muttering, so that is it. Let me check. She quickly scrolled through info on her computer. In seconds, Olivia's face drained of color. She whispered, no way. How is this even here? She immediately turned to someone behind her and ordered, we are gonna need special support from someone you know. Send the request ASAP. The other person hesitated, saying, but I am not sure they will come to help. Olivia, now extremely urgent, snapped, this is an emergency. Get moving. Seeing her intensity, the other person rushed off to act. Olivia then gave Senna a few more instructions, and Senna acknowledged, Roger that. We will stay on high alert. Almost immediately, the island's alarm blared, sending everyone into a panic. Arang narrowed her eyes. Suspicious. What is with this alarm? Senna stepped forward to explain. Orders from headquarters, we are sealing the gates and waiting for reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Giant snapped. Furious? Are they out of their minds? The commander's still inside. Senna urgently explained. The river squad was slaughtered right before our eyes. Even the commander said it is something we can fight. If it gets out, we are all dead. Ja unclenched her teeth, her body trembling uncontrollably. But then, she suddenly limped toward the cave entrance. Senna panicked, running after her, grabbing her arm. What are you doing? Jun shot back. Like you do not know. I am going to save them. Senna was at a loss for words when another voice rang out. We are coming with you, said the two kids, Arang and Minnie. Sina's worry deepened as she pleaded. You guys too. But you have seen that S-Rank monster with your own eyes. You know how deadly it is. Arang thought of that old otter dude, her voice sharp with deadly intent. The loser I faced was only a rank 3. I did not even break a sweat. Senna stared at her, hesitating. Then why the hell are you going if it is even crazier now? Jia Gun paused for a moment. Finally, she growled fiercely. Because I know what they fear. Those bastards took my teammates and family. I won't let that happen again. Saying that, she brushed past Senna and charged forward. There is no time. The commander and the sea-haired girl could die any second. Seal the gate behind us if you want. I do not care. Senna was not about to let them go. She rushed to block their path, desperately pleading, I can let you do this. This is not what the commander wants. She reminded them that the commander risked his life to keep everyone safe. And Jiao Grun running in now would spit on that sacrifice, ordering them to hold their ground. But Jiao Gun ignored her, cold as Step aside before I take you down. Just then, as they argued, the ground suddenly shook violently. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the commander followed a small opening back toward Ligia's seal. With Lexi close behind, the commander looked up at the seal, sighed, and muttered, "I knew it. It really broke free." A large trail of blood marked the ground. The commander sighed again. It even swallowed Sakura, the last slayer. Lexi scanned for Ligia but saw nothing. She bit her lip and asked, "Where did it go?" The commander pointed upward, cool and calm. "Up there." Lexi followed his gaze and spotted a huge hole. She frowned, confused. That hole was not here before. The commander shook his head slightly. "The monster broke through. We have to stop it from reaching the surface." Outside, the earth trembled so hard everyone struggled to keep their balance. Arang grabbed Minnie to keep her from falling and asked, puzzled, "What is going on?" "An earthquake." Senna's face twisted in fear. She muttered, "It is not that." Suddenly, a massive hand burst out from the cliff ahead. Senna staggered back, terrified. "It is here." Jiaoren, who'd never seen Ligia, was confused. "What the hell is that thing?" Under everyone's stunned gaze, Ligia smashed through the rock and emerged. The trainees saw it for the first time and were frozen in terror on the spot. Half of Ligia's massive body was already outside. In a flash, it landed safely on the ground. Senna stepped back, warning urgently, "We need to get out of here now." But Ligia took slow, deliberate steps toward the trainees. It stared at them like they were prey. Ligia's colossal size terrified everyone. Still, Jia Gun was eager for battle. She moved forward and barked orders. "Focus up. Team, get ready to fight. Melee troops, lead the charge. Ranged, hold your ground." She commanded the shield bearers to step up. The shield-bearing trainees sprinted forward, forming a solid wall in front of Ligia. Senna shouted desperately as they approached, "Stop! Everyone! Scatter now!" But it was too late. Ligia's eyes flared with a deadly glow. Energy beams blasted through the trainees standing in its path. The basic interns did not have time to react. By the time they saw it, their bodies were already sliced in half. People dropped dead on the spot, fresh blood pouring down like rain. Witnessing this bloody scene, Gaogun was instantly terrified. After wiping out one group, Ligia slowly moved on to the next prey. Senna sensed the danger and quickly ordered a retreat, telling everyone to scatter. Ligia had no time to care about them now. The huge mouth on its chest opened wide, and those tentacles quickly appeared, but then it realized its tentacles could not reach the bodies on the ground. So it sat down and started peeling the corpses up by hand one by one. Then it stuffed them into its mouth, biting and swallowing each one right there. Only then did Gaogun's group fully grasp just how brutal the monster in front of them really was. Elsewhere, inside the cave, two of Gu's men stood beneath a large hole. Gu's men took a quick look and suggested, "Let us use that spot to get a running start and jump up." Ligia heard this and asked, confused, "What are you planning to do?" He calmly explained, "I am calculating how to use the remaining cores to get us out of here." Hearing this, Ligia was stunned. "Get out! Are you crazy? This is not the time to escape. If you run into that thing, you are dead." Gu paid no mind and said calmly, "But I have to try. The others are in danger." Ligia glared at him and asked slowly, "What makes you so special? Can't you be a little less selfish?" Gu was a bit speechless. Were these really the words of someone who had given up their last core? After a long pause, he finally said, "I do not intend to sacrifice myself. To be honest, it is your selfishness that makes me want them to survive. Because I still need them to accomplish something important." All those people up there were gathered by him for that purpose, including Ligia. After hearing this, Ligia asked in surprise, "Exactly what? What is so important that you would risk your life?" Before you could answer, screams pierced through from above. He bit his lip and muttered, "Looks like we do not have time for this. The trap has sprung. You can contact headquarters with your wristband. Tell them your location and ask for backup." Ligia frowned, annoyed, but quickly placed her hands on Gu's back. She was recharging his energy core. This move from Ligia was totally on impulse. He did not expect her to do that either. Time dragged slowly in the bunker until the glow from the energy finally faded. Only then did Ligia pull her hands away from Gu's back. Her body weakened, wobbling before she collapsed. Gu quickly caught her, worry flooding his voice. "Are you okay?" Ligia shook her head faintly, as if to say, "That is all I have got. Maybe if I would eaten something better than dried meat, it would be different." Gu smiled gratefully. "You have done enough. I think I can get us out of here now." Ligia looked up at him sincerely. "Survive and come back so we can meet again." "Of course." Gu grinned, then leapt into the air, Quickly reaching the pit's edge, Ligia watched silently for a long moment, then softly whispered, "Thank you." Above ground, Ligia was busy handling the bodies. Juggle scowled fiercely, muttering, "I can't just sit here watching that bastard toss us around like we are nothing but snacks. And now he is just chilling, like he is on a picnic. At this rate, those trainees will die soon, and then it will be our turn." Without hesitation, she stood up, but urged her. "Senna, the moment I start running, get everyone out of here." Senna barely had time to process before Jelgul charged forward, shouting fiercely, "We will die if we just sit here. Might as well die doing something." In the blink of an eye, Jelgul was right in front of Ligia. The moment she saw her, Jelgul's eyes flashed red. Suddenly, a beam of light shot toward Gelgul, and she quickly turned to flee, but the light grazed her waist, and at the same time, Orang came riding in to help. The light shifted targets instantly to Orang. Jelgul barely escaped, tumbling on the ground. Waist was slashed deeply, fresh blood flowing, but she still had enough strength to glare at Orang and snap, "You little punk. I was trying to be a hero here." Nearby, Orang looked worried at the wound. "You can go far now." The kid shook his head, signaling he was fine. Only then did Orang relax, glancing at Gelgul and saying, "I would do the same if I were you." Gelgul smirked coldly. All talk, no action. While they were talking, Ligia's creature fixated its gaze on Orang. Noticing this, Gelgul panicked and shouted, "Orang, run!" But Orang clung stubbornly to the creature. "No way! I am not leaving it behind." At that moment, Ligia's eyes flashed with light again. Just before it could fire, something slashed one of its eyes. Both Orang and Jelgul were stunned, but then they cheered. Songgu. Captain Songgu had struck from behind, plunging a blade into Ligia's eye. The sudden pain enraged Ligia, who spun around searching for the attacker. Hovering in midair with no solid footing, Songgu was flung away. He watched his axe drop to the ground, barely catching his breath before Ligia's gaze locked onto him. Panicked, Songgu knew he could not boost speed to escape now, so he had no choice but to raise his core shield. Beam shattered his core shield instantly. Songgu collapsed to the ground, the impact still searing despite blocking the blow. Ligia did not wait for him to get up, raising her foot to stomp down. Songgu could not dodge in time and was slammed into the ground. He felt his insides crushed and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. But that was not enough, Ligia growled, and her eyes started glowing again. Songgu watched in despair, unable to move, his core energy completely drained. "Dom, your organs and everything else are completely shattered." The blast this morning really was the end of Seonggu. Just minutes ago, a plane appeared in the Jeju sky. A deep voice echoed inside the cabin, mentioning a once feared S-Rank beast known for burrowing underground Sanduaka. Years ago, it appeared in Jeju, wiping out the Knot forces to end the crisis. The headquarters had unleashed their ultimate trump card by deploying the captain of that squad, but suddenly, it vanished, dissolving into the earth, without proof of its defeat. Aku had to pay a heavy price. Another muttered, "Ligiaha. Never heard it had anything to do with Sanduaka." The man in white slowly replied, "Its appearance and behavior are totally different from Sanduaka. Still, both are S-Rank monsters lurking along the coast, perfectly easy to confuse." The orange-haired Seong Nyan frowned, asking, "What is the connection?" The other hesitated, glanced away, then said low, "That is why the commander is so pissed." They were talking about the man sitting front and center, rage written all over his face. Enjin ground his teeth and snapped, "There is no way they would be this calm if they were fighting its rank monster. So you are telling me you trusted those so-called mercenaries? They are all dead." The two others stayed silent. The man then looked to the only woman on the plane and asked, "How much longer?" Emily snapped back, annoyed, "Stop asking. I already said we are almost there. Look, some lights up ahead." The captain jumped up, furious. "This time, I will tear that damn monster's head off and bring it straight back to AQ." Emily knew what he was about to do and hurriedly warned, "Wait, just a few more minutes and we will be there." Before she finished, he vanished from the cabin. The captain had jumped out the plane. No one even saw him open the door. Emily sighed helplessly. He is so impatient, like his brain can't handle thinking ahead. She called out, "Jinchun, Sungwoon, get ready to jump." They nodded with grim determination. Just as Ligia aimed her deadly beam at Seonggu, a powerful slash of sword light came from nowhere, blocking Ligia's attack and slicing her leg, making her roar in pain. Jio Gun, watching, could not believe his eyes, shouting, "What the hell is that? A human?" Even Senna was stunned. Whispering, It deflected that beam. The one who struck was none other than the captain, who had just jumped from the plane. At that moment, he seemed to notice something. Sungu was pinned beneath Ligia. He frowned, muttering, "There is a rookie down there, kids, about to get skewered." While the captain focused on Gu, Ligia viciously slashed with 10 claws, striking straight at him, but she ended up slashing her own leg. The captain was nowhere to be found, and even Gu underfoot disappeared. Looking closer, he was already airborne. Ligia was not about to give up. A sinister light sparked in her eyes. The captain sneered, "Come on, no need to be so violent now." With that, he swung his sword down. That single strike unleashed a flurry of crescent-shaped sword lights, slicing deep into Ligia's body. Her massive form crashed hard onto the ground. The captain caught the unconscious Gu as he landed, smirking. "Hey, I have only used one hand, can't you get up?" Just then, he spotted 3 lights in the sky. Muttering, "So they are finally here." Quickly, the 3 lights touched down. Emily landed and immediately scolded, "Commander, you promised no more solo stunts." The captain was not in the mood to listen, cutting her off with a grin. All right. Quit nagging." Then he turned to the 2 newcomers behind and called out, "Hey, rookies, this guy's blocking my way. Take care of him." The blocking guy was the unconscious Gu. Meanwhile, Ligia rose back to her feet. Seeing this, Gagan panicked loudly. "Careful, man. Why are you just standing there? Watch out." The captain spoke coolly. "New guy? What is there to worry about? Watch your step." As he spoke, energy began to gather in his hands. At the same moment, Ligia fired a beam of light straight at him. With a sharp crack, 2 powerful energies collided head-on. The scene stunned Orang, who gasped, "How is this even possible?" Even Minnie whispered nervously, "I have no clue. I have never seen a technique like this before." The captain, overhearing their amazement, warned impatiently, "Feeling better now? Get him out while he is still breathing, or should I end his suffering myself?" Seeing the captain's fiery temper, Gogu rushed forward without hesitation. With both hands, he lifted the hunchback's stretcher, carrying him away from the battlefield. While Senna quickly began treating him, the 2 kids, Orang and Minnie, sat anxiously near. Senna soothed them as she worked. "Don't worry. The captain is out of danger now." The captain laughed coldly at that. "Captain? Squad leader? Friends? That guy must be pretty famous to have 4 people clinging to him like that." Suddenly, a phantom sword forged from energy appeared in his hand as he snorted coldly. "All right, let us wrap up this little game. They say it isn't rank, everyone. Get into position." Instantly, the 3 Emilys took their places, ready to fight. The captain led the swordplay attack, and at the same time, Ligia fired another beam of light. The captain unleashed a violent slash with his sword. The slash was so powerful that when it struck Ligia's light beam, it split the beam in 2. Then, Emily stepped up to take action. Soft, silk-like energy ribbons appeared in her hands. This was called the Wind Phantom technique. They swiftly flew toward the captain, then merged with the captain's fierce sword energy. In the blink of an eye, the combined energies shattered Ligia's light beam and surged fiercely toward him. Ligia panicked, raising his hands to block, but was still forced backward. The captain smirked, then swung his phantom sword again. A crescent-shaped slash cut through the air in an instant. Ligia's legs were severed, and his giant body collapsed to the ground. The captain calmly stood behind him without a hint of emotion. This one-sided slaughter left the rookies behind utterly shocked. Gagu muttered in disbelief, "Is he even human?" Orang gasped, "He is a monster. Nothing less." At that moment, the hunchback on the stretcher began to stir awake. Gagu shouted as soon as he noticed his eyes open, "Captain, are you all right?" The hunchback said nothing, but his eyes flicked toward the captain. He seemed to recognize the man and, struggling for breath, muttered a name. Listening carefully, it sounded like he said Sven. Hearing that name, Gagu looked puzzled and asked, "Who is Sven?" But the hunchback remained silent. Frustrated, she grabbed him and shook him like a bobblehead. "Hey, at least tell us who he is." Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Captain, like Sung mentioned him before." Gagu was startled and hurriedly said, "Wait, you know him too? Stop beating around the bush and spill the beans. This is driving me nuts." Then she let go of the hunchback, who was practically foaming at the mouth from her grip. Earlier, Senna had asked Sing why he always added the name Sven when talking about strength. What does it mean? Sung said it was a person's name, which left both Senna and the hunchback pretty confused. Sung bluntly explained, "He is the strongest rank hunter in Nut, Moonlight Phantom Sword, Sword Burst, those are all techniques he created." Senna nodded thoughtfully. "So that is why. He must be some kind of legendary fighter from a lost era or something." Hearing this, Sixung told me. He is younger than me. Maybe by about 10 years. Senna could not believe it. Shouting. But he is already S-Rank at that age. Sixung calmly added, what is even crazier is he was already a trainer, when I was just a trainee. The net headquarters had gathered all the monsters. But I never fit in there. Yet even among those monsters, Sven was on a whole different level. He had so many personal mercenaries under him. You could not even count. The backbone of the net team. The world's greatest swordsman. And the strongest man ever born, Gyogun. After hearing Sven's reputation, was wide-eyed with disbelief. Wait, everything you just said, all about the same guy. Sven is that guy. Simply put, he is a living weapon, while everyone else was still figuring out their own power. Sven casually dismissed them, saying they were weak compared to his rank monster. I expected more. I am starving, let us finish this quick before I eat all of you. Saying that, he called Sungwon over, who flew up with him to the hilltop. Then, suddenly, both of them plunged down from the sky like shooting stars. Legia sat on the ground, stunned, watching the scene unfold. At that moment, an energy core appeared in Sven's hand. Before long, it morphed into an energy sword's illusion. Legia did not dare slack off. He hurriedly fired a beam to defend himself, but Sven was unfazed by the light. He swiftly dodged it, still clutching that energy sword illusion. He charged forward. Then Sven fiercely swung at Legia. With a sharp clash, a deafening explosion rocked the small island. Thick smoke and dust spread out, nearly blowing Senna's group away. Only when the smoke cleared did they see the scene clearly. Legia had a beam of energy lodged straight into his head, while Sven stood casually by his side. Then, suddenly snapping his fingers and shouting, Sven recalled the core. The energy beam flickered and vanished instantly. Legia's body slowly collapsed to the ground. Sven then soared back into the air, swiftly landing on top of Legia. Another energy beam appeared in Sven's hand as he raised an eyebrow smugly. Get ready, you gang at the docks. This time, I know exactly what you came to see. Without hesitation, he plunged it into Legia's head. The gel gun group behind watched dumbfounded, still trying to process what just happened. Sven had finished the job, and Legia's head was severed clean. That performance from the strongest swordsman was pure cinema gold. The next day, at the Supreme Council meeting, everyone who had been at the Legia incident showed up along with a bunch of senior elders. The director of Net Korea spoke up after hearing their report. That actually makes sense. Opposes, but they are not dumb enough to start a war. I agree with intern Seongu's hypothesis. Seongu nodded silently from below, not saying a word. Then someone else spoke. That is true. But that is not the real issue here. The director raised an eyebrow and asked suspiciously, what is the real issue? Chief Kim, the speaker, was the head of Net's management department. He narrowed his eyes at Seonggu and coldly demanded, Commander Kim, how do you know about Legia? Seonggu glanced at him without rushing to answer. He knew Chief Kim would not let this slide. After a moment, Seonggu calmly replied, when I was a scout, I accidentally came across some files about this in the local branch chief's office. Chief Kim did not believe him. Keep going. Really? Everything about O is top secret at headquarters. That is not something a branch chief should have access to. Where did those files come from? Seonggu stayed composed. They were burned when the Net military moved in. Chief Kim asked, puzzled. A fire caused by Net's troops. Before Seonggu could answer, Ricky stood up awkwardly. Yes, sir. Remember the incidents in Zone 14 and 17? 6 months ago. Chief Kim nodded calmly. Of course. If that happened during the uprising, it is not surprising. Seonggu frowned at that statement and stared at him. Senna looked a bit confused too, whispering, why is he so hostile toward the commander? Kim Hun shook his head. Beats me. This was not just typical superior attitude from someone higher up. It always felt like he was deliberately making things difficult for Seonggu, or something else entirely. Others might be clueless, but Seonggu knows all about that old admin chief. Kim In-chun. In his past life, he alone held 2 big secrets about the guy. First, Kim In-chun is an awakened being who has never once triggered the voice of the devouring monster inside him. Second, even though he is a support type, he is destined to betray everyone's trust and stab them in the back. Right then, the director cut in, telling In-chun to stop right there. Kim, he knows when to hold his tongue. Down below, Seonggu kept his eyes glued to In-chun, vowing to himself, this time, I won't be fooled. No way he will make sure everyone sees exactly who this man really is behind that mask. The director's tone turned serious and scolding. We are here to celebrate the intern's achievements, not to interrogate him about past mistakes. In-chun bowed his head low, apologizing. But then the military commander spoke up, praising him for facing its rank monster and bringing it under control. The praise kept rolling as Sven's unit arrived. This kind of performance from an intern was a rare sight. Seonggu was not impressed, snapping back coolly. Calm down. Since it is sealed, its powers dropped somewhere between S-Rank and Rank 1. Just dumb luck. Really? Smirking. The head of the training center chimed in happily. No need to be modest. On behalf of the center, I commend the example you have set for all the interns. What reward do you want? Finally, Song-gu could redeem his points. No mercy for traitors. Sure, but top performers always get their due. With that thought, he bowed slightly and said, I do not think I have done anything truly special to deserve recognition. But if you will give me a chance, I want a special training program tailored for me and my team. The moment he said that, the whole auditorium fell silent. The head of the training center hesitated, asking Song, are you saying you are not satisfied with our current training program? Song-gu shook his head calmly, explaining, the current program is excellent. Very comprehensive. It is just that we focus mainly on physical skills and combat. He explained that some in his team are awakened with unique abilities: monster control, magic, beast transformation, and arrow recharge powers. Over the next 3 months, Song-gu wants intensive training to unlock their full potential. His words made the officials exchange looks, but slowly, trust began to shine in their eyes. Song-gu could tell he was winning them over. Then he added slowly, the current chair of this meeting, Coach Ricky, is already supporting our team. Mentioning Ricky suddenly caught everyone off guard. Song-gu did not miss a beat. But continuing, from day one, he stressed that this place is not some utopian paradise. He said, we are here to help win the war against monsters and bring peace to the world. Senna in the back looked puzzled. Why all of a sudden is he so chill about Nod? Even Ricky himself never sounded this laid back. Song-gu did not care what they thought and pushed on passionately. And I completely agree with him, a sword unused is just a sword left to rust. He wants to join Nod's frontline search team with his crew and asked for their support to quickly strengthen their force. The director heard all this earnest talk and could not help but feel moved. Most rookies would want an easy gig at headquarters, but Song-gu wants to join the search team. The military commander nodded in approval. Song-gu grinned smugly. These top brass are first-generation hunters with tons of combat experience. Appealing to their sense of duty is the best way to win their hearts. And he is nailing it. After a moment's pause, the director laughed warmly. I say we are more than ready to back this guy all the way, right? The commander nodded firmly. Absolutely. No issues from the regime's standpoint. The training center chief sighed reluctantly. I am willing to hear you out. What kind of special training program are you hoping for? Meanwhile, on the training field, Sven was drilling hard. Suddenly, he twitched, confused. Why the hell do I feel this chill all of a sudden? He muttered. The next morning, in a quiet corner of headquarters, the Song-gu group gathered. Song-gu spoke seriously. Intern Orang will start her internship with the Mew squad. Intern Minnie will begin her apprenticeship at Lam Tine Repairs. Orang overheard and muttered under her breath. What is with this sudden change? Can they just switch everything up without asking us? Isn't he that a bit much? Song-gu squinted at him, lips pressed tight, and said, weren't you the one complaining about nobody teaching you how to control monsters? Well, there is actually an S-Rank awakening with monster control powers right here in the Mew battalion. Orang gasped in surprise. Seriously? Song-gu did not answer. Just added, and Minnie too. Lam Tine is the top magical tech workshop in the sector. He said, eyes flicking over the two kids whose attitudes immediately shifted. Leshy hesitated. But what about Senna and me? Why do we have to stay at the training center? Song-gu calmly replied, you will get special training from Olivia, since no one else can teach you about core energy anymore. Gale Gun, clearly annoyed, interrupted. All right, we get it. Everyone's getting placed where they fit best. But why all the sneaky changes? Song-gu chuckled. Remember you asked me that. What is the matter? Do not tell me the mighty Gale Gun's scared now. Gale Gun jumped up, growling. I'm not scared. I just can't stand that guy. He has got a nasty temper and blows up over nothing. Kim Hun, who had been unconscious and never met Gale Gun's so-called hero, looked confused and spoke up. Is he really that bad? He is strong and saved us, so I doubt he is that terrible. But before he could finish, he caught the lethal stares from everyone and timidly asked, did I miss something? Sung sighed. Maybe it is better you were out cold back then. Then clapping his hands, he said, all right, let us go. Our instructor's waiting. They broke up immediately, though Gale Gun grudgingly followed Song-gu, grumbling the whole way, man, this sucks big time. Not long after, the three Song-gu members ran into someone who looked about 70% like Jin Chun. The stranger's face lit up. There you all are. I have been waiting for you. Gale Gun stared for a moment, then blurted, "Wait, are you the guy from that battle?" The man waved it off. "That was my brother Jin Chun. I am Park Yun, a senior here. I am here to lead you on a tour." Gailgun smirked. "Just huh? Nice try." Tour guide Sung-gu blinked and introduced the two. "Actually, that is not the real reason he is here. Young Chun just joined Team Shippy Nep, so make sure you treat him right." That news stunned Gailgun, who snapped. "So on top of extra training, we get a new team member. That is way too much to handle." Sung-gu explained apologetically. "Sorry for the late notice, but he brings something our team desperately needs." Before he could finish, a loud shout came from the other side. "Where's everyone gone?" Suddenly, 4 people bolted away, with Gailgun cursing as he ran. "Damn it! He is losing it, let us get out of here." Soon after, all 4 had gathered at the training ground, where another group was already waiting. It was Sven's group. He glared at Seong-gu with frustration. "Thanks to some damn trainee, I have to be a coach. Babysitting rookies. All because of a few newbie screw-ups." But that was not all. He snapped. "You are the one who ruined the fun last time. I finally got a chance to spar with an SSS-Rank monster, and you just had to mess it all up." Emily, used to Sven's bratty attitude, stepped over to calm the Seong-gu group. "He is just whining because he has to work longer. Don't you mind him." Sven rolled his eyes. "Whining?" Emily ignored him and asked Seong-gu. "Anyway, we have heard everything. You will be training with our team for 3 months. Right? Nice to meet you." Emily. Sung-gu nodded politely. "Pleasure's mine. I am Kim Sugo. You know her. She is in SSS-Rank Awakening with wind control powers. The perfect boost for Sven's fighting skills." Jin Chun, Chun's older brother and a dual-core awakener, is a fortress on the battlefield, unyielding defense and insane recovery. No one even comes close to him around here. Sung Woon, a single-core awakener with basic flight powers, used to be an administrative agent but got demoted to Sven's personal flying tool. And then there is Sven, officially just in SSS-Rank Melee Awakener, but in reality, he is more like an S+, his power outshining anyone else in the game. Among over 100 SSS-Rank Awakeners here, Sven's squad alone boasts more than 3. Looks like reinforcements have arrived. Sven scowls coldly, clearly annoyed. "Now you are giving me that look. I thought by now I would at least get a little respect from this place, but nope. These punks show up and get treated like royalty." Then he glances at An Chun and asks, "So this is your brother?" Jin Chun nods straight up. "Yeah, that is right." Sven watches An Chun quietly for a moment, then raises an eyebrow. "What about you? What is your power?" An Chun responds with a serious tone. "I am a pseudo. Mostly strength enhancement and defense." Sven's surprised by that. "So you are a tank too? A dual core like your brother, but your strength leans more toward defense. Just a big meat shield." Huh. Sung-gu hears this and can't help but raise an eyebrow. Earlier, Sung-gu approached the training chief demanding to recruit someone. The chief was skeptical, but Seong-gu was dead set on bringing him onto his team. While Seong-gu was lost in thought, Sven kept pressing An Chun. "You are pretty good at just taking hits, right? Like a walking shield." An Chun hesitated. "Not as good as my brother. Honestly." Sven's annoyance only grows. "Weak talk like that. But this guy's actually got some skills. So why the hell was he sent to a weaker squad?" Sung-gu thinks the doubt is just because the brother's reputation. He is holding back his real strength. One day, he will be one of the strongest ranked tanks out there. Back in his past life, An Chun got dragged into a team by his brother. This time, he won't let that happen. Before he can even show his true talent, Sung-gu's squad will swoop in and snatch him up. Sven, still annoyed by the stare, snaps, "If it were me, I would kick every last one of you out of here. I heard you all want to join the Search Legion, so I thought I would meet you first." "Yes, sir, but not under your command." That comment hits a nerve with Sven. He scoffs coldly. "Oh yeah? Well, I was not planning to recruit you anyway, but I might just give it a shot." Sung-gu keeps his cool. "I plan to lead my own team and strike unit." Sven bursts out laughing at that. Then suddenly, he powers up his hand. He taunts. "Is that so? Let us see if you can back up your big talk. Come on." As he speaks, a layer of energy envelops his body. Sung-gu knows what is coming and prepares to draw his sword, but before he can react, Geo-gun steps in to stop him. She steps forward coolly. "I will take him on first. Save your strength. If we take turns wearing him down, you can finish him off." Her eyes blaze with fighting spirit, but Sung-gu shakes his head. "We will handle it together." Geo-gun frowns, clearly disagreeing with that plan. "Hold up, since when did we turn into a bunch of cowards?" Sung-gu glares at the Sven before him, serious as stone. "This is not some ordinary fight. We have got zero chance going one-on-one with Sven. Un-chun. Let us move. The moment he speaks, Kim Hun and Un-chun pull out their weapons and take battle stances. Sung-gu leads the charge. From now on, this guy's just SSS-Rank monster. Fight like you are ready to kill. He orders them to surround Sven from every angle. Un-chun. Go straight in. Geo Gwon and Kim Hun flank. I will cover the rear. No sooner said than done. The four encircle Sven. But within 3 seconds, Sven lands a crushing blow on Un-chun. Un-chun flies backward. The frame of his armor shatters. Sven smirks, eyes locked on his opponents. Then he turns his fury on the remaining 3, taking them down one after another in no time. Sven sneers. Not even enough time to break a sweat. But just as he finishes, a low voice cuts through the air. Sven turned his head slightly, surprised that Sung-gu was still able to stand. Clutching his sword tightly, he stubbornly declared, "This is not over. We have not lost yet." Sven sneered at that and said, "Come on, just pass out already." He stared down at Sung-gu, waiting for an attack. But all he saw was his hands trembling uncontrollably. Without hesitation, Sven charged forward. Sung-gu had no choice but to summon his core shield to defend. But one swift kick from Sven shattered the shield. He scoffed. "Don't he make me laugh?" Sung-gu was blasted backwards, flying dozens of meters away. Still, he stubbornly got back up, gripping his sword tight, though his whole body kept trembling. Watching this, Sven could not help but admire him. "Kid, you are one tough cookie." As he spoke, a flash of energy appeared in his hand. Raising an eyebrow, he taunted, "Try to block this one if you can." Before the words even left his mouth, a blade of energy sliced straight at Sung-gu. Sung-gu did not dare block. He instantly dodged with a burst of speed. The blade struck the spot where he would just stood, detonating in a fiery explosion. Without hesitation, Sung-gu gripped his sword and charged fiercely from the hilltop down. Boom! The ground exploded again, dust and smoke filling the air. But no sign of the opponent. Sung-gu furrowed his brow and muttered, "Where is he?" As he spoke, he summoned his core shield once more. But just then, Sven appeared behind him and landed a solid punch to his back. Even with the shield, the blow hurt, and Sung-gu trembled. Collapsing to his knees, Sven stepped forward and slammed his fist down on Sung-gu's sword. Without hesitation, he swung another punch. Sung-gu panicked and tried to dodge. Too late, the punch smashed into his face. Sung-gu could not help but think, "This guy's a total beast." Each of his punches felt like a sledgehammer hitting him. Though Sung-gu tried to block with his hands, he still took hit after hit. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists tight. He swung his fist straight at Sven, but before he could land a hit, his body started shaking uncontrollably, and then he blacked out. Sven sighed, a bit reluctantly. Out cold already. What a lightweight, what a wimp. Jin-chun, patch this lunatic up. Jin-chun immediately rushed over to tend to Sung-gu. Sven then called for Emily. Catching her off guard, he glanced at Sung-gu, unconscious and being supported by Jin-chun. After a moment, he smiled wryly and said, "Contact the guild leaders. Tell those old geezers I will handle this myself. The ones they sent just made a joke of things." After a chaotic round of greetings, Sven gathered the group again that evening. He squinted at the 4 newcomers including Sung-gu and asked, "All right, rookies, everyone healed up yet? You good? You have all been treated by the best medics in Nint, including Jin-chun, all day long." Sven sat down gracefully, still with that fiery tone. "I expect you all to toughen up fast." Emily jumped in. "The missions you will join with us over the next 3 months are way tougher." She nodded slightly, then added, "Tonight, we head to Luzon Island. The Nent branch, there just sent an urgent call for backup." Hearing this, Sung-gu lowered his voice. "Where is that?" Kim Hun shook his head. "No idea. Never heard of it." Only Sung-gu knew exactly where it was. He twitched in surprise. So it is finally starting. Sung-gu joined Sven's team for 2 reasons. First, training with him would make him stronger. Second, a major crisis was about to unfold there, and he had to be on the front lines to rewrite history. While Sung-gu was lost in thought, Sven coldly said, "We are 1,500 kilometers from Luzon Island. It usually takes a few days, but it looks like they can't wait that long. So we are going with our preferred travel method." Un-chun, hearing this, asked suspiciously, "What method?" Sven did not answer, and just like that, Sven's familiar helicopter took off, heading straight for Luzon Island. Everyone was fine except Un-chun, who could not stop vomiting on board. Kim Hun worriedly asked if he was okay. Un-chun, pale-faced after throwing up, shook his head and muttered, "Sorry, I have a pretty bad fear of heights." Sven rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "A hunter who is this sick? What a joke. Is that really your brother?" Jin-chun. Jin-chun was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Remembering Sung-woon was still outside, Sven's tone turned chilly. Someone's still holding down the fort in that storm. Emily. Try to keep the tail steady, Emily replied immediately. Got it. But if things get out of control, we turn back, no questions asked. Meanwhile, Gail Woon was clueless about their destination. She looked at Seon Woo and asked, Captain, do you know where we are headed? Seon Woo spoke slowly. There is a place on that island called Hap Town. It is home to the world's largest devil potato production. Emily's eyes widened with surprise. Impressive? How could I forget? Seon Woo shrugged awkwardly. I just overheard it once. That is all. Emily stayed calm and explained. Seon Woo said. The devil potato is a level 18 plant-type monster. Gail Woon gasped. Wait. They are farming monsters. Are they insane? Emily sighed. You know the emergency healing meds our hunters use. They are made from devil potatoes. Remembering those healing pouches, Gail Woon could not believe it. No way. Seriously. Emily remained composed. The extract is refined so you can eat it or brew it as tea. Plus, devil potatoes reproduce insanely fast and are super easy to hunt, making them hot targets. Gail Woon muttered. I bet that business pulls in more cash than the assassin's gig. Emily nodded matter-of-factly. No surprise it draws countless factions and sparks endless wars over control. Now it is down to O to hold the line and manage it all. Gail Woon's brow furrowed. Wait. That group's name came up a lot when we clashed with Ligia. What exactly is O? Savin looked puzzled. Why are you asking that now? Emily patiently explained. They are an oceanic alliance centered in New Zealand. Their scale and structure rival nuts. And we are not exactly on friendly terms. Gail Woon questioned. But did not you say Hap Town is under joint management? Emily nodded. If we clash, it is like two wild wolves locked in a cage. Gail Woon gasped. We are heading there to fight them. Emily sighed. We signed a peace deal with O. If we stir trouble now, New Zealand will step in. And even if war breaks out, special military units will handle it, not them. They are just there to hunt monsters. Gail Woon frowned. Skeptical? Monsters. Like devil potatoes. She shook her head. With all those people packed in Hap Town, there's got to be other monsters targeting them. Emily nodded. Exactly. Nowhere else on Earth is fighting monsters this hard. Before she could say more, Emily spotted something and shouted urgently. Emergency. Everyone. Hold tight. She barely finished when the helicopter lurched violently. Gail Woon yelled. What is happening? Emily glanced at Sven, who nodded in understanding. I see it too. Kim Woon peered anxiously out the window. What is it? The clouds thickened. Suddenly, Sven spotted the problem. Wait, there they are, outside. A swarm of flying monsters was charging toward them. Emily yelled. 4 flying monsters from the southwest contact in 3 minutes. Not sure if they are sea beasts or harpies. Sven stayed cool. All right, let us warm up a bit. Rookie hunters, watch and learn. Hearing this, Ghoul could not help but shout. Wait, are you crazy? Even if you are not East Top's rank hunter, who in their right mind fights flying monsters in this crazy storm? Unfortunately, Sven did not hear a word of it. He was already the fastest out the door, leaping down without a second thought. Ghoul looked down from above, clearly annoyed, muttering, does he really want to die? Just then, someone else jumped down from above, making everyone jump out of their skins. It was Sungwon, the human-shaped flying machine. Since Sven jumped, of course Sungwon had to follow. Right then, Sven's chain core appeared behind him, a steel chain snapping into view as he spoke. Sungwon grabbed the chain quickly and pulled with all his might, stretching it tight. One above, one below, they charged straight at the flock of flying monsters. Suddenly, the monsters all threw their heads back and let out a deafening screech. Sven closed in fast, shouting, target locked 4 level 13 bird beasts, all level 13. He added. Then he sighed with disappointment. I was hoping for some sea monsters instead. Sungwon pulled him up and said, honestly, I am glad these are the only things we have to worry about. Sven snorted coldly. Quit whining. Let us just charge. With that, a blade of energy appeared in his hand. In a blink, it transformed into an arrow, and Sven threw it without hesitation. The energy arrow sliced through the air like a lightning bolt. The level 13 bird beast could not dodge in time and took the arrow straight in the chest, plummeting from the sky. But Sven was not done. He fired another energy arrow, this time piercing the mouth of another. In just moments, all 4 were down. Sven was not about to let them off easy. He attacked again, pinning another energy arrow deep into the neck of a bird beast. The last one, sensing danger, flapped its wings desperately, trying to fly higher. Seeing this, Sven smirked. Flying 1T save you now. Charge? Charge? He barked. Then he soared up to confront the beast head-on. Sven's icy smile grew wider as he lunged forward. He grabbed the beast's neck with a firm grip. The creature thrashed wildly, but Sven just sneered, hiding behind others, waiting for your chance. Clever, but in the end, I am the one who wins. With that, Sven squeezed tighter. The beast screamed in agony, but he showed no mercy. Before long, the bird beast was crushed to death. Sven finally released his grip, letting the lifeless body drop to the ground. Back on the plane, Ghoul's crew watched the scene in stunned silence. Then, surprisingly, Gyogun spoke up with sympathy. I do not know about you guys, but I actually feel sorry for that bird. Sven, however, felt no such pity. After wiping them out, he immediately ordered, let us head back. With Sven's command, Sungwon quickly carried him back to the plane. The plane soared toward Hap City on Luzon Island. Along the way, they faced no more obstacles. Sven's team landed safely in Hap City. As soon as they arrived, Nadi's people greeted Sven with a formal ceremony. Hunter Sven, welcome back. Hope your trip went smoothly. Sven replied coolly. Not bad. The elder immediately responded. The branch manager is waiting for you inside. Ghoul looked behind Sven, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes. You have been here 4 times, but this is your first time in this life. Feels nostalgic. Meanwhile, someone approached Emily. Greeting. Good to see you again. It has been 8 months. Has not? Emily glanced around skeptically, asking, where is everyone? Last time we came, it was not this quiet. The other hesitated before answering. About 6 months ago, there were a series of murders. A local militia formed, and since then, everyone's been living in fear. Emily frowned and asked again, did they catch the culprit? Shrugging indifferently, the man said, who knows? Probably just some killer hiding among the refugees, a completely delusional. He talked about it so casually it was downright disgusting, like it had nothing to do with him. Sungu was not surprised at all, bluntly saying, just like any ruined zone. Nothing special. Net never cared if the refugees were stabbing each other, it only mattered if the current order was threatened. Emily, clueless about his thoughts, pressed for more info. What is going on with O? Any problems? Instantly annoyed, the other guy snapped, don't he bring it up. It is drama with them every single day. Sven heard that and shot back furiously, baring his teeth. Yeah, that old man's all talk and no action. But those O bastards need to be put in their place. I will handle it personally. Emily sighed helplessly, pleading, please do not stir up trouble again. Just then, Si Kwon-gu's group arrived and asked, can we tag along? Sven shot him a glare. What? You think greeting that old man is some fun adventure? Afraid Sven might blow up again, Emily quickly signaled. Everyone else handled dinner. When you are ready, meet back at camp. We will contact you through the comm link. Sanggu glanced back and asked, what about you, Jinshin the hunter? Heard Jinshin's tearing Yaeyongchun apart right now. On cue, he replied casually. I gotta give that embarrassing brat a little lesson. Watching this, Kim Hun felt a pang of sympathy. Never thought such a gentle soul would be strangling his own brother like this. Yao Gun, on the other hand, understood completely. Smirking, brothers will be brothers. Squang-gu did not pay much attention to their banter. He looked at the two and said, all right, let us grab a bite, then stroll around the base. We are stuck here for 3 months. Might as well get familiar with the terrain. A while later, the 3 from Ikseong-gu arrived at the mess hall, greeted by a delicious spread on the table. Jiao Gun and Kim Hun dug in eagerly, clearing their plates in no time. Kim Hun sipped his tea and said, the food is not as rich or fresh as Akyus, but it is still pretty good. Sanggu nodded slightly. Looks like local cuisine survived the apocalypse just fine. Kim Hun finished his sip, impressed. The tea's good too. What kind is this? Sengyu explained slowly. It is brewed from the ghost potato plant. Has a sharp kick, kinda like wine. Right? Jiao Gun's eyes widened, turning a monster root into tasty tea. That is some serious hustle. Pour me another pot. Without missing a beat, she stood, grabbed the teapot, and walked away, chatting as she went. At least it eased the frustration of not drinking real booze. But before she could get her tea, she bumped into someone, and the pot slipped from her hands. Crashing down, realizing her mistake, Jiao Gun hurriedly apologized and bent down to pick up the pot. But the other party was not having it. They spoke some weird language. Hey, did you just bump into us? Sunggu asked. Just a country bumpkin from Net, clumsy as hell. They sneered. You get it. Jiao Gun. Hearing that, Jiao Gun got mad and shot back. Hey, who you calling a hick? Squang-gu heard her shout, glanced over. What is going on here? Kim Hun jumped up. Worried. Jiao Gun. You okay? What did those guys do to you? Song-gu wanted to tell him to calm down, but noticed Kim Hun was more fired up than her. Then, spotting the troublemakers, Si Kwon-gu bit back at Kim Hun. Those uniforms belonged to the Ho faction. Kwon-gu frowned at them. Ho was a multinational group formed around the continent's so-called awakenings in Oceania. If Met popped up like weeds in harsh conditions. Ho rose mainly because of constant monster attacks, like a pampered prince inheriting his throne. While he was lost in thought, Kim Hun hesitated. But did not we sign a peace treaty? Then why are they acting like spoiled kids? The net leader promised no more trouble. Song-gu nodded coolly. Yeah, not the top brass. But that does not mean they control every layer below. At the end of the day, they are just scavengers fighting over scraps after the apocalypse. Let us wait and see how this plays out. Meanwhile, Gelgown was still raging. You were just pretending to be clueless at first. But I know you did that on purpose. Stabbing her like that. O's crew is looking down on Echelum again. What nonsense is this brat spouting? Maybe he's just apologizing for being lost. Hearing this, Song-gu's expression suddenly darkened. Gelgown, clueless but fairy, snarled, you just insulted me. Did not you? You crash into someone. You better apologize or get ready to die. No sooner had she finished than she charged forward fiercely. The guy did not back down either and immediately recharged his energy core. Without hesitation, he shot it straight at Gelgown. She was blasted backward, crashing hard into the wall behind her. Seeing this, the guy smirked at his buddies. Did I go a bit too hard? One of them replied. Tone it down a little. Would ya? Just then, a sharp voice cut through the tension. So you are fake awakened. That changes things. Making the two jerks jump and look back startled. Suddenly, Gelgown appeared from afar, a phantom beast looming behind her. She muttered under her breath, time to throw down for real. Seeing the phantom behind Gelgown, the two jerks panicked, shouting, what the hell is that? I have never seen an energy core like that. While they were still freaking out, Gelgown charged forward fiercely. Now she was like a wild beast unleashed. But Song-gu suddenly glanced sideways. Gelgown startled. Captain, what are you doing? Song-gu did not answer, just snapped his fingers lightly. An energy projectile shot toward Gelgown, sending her flying back again. This move confused the two jerks. Attacking your own teammate. What the hell is this madman playing at? While they were arguing, they recharged their energy cores again. They attacked Song-gu, but he was one step ahead, raising a shield core to defend. Then he counterattacked, hurling the two idiots flying. They slammed hard into the wall behind them. Kim Hun rushed over to Gelgown, anxiously asking, are you okay? But she was dazed, unable to say a word. The two jerks, bruised and furious, got up from the ground, gritting their teeth. Damn brat. Song-gu narrowed his eyes at them, thinking they still have not learned their lesson. He can let this escalate, time to make them back off. But before he could act, another guy stepped in front. The thug glanced at the two and ordered, enough. You troublemakers. They looked resentful but held back. The newcomer ignored them, flashing a fake smile at Song-gu. Let us call it quits. All right. Time to stop fighting. Song-gu nodded without hesitation. Fine. Consider it cancelled. That caught the guy off guard. Wait, how can you speak our language without a translator? Song-gu calmly replied, just a bit of luck. Seeing Song-gu was not fazed, the guy laughed. Sorry about my guys, they are reckless. I am Jim Ho. I am Kim Song-gu. He introduced himself, then shook Hogan's hand like sealing a truce. But the moment their hands touched, Song-gu froze instantly. Seeing Song-gu's strange expression, Hogan worriedly asked, what is wrong? Something off. Hiding his suspicion, Song-gu shook his head. Nothing. We just finished eating and will be on our way. Saying that, he turned and left with Kim Hun, heading out of the dining hall. Only then did the two guys rush over, suspiciously asking, why did the captain let them go? He should be shown them who is boss. One grumbled. Hogan's smile vanished instantly as he grabbed one of them by the neck. Coldly, he snapped, shut up. You could not even beat them. Then he threw the guy to the ground and barked at Echi Lun. Don't say another word. I am boiling mad right now. He threatened to tear Song-gu to shreds with his own hands, so small no one would recognize what it used to be. Elsewhere, outside the dining hall, the three were heading back to their resting spot. Gelgown was still fuming. Shouldn't we have taught them a lesson? Shouldn't we teach those guys a lesson? Song-gu said with a smirk. If we keep going like this, we are just going to end up eating cores again. Besides, did not you feel that voice when you touched that Hogan guy? Kimin, Arang, and Zur are Hogan. So that is three people, but you do not get it. What if it is some awakened core power from a different state? Sung-gu went home with that thought weighing on him. But then he noticed something by the roadside. It was a little beggar girl. Kim-hoon saw her too. He felt a pang of sympathy. Muttering, "Can you believe this? A tiny kid begging on the street like this," Sung-gu explained. "She is not the only one. You will see plenty more," Gailgood murmured doubtfully. "But this one looks way too young." Kim-hoon approached the girl quietly and asked softly, "Where are your parents?" "Little one." The girl just shuffled without saying a word. Sung-gu knew exactly what was up, spoke up to remind. "Turn on the translator on your bracelet and speak into it." Kim-hoon suddenly realized and quickly said into the bracelet, "You are here alone. Where are your parents?" The little girl finally understood what he meant and hurriedly bowed. Tears falling. "You are a hunter, right?" "My parents. They are all dead. Monsters killed them." Kim-hoon looked a bit shaken, quickly asking, "Hey, you do not have to cry for me. What is your name?" The girl immediately answered, "Chieksa." Kim-hoon paused, deep in thought at the name. After a moment, he pulled out a core and handed it to her. "Whenever I come by, I will bring you some of these. If anyone tries to take them, just say a hunter will come to hunt them down." Chieksa stopped crying and reached out to take it. Then she quickly bowed to Kim-hoon. "Thank you for your kindness. I will pray for you." Kim-hoon could not bear to see such a small girl begging, sighed and said, "All right." Jae-hoon saw this and immediately gave a thumbs up in approval. Kim-hoon, worried he was intruding, shyly nodded and said, "Sorry. It is just that it reminded me of when Captain Yasung saved me back then." Sehong-gu said plainly, "I get. You did the right thing teaching her how to keep them safe. Without a hunter's name as backup, she would not hold on to them for more than an hour. But that still does not solve Chieksa's real problem." He asked Kim-hoon if he saw the mark on her shoulder. Kim-hoon looked over. Sehong-gu pointed to Chieksa's shoulder. "That is a slave's brand." The moment those words came out, both Kim-hoon and Jae-hoon gasped in shock. "What? Who would do something like that? It is not a hunter or an O, right?" Sehong-gu shook his head and explained. "They might treat the wastelanders like insects, but they do not openly enslave them. They like to keep up appearances." Kim-hoon, doubtful, asked, "Then who?" Sehong-gu gazed into the distance, murmuring, "Maybe there is another force ruling this place." Later, after they returned, Sehong-gu recounted the story at home to Sven. With his hot temper, Sven was ready to punch a wall after hearing it. Emily was a bit helpless, rubbing her head, while Kim-hoon and Jae-hoon looked panicked, fearing Sven's wrath. But Sven gritted his teeth and muttered, "Say that again. What the hell did those damn O's do?" Sehong-gu did not feel like arguing and looked at Emily, explaining, "It is not that serious. Like I said." Emily sighed reluctantly. "That does not mean it is not important." Hearing this, Sehong-gu immediately furrowed his brow in silence. Emily continued, "Any conflict between hunters and O's risks diplomatic chaos, and those involved could be expelled." Jae-hoon protested angrily. "But those bastards started it." Emily blinked and asked, "Really? But the bar owner said she is the one causing the trouble." Jae-hoon grumbled, "What? But they..." Seeing she could not explain, Sehong-gu jumped in. "They tried to sneakily turn on the translator so we could hear them calling us bumpkins, which made Jae-hoon blow his top. It was not over yet." Sehong-gu added, "Those jerks even called Jae-hoon a blind girl after the translation device went offline." Jae-hoon instantly lost it. "What? Those bastards dared say that?" Emily, hearing his calm retelling, was a bit shocked and asked, "Wait, you understood what they said without the translator?" Even Sven was not any less surprised. Sehong-gu nodded slightly. "I picked up a few languages from the manager of Branch 17. Sven smiled, impressed. "No way. So he taught you the language of those assholes, knowing you would need it someday?" He just shrugged. Sehong-gu figured that was about right, more like he absorbed it on his own. That guy always had crazy foresight. Emily sighed and warned, "Anyway, stay out of trouble with the O." I got lucky that Sehong-gu kept things under control. But Sven calmly asked, "So did you guys win?" That made Emily grumble. "Didn't you hear the report? They already made a deal with their leader." Sven cracked a grin and said, "Who said that? Those punks do not just make peace talks that easy." Emily snapped back, "Donna start trouble for the rookies. They have got to work the fields all day tomorrow." Sven's face immediately fell. After a pause, he said, "Tomorrow morning, you will just be helping with farm work, but in the afternoon, I have got a special training program lined up." "Got it?" The three of them immediately responded, "Yes, sir." But Emily looked worried and called out urgently. Sven smiled and said, "Captain, I am just training them. Are not Have I ever lied to you? Do I even need to ask? You are definitely up to something. Emily said. Sure, he had some secret agenda. The next day, at the ghost potato plantation outside Hap City, a bunch of the potatoes were being ripped out aggressively. Screaming nonstop, Galgun angrily hit one screaming potato on the head, shouting, "Shut that mouth now!" The ghost potato obediently stopped screaming, but its body trembled violently. Galgun snapped coldly, "Man, these things sure are noisy." Then she tossed it into the cart, muttering suspiciously, "How are these supposed to be grade 18? They are wilting the second they are pulled from the ground." Gun calmly explained, "In pure strength, compared to a normal person, they are basically just plants. Their screams sound annoying and loud to you and me, but to low-grade superiors or those not awakened, hearing those screams alone can kill instantly." Galgun's eyes widened in shock. Gun noticed her reaction and calmly added, "Just hearing their screams causes blood vessels in the brain to burst, and blood starts gushing from eyes, nose, and mouth." Hearing this, Galgun threw away the potato she just pulled and cursed, "Gross. These freaky plant things." That evening, outside Hap City Skates, a big truck pulled up. Emily slowly opened the door and stepped out, with the three of Gun's team quickly following behind. Emily approached Sven and said, "We are back from the farm support mission." "Captain," Sven nodded approvingly. "Good job. Now listen up. Rookies, did you notice the monsters down there?" The four of Gun's team glanced down below. Gun observed for a moment before answering. "They are fire ant dogs. Corpse children grade 15 insect-type monsters." Sven nodded slightly, coldly ordering, "Right? You will head down there and take care of them. That is today's training." Gun accepted without hesitation. "Understood. We will prepare and head down." Suddenly, Sven's mood flipped to angry, leaving the four puzzled. While they were confused, Sven kicked each of them down, scolding coldly, "I said get down there now." Emily watched this and started nagging. "Captain, what are you doing?" Sven shrugged casually. "What do you mean? It is just a monster extermination drill." Trying to fake a worried look, Emily got angrier. "Yeah, but that area is jointly managed by the O and us." Sven pursed his lips, asking back, "Really?" The more Emily talked, the more furious she got, cursing him silently. This jerk did not even bother informing the O first. "So this is your plan? Are the trainees going to be okay? There is no better training than the real fight. But you have to pull them out the moment they even think about stepping on OS toes." Meanwhile, the four Xiangu members fell down the wall below, and Xiangu glanced at the remaining three and spoke up. "He probably wants to test us. So fight with everything you have got, core power and all. Even though they will easily overpower the enemy, these guys are dangerous. Their bodies ignite on contact with air." So Xiangu warned them to keep their core shields up. The three immediately raised their core protective shields upon hearing that. Then Xiangu gave orders, "I am leading. Jaeyogun and Kim-hun follow in a triangular formation. Ayoung-chun, you cover any stragglers that slip past us." The swarm of fire locusts froze for a moment when they saw them charging in. But quickly, they got into battle mode, their wings clashing nonstop, screeching like nails on a chalkboard. Jaeyogun grumbled, annoyed, "Man, these things are louder than a haunted yam patch, worse than killer bees." Fueled by irritation, Jaeyogun relentlessly pounded the fire locust in front of him. Sungu was not slacking either. He leapt into the air, his sword wrapped in a fierce aura. With a powerful slash, Sungu took down several fire locusts in one sweep. Jaeyogun, true to form, was still tearing them apart with his bare hands. Kim-hun was not far behind, his twin swords dancing through the air, slicing down a good number of the fiery bugs. Yan-chun covered the rear, smashing any that slipped past his teammates. Sven, watching from above, grinned satisfied. Not bad at all. Meanwhile, Emily, still annoyed and grumbling, muttered, "Glad I am just watching this show." Before long, they wiped out the entire swarm, their feet surrounded by piles of smoldering carcasses. Jaeyogun wiped sweat from his brow and breathed out, "That is it? Seriously?" Just then, Yan-chun's eyes caught something. Suddenly, he yelled out loudly, a warning. His shout startled Jaeyogun, who barely had time to react before Yan-chun slammed into him, sending both flying out. As they tumbled, Sungu shouted, "Another fire locust. Gun, do not lose focus till this is over." But right after that, his expression darkened, as if death itself were staring him down. Seeing this, Kim-hun grew uneasy and asked, "What is wrong?" Even Emily, watching above, caught sight of it, her eyes narrowing in concern. Xiangu squinted sharply ahead. There was a shadowy mantis inching closer to them. Jaeyogun, still oblivious, Annoyed by the earlier shove, grit his teeth and snarled. Do I look like a bowling pin to you? You are not getting away from me. Sungu's face tightened with seriousness. Standing before the two, he said, Step back. This is not a fight you can win. I will handle this myself. Jaegun hesitated. Doubt creeping in. Was he really scared? Sungu's face showed a flicker of panic. Far off, Frank spotted it too. Muttering skeptically, No way, that isn't S-Rank. I have never seen that monster before. Emily, is it S-Rank? Emily shook her head. Uncertain. Let me check. A moment later, data appeared on her wrist. She explained slowly. Rare, but not S-Rank. Probably a rank 4. Sungu recognized it from past life memories. It was not like those named monsters, the unique ones found across continents. This was not the same beast that took down the Spearfish squad. But still, why did this menace terrify Sungu so much? Because in his past life, they were blindsided and crushed, suffering massive casualties and deaths. That trauma left a scar deep inside Sungu, who had not fully awakened to his power yet. Are you still scared that the nightmare will happen again? While he was lost in thought, the mantis let out a fierce, snarling cry, but Sungu showed no fear. Instead, a fierce grin spread across his face. Without hesitation, he charged straight at the mantis, swinging his sword in a brutal horizontal slash. Finally, Sungu understood it was not trembling out of fear, but burning with rage and thirst for revenge. With that realization, Sungu unleashed a furious flurry of strikes against the mantis. In the blink of an eye, its front leg was sliced clean off by you. You shouted fiercely. I am not that kid anymore. Now I am packed with battle memories fighting monsters. Maybe your skills are not top tier yet, but something like that. Not a chance against you. Saying that, you glanced down at the brat sprawled on the ground. You pointed your sword at it again, muttering, If I tear that thing into 100 pieces, I would feel way better. The brat seemed oblivious to your words. Frantically scanning the area, you ignored it, lips pressed tight, mumbling, I need to trace the origin of that mark. Better hand it over to the researchers, so they can dig into its brain. Then your eyes flicked to Gale Good and Kim Good. Capture it alive? No mercy. They immediately nodded, ready to obey. But before they could act, a charged energy shot appeared out of nowhere. With a loud pop, the brat's head exploded. You did not have time to react, and were caught in the blast's shockwave. The brat's body was engulfed in flames, smoke billowing everywhere. Kim promptly rushed over to support you, worriedly asking, You okay? You shook your head slightly, muttering, What the hell was that? Looking closer, you realized someone had appeared on the other side without you noticing. A slow clap echoed. Well done. 3 guys in uniforms approached. One with a smirk said, Just one shot and that giant bug's down. The guy holding a gun rolled his eyes. Much, do not you think? I could be done it quieter. Let us haul it back before sundown. They completely ignored your group and started handling the buggus corpse like you were not even there. This pissed you off to no end. They are blatantly disrespecting your people. You need that thing for answers. Don't they even care about starting a fight? You snapped, pointing at them. Hey, why are you stashing that? You saw me take it down already. The O crew chuckled, tossing a nucleus in hand. We do not know what you are talking about, the lead guy joked. We are just collecting trophies from the monster you killed. If anything, you are the one causing trouble. But little did they know, you had noticed something. You wisely kept quiet. And then it happened. Sven appeared out of nowhere, his voice cutting through the chatter as he kicked the bug's corpse in the ass. The guy on the other side got blood all over his mouth, roaring, Who the hell's that? They are dead meat. He tried to fight back but got snapped at by his own teammate. Captain, chill. The young gun with the rifle grumbled. How dare you bite me? His teammates muttered nervously because, well, that was Sven. Look at that cocky mug of Sven who is gonna mess with him. The other guy wisely lowered his gun. Meanwhile, Emily's crew upstairs were equally stunned. Sven had somehow dropped down right beside them. The gunman nearly pissed his pants hearing Sven's name. Mumbling, Sven, that idiot. Before he could finish his sentence, Sven kicked him square in the face, and that was not all. Sven swiftly took down 2 more of his buddies. He grabbed the bug's nucleus, cold as ice, said, trying to steal someone else's food. Dream on. Just as he spoke, Sven noticed the blonde guy lying on the ground, stunned. Seriously. Then the blonde shouted fiercely, By the rules, anyone who kills a monster gets its core. You attacked everyone in the admin zone and stole the loot. You won. Get away with this. What was he thinking? Trying to reason with a madman like Sven. Before he finished, Sven had him by the collar. Sven's tone was deadly serious. Looks like your brain still not working. How many times do I have to knock some sense into you? Then Sven slammed his head into the ground, yanked him up, and warned coldly, "If you mess with my team again, your skull won't last long." The blonde guy was terrified. Quickly apologizing, Sven did not bother with him, tossing the nucleus back to your group. You caught it with a steady hand before you could react. Sven scolded. Don't let yourself get bullied everywhere you go. Seriously embarrassing. Emily watched the whole scene, ready to faint on the spot. This guy just can't help but stir up trouble. Even Sung Jun did not know what to say. The next day, at the outdoor training ground, Gu gathered the whole crew and started laying down the law. I do not know why I am stuck with these rookies who just keep making things harder for themselves. But I am not about to let my team get treated like trash. So he decided to whip them into shape. Mornings and afternoons will be all about hunting monsters in the forest and low-walled areas. Plus, after dinner, they will have one-on-one recovery training with their assigned partners. Then Sven called Emily over, but her expression was not exactly thrilled. He assured everyone not to worry, she might look tough, but when the recovery training starts, she guides you through perfectly. Then Sven shot a sharp glance at Aun Chun and said the best drill for the tank, Park Chun, would be to get hit nonstop until he is about to die. Leaving everyone stunned by that brutal order, before anyone could reply, Sven moved on to the next person, Jin Chun, and warned, Gail's got some special skills, but her core control is absolute garbage. That instantly made Gail furious, itching to fire back, but Sven did not care. He pressed on, my duty is to drag that idiot out into the wasteland and toss her to the monsters. Let her learn what real brutality feels like. Then Sven ordered Sung Han to start training Kim Han immediately, and Sung Han snapped to attention. Sven stepped up to Kim Han. His tone, let us be real. Your power is 0. You know that, right? Kim Ha's staring at him, and after a long moment, reluctantly nodded. Sven paid no mind and calmly continued. Your training will follow the rules step by step, but 10 times harsher. If you do not want to watch your teammates die because of your weakness, you better be ready to sacrifice. Got it? Kim Han immediately straightened up and shouted loudly. Yes, sir. Once he finished assigning the 3, Sven glanced toward U.S. car. After a pause, he spoke. As for you, I will personally train you just like you wanted. Gu calmly looked at him and replied coldly. It is my honor. Honor? Huh? Sven sneered coldly. We will see if you still feel that way once training starts. Without another word, Sven shrugged off his jacket, drawing a sword in hand. I hear you know my techniques. How much can you actually use? Gu drew his sword calmly in response. Shadow slash, sword burst, and silk thread slash 3 in total. Hearing that, Sven nodded with approval. All right, I will show you some basic moves with the sword. Try to counter with your similar techniques. You instantly tensed, nervously saying, wait, I only said I knew 3. Sven smirked. You think I am going easy on you? Think again. No sooner had he said that than he slashed out a glowing crescent-shaped sword beam. Gu did not dare relax and immediately parried with a moon shadow slash. With a sharp clash, their energies collided. But Gu's sword beam faded quickly, no surprise. He had anticipated getting trapped, but Sven did not give him a breather. Charging fiercely, he said, I am holding back the most I can. Keep up. He slashed out another sword beam. Gu hurriedly blocked with a similar strike, just like before. He was forced back, feeling a bit annoyed. Are you kidding me? That is all you got. Sven gave him no time to rest, generating another sword energy attack, this time a different move. Gu did not dare slack off and quickly mimicked, swinging out a sword beam to defend. The 2 powerful beams clashed again. Even in training, he could not lower his guard. He had to fight like it was a real battle. Of course, Sven held back a lot. The moves were still savage, but he was not pouring all his energy into it like the real deal. Gu watched dozens of phantom sword beams rush at him, panic flickering in his eyes as he hurriedly dodged. But dodging one was doable, dodging dozens was not. He still got pierced, blood soaking through his shoulder, and it was not over. The dozens of phantom swords exploded, burying Gu in a storm of fiery blades. When the dust settled, Gu lay sprawled on the ground, covered in wounds. Seeing this, Gu furrowed his brow in frustration. After a long pause, Sven's voice turned cold as he questioned. You faced those techniques head-on, right? Gu was momentarily stunned by the question, but Sven pressed on. You dodged moves you have never even used yourself. Like you already know their basic principles. Gu's eyes widened in shock. You focused so hard on dodging that you unconsciously used muscle memory. Maybe you were once teammates competing side by side, but not anymore. Hiding the panic inside, Gu explained cautiously. In the land of home, There was someone who taught me the basics of swordsmanship. And also the data about the core owner. Sigu's weapon broke right after the fusion. Just like you said, he just could not believe it and kept asking why you still can't use the core weapon. Is it really necessary to stick with a regular sword? Sigu hurriedly explained that I have not developed enough to wield a core as a weapon yet. The best I can handle right now is just a core bullet. So what is the point? Sigu sneered. You know the rules and what is holding you back. But you still can't use the skill. The gap between your theory and practice is hilarious, is like you are from the future stuck in the past. That one line was enough to freeze Mir. Sigu right on the spot. He even sensed something off when he learned about your past life. This guy's way too sensitive. You know, Sigu is strong, but you really need to watch your back around him. Walmer. Sigu was lost in thought. Sven spoke up. Anyway, you need to recalibrate your body. And you know the fastest way to awaken. Right? Sigu bluntly nodded. Yep, Sven chuckled softly, then turned and walked away. Coldly saying, in the next 3 months, show me everything you have got. If you manage to hurt me, I will take notice of you. He said he would give me, Sigu 3 chances. This just now was the first. After seeing the doctor, you can come here for the next 2. At that moment, Sigu heard this and sat up, eyes fixed on Sven's retreating figure. Elsewhere, in Benzi Forest in the city, Kim Hun had just finished training with Sung Hun and was now lying exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath. Sung Hun was way more down to earth than Sven. He approached to help Kim Hun up, smiling reassuringly. Tougher than you thought. Huh. The more you train, the stronger you get. Later, Kim Hun headed back, deep in thought. He had attacked Sung Hun over 20 times but could not land a single hit. Sung Hun might be a top tier, but he is no combat specialist. Carrying this worry, Kim Hun slowly made his way home. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice but could not make out the words. So he quickly grabbed his translator. Then he realized 2 guys were bullying Chisa. The girl kept writhing on the ground, mumbling, I just want to pray for your families. The man angrily kicked over something in front of Chisa, shouting furiously, Get lost. What about my family? You gonna save my wife, or what? Just you wait. As he spoke, he raised his hand to slap Chisa, but before he could hit her, a hand grabbed his wrist. Kim Hun slammed the jerk to the ground without hesitation. Seeing him, Chisa immediately brightened up, crying out, Hunter sir. Kim Hun did not pay her much mind. He grabbed the other guy by the collar, coldly warning them, You are lucky you are just civilians, or you would not walk away with a single scratch. Now scram. No sooner had he said that, Kim Hun threw the guy aside, the 2 quickly fled, and Kim Hun sat down in front of Chisa, worriedly asking, You okay? Any pain anywhere? Chisa shook her head softly, smiling, You helped me again. I will pray for your health and happiness. Kim Hun helped her up gently, saying, Come on, I told you, no need to kneel. But then he saw the slave mark on her shoulder, and his expression darkened instantly. A little later, at the training ground, Kim Hun told Seung-gu about it. After finishing, Seung-gu questioned skeptically, So you just let them overpower her? Kim Hun nodded quietly. Seung-gu sighed reluctantly. You do not even have enough time to train yourself, and now you are taking care of a kid too. Kim Hun looked at him, voice low. Sorry. But is not there a way to get her onto the ship, or to the core owner? That girl's smart if she would been born normally. Before he could finish, Seung-gu cut him off coldly. This is not normal. In this world, core powers are everything. If she ever awakens, she might find a place to belong. But you know as well as I do that she has got no beast affinity like a normal kid. If you care that much, then take proper care of her. Kim Hun was stunned. Suspicious? What do you mean? Seung-gu explained calmly. If someone calls her a slave, there is definitely an owner, and whoever that is, if they find out a hunter's interested in her, she could be tortured because of you. Kim Hun's face froze as he heard that. Half a month later, Sven and Seung-gu showed up at the training ground like usual. Sven raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Get ready. I am back at it again. No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a sharp slash of sword light. Seung-gu gritted his teeth fiercely, eyes blazing with alertness. That was his highest state of threat energy, the infinite mode. This time, he was not letting Sven slip away, but before he could react, Sven's figure had already vanished into thin air. By the time Seung-gu realized what happened, his body was shredded by the sword light cuts on his arms, waist, legs. He trembled as he knelt on the ground, barely holding himself up. Sven sighed reluctantly. Come on. It has been half a month already. When are you gonna get it? Seung-gu looked up at him, confusion written all over his face. Sven snapped, annoyed but patient. Look, An invisible blade is the perfect skill to truly understand the course rules. Master that, and you will get stronger. Focus. Sungu closed his eyes, forcing his mind to zero in. He had to take it step by step, every technique, every core leaving traces in the void. His mind slinked through every crack and corner. Suddenly, a cascade of lights shimmered before him, and with it came the revelation. The core energy Sven emitted looked like clusters of light, swirling and twisting. Sungu's face lit up. That is it. That is exactly the feeling. Seeing this, Sven chuckled. Looks like you finally caught on. Let us try again. As he spoke, he sent out another slash of sword light. Sungu stayed calm, standing firm, fully focused on sensing Sven's core energy. Moments later, he opened his eyes. He would found it. Without hesitation, Sungu swung his sword back. This time, Sven's sword light did not faze him at all. Seeing this, Sven grinned with satisfaction. He praised eagerly. Not bad. I knew you would surprise me. Just a moment ago, you were all over the place. And now you are like someone totally new. Even Xiangu was shocked at his own progress. He thought he would only block 1 or 2 strikes, but he blocked every single one. But with Xiangu celebrating too soon, Sven gathered energy in both palms. He shouted excitedly, "All right, now let us go all out." But before he could strike, a buzzing sound erupted nearby. Sven's brow furrowed, annoyance flashing in his eyes. Xiangu twitched slightly, a flicker of worry creeping in. Noticing Xiangu's expression, Sven asked, "You feeling that too?" Definitely it is someone who just woke up. Sven's voice buzzed with excitement. Exactly. But not from Nennis' side. Looks like we have got some unexpected guests. Meanwhile, in another corner, a group of people were approaching. They wore us uniforms, faces twisted in ugly scowls like they would just stepped in dog poop. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. A familiar face made the leader freeze and turn. Lian appeared, dragging Xiangu along, radiating utter arrogance. He raised his brow and smirked. I have been wondering, so you are the one pulling the strings behind the lieutenant stirring the pot. The commander's face darkened tenfold at Sven's call out. Sungu, standing behind, was surprised. So even the commander was tangled up in a mess. Soldiers always had petty rivalries. But why would a high-ranking officer bring so many troops to a net zone like it is a parade? Something fishy was definitely going on contrary to Xiangu's unease. Sven kept his cocky grin, laughing dryly. Bringing all your little problems here. Hearing this, the woman who detailed a daytime robbery earlier shivered in fear, but Sven was not letting up. Still grinning, I know those guys cowards who ran off to tattle to daddy. That hit a nerve with the lieutenant, who snapped angrily. Watch your mouth, Sven. Coming into our jurisdiction without a heads up was not enough. Now you are using violence against my people. He jabbed a finger at Sven. Furious? You know damn well how strict the peace treaty between our groups is. You will have to answer for these illegal actions. Just as Dunn thought Sven would be scared, the answer came in a beat. Sven cocked his head and fired back. Who do you think started this? You guys attacked us with sharp weapons and stole our loot, but Dunn pretended his people were in the right. Snapping back. My men only used live ammo to save your troops from that monster. Instead of thanking us, you want to kill us. The lady from before turned pale hearing that. Did they really say that? Sven sneered with disdain. Those jerks and their reports, do not they ever learn? Keep fighting like fools, never getting smarter. Then he put on a cocky grin. But hey, our rookies can totally pull that off. No need for fancy gear either. Your guys probably are not even as tough as our rookies. That was a straight-up insult. Dunn's face twisted with rage. He roared. You are just a kid. But fine, I accept your challenge. Then he turned to his men. We are setting up a showdown. One of my captains versus one of your rookies. Let us see if they are really trained like you say. Sven was not scared anymore and eagerly agreed. Don't come crying about the peace treaty when you lose. Then he shot Sven a knowing look walking over. Win this, or you are getting kicked out of the main base. Goose captain spoke confidently. No way that is happening. Sven loved this attitude and barked loudly. Move out, rookies of Goose squad. Goose captain grinned, knowing who Sven wanted him to fight. Got it, boss. Then Gu and the blonde guy stepped onto the training ground, with Dunn stepping forward to speak. Losers will take responsibility for the last incident and lose the praying mantis core. Any objections? Goose captain shrugged. Nope. Right after that, Gu spotted someone shouter was nearby, and he was here too. Gu could not help but smirk. Look at those eyes, they are battling monsters, not opponents. What is your move now? Gu focused on the blonde guy, remembering from his past life that captains who awakened usually hits rank. If this guy's the same, you could take him down. Should he just go all out and end this fast? But Gu just smiled wickedly. Actually, I have got a better plan. The match officially started. The blonde guy charged his spear with energy. He kept attacking, but Go blocked every strike. Not bad speed, but still too slow for him. One attack failed. The blonde raised his spear and started spinning it. Then he swung it horizontally, sending a powerful energy beam straight at Gu. Gu did not hesitate, raising his sword to block. But the blonde did not give him a second to breathe and charged fiercely again. The clash happened instantly, a spear versus sword locked in a deadly grip. Gu stomped hard, digging into the ground to hold his ground. His lips curled fiercely. That guy knows how to use inner power, definitely not someone to underestimate. Meanwhile, the crowd watching Gu only saw him defending and started mocking him, calling him an idiot. Even Sven was skeptical, furrowing his brow and muttering, "Is he not going to use sword power? What is he trying to pull?" Gu was reading the blonde's move: spin attack, then a stab downward, and next, a straight-on strike. Just as Gu predicted, the blonde was charging his spear straight at him. Gu smiled smugly and dodged. Called it. The crowd who mocked him before were stunned, their jaws dropping like they would seen gold. They never expected Gu to predict the attack and dodge. Gu knew everyone doubted why he was not using sword power if he finished too fast. They would accuse him of cheating, but if they saw him master the basics, they could not argue. The blonde had used all his skills but still could not hurt Gu, so he hissed in frustration. "Don't ask why you lost, blame Gu." Spear techniques were created by Cross, with 6 basic skills and 8 applied spear moves, and Gu had trained with Cross in his past life. So yeah, he knew all the tricks. While Gu was lost in memories, the blonde guy just would not back down and kept attacking. Reluctantly, Gu flicked his tongue. He could predict every move this guy was about to make. Next up, the guy would strike with his hand, then follow up with a straight spear thrust. This was Gu's chance. He immediately sprinted away. He knew this move took forever to recharge, so it was game over for him in the blink of an eye. Gu closed in right in front of the blonde dude, ready to pierce him with a single strike. But suddenly, a sharp shout cut through the air. Enough. The shout startled both Varden and Sven, who were watching the showdown unfold. Gu did not flinch. He pressed the tip of his sword against the blonde's neck. One twitch, and it would be a headless corpse. Just then, a middle-aged man rushed into the training ground with a booming voice. He demanded, "What do you think you are doing here?" Only now did Gu lower his sword, noticing the faint outline of shackles on the man's body. This man was Kawa Dong-ho. He turned to Varden and demanded, "Lieutenant, what is going on here? How dare you send troops into the not factionist territory?" Varden barked an order. "Report." Hunter Sven started the fight with my men. Dong-ho tried to calm things down, reminding them that no matter what happened, they had to follow protocol and file an official report. The blonde guy's face soured at that. "Wait a minute, so you are on Not's side? Then why pretend to be neutral?" He snapped. No sooner had he finished than Sven snapped his fingers. Suddenly, dozens of sword illusions surrounded the blonde guy. Sven warned sharply, "Hey, old man, I am talking here, show some respect." Dong-ho rubbed his head helplessly. "Respect her? You say one thing and do another. Stop scaring people." After that, Sven smirked and retracted his hand. The sword illusions vanished. Dong-ho then spoke again. "I may be part of Not, but I am striving for fairness. Don't forget. Assigned us the task of managing the city fairly. He promised to investigate thoroughly and report back to both sides to prepare for the next move. So Varden should withdraw his troops." Varden, hearing this, furrowed his brow silently. After a long pause, he grudgingly said, "We apologize. We trust you will handle this today, but we hope this never happens again." Then left with his men. Sven watched them go, his eyes cold and utterly unimpressed, totally unbothered. Moments later, only 3 remained in the yard. Dong-ho sighed deeply. "Every time you stir up trouble, it shaves years off my life." Sven pouted. "Like I said, they started it. Clearly, they are just looking for an excuse to kick us out and claim this city for themselves." Dong-ho looked worried, pressing his lips together. "Sven, you see, I am just an old, frail man. Can you let me live peacefully for the rest of my days?" Surprisingly, Sven agreed, which caught Gu off guard. Suddenly, Sven was not loud and brash. It was like he would become a totally different, more cautious guy. Thinking it over, Gu glanced at Dong-ho sitting tensely in the chair. The man resembled Bu Sich, though Gu was sure there was a demon lurking beneath that calm exterior. Sven did not know what Gu was thinking but spoke up. "With fewer high-level monsters around, we can team Ida. Why's everything so quiet? I have been here a few times, but never seen it this empty." Dong-ho lifted his head and sighed. "I am confused too." Still, He thought it might be lucky like a day off, and told Sven to take a break. This left both Sven and Seong-gu puzzled. The two then walked out to a grassy field. Sven gazed into the distance and asked, "What do you think, Rookie? Do you agree with management that there is nothing to worry about?" Seong-gu nodded slightly. "I find it pretty strange." Sven signaled for him to explain, and Seong-gu slowly began. Low-level monsters usually avoid areas where high-level ones roam, because they would just become prey. Sven frowned. Calmly, Seong-gu explained. "But a swarm of low-level fire locusts are sharing territory with mantises monsters even birds of prey avoid. That means there is some kind of hierarchy going on." Sven furrowed his brow, hesitating as he muttered, "But these creatures are not like those love demons. This just does not add up." Seong-gu hesitated a moment before speaking up. "There is only one explanation, rare. But some S-rank monsters can control lower-tier monsters. What if the praying mantis and fire grasshopper were both being controlled by an S-rank monster? Just like Legia does with centaurs." Sven felt that made a lot of sense. After a long pause, he finally said, "Let us try it. Split up and search for any clues down there." Seong-gu nodded quietly and followed the order. Moving off, he really could not come out and say it to Sven directly. But it was not just a guess. He had seen this before in a past life. Sven always regretted the catastrophic disaster in Ham City, but there was no rush. Seong-gu had to find proof first to convince the others. With that in mind, he found an open spot, closed his eyes, and focused, beginning to scan the core. In the blink of an eye, Seong-gu's energy core spread out everywhere. Quickly, it engulfed an entire forest. He kept concentrating, searching for what he needed. Then, Seong-gu spotted a monster, a land dragon. High-tier monsters always carry the mark of their master. Thinking that, he used his comm bracelet to contact Sven. "This is Seong-gu. I have located the land dragon." Sven's voice came through quickly. "Copy that. I am on my way. Let us take it down now." Seong-gu found that a bit funny, clicking his tongue in amusement. He thought, "Of course. Sven just sends a rookie to fight a high-tier monster. He trusts me. But still, that is wild. Besides their massive strength and size, these land dragons are venomous. They are level 3, on par with the Love Demon King. At that rank, it would sense Seong-gu's presence the moment he got close, and it was right in front of him now. No chance to track it. So Seong-gu decided to face it head-on right here and now. Meanwhile, the land dragon slowly approached, but still made no move. Was it inviting him to fight? Thinking that, Seong-gu smirked coldly. "Alright then. Time to test out that new technique I learned." Wasting no time, he raised his sword and swung a powerful strike at the land dragon. The attack made the beast glare fiercely, but before it could react, tiny energy specks hit its body, wildly slashing across it. In seconds, its body was covered in wounds. The land dragon opened its jaws and roared in pain. Seong-gu did not care much. His first try was a success. Suddenly, the land dragon's body twitched. A blue liquid shot out rapidly from its mouth. Seong-gu quickly formed an energy shield to block it. The blue liquid could not break through the core shield. Dropped by it dripped to the ground. This only made the land dragon angrier, lifting its head and roaring again. Then it charged wildly at Seong-gu, but Seong-gu stayed calm, standing his ground, and struck again as it came close. With a muffled grunt, the land dragon was shrouded in dust. Yet Seong-gu did not stop. He enhanced his lower body and leaped onto its back. He let out a fierce battle cry. "Dead man's ground." Sven's genocide blade. As he spoke, a massive energy sword illusion appeared, stabbed straight into the land dragon's head, making it scream in agony. Within 3 seconds, the sword shattered, and the screaming ceased. Seong-gu landed from above, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Did I just take down a level 3 monster that easily? Now he finally understood Sven's tough training style. Then he contacted Sven again. "Seong here. The land dragon has been defeated." Sven appeared quickly, and Seong-gu said, "Alright, I will get started on this now." He walked over to the land dragon's body and pressed down with both hands. Suddenly, its body ripped open, and a blinding golden light burst forth from inside. Sven froze, murmuring in confusion, "What the heck is that?" Seong-gu recognized it instantly, glanced at Sven, and smiled. "That is all the proof we need, because what is inside is the mark of the Dark Knight." The moment Sven hears that name, he instantly frowns. Ninjang says, "The Dark Knight, that is a name I want to forget." High-level monsters usually do not obey anyone, but the Dark Knight has a unique trick. He brands them like a backup copy. Sven squints suspiciously at Seong-gu and asks, "But how do you even know where to find that mark, rookie? Got a hunch or what?" Seong-gu is a bit speechless. "Here we go again. Looks like I am on the chopping block." After a moment, he calmly replies, "It is just a guess based on the monster's movement patterns. They all follow one rule." Sven smirks and asks back, "Oh really?" Seong-gu ignores his sarcastic grin and continues, "Other S-rank monsters like Legia can control monsters too. But only the Dark Knight can issue such precise orders. If nothing changes, they will lose the final battle in this lifetime." Vivri Umits, Sungu calmly adds. Exactly. Any fight against the Dark Knight is chaotic. You will face thousands of monsters. And if they are moving, it means we are surrounded. Sven sighs reluctantly. Monsters on one side. O on the other. Branch management must be already launched a full assault, trying to wipe out the O. But nope, it is a real mess. Sungu raises an eyebrow. Suspiciously asks, You serious right now? Sven snorts, as if to say, You think I'm crazy? Listen up, I am all about peace. Every treaty signed is just a facade. The Oa make us fight monsters to keep their numbers intact. When monsters fall, it is just a pile of guts. So says, if the Oa stir up trouble again, he is ready to throw down with them first. Sungu looks worried after hearing that. This guy's for real. Seeing your face, Sven could not help but click his tongue. Just venting. But I have got a bad feeling they are about to cause chaos again. Go grab the cores and those marks for Mer. Jaidi. Sungu nodded quietly and started collecting cores. But his mind was still tangled up in what Sven had just said about Oa tearing itself apart. If nothing changes, they are doomed to lose the final battle in this life. At least Sven understands and has a reason for O's weird behavior. A moment later, Sven returned, carrying a red cloth. He places it on the clock's table. Coldly says, Fresh and bright, here's the proof. Now, let us talk. The clock looks at the seal on the table, hesitating before speaking. The Dark Knight. I have heard of him, but only bad news. Can you guys fill me in on the details? Sungu calmly explains. Belkis, Legia, Mabet, Salas, they are all S-Rank monsters, but their powers differ completely. The Dark Knight is as strong as in S-Rank he could level an entire city. Sven glances at the clock, then asks seriously. You remember the incident with Ulfram City? Though doubtful, the clock replies. How could I forget? It destroyed India's last city, and we suffered huge losses. Then this city's in the same boat. Sven slams the table shouting, startling the clock. He takes a deep breath, grinding out. But that is not the surprise. Right? Last time you denied it, no one said anything. Now that we have got proof, just admit it. The clock shakes his head nervously. I am no high-ranking official. I do not know much. Just an old man's gut feeling that something big's about to go down. Sven grows more intense. Then you call the busiest guy and make him stay quiet just because there is no proof. Think that is fair? The clock quietly nods. Admitting, you are right, but you have shown my concerns have merit, so I trust you. Now tell me, what are those bastards planning? Sungu finally chimes in. The biggest problem. The Dark Knight's control is not limited to monsters. It is a kind of demon embodying pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust, the 7 deadly sins planted in the victim's heart. You said they will destroy the city from within, even if people do not realize they are cursed. The Dark Knight ruthlessly exploits the most vulnerable. The clock hesitates, then asks, should we warn the Uwa? Sven immediately shakes his head. Forget the O. Step aside. The clock stopped, staring at him with a grim expression. Sven, in an emergency like this, there is no time to waste. Before he could finish, Sven cut him off coldly. That is not what I meant. I am feeling something off. Hearing this, the clock grew even more uneasy, hesitating briefly before Sven spoke seriously. Maybe the Dark Knight has already taken control of them. There is no other explanation for their actions. The clock gasped in disbelief. Then the monster's influence might have spread right inside the fortress. No way. While they were both worried, old Guskar chimed in. Another thing is, even if the Dark Knight is a shapeshifter, it usually can perfectly imitate other species, so someone awakened with raw physical power might stand a chance. Sven immediately suggested. Call Zuzi. The clock raised an eyebrow, muttering under his breath, Zuzi, and S-Rank Mage awakened and a pillar of our guard. Are you sure about this? Sven nodded firmly. If we do not want to lose Whoop City, we have no choice. After all, they sent me here for a reason. The clock nodded reluctantly. All right. I will contact the owner. Old Guskar quietly watched the clock, sensing his worry last time had rubbed off on him. But surprisingly, he was calmer than expected upon hearing about the Dark Knight. Maybe it was age and experience, like how the clock treated O. Later, at the mess hall, old Guskar sat alone, lost in thought. The last time it appeared, it had caused O a mental breakdown, and more than half the population outside had died. Despite Sven and the search team's strength, it escaped before they could kill it. The tension with O only worsened as the Dark Knight continued to wreak havoc elsewhere. Old Guskar knew all this thanks to the battle records, defending Whoop City. Since it had been on a different mission then, Sven almost told old Goose Car about it a few times but never did. Maybe his memories were messed up. The only time he actually saw the Dark Knight was in a brief encounter during the final battle, meaning it survived till the end. The combined awakened power here far exceeds other normal cities, even as 20 rank is tough to kill with ordinary tactics. That is why the ceasefire with O was a godsend for those poor folks burdened with worry. Old Goose Car left the mess hall. The biggest problem now was those controlled by the Dark Knight. Sven suspected O, and so did he. Their aggression was downright bizarre. But no matter how closely Sven observed during the last battle, he failed to figure it out. Old Goose Car could not understand why. Only 2 months left. He had to uncover the force behind the Dark Knight before time ran out. Just then, he suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette in the nearby alley. It looked like Chisa, but she seemed off. He would never seen her act so strange. And that weird posture too. Thinking quickly, Old Goose Car called out, "Chisa." Her shadow immediately paused, then Chisa turned around, shyly smiling. "Hello? Hunter?" Old Goose Car squinted at her, suspiciously asking, "Where are you headed? You are always hanging around the central stairs at this hour." His words made Chisa stiffen even more. She stammered for a long moment without answering. Old Goose Car pressed, "Hunter Hun will definitely come looking for you," mentioning Kim Hun. Chisa suddenly became anxious and begged, But can you tell Hun that I am not feeling well? I can see him right now." Old Goose Car blurted out, "Not feeling well. All right then." Before he could finish, he suddenly had an idea, but before he could ask, Chisa turned and bolted. Old Goose Car immediately chased after her, reaching out. "Wait, Chisa," Chisa grumbled angrily, voice cracking a little. "What? Just let me go." The moment he saw her face, Old Goose Car's eyes involuntarily welled up. Chisa's body was covered in bruises and cuts, heartbreakingly battered. He ground his teeth, whispering, "Who did this to you?" Chisa lowered her head, understanding. "Don't he tell Hun, okay? I do not want him to get hurt." Old Goose Car sighed helplessly, asking with concern, "Does it hurt anywhere? I am worried about you, and you are hiding it." But he knew getting angry would not solve anything, and if Kim Hun dug too deep, it might only make things worse. With that in mind, Old Goose Car nodded. "All right, I won't say a word." Chisa instantly brightened. "But Mir," Goo's voice dropped as he spoke again, "and I could not just stand there watching. Lead me to the kid's owner." Chisa froze instantly, shaking her head in refusal. "What? No way." Goo narrowed his eyes at her, cold as the kid's not following the orders of the net hunters. Chisa hesitated, glanced at him, then muttered softly after a long pause, "Sorry. This way," before turning to lead the way. Gu followed behind Chisa, lost in thought. He did not want to do this, but there was no other choice. It would be easier later if she got interrogated. We have to know exactly what is going on in this city. After a while, Gu's car plunged deeper into the alley, where he spotted some symbols on the wall, furrowing his brows. Gu thought, "O.S. Mark? I am trespassing on their turf now?" Chisa glanced nervously at him, asking, "Are you okay, Hunter?" Even a kid knows about the tension between Net and O. Gu sighed, shaking his head reluctantly. "It is just lead the way." Soon, they reached a tall building with 3 words written outside. "New Orphanage." Chisa hesitated again. "Sorry, I can't go any further." Gu ignored her complaint and said bluntly, "This is enough." Then, he handed her a core shard. "Here, this is a thank you gift. I will let the kid know you want to be around for a while." Gu then warned Chisa to be careful. She nodded obediently. "Thanks. I will do my best." Chisa quickly left the place. Gu stood alone at the door, muttering under his breath, "Are these guys running a blind orphanage, or what?" Then, he strode inside with aching legs. The hallway was completely empty, not a single guard in sight. But the deeper he went, the worse the stench got. Gu covered his nose. When he reached room 106, he suddenly heard noises. Peeking inside, he saw several kids locked up, dirty. Rotten food scraps were scattered on the floor. It looked like a pigsty. While Gu was observing, someone sneaked up behind him, ready to attack. Luckily, Gu dodged just in time, kicked the attacker in the gut, then punched another guy. After dealing with those 2, Gu found a seat to interrogate them. "Is this how you greet guests at the blind orphanage?" The 2 bruised men knelt, groveling. "We are sorry. We did not know you were a net hunter." Gu barely looked at them, coldly asking, "Is this a flower base?" The men exchanged glances, then hesitated before replying, "Yes, sir. Net people never come here. But you are here to buy kids." Gu narrowed his eyes at that after a long pause. He murmured. Makes sense. The men's attitude suddenly shifted. Grinning. If you have got the cash, you can even adopt some awakened kids. A one find out. Guaranteed. Gu remember checks? But pressed on. How much for that little beggar under the central bridge? The men's eyes gleamed as they smiled. You have got an eye for quality. She would be the perfect addition to a hunter's collection. She is worth it. At least the core of a level 5 monster. The more he heard, the darker Gu's expression grew. They treat the kids like merchandise, calling it a collection. Unbelievable. Swallowing his disgust, Gu pressed on. Can I buy the awakened kids too? That question startled one of them, who quickly declined. Sorry, that is tough. We have already signed contracts to send them elsewhere. It is complicated. Sir, Gu stared coldly. Demanding, cut to the chase, how much? But the man shook his head, refusing. That'd be suicide. Awakened kids have no price. Gu's voice turned icy. Is that fine then? He stood, pretending to leave. Immediately, one of them called out nervously. Wait, I think I was mistaken earlier. A man from Net came here a few days ago. They said. Gu froze. Suspicious. From Net? Ooh. The man looked embarrassed. Explaining, our rule is not to reveal clients' names, but few nut folks have access here. Right? Then he smirked slyly. Gu raised an eyebrow. Could it be the branch manager? Thinking it over, you questioned suspiciously. What is that guy doing here? The other two exchange wary glances. After a long pause, one mutters hesitantly. This feels kinda off. He says the other person did not say a word, just stood there staring, then walked away. His face was so cold it sent shivers down their spines. Gu's eyes narrowed sharply at this, then after a moment spoke up. Got it. I will think it over and get back to you. The other two shot each other confused looks, panic flickering across their faces. But in the end, they still bowed to me. Be careful out there, they said. Gu glanced at them once before walking off. Why are not you surprised? This whole thing smells like a human trafficking ring. They force kids into begging on the streets. Then once they awaken, sell them to O for profit. The rest are sold off as slaves or laborers. Thinking this, Gu silently slipped up to the central hill. He quickly climbed onto the rooftop and quietly observed. Something was not adding up. No matter how much money O paid for awakened kids, it was too rare. Not enough to keep this place running. So how are they maintaining this base? Does the branch manager have anything to do with this? Gu had to investigate. Just then, he spotted a group of O folks entering the building. They looked grimy and rough, clearly up to no good. They stayed inside a while before coming out. Now with 4 kids in tow, Gu raised an eyebrow, frowning. Where do they think they are taking those kids? He quietly tailed the group. They wandered aimlessly through the dark. And Mir, Gu followed along the city walls, keeping tabs. After a while, he stopped, using binoculars. He saw them walking for 30 minutes toward OS outer wall. Why come here? Through the lens, Gu saw them removing the kids' shackles. Then they handed the children weapons. What were they planning? Before he could register what was going on, his eyes caught something again. He saw one of them trying to open a huge cage. In a flash, a 2-headed soy appeared. Gu froze in terror. An 18th level monster. Why would they unleash that thing right in front of kids? The kids below shivered uncontrollably at the sight of the beast. Then one of the men shouted, Hey kids! Fight or get turned into meat. The children were forced to face off against the 18th level monster. Finally, Gu understood they were trying to force the kids to awaken. Poor kids. How could they possibly stand up to that monster? When pushed to the brink, humans often react by unlocking powers beyond their limits. Awakening works the same way. Most people only awaken in moments of sheer terror, like when facing monsters or death. Gu had been through that himself. That is why he kept the flower land so dangerous to trigger awakenings. O had fewer awakenings because there was no real threat. Now they were tossing kids into the monster's den to force awakenings. By now, Gu was certain something was seriously wrong at O. As he mulled this over, the 2-headed soy let out a chilling growl. Then it snapped up a kid like Pri. Seeing this, the remaining kids panicked instantly. Could not bear to watch. He reached for his sword, but stopped himself. He had to stay calm. First, he needed to figure out the connection between the branch manager and OS leadership. Acting now would only doom more kids to the same fate. Without Mir, Gu's intervention, the only witness, the kids had no choice but to fend for themselves. But how could ordinary kids fight an 18th level monster? They were knocked away by the soy. By now, only 2 girls were left standing. Knowing they could not win, they ran to the O men begging, Please, Save us, but they were beaten with sticks and forced back to fight. Gu bit his lip hard, so this was why Chiaxa was always bruised up. Right then, the Xoi lunged at the two girls. Its claws slashed fiercely, fresh blood pouring down like rain. The air thick with the metallic scent of blood in the blink of an eye. All the kids were knocked down, wounded and sprawled on the ground. The beast stalked over to the little girl writhing on the dirt. Gu's eyes snapped to the scene. Hand reaching for his sword, he had no choice left, but before he could strike, he suddenly froze in his tracks. The beast suddenly went berserk and lunged forward. The O members quickly stabbed their spears into its body to block the attack. They sneered coldly. Back off, you crazy beast. This thing actually knows when to retreat back to its cage. Only then did Gu exhale sharply, finally understanding why they would chosen to trap the beast at both ends. That monster was perfect, ensuring the mutant could not escape before they devoured it alive, a flawless weapon against targets they did not want to kill outright. Let us. At that moment, the old leader gave orders. Report back. No sign of anyone awakening. Hearing this, another hesitated. Should we send these kids back? The leader thought for a moment, then commanded. Those bitten or burned out will be reevaluated in 10 days. Notify the kids in room 6 to prepare for tomorrow. Gu sighed upon hearing this, then he quietly turned and left the fortress. The next morning, near the city forest, Gu was harvesting the core from the monster's corpse, the earth core left behind after they collected the core for management. Is he doing all this just for that kid? Feels like he is getting played. But Gu did not dwell on it and handed the core to Kim Hoon nearby. Kim Hoon hesitated. Why are you giving this to me? Gu calmly explained. It is enough for one child. Kim Hoo looked even more puzzled. Soma? Gu continued. Today you will meet Chisa. Follow her to the orphanage and tell them this is the exchange. Finally, Kim Hoon understood what he was planning, hesitated to speak up. But Gu cut him off coldly. That is all we can do. We can save the others. Chisa started all this, so I will pull the kid out alone. Kim Hoon looked at Gu with gratitude, then hurriedly bowed. Thanking and apologizing, Gu shook his head, refusing thanks, signaling Kim Hoon to leave. He stood there quietly, thinking about the human trafficker. Should he tell Sven about the clock he saw at the orphanage? But recently, there were still many things Gu did not understand about that man. Plus, that man had nuts trust in the flower business. False accusations could stir up trouble. Gu needed to investigate his ties to the orphanage first. Digging into the clock's secrets was all he could do for now. Days passed. The city went on as usual until one day, Good appeared, waving and smiling at Oh wow, seeing you again is such a relief. Captain, Gu muttered with pursed lips. So the training is done after a month. Huh. Time flies. Hearing this, Good blurted out in frustration. A whole month trapped in the Yellow Lands. Risking our lives still not enough. Unchundi hesitated behind her. Lucky we both made it through. Good stepped away, smirking. Back off. You look like my big brother, and you are scaring me. Gu was at a loss, then awkwardly cut in. Alright, Gel. Enough complaining. And you? Unchundi, how's Emily's recovery going? Hearing that name, Unchundi suddenly shivered. That witch reputation stunned both Gu and Good. What is so terrifying about her? Just then, Gu's wristband suddenly lit up. Someone was calling. He answered immediately. Hey Hun, is everything okay? On the other end came Kim Hun's panicked voice. The girl is not here. Gu froze, confused what that meant. Kim Hun hurriedly explained. The flower people took her and the other kids away. Realizing something, Gu shouted. From outside, southwest. Arriving on the 16th day, Kim Hun acknowledged and hung up. Gu glanced at Good and Unchundi behind him. Let us go too. I will explain later. Follow me. So Good and Unchundi took off running without understanding a thing. Gale muttered as she ran. Just got back, and they are already making us do another training. In no time, Gu's carriage reached the outer southwest wall. Just as expected, the scene mirrored last night. The two-headed wolf was tormenting the kids again. Only one child was still holding on. That was Chisa, clutching a stake to defend herself, though her body trembled uncontrollably. You could not help but shout, Chisa! Just then, someone appeared on the wall. Suspicious, asking, Hey, who are you? Before you could answer, they attacked, but he was quick to block the strike. Spotting his uniform, the attacker shouted, He is one of the knots. Kill him. Gu sighed reluctantly as two others charged at him. He dodged swiftly and countered with his sword, cutting one of them down. At the same moment, Gu noticed Kim Hun rushing in with his sword, Muttering in disbelief, when did he even get here? Kim Hun was wildly jumping down below, determined to save Chisa. Seeing this, Gu shouted to stop him. Too late. Kim Hun had reached the group of Hua people and launched his attack. Meanwhile, Chisa had no clue what was happening outside, still clutching her knife and trying to fight back. But it was not long before the knife slipped from her hand. Suddenly, a dark aura began to seep from her body. Kim Hun, still fighting, noticed immediately and froze, eyes filled with worry. No one understood what was going on. Something sprouted from Chisa's back, and her body started bleeding uncontrollably. Gu watched in confusion, whispering, "What the hell is happening?" In the blink of an eye, huge claws erupted from her back. Her eyes turned bloodshot and unfocused. The wolf froze, stunned by her transformation, but just as fast, it lunged at Chisa. Only now, she was no longer the scared little girl from before. Those massive claws struck back fiercely. They pierced the wolf's head, killing it instantly. The situation flipped in a heartbeat. Kim Hun tried to save her, but could not. Gu stood frozen, furrowing his brow in silence. Is this an awakening? Just then, Jiao Gun and Qian arrived on the scene. Jiagan panted, leaning on her hands, muttering, "How the hell do they run that fast?" But as soon as she spoke, she saw the chaos below and whispered in shock, "What the heck? People? Two monsters. That is the girl from before." Meanwhile, OS crew was equally stunned by Chisa's powers. The blonde guy muttered suspiciously, "Never seen anything like this before. Must be some kind of new breed." Only Mer? Gu knew what those appendages really were, not some energy core, but actual organs. Monsters. Thinking this, he anxiously stared at her, unsure what to do next. Below, the blonde leader ordered, "No matter what, this is abnormal. We have to capture that girl and bring her back." Suddenly, Chisa hovered mid-air, terrifying everyone with what came next. Her claws lashed out relentlessly, attacking wildly. The blonde and his crew hurriedly blocked with their spears, but there were too many claws. Normal fighting was already pushing them to the edge. Seeing the dire situation, the blonde suggested, "Just treat her like a monster. Don't kill her." Though Kim Hun saw two of them charging their energy cores and shouted urgently, "Run, Chisa!" Those words seemed to snap Chisa back to reality. She parted her lips, trying to say something. Her eyes regained focus. Gu's expression instantly turned serious at the sight. At the same moment, the two energy beasts lunged at Chisa. Luckily, Gu arrived just in time, slashing the two energy creatures away with his sword. Then, he unleashed his core power. With a deep hum, a fierce energy radiated out. Chisa was blasted backward, and Gu cast her a glance, sighing helplessly, hoping she understood this was the best way to protect her. After a moment, he turned to his people and calmly said, "Let the girl go." Seeing Gu's crew, the blonde guy grumbled in frustration, "You again? We should be told you to back off from the start. This is S-Turf. If you think this is some bug-hunting gang showdown, you are dead wrong." As he spoke, he started regenerating energy around his body. Gu's crew did not back down either. He snorted coldly. "No Sven around. Huh? Big talk. I am not stepping aside either." Without hesitation, the two charged at each other, fists flying. Jiaga, perched atop the city wall, saw this and immediately summoned his own energy core. Pursing her lips, she muttered, "I am jumping in too." Hearing that, Anchun panicked. "Are you nuts? Starting a fight here is suicide." Jiaga scoffed. "Who said you are going anywhere? Afraid? Hide here then. The captain's already inside, so I am going in too." Without another word, she leaped down from the wall. Chun sighed, speechless. "Guess I picked the wrong team." But he did not notice someone silently creeping up behind him. By the time he realized it, Anchun was already under attack. He spat a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing off the wall. The attacker, a soldier from Ho's side, the grinning guy smirked arrogantly. Just as Gu's crew was about to fight, a shout rang out from behind. "Captain!" Before he could react, Jiaoga darted in fiercely from afar, sinking her teeth into the attacker's spear. Gu let her handle it, then shouted toward Kim Hun, "Time's almost up. Hun, we have got to wrap this up fast, or the kids are toast. Forget the peace treaty, you are allowed to use your energy core." "Got it?" Kim Hun nodded immediately, pushing the person in front of him aside. He stopped holding back, channeling his energy into his twin swords. Without hesitation, he slashed out two elegant sword strikes. The enemy was quickly pushed back by the brilliant sword light. Gu nodded with satisfaction. "I thought Hun might get distracted by Chisa's situation, but he is as sharp as ever." The blonde guy, ignored by, fumed loudly. "You idiot! Got time to look around and gawk? You are the real idiot." Gu sneered, then powered up his twin swords again. A cascade of crescent-shaped sword lights erupted from his blades. The blonde barely had time to react before one hand was sliced clean off just seconds ago. He was intact now. He looked like a mangled version of Yang Gu. While he was still dazed, another sword strike came down. No more Yang Gu tricks now. Both his hands were gone. Gu calmly approached, smirking. No need to warn someone who has already lost focus. Hopos got a decent medic in the city. Then, he slammed the sword hilt hard against the guy's neck, knocking him out cold. Gu's lips curled into a cold smile. Who even knows if you can ever reattach hands or feet these days? At that moment, Jiaogu and Kim Hun ran over. Gu asked suspiciously, "You took them all out?" Jiaogu waved him off, just in case. Gu chuckled softly. Then he glanced at Chisa and suggested, "Let us take those kids with us too." Kim Hun nodded quietly, lifting the unconscious Chisa, and did not forget to thank Mir. Gu declined to comment. He felt guilty toward Kim Hun, but protecting Chisa was not his main goal, just did not want meddling with her powers. The whole training victory with Chisa was a crucial step for the upcoming battles. But then, Gu suddenly sensed something. Shouting urgently, "Hun! Jiaogu! Watch out!" Too late, the shrill sound blasted their ears, making Jiaogu and Kim Hun clutch their heads in agony. Both collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. From the shadows, a figure emerged, coldly asking, "Did you feel my presence?" It was Hogan. Jiaogu stepped forward slowly, smirking. "Here to back up those idiots. Didn't expect them to get mauled this badly. Losing a hand and all." Gu warned, "If you leave Chisa behind, no one will ever know you are here." Gu narrowed his eyes at Hong and, puzzled, "Donna, no, when you showed up. Jia Hayun. Thought you were smarter than this, but maybe I was wrong. What if I say no?" Hogan was not fazed at all, clicking his tongue with a smirk. "I thought so too. Looks like you do not have a clue about what is going down. Let me warn you, do not do anything stupid, because I am not here alone." Gu's eyes widened in shock as he looked up, spotting a crowd lined up standing on the city wall. Gu furrowed his brow slowly. "Too many. But I can't just hand Jiao Chisa over to them." Hogan noticed him still deep in thought and teased, "What? Still thinking? Too bad. I thought you would get it by now." Before he finished, Jiao raised his hand and fired a blast of pure energy straight at me. Gu's car. Instantly, Gu's head felt like it was being hammered, clutching his skull as he collapsed to the ground. Hogan curled his lips in contempt. "I just dialed up my power a notch." "How's that? Feels like an ice pick drilling through your eardrum straight into your brain. Right?" Gu groaned in agony. "That is psychic power. You did not sense it coming? No warning at all before the attack? How can it pick a target and hit instantly like that?" After thinking it through, Gu forced himself to stand, every inch of his body aching, and swung his sword with all his might. Hogan's grin froze. Impressed. "Damn. As class fighters have been writhing and foaming at the mouth right here before." But no sooner had he spoken the mirror, Gu's head started pounding again, and the energy in his sword vanished in a blink. Inside Mir, Gu's mind, it felt like a bell was ringing nonstop, and he even felt nauseous. Hogan chuckled smugly. "Come on, man. You should not be spacing out while wielding your sword. You have got to control your breath to lose focus, and you are dead." Gritting his teeth fiercely, Gu realized that long-range attacks were useless, and psychic powers also required core energy, so he decided to raise a core shield to defend himself. Just as Gu anticipated, Hogan's energy could not penetrate his shield anymore. Gu exhaled deeply. "All right. I can hold him off with this core shield." Seeing this, Hogan immediately drew his sword and charged. "Fine then. Let us settle this face to face." Gu did not rush, he stood firm, waiting calmly for Hogan to close in. Clash. Their swords met with a sharp ring. Gu knew exactly what was coming. Blocking Hogan's power meant he would try to get up close, but that was exactly what he wanted. In the next instant, Gu grabbed Hogan's approaching hand. He intended to use his devouring ability absorb Hogan's core energy, but this time, it did not work. Leaving Mir, Gu stunned. Even Hogan did not know what Gu was planning, yet he did not care much, placing his hand on Mir. Gu's head. Immediately, a fresh wave of pain crashed over Mir, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Gu could not believe he would miscalculated and lost to Hogan. Hogan looked down at the unconscious Mir, Gu, and sneered, "Stubborn fool, why keep struggling?" A few days later, in Cella's prison, Gelgu was furiously pounding the door, shouting, "Open up! How long do you plan to keep us locked in here? Call the others now." Seeing her losing it, Yun Chun hurried over to calm her down, But Gale kept ranting wildly. Why the hell have they kept us here for 3 whole days? And they won't even feed us, how is that fair? Well, she screamed. Gyu and Kim Hun sat there quietly. Calm as Gu's mind drifted back to Hogan, a awakened fighter who blocked his powers. He would thought Yan Chun and Orang were just intermediaries, but after 3 encounters, it was clear. Some awakened fighters' powers just could not be absorbed. Meanwhile, Gelgo kept making noise until a low voice rang from outside the door. What is all this racket about? Gelgo and Yan Chun immediately fell silent. Then Sven and Emily walked in, though Sven looked none too pleased. Grumbling, I came to pick you guys up. You idiots. Gelgo's eyes lit up like she would found a lifeline. She lunged at Sven. Sven, my knight in shining armor. I knew you would come save me. But before she could even touch him, Sven snapped his fingers. That gesture sent her tumbling to the ground with a bump, prompting her to grumble. Man, that was harsh. You think I want to be stuck in this filthy hole? Gu stood up and approached hesitantly. Sven, you came here by yourself? But before he could finish, Sven snapped his fingers again. The snap hit harder, this time 3 times as strong. It sent Gu flying straight into the wall behind him. Sven narrowed his eyes at Yu, cold and reproachful. Seriously? Walking straight into those traps? I get that she is a rare find, and you do not want to hand her over to those guys. But are not you taking this way too far? Sikwang gave you a knowing look, finally realizing the problem. I thought this was strange before, but it is way worse than I imagined. After a pause, Sengu spoke up. I want to ditch all that petty fake morality. Sven frowned slightly, muttering doubtfully. Petty fake morality? Huh? Sangu looked up at him, slowly starting to speak, pretending to protect the people but turning a blind eye to those vicious thugs running wild right under your nose. I see both O and Nen exploiting the weak, all under the disguise of humanitarianism. At least you want to protect your teammates and the people who matter to you. Kim Hun tensed up instantly at that, reacting on instinct. Sekwang Gu grew more irritated, grinding his teeth. Better shove all those moral lectures back where they came from until the old man calls us. He sighed reluctantly. Unlike Kim, he was not letting emotions cloud his judgment. But that did not mean he blindly followed and nut and monster hunting either. Sekwang's sole goal was to fix things in this life and the last. Then, they quickly left the cell behind. Sven led the way, speaking slowly. By the way, those bastards from O already took that girl. Sungu gasped. What? Seriously? Sven did not explain. Just gestured ahead. Look down this hallway, no rat could slip through here. Only then did Skwanggu realize and asked suspiciously. Where did OS troops go? Sven glanced at him coldly. They are prioritizing the outer wall now. So they moved out there. Emily chimed in with a warning. Once you are in here, I doubt you will thank us for saving you. But you do not have a choice. Her words left Gale Gun and Kim Hun stunned and confused. Si Kwang-gu seemed to piece it together. So it is already started. But that is not supposed to happen until next month. Moments later, the group stepped outside, boarding their familiar helicopter to leave the place behind. Sven stood beside Gu, speaking calmly. While you were locked up, the branch manager searched for the Shadow Knights but found no trace. Sangu jolted at the news. Seeing his reaction, Sven added, those O guys were nuts from the start. You should just forget about that girl. Sangu stayed silent, realizing maybe it was all just O's prank, and they walked right into the trap. Galgud stared in the direction the helicopter was heading. Puzzled, Captain, why are we flying away from Net's headquarters? Before Skwanggu could answer, Sven explained. We are heading to the defensive structure managed by Net. Galgud looked even more bewildered. Just then, Sengu shouted, look over there. Everyone immediately looked down and saw thousands of blinking red lights beneath the chopper. Thinking about the super prediction, Si Kwang-gu's expression darkened instantly. Emily then explained, those are monsters. Leaving Gale Good and the others paralyzed with fear, and right now, they were heading straight for the Hollow City. Just then, Jinchun arrived carrying 2 large crates. He dumped everything out, bags of healing supplies, and said slowly, this is some medical aid. Mandragora's out of stock, so grab as much as you can. Jinchun stared, astonished. We really need this much? Kim Hun muttered. No clue. But sounds like they are prepping for a major fight. After briefing them, Jinchun brought a box to Sven. Zuzi sent this for you. She could not come herself, so she gave it to me. Sven nodded slightly, then opened the box and muttered, what is this? Looks weird. Then, Sangu recognized it and shouted in disbelief. Wait, this is the demon sword, an ancient artifact. Sven stared at him intently. Sangu had not caught on yet, so he continued. It also boosts the user's physical strength. Combined with your energy core, it will be even stronger. Captain, Sven listened seriously and said, "You recognized Zuzi's gear right away. You know way too much." That is when Ixungu realized he would spoken too soon, but Sven did not have time to question him further, slinging the demon sword at his side. He smirked. "I like your explanations, but let us get moving." Right at this moment, Emily suddenly shouted out the first unit is about to be deployed to the outer wall. Sven gave a subtle nod and ordered, "All right, Emily, switch to autopilot. Sungwon, you are getting off too." "Got it." Sungwon replied, pushing the vehicle outside and immediately releasing the controls. Sven then glanced at the 4 guys from Mir Gu's team, pointed down, and commanded, "Jump down and join the fight." Without hesitation, they all jumped out of the aircraft, one after another. Below them, a horde of red-eyed monsters was waiting. In no time, Gu's team had landed safely on the fortress wall. Spotting Sven, someone called out, "Hunter Sven, we have been waiting for you." Sven nodded slightly, curious. "How's the situation at the O?" The other guy immediately responded, "The monsters seem to be heading straight for us without missing a beat." Sven ordered, "Send someone to the O market for backup. These monsters might be crazy, but they never miss a chance to swarm." Meanwhile, Gu was standing on the fortress wall, looking down below. Seeing the relentless waves of monsters pouring in from the air and the ground, it brought back haunting memories of past disasters, painful memories. But now, things were different. He had the power to protect himself. At that moment, the monsters were climbing the walls, but the team had already formed core energy shields for defense. On top of that, magical circles appeared on the walls. The moment a monster touched one, it exploded instantly. Gu nodded with satisfaction. Those magic circles were working perfectly. The problem was, there were just too many monsters. Even if one pack exploded, another one pushed forward. They soon started breaking through their core energy shields. Under the relentless assault, some could not hold their ground and were forced to retreat. Seeing the situation slipping, Sven shouted, "Spread out and defend. Use as much core energy as you need, and do not let a single monster escape." With that, Gu's team charged forward. The 4 of them began their bloody rampage, slicing through monsters as fresh blood splattered across their bodies. While fighting, Gu suddenly spotted something in the sky and yelled, "Airborne monsters incoming!" Everyone quickly looked up and saw a swarm blotting out the sky. Eagles, mermaids, and more. Sven stayed calm and immediately ordered, "Don't miss a single shot. Attack from afar, but hold your fire until they get closer." The archers swiftly took their positions, ready to strike. As the monsters closed in, Sven shouted, "Fire!" At his command, a storm of arrows rained down from the sky. Every arrow that flew through the air took down swarms of monsters. Yet, one monster slipped through the net, aiming to attack someone on the wall. Luckily, Gu was quicker. Before it could touch its target, he sliced its head clean off. Gu furrowed his brow. Surveying the battlefield, everything was under control. But there was a bigger threat looming behind them. Sure enough, he spotted a massive horde approaching from afar. This was the main force of the assault, top-tier monsters. The moment they saw them, the group's faces drained of color, whispering in fear, "We are supposed to fight those." "No way." Seeing the troops faltering, Sven immediately warned, "No retreat. If we fail, the deputy inside will be in grave danger." Without hesitation, Sven charged forward, shouting, "I will take the lead. Everyone else, cover me from behind." In the blink of an eye, his demon sword fused with the energy core. Glowing fiercely in midair, it looked like a blazing dragon, dancing wildly under Sven's command. At that moment, it slammed down into the pack of elite monsters below. Explosions echoed through the sky as the monsters were engulfed in a sea of flames. The impact was so massive that even Galegood's team nearby felt the shockwave. They struggled to hold their ground, while Galegood clenched his lips. In awe, this guy really is a monster. Over Good's side, the mood was jubilant. Maybe Sven's powers had finally reached their peak. The awakening of SSS-Rank's true strength was immense. One strike from Sven had shattered their fear and reignited the squad's fighting spirit. Sven was grinning ear to ear, laughing loudly. "Haha, that is right. Nothing beats wiping out the whole pack." Emily, busy slaying monsters nearby, caught his laugh and shot him a glare. "Captain, chill out. There are way too many of them. You can just take them down one by one." Just like she said, after Sven's rampage earlier, some monsters still slipped through, heading straight for the fortress. Jin Chun was locked in combat, but suddenly his eyes darted toward the other side. And Chun was under attack by an earth dragon, his shield smeared with its toxic green venom. Even part of his arm was stained. Jin Chun's heart tightened at the sight, wanting to help but pinned down by nearby monsters. Luckily, Sungwon showed up just in time, slicing off the Earth Dragon's head with his wings. Jin Chun rushed over to check on En Chun, gritting his teeth. How did you let yourself get like this? Man, that hurts, heal me. Please. Meanwhile, Sven had just finished off one horde when another charged at him. He looked back with tears in his eyes. Overwhelmed. They are breaking through our defenses. Get the backup line ready. We have to hold the front. Sung-won snapped to attention. Yes, Captain. Right away. But before he could even take flight, something pierced right through him. Sven's eyes narrowed involuntarily, shock flashing across his face. Sung-won was just a regular admin agent before this, stuck in an office, never facing monsters. But ever since Sven recruited him, his life flipped upside down. Sven knew Sung-won had just awakened a level 1 flight ability, so he asked him to join the monster hunt. Sung-won hesitated at first, but Sven's persuasion won him over. And now, Sven watched helplessly as Sung-won fell. He failed to protect his comrade from the attack. Sung-won dropped like a ragdoll. Utterly limp, Sven's panic erupted into a shout, his voice thick with grief and rage. The creature that struck Sung-won was massive, with twin arms like giant spears. Fueled by fury, Sven unleashed his full energy core. Without a second thought, he charged, wildly kicking the monster's head, sending its massive body crashing down. But he was not done. He stomped on it relentlessly, slime oozing from its wounds. He gritted his teeth, growling fiercely. Die. You bastard. Emily shouted, seeing his out-of-control rage. Captain, stop. It is already dead. Sven finally relented, but the hatred still burned fiercely in his eyes. Without hesitation, he lunged back into the air. The demon sword's energy was surging. Sven roared, I will kill every last one of you. From afar, Gu watched, helpless, thinking, whether it is Sven or not, he is just burning through all his energy cores. He needs to pull himself together. After Sung-won's death, he was treating Yan Chun but kept shaking nervously. Gu scanned the battlefield. Most of their defensive lines had already fallen. The monsters were flooding into the city. Just then, Sven returned from the sky. And Mir, Gu quickly approached him. Sven asked sharply, the monsters breached the city. Gu nodded quietly. Yeah. Not only is the inner defense line compromised, if they attack from both sides, we will be overwhelmed. Sven frowned, muttering, what the hell happened to O? Their reinforcements are still nowhere in sight. Gu was relieved. Sven was finally calm. Suddenly, a frantic voice came from Sven's arms. I can find the O forces. Sir, they are all missing. Every single one. Sven's face went pale. Then, grinding his teeth in fury, he muttered, those bastards never quit. Once this is over, I am wiping them all out, one by. Seeing Sven lose his cool, Gu spoke, O's not the only one acting strange. Sven glanced at him, lips twitching. So what now? Damn it, Gu sighed. We should be heard from the general staff by now. But there has been no response. No radio calls answered. Sven was stunned. He had not realized this sooner. Gu noticed his expression and spoke up. The key point is that the Shadow Knight is not here. Sven fell silent, deep in thought about what was just said. Without hesitation, he ordered a retreat to the inner defensive line. Find any trace of the Shadow Knight and report back, he commanded. Gu immediately acknowledged the order. Sven quickly gathered everyone to brief them. Gu was right. It is weird that no orders came down earlier. Once we get inside the fortress, head straight to the command center and order a full retreat. Gail Good will hold the left flank, Kim Hun on the right, Jin Chun will carry on Chun, and Emily will speed up the team's exit immediately. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sven then spoke again. I will stay here to hold them off. Avoid unnecessary fights and focus on pushing inside. Emily was stunned and asked suspiciously, wait, what? But then who is going to lead? Without hesitation, Sven pointed at, you will lead. The order shocked, but he quickly accepted. Gelgud sensed something off, muttering quietly, why not Emily? And he stopped calling her the rookie. What is going on? Kim Hun shook his head. No clue how to figure that out. You ignored their thoughts and ordered, we are charging straight into the fortress. Stay close. Without another word, he jumped down, and the rest followed immediately. They rushed in the city and immediately ran into monsters. Gu did not hesitate for a second and sliced the monster in two. They kept running deeper inside. Kim Hun looked around the chaos and muttered, damn it, civilians. But there is no time to care now. Gu kept leading the charge. Turning into an alley, he spotted a horde of monsters gathered there. Gu immediately stopped and faced them head-on. The monsters snarled and bared their claws, looking ferocious as hell. Without hesitation, Gu unleashed his core burst, then slashed with a triggered strike. His razor-sharp sword quickly tore through the monsters, sending them flying. Taking advantage, Gu's team sprinted through the alley. Jin Chun, still carrying on Chun, was falling behind, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Kim Hun shouted, "Jin Chun's running out of steam." Commander Mir. Gu frowned and muttered, "We can stop, or we will get surrounded." Emily, help him out. Emily immediately responded, using her wind control skill. In a blink, gusts of wind wrapped around the two brothers and pushed them forward. With that handled, Gu led everyone onward. Jin Chun watched him dispatch monsters with each strike, feeling genuinely impressed. Crazy skill. He dodged monsters left and right, finishing the rest in a single blow. They were basically racing straight to their destination. Soon, they reached the inner wall, but the gate was tightly shut. Even the civilians begging for help could not get it open. The civilians pounded on the door, desperate, but it was hopeless. Seeing Mir, U.S. group, their faces lit up with relief. They had been trying to reach Mir, Gu's team, but got ambushed by monsters. Jiao Gaon and Kim Hun could not hold back seeing the bloodshed. Their bodies surged with energy. Jiao Gaon ground his teeth. "Damn it! I can't take this anymore. I am gonna kill every last one of them." Before he could move, Gu stepped in front of them coldly. "Don't get distracted. Focus on the mission." The two clenched their jaws, frustrated but forced to obey. Watching this, Emily realized they were still following Mir. Despite their frustration hitting the roof, she finally understood why Sven handed command to a trainee like him. Anyone else would hesitate leading a group of seasoned warriors. But he made decisions and gave orders without a second thought. Right now, Gu ordered, "We are breaching the wall. Emily, support Jinchun." No sooner had he heard the warning than he leapt up and led the charge onto the wall ahead, with the others quickly following his lead. In an instant, Gu's vehicle safely landed atop the wall. He scanned the surroundings, then raised an eyebrow. There was not a single soldier guarding the Twin Towers wall. Suddenly, Gu's expression darkened as a troubling thought crossed his mind. Ahead of him now lay a shroud of gloom, but that did not stop Mig. He pressed forward, leading the way, while Jiao Gun muttered under his breath, "What the hell is going on? Why me?" Gu did not answer. He kept moving. Although something seemed to trip him up, he looked down, face tightening with seriousness, and warned, "Everyone, stay sharp. The path ahead is riddled with traps." Those words sent a wave of unease rippling through the group behind him. Emily stepped beside him and asked, "What kind of traps?" Gu bit his lip, explaining, "Special Ops members embedded inside the fortress." Emily immediately frowned and muttered, "Special Ops are underground." Then she flicked on her flashlight to investigate. Sure enough, a pile of corpses lay before them. Everyone, his face turned grim. Kim Hun sighed helplessly. So the monsters got this far. Gu shook his head, grinding his teeth. "No, this is worse than monsters. This was done by humans." Emily stared at him, stunned, whispering, "By humans?" Then she moved closer to examine the bodies. After a moment, she nodded slowly. "Yeah, these wounds are not monster-made." Gailgood immediately speculated. "Then it has to be Team A." Emily pursed her lips. "But something's off. Why would Team A let them walk right into this trap so easily?" Gailgood looked puzzled and asked, "Wait, why?" Gu mulled it over silently, then said, "We need to move fast and finish our mission first. Let us get to the command room." The group hurried to the command center, where death hung heavy in the air. Kim Hun checked around, muttering solemnly, "Looks like they are all dead." Gailgood sighed resignedly. "No wonder we heard nothing from them." Suddenly, Emily shouted, "Wait! Everyone! Come here!" Gu snapped his head toward her. She stood by the table, pointing at blood splattered everywhere in the branch manager's area. "But I do not see him anywhere." Gailgood joined her, speculating, "If there is no body, does not that mean he was taken hostage?" Emily shook her head. "Like I said, none of this adds up." Gu silently absorbed their theories. Emily was right, it only made sense if they actually faced the security forces. But the scene looked chaotic. If all this was the work of the Shadow Knight's mark, then it fits perfectly. The bastard created a puppet and sowed discord between the two sides. But he would not just mark random soldiers. He would pick someone trustworthy and influential enough to obey even the strangest orders. That person was none other than the city commander, Lieutenant Colonel Zhe Verduin, marked by the Shadow Knight. The thought made Gu's face grow even grimmer. But even if they solved that, another mystery remained unsolved. The branch director's comms device was set to broadcast to all hunters. Yet no evacuation orders or warnings about the attack were sent. Why? Suddenly, An announcement came through. An immediate lockdown order was in effect. Sven, mid-fight with a monster, froze upon hearing this, and his team did too. But the announcement kept blaring. Sven finally exhaled sharply. Mission's done. I see. He then looked at Enko's team and ordered, save as many as you can. We are heading back to base. Meanwhile, back at command, Gu issued new orders. Sven's team would set up a second defensive perimeter to stop monsters from breaching the inner zone. He tasked Emily with taking command while he went to find the branch manager. Emily, upon hearing this, immediately panicked and said, "You can go alone. We should stick together. It is safer that way." Gu's vehicle instantly refused. "No way. We need to set up a second line of defense before those monsters flood in. Stay here and make sure the hunters retreat without getting attacked from both sides." Emily beamed at him. "You are right. That is exactly what we should do." After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. "All right, I will handle it." Then Gu's vehicle drove off alone. Truth be told, he had another mission, but could not reveal it just yet. The core energy in Gu's vehicle was down to 28%, but he had to move fast. The next target for the Dark Engineer was definitely They would be wiped out before they even realized they were being manipulated, and their base was the perfect spot for monsters to sneak in, surround, and annihilate them. Although they could defend against enemies below, the higher they went, the tighter the space got. Soon, Gu's vehicle reached the volcano where the ghost potato farms were located. He had to find the Dark Engineer. If it survived and escaped, it would destroy countless cities before the final battle. Forget for now, catching that guy was the priority. Gu drove into the forest on the mountain with fierce determination. Quickly, he spotted O's guards watching the path to the volcano. Just as expected, if a core energy fight broke out here, their headquarters would definitely detect it and intervene. So if Gu wanted to take them out quietly, a surprise attack to swallow their leader was the way to go. With that thought, Gu smiled smugly, time to unleash all the power he would been holding back for so long. Charging toward the guards, the soldiers panicked the moment they saw him, but before they could react, Gu sliced one down on the spot. Seeing this, the other soldier immediately tried to call for backup. Before he could finish, Gu swung his sword and severed his arm. That arm was gone, cut clean off, but this guy had the ability to heal himself. Gu was a bit surprised he could regenerate in the blink of an eye. The arm had grown back. Gu did not give him a chance. He struck again, chopping off the arm once more. This time, he did not stop. He drove his sword straight into the guy's chest. Then he started absorbing the energy core from the corpse. The soldier could not fight back at all and was killed by Gu just like that. Gu frowned as he looked down at the fallen man, letting out a breath of relief. Luckily, his skills were not fully developed yet. A high level awakened with that power would have been a nightmare, but regenerative abilities were rare, so thankfully Gu could snatch it up easily. Thinking this through, Gu tested by cutting his own arm. Blood spurted out instantly, the pain making him wince. He needed to visualize how the skin would regenerate quickly. The wound on Gu's arm healed itself. He nodded with satisfaction, muttering, "I thought I was not ready, but now I can use this power for myself. Let us see how many abilities I can steal." With that, Gu stepped over the bodies of two guards and moved forward. Then he began wiping out O's guards. Mesmerized, they had exploited children and hunters, people who should have been teammates, trapping them and leading them to their deaths. So they all deserved to die. Gu showed no mercy. These O soldiers had to pay for the lives lost in Hap City. Maybe I was the one who gave the orders, Gu thought, but in the end, it was the soldiers who were to blame, and so the forest became Gu's one-man massacre zone. He killed and absorbed their powers, having honed himself through countless deaths in his past life. This was bound to happen, and it would keep happening. Fate gave Gu this chance, and he was not about to waste it. Pulling his sword from the body of the 18th soldier he would slain, Gu muttered coldly, "I have recharged more energy than I used before. Let us see who is next." Having said that, he scanned the area, searching frantically, but then, Gu's body suddenly convulsed, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Panicked, he slammed his sword into the ground to steady himself. Gu grimaced, thinking, could this be a side effect? Have I pushed beyond my limit? But no, he would absorb monster energy before without issues. Maybe this body is not strong enough yet to handle such a sudden power surge. Gu felt his stomach twist painfully. He needed to find cover and rest fast. Just then, a voice echoed from behind. "Hey, anyone here?" Gu instantly tensed up. He turned and saw Hogan standing there, smirking coldly, still breathing. Huh? Seeing him, Gu's expression darkened, his eyes burning with hatred. Hogan sneered at Gu. "Congrats on surviving out there beyond the wall. Most would be dead by now." Gu gripped his sword tighter, Teeth clenched. You here to avenge your buddies? Come and try me. No sooner had he spoken than he swung his sword fiercely, but Hogan effortlessly chopped through the blade's arc with his spear. Hogan sneered coldly. Avenging friends. Don't he make me laugh? Gu was confused by the words, unsure what he meant, but there was no time to ponder. He launched another sword strike. Hogan stayed calm, dodging smoothly with his spear. He was way more skilled than those small fries. He shattered Gu's attack in a blink. Hogan smirked. Too easy. This works on those weaklings. But it is useless against me. Gu narrowed his eyes. Suspicious. What? You are not on the Night Guild's side. Hogan chuckled coldly. Don't overthink it. You won't be leaving here alive anyway. Gu squinted at him, then lunged forward with all his might. This was his shot. But at that moment, Hogan pulled out a short sword. He easily blocked Gu's blade. Smirking. Not that simple. Gu growled, slamming his hand onto Hogan's forehead, trying to use his devouring power to absorb Hogan's energy. But it did not work. The destructive force was blocked somehow, and Hogan grabbed Gu's arm. Hogan snarled aggressively. What the hell are you trying to do? Without waiting for a reply, Gu head-butted him hard. Blood streamed from Hogan's nose as he gritted his teeth in pain, but Gu was fine, his regenerative power still kicking in. This enraged Hogan beyond measure. You damn bastard. I swear I will make you suffer before you die. In an instant, his face twisted, eyes glowing a fierce red, the eyes of a primal monster. As Gu staggered, Hogan lunged forward, kicking him hard in the gut. Before Gu could catch his breath, Hogan charged with his short sword. But Gu noticed a weakness and stabbed into Hogan's hand. Still, Hogan did not flinch. He yanked out the blade, grinding his teeth. You crazy bastard. He gripped Gu's sword so tight his hand bled but refused to let go. Gu watched this scene with a mix of awe and disbelief. But the real shock came next. Hogan snapped Gu's sword in two. Then, a surge of energy appeared in Hogan's hand. Without hesitation, Hogan plunged it into Gu's palm. Looking down coldly, Hogan hissed, You are tougher than most humans. But now, I will tear your soul to shreds piece by piece. Gu raised an eyebrow at that. For a human? Huh. So that means he is one of the Night Guild's puppets too. He glanced at his pinned arm on the ground. If only he could get that knife out. But the only weapon left to him was a dagger. Suddenly, Gu remembered something a saying about sacrificing flesh to save the bone. He just had to believe in that. With that thought, Gu pulled out his dagger. Then, he chopped off his own pinned wrist. Seeing this, Hogan could not help but grin. Gu's vehicle just leaped onto the central ridge. Hogan could not believe it. Did the guy who just slashed his wrist really think he could do anything without weapons left, especially with only one wrist left? Gu's vehicle sneered coldly. Who said I am unarmed? Earlier, Seven had asked him why he could not use core weapons. He really needed to wield a proper sword. Later, he taught Gu how to create weapons out of pure energy. Back then, he thought he did not have enough energy cores. But now it was a whole different story. Gu had absorbed a ton of them. Thanks to that, he could now forge weapons from pure energy. Gu's vehicle charged wildly down from the ridge. Hogan did not dare slack off. He quickly formed an energy core to block. The cold sneer returned. Core weapon. Not bad, but totally useless. Then he launched a psychic attack on Gu's vehicle, but this time, Gu's vehicle endured it, because if he only used that core shield, he would not be able to keep his energy core stable. Without hesitation, he hurled his energy core shard at Hogan down below. At the same moment, Hogan pulled his spear stuck in the ground. He quickly threw it back toward that energy shard in a flash. Two fierce energy forces collided head-on. Gu's vehicle did not flinch. Suddenly, he vanished and reformed as a formless sword. Just as he drew it, that spear split into countless smaller spears, leaving Hogan stunned. But before he could process what was happening, those spears dissolved into glowing orbs, seemingly harmless. Those glowing points suddenly shot toward him, tearing through his body bit by bit. Meanwhile, Gu's vehicle faced Hogan's spear again and quickly summoned an energy shield. But it was not enough. The spear shattered the shield, forcing him to retreat in a flash. Gu's vehicle plummeted down. His body rolled slightly. He had to brace himself against the rock with his hand. Gu was not sure if Hogan was really dead yet, but his own body could not hold on. He slipped into unconsciousness. After a moment, Gu woke up from the haze. He jolted upright, heart racing. Something's wrong with Hogan. But soon, he spotted Hogan lying motionless in a pool of blood. He exhaled sharply. He was definitely dead. He would caught him. Then, Gu noticed his own hand lying not far away. He scrambled over and used his regeneration skill to reattach it. Moments later, his hand was back to normal. He cheered. Awesome. Who knew this ability would be this effective? But just then, a hateful voice rang out behind him. Honestly, You are disgusting. Gu whipped his head around before he could even see who it was. Someone's foot pinned him to the ground, and it was none other than Sven, pointing his sword at him. Sven growled. Answer me straight, are you a monster or not? Sven's expression was anything but friendly. Fearing a half-baked answer, Sven warned coldly. Don't dodge this question. If I do not like your answer, you will die right here. Right now, Gu bit his lip and muttered. Can you cut me some slack? It is hard to talk with a sword shoved in my back like this, with a slight sneer. Gu said coldly. You think I trust you? Aren't you strong enough to kill me anytime? Then Sven pulled his foot off Gu's head. Frowning. Even after getting beaten half to death, you still got the nerve to talk your way out. Gu sat up and eyed Sven suspiciously. How did you find me? Sven ignored the question. Coldly commanding. Cut the sidestepping. Who are you really? Gu rolled his eyes. How much should he even reveal, seeing his face? Sven sneered. Planning to dodge again, on my way here. I counted 15 dead ones. No way you pulled that off with your basic skills. You must have drained your energy cores, and more than that, the energy I sensed from you was way stronger. How the hell did that happen in such a short time? That makes no sense. And he even has regeneration powers. As he said this, Sven narrowed his eyes at Gu's car. Coldly asking, you have got some abilities that let you absorb others' powers, right? It sounded like a question, but it was really a statement. Leaving Gu stunned. I have seen through you. You can't fool me anymore. He sighed before adding, you are pretty much spot on. Commander, Sven said coldly. I will ask again, are you a monster? Gu shook his head slightly. Explaining. Even though my powers might look like it, Sven pressed on. Then why hide it from us? Gu answered slowly. I figured a lot of people would feel threatened, so it was better to keep it secret until I could protect myself. Sven paused, then sheathed his sword. Gu finally exhaled deeply and asked, how's the battle going? Sven answered slowly. The remaining outer defense squads heard your orders and have retreated back into the inner fortress. Gu asked, they will be okay without you? Sven replied coldly, and since the inner fortress is smaller, it is easier to defend with our few remaining troops. Gu frowned. You said you are here to kill the Shadow Knight. How do you know where he is? Sven pointed toward the volcano, saying, there. But you probably guessed that already, right? That is why I ran into you here. Gu did not know what to say, but could not help feeling impressed. This guy's sharp. Sven spoke up. Let us start by taking out the Shadow Knight. Gu quickly stood, nodding. Yes, sir. Sven barked an order. I will figure out what to do with you later. Don't you think you are off the hook? If you are scared, just let those monsters tear you apart. Gu replied coolly. I am. How long has it been? How long have I been out here? Sven shook his head slightly and said, I do not know. You were already down when I got here. I saw the energy course glow from your battle when I got near the volcano. So it can't have been that long. Gu frowned upon hearing this and said, hold up. I want to check a few things before we move. Then he walked over to Hogan's body and sliced it open with his knife. After a long inspection, Gu muttered, it is not him. Sven glared at him sharply. What are you looking for? Gu replied calmly. The mark of the Shadow Engineer. I thought it would be here. Sven grew even more confused. Why would you expect to find it on him? Gu explained slowly. I sensed an incredibly strong dark aura. Sven flinched slightly and guessed. Maybe he was just enchanted. Or it is because he was near that guy. Gu disagreed. Because Hogan did not seem like he would lost his mind, he acted more like a monster. That creepy vibe you felt from a distance. Yeah? That one. After thinking for a moment, Squang grabbed a spear from the ground and said, let us find that bastard fast. Everything will be clearer once we get our hands dirty. Sven eyed the spear and asked suspiciously, I know saw a spear. Where's your sword? Gu explained calmly. It is not very durable. So I figured I needed a backup without wasting time. The two dashed toward the volcano. Not long after, Sven signaled them to stop. They now stood on a rocky ledge overlooking a brutal brawl below. The fighters wore uniforms, but they were slaughtering each other mercilessly. They looked completely insane, eyes wild and unfocused. What is worse, their bodies were shrouded in a terrifying black aura. Gu watched for a while before saying, these are Olo soldiers, and they are killing each other. Sven clicked his tongue, muttering, damn, that dark energy really messed with their heads. Huh? Gu nodded. Yeah. But the last moments of those affected by the Shadow Engineer always look like this, not like Hogan earlier. They lose all reason and act like beasts. So not only are O and Nut fighting each other, that bastard's got them turning on their own people too. While he pondered this, Sven spoke up. Time's running out. Let us move. But before they could even leave, a blast of energy shot up from below, and they both dodged instantly. Stongu glanced down nervously, muttering, I am afraid we are about to get buried. Sven unleashed his power and warned coolly, get ready for battle. These guys are pure animals now, but they are still do not underestimate them. Stongu nodded slightly, full of disdain. Then, gripping his spear tight, Sven reminded, and do not let a single one escape, there is no turning back for them now. Without hesitation, they both leapt off the cliff, swinging their swords in sync. Two sharp blades of energy cut through the air like lightning bolts. They kept slashing, taking down enemies non-stop, relentless as ever. Two bursts of powerful energy struck hard, and O's forces started dropping like flies. Sven shot a glare at Skongo, grumbling, do you have to call my name like that? It would be great if you stopped dropping my name every time we team up. Just a bad habit. Let us wrap this up. Skongo nodded, clearly annoyed. They fired off two energy blasts together, and boom, the ground exploded right in front of them. OS troops were buried in the blast, and Sven and Skongu quickly flew back to the ridge to avoid the fallout. Then landed, but Moro soldiers remained. Sven shouted, they are still over there. Hurry up and finish them off. Recharge your energy while you can. Skongu flinched, then answered, got it. Moments later, they flew towards the mountain peak. Sven asked while moving, does that power work on monsters? Skongu hesitated, then said, I tried it on a cockroach, but it did not seem to work. Even if I used it, I doubt I could control it. Too much leftover core energy would overwhelm me. Sven smirked, guessing, so that means my energy is safe then. Suddenly, they locked eyes, like they would just spotted something. A strange purple smoke was rising from the tower peak ahead. Sven frowned and muttered, that purple smoke coming off the tower. Before he finished, Skongu nodded quietly. Yeah, it is definitely that the shadow sorcerer. No sooner had he spoken than an explosion rocked the tower, smoke and flames bursting everywhere. Sven squinted up nervously, hesitating. Wait, is that a person at the center? Skongu's face twisted with disgust as he looked over, and sure enough, inside the inferno, he saw Skongu bit his lip and muttered fiercely, that bastard, he is hiding inside Chisa. Are you sure he has been mocking us all this time through her? Sven frowned. So that is why we could not find him? No reason to drag this out, let us move. Right after, they quickly leapt onto the tower's peak, but the moment they arrived, Sven sensed something off. He rushed to conjure a core shield, and bam, a blast echoed right in front of them. At the same time, someone peeked out from inside the broadcasting tower. Sven charged fiercely. Who the hell are you? The figure hurriedly raised a core shield to protect themselves. When Sven got a good look, he froze. It was V-Jun. His eyes glowed a deep, sinister red. Sven clenched his teeth. Figured as much. He has been controlled by the shadow sorcerer. No wonder he has been acting so strange. At that moment, Skongu spotted something and blurted, Captain. Behind him, Sven glanced back and saw Zagu unconscious right there. Furious, he cursed. That bastard dared lay hands on the old man. Then he charged forward with his weapon. Sven attacked Vian furiously, but the man dodged every blow. Sven rushed over to Dong Ho, anxiously asking, are you alright, old man? Yuskar froze in shock at the scene, and he shouted a warning. Watch out! At the same moment, he unleashed a blast of energy. Meanwhile, Dong Ho launched a sudden attack on Sven. Luckily, Goose energy blast struck just in time, stopping Dong Ho's assault. Sven hurriedly backed up beside Goose Car, panic creeping into his voice. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Gu quickly explained. The branch manager's been possessed too. He is leading you straight into their trap. Just as he said, Dong Ho's eyes had turned bloodshot red. All the pieces were coming together. Why no retreat order? Why were the remaining soldiers inside the fortress taken down so easily? The Shadow Knight had seized control of both the fortress and the outposts, turning everyone into his puppets. Now Go finally understood why Sven never mentioned the massacre from his past life. The branch manager he respected had become a victim. At that moment, Sven spoke up. How long do you think they have been like this? Gu slowly replied. He targeted Lieutenant Vorden before the branch manager, just to control things once we arrived. Otherwise, Dong Ho would not have been able to gather their squad. He contacted them only after realizing how dire things were, and in the end, he himself got caught up in it. Sven's face twisted in disgust. Squinting, he glared across at Dong Ho, demanding, isn't he that right, old man? Say something. Gu sighed, trying to calm him down. It is too late. The Shadow Knight's mark has already seeped into their skin, coursing through their veins. They are nothing but his puppets now. Sven froze in place. Stunned, so that is the mystery behind Goose's car breaking down, finally solved. Someone had seen Dong Ho there a few days ago, but they said he just stared silently and walked away. Now they knew the truth. The Shadow Knight's host was there too. That bastard called Dong Ho over because he was controlling him. Thinking this through, Gu immediately said, I will handle those guys. Please go deal with the Shadow Knight. Sven blinked, staring at, just you alone. Don't tell me you are serious. Gu calmly shot back. Do you really think you have the guts to stab a sword through his heart? After a long pause, Sven answered, Of course I can. Why would not I? Gu looked at him, a little surprised. Finally, Sven sighed. But I can fight this rank monster alone. I will bring 2 awakened allies with me. That is the smartest move. Hearing this, Sven could not help but smirk. Look at this rookie trying to act tough. Fine. We will do it your way. Right then, Varden and Dong Ho charged in aggressively. Gu did not hesitate, firing an energy blast at the two. But they blocked it with energy shields. Seizing the moment, Sven ran over to Chisa's side. Gu thought Sven should neutralize Varden first to face Dong Ho head-on. Suddenly, Varden vanished, reappearing right in front of Gu's car. Before Gu could react, he was slammed backward. Gu bit his lip fiercely. That physical speed boosts skill, at least level 1. Maybe even rank, even though he would absorb countless skills and had a powerful core. Gu's core was not an easy target. Escaping intact was a win in itself, but Gu's opponent was not alone. Dong Ho had started attacking too. 2 energy cores appeared in Dong Ho's hands, vanishing in the blink of an eye right before Gu. Gu panicked instantly. Dong Ho's power is shape-shifting stars. I can see a thing. In his panic, you could only swing wildly at thin air, but it was hopeless. With no other choice, he raised an energy shield to defend. It did not last long before cracks appeared. Gu shouted in alarm. It is breaking. I have got to get out of here. Almost simultaneously, the energy shield shattered just as Gu escaped. He put distance between himself and his previous position, thinking he was safe only to be hit from behind by someone. Gu's heart jolted. He was ready to fight back, but it was too late. Someone grabbed him tight from behind. His arm was twisted painfully backward. But Gu struggled free with his other arm. Then he spun around and caught the attacker's leg with his free hand. Gu worried the person in front might be an exact copy of Hogan, but worrying did not help at all. In the blink of an eye, dark tentacles appeared behind Mer. Lightning fast, striking the imposter. The tentacles pierced deep, sending shock through him. Gu exhaled in relief. His guardian spirit had activated. At that moment, the imposter screamed in agony. The imposter's energy wildly surged into Gu's body. Soon after, the imposter collapsed, utterly drained. Gu got back on his feet from the ground, but before he could act, he coughed up fresh blood. Side effects again, but not the time to worry about that. Gu had to deal with the imposter first, though his vision was still blurry. While Gu was disoriented, something hurtled toward him. He could not dodge and got slammed. It was the imposter, stabbing his spear into Gu's shoulder. Then he pulled back, blood dripping from the spearhead. Gu gritted his teeth in pain. Only now did he realize the imposter was the real threat. Meanwhile, atop the tower, a thick aura of dark magic swirled. Sven barely arrived before raising a protective shield. He muttered grimly, "One slip and I am as good as dead. No wonder the whole crew's losing it." While Sven fretted, Chisa giggled nearby, driving him nuts. "Cut it out, you little menace. Someone's about to die here." Without another word, Sven charged forward with his demon blade. Just before striking, Sven hesitated. "I know you are just a vessel, kid, but since you are blocking my way, I can't hold back. Sorry." Then, Sven slashed down at Chisa, but suddenly, Chisa whispered, freezing Sven mid-swing. He stared, stunned and confused by her words, but the dark knight inside Chisa was not phased. The moment Sven stepped closer, it leapt out of her body, attacking Sven's arm. When it vanished, a sinister mark appeared on Sven's hand. Meanwhile, Chisa pleaded desperately, "Please save me, Hunter, I beg." But deep inside, the dark knight's chilling laughter echoed relentlessly. Sven's frustration grew. He gritted his teeth. "I told you to stop laughing. Is that all you have got?" Without hesitation, he scraped the dark knight's mark off his skin with his blade, no trace left behind. The scene stunned everyone, but Sven stayed cold and calm. "All right, let us get down to business. Time for a straight-up fight." No sooner said, Chisa's back sprouted sharp claws that lunged at Sven in a flash. They clamped down on his body. Even his limbs were locked tight. But Sven did not panic. Calm and steady, he asked, "Giving it your all now, huh?" Then, with a powerful pull, He snapped the claws off his limbs. He swung his demon blade fiercely. Boom. The tower's summit exploded with a deafening blast. Meanwhile, below, Gu was still under attack from the imposter, his face showing clear signs of weakness. Suddenly, a loud crash startled them both. A surge of raw energy erupted from the tower's base, shaking it violently as it toppled and rolled toward the volcano. The tower crashed down at lightning speed, tossing anyone inside out. It plunged straight into the molten lava, swallowed by the scorching inferno. Gu clung desperately to the cliffside, gritting his teeth as he climbed step by step. Once he reached solid ground, he exhaled sharply. What the hell just caused that massive quake? I still can't see a thing. What am I supposed to do now? Flashback to earlier. During training, after Sven took him down, he walked over to Sungu's side and asked, "Hey rookie, you know why the invisible sword keeps taking you out? Do not." Sungu looked at him coldly and replied, "Maybe it is because I just can't see it." Sven nodded slightly and said, "Exactly. Since it is invisible, the only way to dodge it is to sense the core energy directly. But you are still dumb enough to try spotting it with your naked eyes." Hearing this, Sa finally realized what was wrong. Sven kept coaching. "Here's a tip for you. You have got more senses than just sight." He told Sungu to try closing his eyes, block out all visual info, and focus on everything else. Snapping out of the memory, Sungu took a deep breath. He had to keep his cool. Fighting two enemies blindly had thrown him off balance. With that in mind, Segu slowly shut his eyes and focused, ignoring the senses that were not working and zeroing in on the rest. Then he muttered, "This thick smell and scorching heat. I must be inside Mount Kandu. The broadcast tower must be knocked down by the insane energy from the battle between Sven and the Dark Knight." Sungu heard nothing nearby, guessing Vorden and Dongo were not close. Probably tossed far away when the tower collapsed. Then he felt his arm was stiff. He needed to fix it before they caught up. Thinking quickly, Sungu cracked his joints back into place, the bones popping loudly, and even the wound on his shoulder started healing. He was not at peak condition, but this was good enough for now. Next up, weapons. He quickly formed one using the energy in his palm. In no time, Sungu had crafted a spear. Just then, a sudden energy blast shot toward him. He dodged just in time, still with eyes closed, so focused, silently listening for any movement. He thought he heard two breaths from the opposite side, meaning the two were still around. Sungu figured they were not too close yet, probably trying to hit him from a distance since he could not see. Right then, Vorden and Dongho launched two beams of energy his way. But for him, that was not a problem. He could block Sven Koma's invisible sword, since its shape and trajectory were almost tangible. If Sungu could get past the psychological attack, all that was left was an old man and some flashy energy tricks. No way they could beat him. With that thought, Sungu raised his energy spear high and roared, "Hey Vorden, here's a little payback for that indigestion you caused earlier." No sooner said than done. He flung the spear. It multiplied into a barrage of spears in the blink of an eye. They sliced through the air like a storm, and both Vorden and Donko panicked at the sight. But just then, Sungu shouted again, "Sven's invisible sword." As soon as he finished, the spear shrank into tiny points, zipping past the two old men. They could not dodge at all. The energy points sliced through them, leaving wounds all over their bodies. Sungu grinned and said, "Now you know what it is like to face an invisible attack." Then, with a thunderous boom, a series of explosions rocked the area. Almost at the same moment, Sungu opened his eyes. The two had been ravaged by the blasts. He would taken them down. Vorden's lower body was all that remained, while Dongo had a hole blown right through his gut. The two just collapsed and died. Gu finally exhaled softly, relief washing over him. It worked. His part was done. Now he had to go help Sven, right? Meanwhile, Sven was still locked in battle with the Dark Knight inside Chisa's body. After that last attack, the Dark Knight was still standing. The huge tentacles were still lunging towards Sven. Sven quickly dodged, swinging his sword nonstop. But there were just too many tentacles, and he got grabbed again. Sven growled in frustration. Again? The Dark Knight tried to drag him toward the lava with those tentacles. Sven planted his feet firmly, and seeing his desperate struggle, the Dark Knight laughed triumphantly. Sven glared coldly and asked, "Hey, you know what this is? Do not." As soon as he took the bait, he threw his whole body backward, then used the tentacle's recoil to spring himself high into the air. Next, Sven started swinging his sword midair, chopping all those tentacles to the ground. This infuriated the Dark Knight inside Chisa's body. It tried once again to attack Sven with its tentacles. Seeing this, Sven sneered coldly. Useless. Without hesitation, he plunged the demon sword deep into Chisa's body. A surge of raw power burst out from the strike. Even Sungu on this side could feel that energy flying straight toward him. Startled, he shouted, What the hell was that? When the energy finally dissipated, the scene of Sven slamming Chisa against the wall came into view. Sven glanced at Song-gyu and warned, "Step back. That demon aura will swallow you whole." Just as he said, Chisa suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, a wave of black energy burst forth from her body. Before long, it formed into a solid entity, the Dark Knight. Seeing it, Sven charged forward with a cold promise, "Finally showing your true colors. Huh? No way you are escaping this time." Without wasting a second, he chased after the Dark Knight. Sven swung his sword without hesitation. The Dark Knight's body sliced open, releasing a torrent of purplish-pink energy like a storm. But Sven showed no mercy, swinging wildly while shouting, "Come on, let it all out. Let us hear you scream." Song-gyu, watching from below, could not help but admire. This Dark Knight's rated not for raw strength, but for cunning and special abilities. Still, there is no way it can stand against Sven wielding the demon's sword. Sure enough, within minutes, Sven touched down from the air. He glanced at the two bodies on the ground, then looked at Song-gyu and said, "Done. Good job." Song-gyu shook his head and replied bluntly, "Thanks, but I still have doubts. Did they really go down that easily? Something feels off." Right then, a sudden noise from behind made them both jump. Dong-ho, still alive and coughing nonstop too. He glanced at Sven and weakly called out, "Sven." Sven immediately ran over. "You are back, you old geezer." Song-gyu's expression soared. I knew it. In his past life, Sven never meant to spare the Dark Knight. After that brutal fight, he thought he would killed it. It was not over. Wounded and desperate, the Dark Knight escaped by using Dong-ho as a shield, which is why Song-gyu encountered it in the final battle. This time, with him here, things won't play out the same. Song-gyu dashed forward immediately. Sven looked at him in confusion and asked, "Are you nuts? Rookie, do not tell me you are." Before he could finish, Song-gyu shot past him in a blur. Sven was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "No way. This can teep." Song-gyu was now attacking the escaping black energy, and suddenly the last piece of the puzzle clicked. Closing in, he shouted, "Captain Demon Sword." Without hesitation, Sven tossed the demon sword to him. Song-gyu caught it swiftly and struck the Dark Knight again. At that moment, he spotted a mark hidden inside the black energy cluster. The Dark Knight stabbed right into the center of that mark. A terrified scream echoed from the Dark Knight. Soon after, the black energy completely vanished. With that, Song-gyu returned from the air. He stared silently at what was stuck on the demon's sword. Sven looked like he wanted to say something. "So that is his real core. Persistent as a leech. Feels like you are always one step ahead. I want to figure this out too." But since Song-gyu played a crucial role in taking down the Dark Knight, Sven let it slide. Then, he brushed past Song-gyu, quietly praising, "Well done." Later, he stood beside Hase's corpse, sighed deeply, and said, "No matter what, there is no bringing him back now." Seeing his grief, Song-gyu could not help but speak up. "The Shadow Engineer only temporarily lifted the curse to escape. That mark runs deep in his heart. It is tragic his entire life was controlled." At those words, Sven's face instantly darkened. After a long pause, he sighed and said, "All right, I get." Song-gyu said nothing more. Sven sat down beside Dutuch, muttering softly, "You sensed this was coming, did not you? That is why you called me." Still, is dead now, no waking from this. But the city of FP has returned to how it was, bathed once again in sunlight, just as he always wished. Yet with the Shadow Engineer's presence, the darkness of fear lurking in Chapi's town is slowly creeping into view. That day, NetS soldiers in Hepchapi faced the hardest night of their lives. However, the orders Kwang-gu gave on behalf of the missing branch manager to abandon the outer walls proved to be a decisive move in the battle to defend HP. The hunters managed to hold their ground against the monster's fierce assault by fortifying their positions and leveraging the fortress' iron-clad defenses. Thanks to Kosvin and Mir Gu's team, they successfully defeated the Shadow Knight. Now freed from its control, the monsters either retreated back to their original territories or turned on each other, while the hunters finished off the stragglers behind the walls. As the first rays of sunlight finally broke through, the monsters vanished almost like it had all been a nightmare. The surviving members of Team O were thrown into a holding cell, waiting for AQ to come pick them up. This would not be noted in the official report, but Mir Gu's group had another problem to deal with. The next night, in a basement, Sven's entire team was gathered, and right in front of them was little Chisa transformed into a monster. Sven glanced at Emily and demanded, "Report." Emily nodded softly. Chisa slowly turning into a monster. It is not just the spikes growing from her back, her arms and legs are starting to look like theirs too. She added that she would scoured old medical records for a cure but found no cases even remotely like this. You took over. If we send her to AQ now, Chisa might not even arrive in human form. Seeing her like that, they would probably dissect her alive. At this point, things can't get any worse. He trailed off there. But everyone knew exactly what he meant. Kim Hun called out sorrowfully. Chisa, I still want to hold you, but Sven barked in frustration. Step back. Chisa was still fully conscious, but her spiked back kept violently thrashing against the glass of the test tube. Reluctantly, Kim Hun stepped back. Chisa whimpered. I did not mean to. Sven sighed. We know. But those things have made coming back here way harder than expected. Then he looked at her and asked, what are your plans? What do you want us to do? After a brief hesitation, Chisa spoke up. I am not a monster. If I can't live as a human anymore, then I want to die as a human. Please, have mercy on me. Her words sent a chill through everyone present. Each face twisted in discomfort. They clearly did not want to go through with it. But in the end, they had to accept this brutal truth. Sven immediately channeled energy into his palm. He pressed his lips tight and said, the world might already be in chaos, but a kid should fight tooth and nail to live, begging for their life. Just as he was about to act, Emily stepped in front to block him. She holds a secret humanity might desperately need. We have to report this and send her in. Before she could finish, Sven cut her off coldly. Enough, Emily. You know exactly what becoming a lab rat means. And last I checked, you were not exactly thrilled about it either. His words left Emily stunned, unsure how to respond. Sven went on. I remember some rookie confidently lecturing us about petty hypocrisy Seong-gu. Now's not the time to remind him, but Sven did not care. This kid is begging us to end it. How can we just turn a blind eye? Kim Hun's brow furrowed deeply, his body trembling slightly. At that moment, Kim Hun volunteered. If that is the case, I should be the one. But Seong-gu stopped him. Let me do it. Sven glanced at Seong-gu but did not object. Seong-gu stepped forward quietly. Please understand. Kim Hun nodded softly. I get. Thank you. In no time, Seong-gu reached Chisa's containment. Do it as you wish. Close your eyes. Chisa obeyed, gently shutting her eyes, but tears streamed down her face. Through her sobs, she whispered, I do not want to die. Please, do not let this happen to me. If she had not become a monster and fallen under the Shadow Knight's control, maybe there'd still be hope for her survival. Hearing Chisa's desperate denial, Seong-gu and Kim Hun clenched their fists so tight their bodies trembled. Seong-gu sighed reluctantly and whispered, farewell. In an instant, the test tube pulsed with a surge of intense energy. Kim Hun only managed to hear Chi-X's final farewell. A poor girl slipping away from this world just like that. Fresh blood from Chi-X splattered all over the test tube glass. Seong-gu finally broke down, resting his head against the test tube in despair. Her death tore everyone's hearts apart. Sven sighed deeply and calmly ordered everyone to forget everything that happened here, and not to mention it in any reports. No one witnessed a thing. Kim Hun and Gale Hun nearby burst into loud tears. Sven turned and walked out, warning the other bastards who knew what happened. If even a word slips, I will kill you. After that day, nobody spoke of Chi-X again. Everyone wrestled with their pain in their own way. Kim Hun trained with his sword until he collapsed from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Gale Hun sneaked out to hunt monsters, their heartbreak and burning hatred for those beasts sealing their resolve. None of them doubted their mission to exterminate the monsters anymore. Seong-gu, however, still held onto a shred of sanity. When the body handlers arrived, he went to check, approaching a corpse draped in a white cloth. Confirming what he was looking for, Seong-gu quickly turned and told the person behind him to separate that body. It needs to be studied. Meanwhile, Sven was busy as the town's leader. Then one day, Emily suddenly came with an announcement. Rookie Kim Seong, you are being quarantined until further notice. Seong-gu's face lit up the moment he heard that. Gale Hun frowned, asking why the sudden quarantine. Emily bluntly explained, after what happened with the monstrous minions, the branch manager, and Lieutenant Vu Dun, orders came down to quarantine anyone exposed to those deadly creatures until they test negative for the toxin. Kim Hun pressed his lips, demanding to know who put Seong-gu on that list. Emily hesitated briefly before answering. Commander Sven. Seong-gu sighed helplessly. He knew it all along. That guy just can't shake his suspicion. 2 days later, in the interrogation room, Sven walked in from outside. He sat across from Seong-gu, coldly asking, you holding up okay? Seong-gu replied bluntly, I'm managing. But how long do I have to stay here? You still think I might be a monster? Do not. Sven smirked. That depends on your answers. I am not totally convinced yet. Seong-gu sighed again. Sven had witnessed his skills firsthand, but still doubted him. Understandable though. The scar from the Shadow Knight ran deep. As Seong-gu molded over, Sven spoke again. This might be a headache for us, but I have got good news for you. He slid a piece of paper across the table. Sung-gu eyed it suspiciously. Then his eyes went wide in shock. Sven explained slowly. That body you tricked Emily into sending to Juice. The test results came back. Jim Hogan was confirmed to be a monster. Sung-gu stared at the report. Stunned, he knew it, that bastard really was a monster. Seeing his expression, Sven added. More precisely, he transformed into a monster. He underwent monsterization. You could say, he continued. Plus, you were the one who found him, took him down, and exposed Hogan's true nature. That proves you are not a monster. But it is still not enough. Because you could be used him as a distraction. Sung-gu narrowed his eyes. Then what are you still doubting? Sven answered coldly. Unlike a kid. His appearance never changed. Before the autopsy. How did you know? Sung-fro, unsure how to respond. Seeing his silence, Sven leaned in. Voice dropping to a warning. You can stay silent. But that one T clear your name. You will be locked up here until the war with the monsters is over. Sven reminded him. Your life's in my hands until I let you go. Don't make me write off your death as an accident. Sung-gu hesitated a long moment. Then exhaled. I understand. Taking a deep breath, he slowly explained. I found out Jim Hogan was a monster thanks to my ability, the one you are curious about. Sven raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Your ability? You mean absorption? Nodding solemnly, Sung-gu slowly explained. Yeah, I call it devouring. I can absorb the powers and core energy of other awakened beings, and make them my own. This happens even if you kill them, or if your energy core touches their body for a certain amount of time. Sung-gu asked Sven if he remembered that last time he said it does not work on monsters. Sven seemed to catch on immediately and shouted, so what about humans turned into monsters? Sung-gu bluntly admitted, yeah, it does not work on them either. As for Arn, he was not sure since she is not an awakened, but after 3 contacts with Hogan and the clash that followed, Sung-gu's power showed no reaction. After those 3 attempts, he had his conclusion. Sven muttered to himself, if you are telling the truth, this could be used as a way to tell them apart. The moment you touch an awakened person, you would know if they have turned into a monster or not. Sung-gu shook his head softly. But I do not have enough data to be sure. Now was not the time to tell Sven about the voice urging him to kill awakened humans. If he did, Sven would probably slit his throat on the spot. While Sung-gu was lost in thought, Sven pressed on. Anyone else you suspect? Sung-gu flinched briefly, then shook his head. Not right now. Actually, there were still 2 people, Orang and manager Inchul, but Sung-gu needed more info. Besides, digging into that would just have them dissect Orang for investigation. Just then, Sven spoke up. All right, you are off the hook for now. Which made Sung-gu jump, but before he could even feel relieved, Sven added cryptically. But that is it just for now. Sung-gu frowned. What is that supposed to mean? Sven promised ominously. You think this is over? I told you. Once we deal with the Shadow Knight, I am going to torture you for information. Sung-gu had learned all of Sven's sword techniques right before Sven taught them. He knew the black mist appeared on the battlefield because of the Shadow Knight. Sung-gu also predicted everyone would have to face monsters before the escape pod arrived. Plus, Zuzi's info on the demon sword given to Sven included how the Shadow Knight managed to escape. Sven wanted to know everything, why Sung-gu had not stopped at all. Sven furrowed his brow deeply. This was a big deal. Sung-gu had never told anyone about his past life before, but with Sven in front of him, he could not pull any lame excuses. Sven was the strongest ally he would ever had. If he believed and accepted what Sung-gu said, he would be the most powerful partner Sung-gu could ever count on. With that thought, Sung-gu made up his mind and said seriously, all right. It is about my power actually. One of the powers I absorbed, he told Sven about Busik, his memory-enhancing ability, and how those memories were not just from this life. Sven's eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing Sven's skeptical look, Sung-gu pressed on. He was a noble soul, a man who lived once before and was reborn. By absorbing his power, I inherited those memories too. At this point, Sven could not take it anymore. Growling fiercely, you expect me to believe that? I have never heard anything this ridiculous. Sung-gu sighed and looked up at Sven. You saw for yourself how accurate my predictions were. You want the reason I gave it. Besides, something huge is going to happen in 5 years. Sven narrowed his eyes, irritated. What now? Sung-gu explained slowly. According to those memories, Kim Busik predicted a massive monster assault within 5 years. He left me tons of info on the locations of S-rank monsters, and his last wish was for me to hunt them down and rally forces to fight them before it happens. Still skeptical, Sven asked, and why? Why you? Sung-gu hesitated a moment then replied, Because I am the hunter who killed the most S-rank monsters in the last battle. That hit Sven hard. Song-gu glanced at him, ready to say more. Yet here is Sven, banging the table and shouting, "Cut the nonsense. Did you kill more monsters than me?" Song-gu was speechless, watching him lose his mind. What has gotten into this guy? You are telling me about your past life. Yet you are fussing over this? Straight up crazy. After a long rant, Sven finally grumbled. Alright. Aside from the ridiculous stuff, I think this clears everything up. Song-gu squinted at him, looks like he actually believes it. Then Sven ordered, "First, I want a report on when and where high-level monsters will show up. This will also help prove your innocence." Song-gu nodded immediately. Sven narrowed his eyes and warned seriously, "But I am still watching you. If you slip up even once, I will treat you like a monster and take you down." Song-gu nodded firmly. "Got it. But I think it is best if you do not report this to the higher-ups." Sven scoffed coldly. "Since when are you telling me how to do my job?" He said, "If those old geezers find out, they will force someone to let you drain their power." Hearing this, Song-gu froze and blurted, "They won tea." Before he could finish, Sven clicked his tongue. "I knew you did not understand them at all. Bottom line, I am not putting myself in a bind. Monster seeds are more than enough." Song-gu frowned deeply, muttering to himself, "Monster seeds? Huh?" Sven pointed at the report in Song-gu's hand and said coldly, "Check the notes." Song-gu opened it right away. Inside Hogan's brain, they found an unidentified object shaped like a seed. They think it is from the monsterization process because it radiates strong magic. To keep it simple, call them monster seeds. There is a good chance there are many more out there, and it is hard to predict how dangerous they could be if monsters mass-produce them. Reading this, Song-gu clenched his fist. So that is what is turning people into monsters and stripping away their humanity finally. A lead. While he was deep in thought, Sven spoke up. "For now, I want to report this to the higher-ups or anyone else." Song-gu looked suspicious. "What do you mean?" Sven smiled and said, "You would not get it. These monsterized people could be hiding right under our noses." He said they will keep it secret until they find a way to identify monster seeds without killing the host. Song-gu finally got it. "Alright. I understand." Sven continued. "Another problem is the higher-ups will lose their minds." Song-gu looked confused. "First, they will try to find someone for you to drain power from, and Sven does not trust them. Here's why." Sven was silent for a moment before adding, "The new branch manager is coming soon. That means my annoying admin days are over. Get ready to head back to Jeju when you leave here." Song-gu did not overthink it. Nodding. "Alright." So they achieved their goal in the city of Hap. But Song-gu had a new worry brewing. The monster attack on Hap City once again confirmed that these monsters are not showing up exactly when they did in your past life. Song-gu knew he had to mention that in his report to Sven. The time gap made his growth rate a bigger concern. Personal training sessions with Sven were speeding up his power, trying to make up for the late awakening. But what if the monsters showed up before he caught up? If the worst happened, Song-gu would have to fight the final battle with even less preparation than last time. He had no choice but to push forward with multiple steps in his plan, especially regarding the fourth event. Sven's ship sailed for days before finally spotting the destination. Gaogun shouted excitedly, "There it is, Jeju Island." Right before them stood the base of Net on Jeju Island. Once word got out that they had returned, Senna's group rushed over to greet them. Everyone bursting with joy, Senna approached Song-gu and spoke softly. "We have heard about the cursed city. Sorry we could not do more to help." Song-gu shook his head gently and said, "Even the leaders could not send support. But I am just glad we all survived and got back together." "But where's Sarang? Why is not she here?" Senna hesitated, then replied, "She will be here soon." Before she could finish, Arang appeared, dragging a swarm of monsters behind her. Minnie was speechless. "He wants to bring his monsters along. Guess he is itching to show off that freaky crew." Song-gu chuckled softly, stepped forward, and said to the kid, "Looks like you have built quite the monster collection." Arang grinned. "Not bad, right? You can see how much I have leveled up my monster control skills." Song-gu nodded with approval, laying a hand on Arang's shoulder. "Good job." The thing Song-gu worried about was the monster seeds. Did Arang even have any on him? The moment Song-gu touched Arang, one of the beasts beside him bared its fangs, ready to strike. Even the snake and the bird perched on Arang's shoulders mirrored the same aggression, making Song-gu jump back in surprise. Arang tried to intervene, but before he could, the snake coiled around him, baring fangs and flicking its tongue at Song-gu. Song-gu did not fight back, instead stepping back cautiously. At that moment, Arang grabbed the snake's neck firmly. The kid snapped, clearly annoyed. "Hey, What do you think you are doing? Are you crazy? Attacking Seonggu like that just as he spoke, Orang used both hands and feet to reel in the bird and the beast in a flash. Chaos erupted around them, leaving Seonggu at a loss for what to do. Orang looked at him apologetically. Sorry. Seonggu. They are usually better behaved, but today they are acting nuts. Seonggu just shook his head. Forget it. Then he glanced down at his hands, muttering quietly. Exactly the kind of mess I did not want. Feels like I am stuck in some twisted Kim and Chun and Jim Hogan run. On top of that, the monsters got aggressive the moment Seonggu activated his devouring power. Could this be an early sign of mutation? Seonggu shook his head, trying to snap out of it. Worrying won't change a thing the message already sent. Now all he could do was wait patiently. With that, he looked around at everyone and said, our training period is almost over. Have you all decided which legion you want to join? There were several smaller legions under their faction. Special Ops, Guards, and Scouts. Most of these legions had relatively easy jobs or never left the main base, but the Scout Legion was a whole different beast fighting on the front lines for the smallest rewards, making it perfect for those who absolutely despised monsters. Right then, Senna spoke up. Do we even have to ask? We are all joining the Scout Legion. Seonggu shot her a sharp look. Senna chuckled softly. Like we are just gonna walk out after our big speech to the high command. That decision's basically sealed. Don't you think? Gyeogun nodded in agreement, adding, besides, I do not think anyone hates monsters more than us. Seonggu had thought he would have to come up with a plan to convince them to join him, but turns out they volunteered themselves. He looked around and asked, everyone's in agreement. They all answered in unison. Exactly, Seonggu nodded with satisfaction. All right then. From now on, you are all part of the Scout Legion. His plan was to leave the camp and head to the wasteland, starting independent operations as a small team. But when Sven heard this, he immediately refused. No way. You do not get to decide that. Everyone's joining Sven's team. Seonggu stared at him, puzzled. But I told you from the start I want to form my own strike team. Sven smiled knowingly, as if to say, I know. Seonggu gritted his teeth, waiting for him to continue. Sven opened his mouth weakly again. But no matter how many past life memories he had, he was still just a rookie fresh out of training. Did he really think the captain would buy that? Seonggu was not convinced and pressed on, saying, we have planned to operate independently, I just have not finished explaining yet. Sven cut him off coolly. Don't sweat it. This is going to benefit both sides. I am officially part of Sven's squad, but Seonggu's got full freedom to do whatever he wants. That means you guys can move without unnecessary oversight from higher ups. In return, Sven expects you to answer every emergency call to help take down S-rank monsters, and the like. So yeah, it is a win-win. Seonggu perked up at that and hesitated before speaking. I want to recruit more members from our operational areas. That is part of why I want an independent squad. Is that cool? Sven shrugged nonchalantly. I only reach out when it is really necessary. No petty stuff. Go for it. But why rush straight to the home territory right after leaving? Seonggu paused, stunned by the question, then answered after a moment. To develop, boss. Sven looked confused, as if piecing something together, then asked suspiciously, you mean the next stage of awakening? Exactly. Seonggu nodded calmly. You know the deal, individuals go through 4 awakening stages. First is the initial awakening. Then the second stage is trait differentiation. Third is inversion, that is the level the gang members have reached. Then there is the 4th awakening stage, the core phase. Every stage demands brutal effort, but the 4th is on a whole other level. Seonggu was certain it had to do with tapping into one's primal instincts. To reach stage 4, you have got to experience the home territory first. And while Seonggu was still mulling this over, Sven reminded him, and on your way back, swing by Juji's place. She said the jeer. Charms? Whatever. Already. Seonggu froze at that, but he still stopped by her place on the way back, bringing Erang along. Juji was a striking girl with purple-dyed hair and killer style. She greeted them right away. Hey babe. And this handsome guy. Your cute boyfriend must be Erang, right? Erang was a bit taken aback by her casual vibe, but Juji did not care. Don't he forget to tell me. Where's the monster crew at? Seonggu explained slowly. We figured they would be scattered around, so we did not bring them along. Juji looked disappointed. I was hoping to get a peek at them. Though. Ah well, come with me, kid. Don't be scared. Erang? It is just a quick health check, no biting. Promise. A moment later, Juji led them to a machine and said bluntly, Take off your clothes and step inside. Orang hesitated but still undressed and stepped into the machine. The feeling of being stared at made him blush a bit. Then Juji looked toward Guskar and said, "Let us have a little chat. He want to hear a thing. Svens told me a lot about you. So much that I feel like I already know you." Gu shifted awkwardly before replying. "Oh yeah? I thought you looked a bit skeptical." Juji smiled slyly. "You are the one who asked Emily to do the autopsy. Right? For a rookie. Your reputation sure packs a punch. You are like a dish people can get out of their heads." Gu blushed even more hearing that. "Why compare me to food?" You ignored him and continued. "I am just being cautious. All I want to hear is that you are not a monster." Gu furrowed his brow and said, "I want to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. So if possible, let us keep this between us." Juji nodded soft. "Sure, unless something weird happens. But no promises." Saying that, she brushed past. Moments later, a talisman appeared in her hand as she muttered, "Prophetic omen." In the blink of an eye, a surge of energy wrapped around her body. Juji closed her eyes, murmuring as she searched for signs. As she spoke, dozens of talismans floated into the air around them. They radiated powerful energy, enveloping the machine Orang had just entered. Moments later, the scan was over. Gu and Orang were on their way back. Orang glanced over at Guskart, speaking as they walked. "About today's inspection?" Guskart twitched slightly and said, "Nothing serious. You had a rough time fighting that mermaid. So I just wanted to make sure you are okay." Hearing this, Orang quickly interrupted. "I was worried I would get left behind again when everyone heads to the wildlands." Guskart gave the boy a quick, thoughtful look. Has he really not forgotten what happened that day? While Orang was lost in thought, he shook his head and said, "As long as it is not that, I am." When the hidden seal collapsed, I felt like the world was ending. At that, the boy smiled sincerely and said, "You reached out to save me. So I will follow you anywhere." With that, Orang happily hopped and skipped back. Guskart watched his retreating back, a bit pensive. Flashback a few hours earlier. Juzi had slipped a charm onto the boy. She said it would suppress the cursed energy. She also secretly put a similar charm on Orang, not much, but enough to help drain some. Guskart gratefully said, "Thank you. But why are you helping us this far?" Juzi smirked and replied, "Weird that I would step in and help you, if Sven trusts you." So Guskart was stunned, still trying to process it when Juzi added, "Our goals are the same. So if you ever need anything else down the line, just say the word." Only then did Guskart realize the depth of it and bowed his head to thank her again. But Juzi seriously warned, "He is not out of the woods yet. I may have missed a few things. You will need to find a higher level mage to be sure. They can spot the monster seeds I overlooked." Back in the present, Guskart was lost in thought. Why did Chisa transform into a monster, while Hogan stayed the same? Are Orang and Inchun turning into monsters too? If they are turning into Hogan-like creatures, it depends on whether they awaken or not. For now, all Guskart can do is observe and speculate. There's only one way to be sure, giving him one more reason to return to the wildlands and find Xiao Yi, one of the 8 reluctant dead. Carrying these thoughts, Guskart followed Orang back home.